Ancient Egypt, the Light of the World. Book 4, Egyptian Book of the Dead and the Mysteries of AMENTA. By Gerald Massey. Read by Graham Dunlop. Edited by Darren Grimes. The Egyptian Book of the Dead contains the oldest known religious writings in the world. As it comes to us, it is mainly Osirian, but the Osirian group of gods was the latest of all the divine dynasties. Although these, as shown at Abydos by Professor Flinders Petrie, will account for some 10,000 years of time in Egypt. The antiquity of the collection is not to be judged by the age of the coffins in which the papyrus rolls were found. Amongst other criteria of length and time, the absence of Amen, Maut, and Khonsu supplies a gauge. The presence and importance of Tum offers another, whilst the persistence of Apt and her son Sebek Chorus tells of a tale of times incalculably remote. As a key to the mysteries and the method of the book, it must be understood at starting that the eschatology or doctrine of last things was founded in the mold of the mythology, and that the one can only be unraveled by means of the other. Moreover, there is plenty of evidence to prove that the ritual was based on the mythology, and not the mythology upon the ritual. The serpent of darkness was the evil reptile in mythology. In theology, it becomes the deluder of mankind. Here the beginning was with darkness itself, which was the deceiver from the first. The serpent, being a figure of darkness, was continued by theology as the official adversary of souls in the eschatological domain. The eschatology of the ritual, then, can only be comprehended by means of the mythology. And it is the mythos out of view that has made the ritual so profoundly difficult to understand. Reading it may be compared with a dance seen by a deaf man who does not hear the music to which the motion is timed, and who has no clue to the characters being performed in the dumb drama. He cannot understand what they are doing and saying as man is in another world without knowing what was thought and said by human beings in this concerning that representation of the nature powers, the gods and goddesses which constitutes mythology. AMENTA is a huge fossil formation crowded with the dead forms of a past life, in which the horny conspicuities of learned ignorance will only see dead shells for a modern museum. As a rule, Egypt is always treated differently from the rest of the world. No Egyptologist has ever dreamed that the ritual still exists under the disguise of both the Gnostic and canonical Gospels, or that it was the fountainhead and source of all the books of wisdom claimed to be divine. In the mythology, that is, in the primitive mode of rendering the phenomena of external nature, Osiris, as light-giver in the moon, was torn in 14 pieces during the latter half of the lunation by the evil Sut, the opposing power of darkness. He was put together again and reconstituted by his son, beloved Horus, the young solar god. This representation could not have been made until it was known that the lunar light was replenished monthly from the solar source. Then Horus, as the sun god and the vanquisher of Sut, the power of darkness, could be called the reconstitutor of Osiris in the moon. In that way, a foundation was laid in natural fact according to the science of mythology, and a mystery bequeathed to the eschatology, which is doctrinal. For as it had been with the dismembered, mutilated god in the mythos, so it was with the Osiris deceased, who has to be reconstructed for a future life and put together bit by bit as a spiritual body in one of the great mysteries of AMENTA. In the mythos, Har-Maku was the solar god of both horizons, or the double equinox, who represented the sun of today that rose up from the netherworld as conqueror of darkness to join the west and east together on the Mount of Glory, as the connecting link of continuity and time betwixt yesterday and tomorrow. The type was continued in the eschatology when Har-Maku became the Horus of the greater mysteries, Horus of the religious legend who suffered, died, and was buried in AMENTA, and who rose again from the dead like the winter sun, as Horus in spirit, lifting aloft the insignia of his sovereignty. This was he who made the pathway, not merely betwixt the two horizons, but to eternal life, as Son of Ra, the Holy Spirit in the eschatology. The intermediate link in the mythos which connects the solar orb with yesterday is now the intermediary betwixt the two worlds and two lives in time and eternity. This is he who exclaims, "I am the link, I am the everlasting one. I am Horus, who steppeth onwards through eternity." This was he who, in the words of the Gnostic Paul, broke down the wall of partition and made both one, that he might create in himself one new man and reconcile them both in one body. Even as the double Horus, Har Sam Taui, was made one when blended and established as one person in another mystery of AMENTA. The mythology repeated in the ritual is mainly solar and Osirian, but with glimpses of the lunar and the stellar mythos from the beginning. For example, Apt, the ancient Genetrix, as goddess of the Great Bear constellation and leader of the heavenly host, was the kindler of the starry sparks by night in the mythology. In the eschatology, she is continued as the mistress of divine protections for the soul. And she who had been the kindler of the lights in the darkness of night was now propitiated as rekindler of life from the spark in the dark of death. Ra, in the mythos, is the solar god represented by the sun in heaven. And in the eschatology, he became the God and Spirit who is called the Holy Spirit and first person in the Trinity, which consisted of Atum, the Father God, Horus, the Son, and Ra, the Holy Spirit, the three that were also one in the Osirian cult. First as three forms of the solar god and next as three forms of the God and Spirit. It is thus we are enabled to trace the formation of the Egyptian eschatology in the mold of the mythology. There is no death in the Osirian religion, only decay and change and periodic renewal, only evolution and transformation in the domain of matter and the transubstantiation into spirit. In the so-called death of Osiris, it is rebirth, not death, exactly the same as in the changes of external nature. As the close of day, the solar orb went down and left the sun god staring blankly in the dark of death. Tot, the moon god, met him in AMENTA, with the eye of Horus as the light that was to illuminate the darkness of the subterranean world. In the annual rendering on the third day, light was generated by renewal in the moon. Thus Osiris rose again, and a doctrine of the resurrection on the third day was bequeathed to the eschatology. The sun, in sinking, was buried as a body, or mummy, in the netherworld of AMENTA. When rising again at dawn, it was transformed into a soul, a supreme elemental soul, that preceded the God and Spirit. This was in the mythology. In the eschatology, the same types were reapplied to the human soul, which was imaged in the flesh as the inarticulate, blind and impubescent Horus, who died bodily but was preserved in mummy form to make his transformation into the luminous Sahu, when he rose again in glory as Horus, the divine adult. "I am the resurrection and the life" is the perfect interpretation of an Egyptian picture that was copied by Denon at Philae. Divine Horus is portrayed in the act of raising the deceased Osiris from the bier by presenting to him the Ankh sign of life. He was the life in person who performed the resurrection, and therefore is the resurrection and the life. As such, he simply stands for a soul considered to be the divine offspring of God the Father, not for any historical character that makes preposterous pretensions to possess miraculous power. Previously, he had been the resurrection and the life as solar vivifier in the physical domain, or otherwise stated in the mythology. It was this difference betwixt the mythology and eschatology that constituted the lesser and the greater mysteries. The lesser in their origin were partly sociological. There were customs and ceremonial rites of totemism. The greater mysteries are eschatological and religious. For instance, the transformation of the youth into the adult or the girl into a woman in the totemic mysteries was applied doctrinally to the transformation of the soul in the mysteries of AMENTA. With the more primitive races, such as the Arunta of Australia, the mysteries remain chiefly totemic and sociological. though interfused with the religious sentiment. The greater mysteries were perfected in the Egyptian religion, to be read of in the ritual as the mysteries of AMENTA. From the beginning to the end of the written ritual, we shall find it is based upon the mythical representation, which was primary. The mythical representation was first applied to the phenomena of external nature, and this mode of representation was continued and reapplied to the human soul in the eschatology. Egyptian myths, then, are not inventions made to explain the ritual. Totemic representation was earlier. This mode was continued in the mythology. Ritual arose from the rendering becoming religious in the phase of eschatology, and did not originate as an explanation of mythology and totemism. But not until the different phases are discriminated can the ritual be read, that which has been founded on it understood, or the mental status of the thinkers ascertained. In the mythology, the solar god, who is in his primary form, was Ta, Keper, is the maker of a complete circle for the sun as founder and opener of the nether earth. This solar pathway being a figure of forever, a type of the eternal working in time. In the eschatology, the God in spirit who is Ra, the Holy Spirit, is the God who has created or opened out eternity. The one is on the physical basis, the other on the spiritual plane. In the mythology, the 7 primordial powers that pass through various phases, elemental, stellar, or lunar, always in a group of 7, finally become the 7 souls of Ra, who attain supremacy as the sun god in mythology and also as the Holy Spirit. Thence came the doctrine of the 7 souls in man, as 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit in the eschatology. In the mythical representation, Sothis, on New Year's Day, was the bringer forth of the child that was mothered by Hathor or Isis. The type is employed in the eschatology of the ritual, when the man is. In AMENTA prays for rebirth as a pure spirit and says, "May I live, or rise up and go forth, from between the closed knees of Sothis." The rebirth of the child in Sothis was the renewal of the year, Sothis being represented in the feminine character by Hathor as the bringer forth from betwixt her knees, or, as elsewhere rendered, her keptu, i.e. her thighs. So the manas are reborn from between the thighs of Nut in the mysteries of AMENTA, and here the visible birthplace of spirits perfected is localized in Sothis, the opener of the year and bringer of the babe to birth upon the horizon, or the mount of glory. In this way, the skies of night were made luminous with starry lore that was mythical in the astronomy and the words of a divine wisdom in the later eschatology, when the mysteries were represented in AMENTA. Instead of flashlights showing pictures on the housetops of a city after dark, the stars were used by the Egyptians to illustrate the mysteries that were out of sight. The triumph of Horus over Sut, or over Apap the dragon of drought and darkness, was illustrated in the stellar mythos when, in the annual round Orion, rose and the Scorpion constellation set upon the opposite horizon. The Egyptian nearing death could lie and look upon a future figure in the starry heavens. As it was with Osiris or Horus, so would be with him. The way had been mapped out. The guiding stars were visible. His bier, or coffin of new birth, could be seen in the meskin of the mother. He rose again in spirit as the babe of Sothis. He joined the company of the holy Sahus in Orion with the pilot Horus at the lookout of the bark. He saw the golden isles in a heaven of perpetual peace to which the pole was the eternal mooring post. Whilst he was passing from this life, the bark of Ra was making ready for his soul to go on board. The foundation of AMENTA itself has yet to be delineated. It is a tangible threshold to the other world, the secret but solid earth of eternity which was opened up by Ta, when he and his 7 Kemu erected the Tot pillar that was founded in the winter solstice, as the figure of a stability that was to be eternal. In the mythos, the Ta is a type of sun in the winter solstice that has the power of returning from the lowest depth and thus completing the eternal road. In the eschatology, it is the god in person as Ta Sakiri, or Osiris, the backbone and support of the universe. Horus, erecting the Tat in Sekhem, was raising Osiris from the sepulchre, the father re-erected as the son in the typical resurrection and continuity of the human spirit in the afterlife. The figure of Amsu Horus rising in the resurrection or coming forth with member erect has two characters, one in the mythology, one in the eschatology. In the mythology, he images the phallus of the sun and the generative force that fecundates the Mother Earth. In the eschatology, the image of erection is repeated as a symbol of resurrection, and in this phase, that supposed phallic god, the figure of regenerative force, is typical of the resurrection or re-erection of the mortal in spirit. Horus, the child with finger to mouth, is portrayed in the sign of the scales at the autumn equinox, the point at which the sun begins to lessen and become impotent. This the Egyptians termed the little sun, which when personified was infant Horus, who sank down into Hades as the suffering sun to die in the winter solstice and be transformed to rise again and return in all his glory and power in the equinox of Easter. This was matter of the solar mythos, also of life in vegetation and in the water of the inundation. In the eschatology, Horus the child is typical of the human soul which was incarnated in the blood of Isis, the Immaculate Virgin, to be made flesh and to be born in mortal guise on earth as the son of Seb, and to suffer all the afflictions of mortality. He descended to AMENTA as the soul sinking in the dark of death, and as the soul he was transfigured, changed, and glorified, to rise again and become immortal, as a spirit perfected according to the teachings in the eschatology. A brief list will show how certain zootypes that were founded in the mythological representation were continued in the eschatology. The third column is eschatological. The beetle, the sun as transformer, the god as self-evolver, the serpent, renewal, eternal life, the ibis, messenger, word or logos, the jackal, seer in the dark, guide in death, the heifer, the moon, Virgin Mother, the hawk, soul of the sun, Ra, the divine spirit, fish, calf or lamb, youthful solar god reborn, the Messiah. In the mythology, the Apap reptile lies in the lake of darkness, where the sun goes down, as the eternal adversary of the light, with which it is at war all night and all the winter through. He seeks to bar the way of the sun in the netherworld. In the eschatology, it is the human soul instead of the sun that has to struggle with the opposing monster in making the passage of AMENTA. The same scenery served, as shown before, to illustrate the mystery in a religious and spiritual phase. Chapter 64 of the ritual is known to have been extant in the time of King Septi, of the first dynasty. The Eusephus of Manetho. That was over 6,000 years ago. It is a chapter from the Book of Life, to be recited on coming forth today, that one may not be kept back on the path of the Tuat, whether on entering or in coming forth. For taking on all the forms which one desireth, and that the person may not die a second time. If this chapter be known, the person is made triumphant on earth, as in the netherworld, and he performeth all things which are done by the living. The chapter was then so ancient that it had been lost sight of, and was discovered on a plinth of the god of the Henu, or Sekru, bark, by a master builder in the time of King Septi the Victorious. When this chapter was composed, the primary nature powers had been unified in the one God, who was represented as the Lord of two faces, who seeth by his own light. The Lord of resurrections, who cometh forth from the dusk, and whose birth is from the house of death, that is, as the solar god, who was Atum on the horizon and Horus on the other. Hence the Lord of two faces. The supreme God thus described is the Father in one character, the Son in the other. The man is, speaking in the character of the Son, says of the Father, He is I, and I am He. At that time, the earth had been tunneled by Ta and his pygmy workers, and a spirit world created on the new terra firma in the earth of eternity, over which the solar god effused his radiance nightly, when he lighted up the Tuat with his indescribable glories. The Lord of Resurrections, as a solar god, had then become the Lord of Resurrections as the generator of ever-living souls. Egyptian theology then was based upon the mythology which preceded it and supplied the mold. So is it with the Hebrew and Christian theology. But here's the difference betwixt them. The mythology remained extant in Egypt, so that the beginnings of the theology could be known and tested, and were known to the mystery teachers, and the origins referred to for the purpose of verification. The commentary, which has been partially incorporated with the next of chapter 17, survives to show the development of the theology from mythology and the need of explanations for the ritual to be understood. At it was the necessary explanations which constituted the gnosis or wisdom of the mystery teachers of the secret word, whereas the Hebrew and Christian theologies have been accepted minus the necessary knowledge of the origins, the means of applying the comparative method and checking false assumptions. In Christianity, the mysteries have been manufactured out of mist, and it has been taken for granted that the mist was impenetrable and never to be seen through, whereas the mysteries of the ritual can be followed in the two phases of mythology and eschatology. The main difference betwixt the mythos and the eschatology is that the one is represented in the earth of time, the other in the earth of eternity. If we take the doctrine of a resurrection from the dead, the soul that rose again at first in mythology was a soul of the returning light, a soul of life in vegetation, or other of the elemental powers, a soul in external nature. For instance, a soul of life as source of drink was apprehended in the element of water, seen also in the plant and figured in the fish. The superhuman type was divinized in Horus. A soul of life, as source of breath, was apprehended in the breeze, and imaged as the panting of a lion. The superhuman type was divinized in Shu. The soul of food was apprehended in the earth, and represented by the goose that laid the egg. The superhuman type was divinized in Seb. In the Masonic and all other known mysteries, ancient or modern, the initiate has his eyes bandaged, so that he may enter the reception room blindfold. This figure in the Egyptian mysteries is Horus in the dark, sometimes called the blind Horus, an RF. In the mythos, Horus is the sun in the darkness of AMENTA and the depths of the winter solstice. He is the prototype of blind Orion, hungering for the morn, and of Samson, eyeless in Gaza. The character was founded in the mythical representation of natural phenomena, and was afterwards continued in the eschatology. The same type serves in the two categories of phenomena which are here distinguished as the mythical and the eschatological. In the latter, the sightless Horus images the human soul in the darkness of death, where it is blind from lack of outer vision. The duality may serve to explain the twofold rendering of the eyes. According to the hieroglyphic imagery, Horus is without eyes or sightless in one character. He is also portrayed in another as the Prince of Sight, or of double sight. This, according to the mythos, is a figure of the risen sun and of dawn upon the coffin lid of Osiris in AMENTA. In the eschatology, it is Horus, Lord of the two eyes, or double vision, that is, of second sight, the seer in spirit with the beatific vision, which was attained by him in death. The change from one character to the other is represented in the mysteries by the unbandaging of the initiate's eyes, which are intentionally dazzled by the glory of the lights. The Egyptian Book of the Dead is the one sole record of this twofold basis of the mysteries. Enough has now been cited to show the method of the ritual and the mode in which the eschatology of the Egyptian religion was founded in the mold of the pre-extant mythology. The Book of the Dead is the Egyptian Book of Life. It is the pre-Christian Word of God. This we learn from the account which it gives of itself. It is attributed to Ra as the inspiring Holy Spirit. Ra was the Father in heaven, who has the title of Huhi, the Eternal, from which we derive the Hebrew name of Yahuwah. The word was given by God the Father to the ever-coming Son as manifester for the Father. This was Horus, who, as the coming son of Usa or Usu, and as the Prince of Peace, Imhotep, Horus, the Son, is the Word in person. Hence the speaker in the character of Horus says, I utter his words, the words of Ra, to the men of the present generation, and I repeat his words to him who is deprived of breath. That is, as Horus, the Sayer, or Logos, who utters the words of Ra, the Father in heaven, into the living on earth, and to the breathless Manes, in AMENTA, when he descends into Hades, or the later hell, to preach to the spirits in prison. The word or the sayings thus originated with Ra, the Father in heaven. They were uttered by Horus, the Son, and when written down in hieroglyphics by the fingers of Tatan, for human guidance then supplied a basis for the Book of the Dead. It had been ordained by Ra that his words, such as those that bring about the resurrection and the glory, should be written down by the divine scribe Tatan, to make the word truth, and to effect the triumph of Osiris against his adversaries. And it is proclaimed in the opening chapter that this mandate has been obeyed by Tot. The ritual purports to contain the gnosis of salvation from the second death, together with the ways and means of attaining eternal life, as these were acted in the drama of the Osirian mysteries. Hence, the Osiris says that freedom from perdition can be assured by means of this book, in which he trusts and by which he steadfastly abides. The object of the words of power, the magical invocations, the funeral ceremonies, the purgatorial trials, is the resurrection of the mortal to the life, which is everlasting. This opening chapter is described as the words which bring about the resurrection on the Mount of Glory, and the closing chapter shows the deceased upon the summit of attainment. He has joined the lords of eternity in the circle of Osiris, and in the likeness of his own human self, the very figure which he had on earth, but changed and glorified. Therefore, the most exact and comprehensive title for the Book of the Dead, now put together in 186 chapters, would be the Ritual of the Resurrection. The books of the divine words written down by Tot are in keeping of Horus the Son, who is addressed as him who sees the Father. The Manes come to him with a copy of the writings, by means of which he prevails on his journey through AMENTA. Like Pilgrim with his roll, he exclaims, O thou great seer who beholdest his Father, O keeper of the books of Tot, here I am glorified and filled with soul and power, and provided with the writings of Tot, the secrets of which are divine for lightening the darkness of the nether earth. With these the Manes is accoutred and equipped. The word of God, personified in Horus, preceded the written word of God, and when the words of power were written down by Tot, the scribe of truth, they were assigned to Horus as the Logia of the Lord, and preserved as the precious records of him, who was the Word in person, first the word of power as the founder, then the word in truth or made truth as the fulfiller. The divine words, when written, constituted the scriptures, earliest of which are those ascribed to Hermes or Tot, and reputed author of all the sacred writings. And now we find that both the word in person and the written word, together with the doctrine of the word according to the ancient wisdom, are more or less extant and living still in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The magical words of power, when written down by Tot, became the nucleus of the ritual, which is late in comparison with the astronomical mythology and other forms of sign language, and belongs mainly to the Osirian religion. The mystical word of power from the first was female. Apt at Ombos was worshipped as the living word. The supreme type of this power, born upon the head of Shu, is the hinder part of a lioness, her sign of sexual potency. The thigh, or capsh of Apt, is also the typical Urhika, and it is the symbol of the great magical power. The Urhika, or magical sign, preceded words, and words preceded the writings. Great magical words of power are ascribed to Isis, whose word of power in the human sphere was personified in Horus the child. Her word that issued out of the silence. This is the word that was made flesh in a mortal likeness, the soul derived from blood. Child Horus, however, manifests in diverse phenomena as the word of power, amained by Isis, in the water, in vegetation, in food, and lastly in the Virgin Mother's blood. The first Horus was the word of power. The second is the word made truth in Horus, Ma, Keru, by doing it. Horus, the word of power, was the founder, who was followed by Horus the fulfiller. This title does not merely mean the word of truth, the true logos, Celsus, or the true voice, Plutarch, but denotes the word made truth or law by Horus the victorious, the Father's own anointed son, who fulfilled the word of power. It is the Horus, the word of power, personalized as a little child who survives as the miraculous worker, 2 or 3 years old in the apocryphal Gospels. He is credited with doing these infantine marvels as the word of power in person. He also utters the word of power in performing his amazing miracles. The magical words were orally communicated in the mysteries from mouth to ear, not written to be read. They were to be gotten by heart. In the Book of the Dead, memory is restored to the deceased through the words of power that were stored up in life to be remembered in death. The speaker in chapter 90 says, O thou who restorest memory in the mouth of the dead through the words of power which they possess, let my mouth be opened through the words of power which I possess. That is, by virtue of the gnosis, memory was restored by the deceased remembering the divine words. Now, Plato taught that a knowledge of past lives and a human pre-existence was restored to persons in this life by means of memory. The origin of the doctrine is undoubtedly Egyptian, but it was made out by a perversion of the original teaching. This restoration of or through memory occurs to the manes in AMENTA after death, and the things remembered appertain to the past life on earth. Plato has misapplied it to past lives and pre-existence of human beings dwelling on the earth. The words of power were not only spoken. They were likewise represented in the equipment of the mummy, sometimes called its ornaments, such as the word of salvation by the blood of Isis with the red tet buckle, the word of durability by the white stone, the word of resurrection by the scarabaeus, the word of eternal life by the cross, called the Ankh. These were forms of the magical words expressed in fetish figures. The manes in AMENTA begins his course where he left off on earth when his mouth was closed in death. It is opened once more for him by Ta and Tum, and Tot supplies him with the great magical words of power that open every gate. These were written on the roll of papyrus that is carried in his hand by the pilgrim who makes his progress through the nether regions in the subterranean pathway of the sun. The so-called Book of the Dead, then, here quoted as the ritual for the sake of brevity, is the Egyptian Book of Life. Life now, life hereafter, everlasting life. It was indeed the book of life and salvation, because it contained the things to be done in the life, here and hereafter, to ensure eternal continuity. The departing soul, when passing away in death, or, as the truer phrase is, when setting into the land of life, clasps and clings to his roll for very life. As the book of life, or word of salvation, it was buried in the coffin with the dead when done with on earth. It showed the way to heaven objectively as well as subjectively, as heaven was mapped out in the astral mythos. The manes enters AMENTA with a papyrus roll in his hand corresponding to the one that was buried in his coffin. This contains the written word of truth, the word of magical power, the word of life. The great question now for him is how far he has made the word of God, Osiris, truth, and established it against the powers of evil in his lifetime on the earth. The word that he carries with him was written by Tat-An, the scribe of truth. Another word has been written in his lifetime by himself, and the record will meet him in the hall of justice on the day of weighing words, when Tot will read the record of life and see how far it tallies with the written word, and how far he has fulfilled the word in truth to earn eternal life. The sense of sin and abhorrence of injustice must have been peculiarly keen when it was taught that every word as well as deed was weighed in the balance of truth on the day of reckoning, called the Judgment Day. The questions confronting the man is, on entering AMENTA, are whether he has laid sufficient hold of life to live again in death. Has he acquired consistency and strength or truth of character enough to persist in some other more permanent form of personality? Has he sufficient force to incorporate his soul anew and germinate and grow and burst the mummy bandages in the glorified body of the Sahu? Is he a true mummy? Is the backbone sound? Is his heart in the right place? Has he planted for eternity in the seed field of time? Has he made the word of Osiris, the word that was written in the papyrus roll, truth against his enemies? The chapters for opening the Tuat, for dealing with the adversary in the nether world, for issuing forth victoriously and thus winning the crown of triumph, for removing displeasure from the heart of the judge, tend to show the ways of attaining the life everlasting by acquiring possession of an eternal soul. The Manes is said to be made safe for the place of rebirth in Anu by means of the books of Tat's divine words, which contain the gnosis or knowledge of the things to be done on earth and in AMENTA. The truth is made known by the words of Horus, which were written down by Tat in the ritual, but the fulfillment depends on the Manes making the word truth by doing it. That is the only way of salvation or of safety for the soul, the only mode of becoming a true being who would endure as pure spirit forever. The Egyptians had no vicarious atonement, no imputed righteousness, no second-hand salvation. No initiate in the Osirian mysteries could possibly have rested his hope of reaching heaven on the Galilean line to glory. His was the more crucial way of AMENTA, which the Manes had to treat with the guidance of the Word, that step by step and act by act he must himself make true. It is said in the rubrical directions of chapter 72 that the Manes who knew it on earth and had written it on his coffin will be able to go in and out by day under any form he chooses in which he can penetrate his dwelling place, and also make his way to the Aru fields of peace and plenty, where he will be flourishing for ever, even as he was on earth. If chapter 91 is known, the Manes takes the form of fully equipped spirit, a Ku, in the netherworld, and is not imprisoned at any door in AMENTA either going in or coming out. Chapter 92 is the one that opens the tomb to the soul and to the shade of a person, that he may come forth today and have the mastery over his fate. The book of giving sustenance to the spirit of the deceased in the underworld delivers the person from all evil things. There was another book wherewith the spirits acquired strength by knowing the names of the gods of the southern sky and of the northern sky. The ritual is preeminently a book of knowledge or wisdom, because it contained the gnosis of the mysteries. Knowledge was all important. The Manes make their passage through AMENTA by means of what they know. The deceased, in one of his supplications, says, O thou ship of the garden Aru, let me be conveyed to that bread of thy canal, as thy father, the great one who advanceth in the divine ship, because I know thee. He knew because, as we see by chapter 99, he had learned the names of every part of the bark in which the spirits sailed. Knowledge was power. Knowledge was the gnosis, and the gnosis was the science of the mystery teachers and the masters of sign language. Ignorance was most dire and deadly. How could one travel in the next world any more than in this without knowing the way? The way in AMENTA was indicated topographically, very much in keeping with the ways in Egypt, chief of which was the waterway of the great river. Directions, names, and passwords were furnished in writing, to be placed with the mummy of the deceased. Better still, if these instructions and divine teachings were learned by heart, had been enacted, and the word made true in the life, then the book of the dead in life became the book of life in death. The word was given that it might be made truth by doing it as the means of learning the way by knowing the word. The way of life in three worlds, those of earth, AMENTA, and heaven, was by knowing the word of God and making it true in defiance of all the powers of evil. According to this earlier Bible, death came into the world by ignorance, not by knowledge, as in the Christian travesty of the Egyptian teaching. As Hermes says, the wickedness of a soul is ignorance, the virtue of a soul is knowledge. There was no life for the soul except in knowing, and no salvation but in doing the truth. The human soul of Neferuben in the picture is the wise or instructed soul, one of the Ku Akaru. He is the master of the gnosis, a knower or knowing soul, and therefore not to be caught like an ignorant fish in the net. Knowledge is of the first importance. In all his journeyings and difficulties, it is necessary for the deceased to know. It is by knowledge that he is lighted to find his way in the dark. Knowledge is his lamp of light and his compass. To possess knowledge is to be master of divine powers and magical words. Ignorance would leave him a prey to all sorts of liars in wait and cunning enemies. He triumphs continually through his knowledge of the way, like a traveler with his chart and previous acquaintanceship with the local language. Hence the need of the gnosis of initiation and the mysteries. Those who knew the real name of the god were in possession of the word that represented the power over the divinity. Therefore, the word of power that would be efficacious if employed. Instead of calling on the name of God in prayer, they made use of the name as the Word of God. And as those words and mysteries of magic were contained in the writings, it was necessary to know the writings in which the gnosis was religiously preserved, to be in possession of the words of power. Hence the phrases of the great magical efficacy in the ritual are called the words that compel. They compel the favorable action of the superhuman power to which appeal is made. To make magic was to act the appeal in the language of signs, which, like the words, were also intended to compel. And to act thus magically was a mode of compelling, forcing, and binding the superhuman powers. Magic was also a mode of covenanting with the power apprehended in the elements, the quid pro quo being blood. This was the most primitive form of blood covenant. Giving blood for food was giving life for the means of living. The ritual opens with a resurrection, but this is the resurrection in the earth of AMENTA, not in the heaven of eternity. It is the resurrection of a body soul emerging in the similitude of the moon god from the dark of death. The first words of the ritual are, O bull of AMENTA, Osiris, it is taught, the everlasting king who is here. He has come as one of the powers that fight to secure the triumph of Osiris over all his adversaries. After the life on earth, there was a resurrection in AMENTA, the earth of eternity, for the human soul evolved on earth. It was there that the claim to the resurrection in spirit and to life eternal in heaven had to be made good and established by long and painful experiences and many kinds of purgatorial purification, by which the soul was perfected eventually as an ever-living spirit. The word of promise had to be performed and made truth indeed, for the Makeru of immortality to be earned and endless continuity of life assured. Everyone who died was in possession of a body soul that passed into AMENTA to become an Osiris or an image of the god in matter, although it was not everyone who was reborn or regenerated in the likeness of Ra. To attain the Horus hood, which was portrayed as the hood of the divine hawk. Emergence in AMENTA was the coming forth of the human soul from the coffin and from the gloom of the grave in some form of personality, such as is depicted in the shade or the Ba, a bird of soul with the human head, which shows that a human soul is signified. Osiris, the god of AMENTA in a mummy form, is thus addressed by the Osiris, En or Manis. O breathless one, let me live and be saved after death. This is addressed to Osiris who lives eternally. Though lying as a mummy in AMENTA, breathless and without motion, he will be self-resuscitated to rise again. Salvation is renewal for another life. To be saved is not to suffer the second death, not to die a second time. According to Egyptian thought, the saved are the living and the twice dead are the damned. Life after death is salvation of the soul, and those not saved are those who die the second death, a fate that could not be escaped by any false belief in the merits of Horus or the efficacy of the atoning blood. There was no heaven to be secured for them by proxy. The ritual is not a book of beautiful sentiments, like the poetic literature of later times. It is a record of the things done by the dramatis personae in the Kamite mysteries. But now and again the beauty of feeling breaks out ineffably upon the face of it, as in the chapter by which the deceased prevails over his adversaries, the powers of darkness, and comes forth to the day, saying, O thou who shinest forth from the moon, thou that givest light from the moon, let me come forth at large amid thy train, and be revealed as one of those in glory. Let the Tuat be opened for me, here am I. The speaker is in AMENTA as a mummy soul appealing to the Father of Lights and Lord of Spirits, that he may come forth in the character of Horus, divinized to delight the soul of his poor mother. He wishes to capitalize the desires of those who make salutations to the gods on his behalf. These in modern parlance would be the prayers of the priests and congregation, for his welfare and safety in the future life, otherwise for his salvation. Let the chapter by which one cometh forth, today he pleads, let me have possession of all things soever which were offered ritualistically for me in the netherworld. Let me have possession of the table of offerings which was heaped for me on earth, the solicitations which were uttered for me, that he may feed upon the bread of Seb, or the food of earth. Let me have possession of my funeral meals, the meals offered on earth for the dead in the funerary chamber. The chief object of the deceased on entering AMENTA is the mode and means of getting out again as soon as possible upon the other side. His one all-absorbing interest is the resurrection to eternal life. He says, let me reach the land of ages. Let me gain the land of eternity. For thou, my Lord, hast destined them for me. Osiris, or the Osiris, passed into AMENTA as the Lord of Transformations. Various changes of shape were necessitated by the various modes of progression. As a beetle or a serpent, he passed through solid earth, as a crocodile through the water, as a hawk through the air. As a jackal or a cat he saw in the dark, as an ibis. He was the knowing one, or he of the nose. Thus he was the master of transformations, the magician of the later folk tales, who could change his shape at will. Tot is termed the great magician as the lord of transformations in the moon. Thus the deceased, in assuming the type of Tot, becomes a master of transformation, or the magician whose transformations had also become made on earth by the transformers, in trance, who pointed the way to transformation and death. When Teta comes to consciousness on rising again in AMENTA, he is said to have broken his sleep forever, which was in the dwelling of Seb, that is, on the earth. He has now received his Sahu, or investiture, of the glorious body. Before the mortal Manes could attain the ultimate state of spirit in the image of Horus, the immortal, he must be put together part by part, as was Osiris, the dismembered god. He is divinized in the likeness of various divinities, all of whom had been included as powers in the person of the one true God, Neb-Ber-Tur, the Lord entire. Every member and part of the Manes in AMENTA had to be fashioned afresh in a new creation. The new heart is said to be shaped by certain gods in the netherworld, according to the deeds done in the body whilst the person was living on the earth. He assumes the glorified body that is formed feature by feature and limb after limb in the likeness of the gods until there is no part of the Manes that has remained undivinized. He is given the hair of Nu, or heaven, the eyes of Hathor, ears of Apuat, nose of Kentikas, lips of Anup, teeth of Serk, neck of Isis, hands of the mighty lord of Tatu, shoulders of Neith, and back of Sut, and phallus of Osiris, legs and thighs of Nut, feet of Ta, with nails and bones of the living Uri, until there is not a limb of him that is without a god. There is no possibility of coming back to earth for a new body or for a re-entry into the old mummy. As the Manes says, his soul is not bound to his old body at the gates of AMENTA. Chapter 89 is designated the chapter by which the soul is united to the body. This, however, does not mean the dead body on earth. but the format or bodily type of the mummy in AMENTA. "Here I come," says the speaker, "that I may overthrow mine adversaries upon the earth, though my dead body be buried. Let me come forth today and walk upon my own legs. Let me have the feet of the glorified." At this stage he exclaims, "I am a soul, and my soul is divine. It is the eternal force." In chapters 21 and 22, the Manes asks for his mouth, that he may speak with it. Having his mouth restored, he asks that it may be opened by Ta, and that Tat may loosen the fetters or muzzles of Sut, the power of darkness. In short, that he may recover the faculty of speech. In the process of transforming and being renewed as the new man, the second Atum, he says, "I am Khepera, the self produced upon his mother's thigh." Khepera is the beetle type of the sun that is portrayed in pictures of the goddess Nut, proceeding from the mother's Kepsh. The name of the beetle signifies becoming and evolving. Hence it is a type of the becomer in making his transformation. The mouth being given, words of power are brought to him. He also gathers them from every quarter. Then he remembers his name. Next, the new heart is given to him. His jaws are parted, his eyes are opened. Power is given to his arms and vigor to his legs. He is in possession of his heart, his mouth, his eyes, his limbs, and his speech. He is now a new man reincorporated. He is now a new man reincorporated in the body of a Sahu, with a soul that is no longer bound to the cat or dead mummy at the gates of AMENTA. He looks forward to being fed upon the food of Osiris in Aru, on the eastern side of the mead of the amaranthine flowers. In one phase of the drama, the deceased is put together bone by bone in correspondence to the backbone of Osiris. The backbone was an emblem of sustaining power, and this resurrection of deceased is in the likeness of the mutilated god. The speaker at this point says, "The 4 fastenings of the hinder part of my head are made firm." He does not fall at the block. There are, of course, 7 cervical vertebrae in the backbone altogether, but 3 of these are peculiar. The atlas which supports the head, the axis upon which the head turns, and the vertebrae prominens with its long spiral process. No doubt the Osiris was rebuilt upon this model, and the 4 joints were fundamental. They constituted a 4-fold foundation. In another passage, the Osiris is apparently perfected upon the square, as in the Masonic mysteries. It is the chapter by which one assumes the form of Ta, the great architect of the universe. The speaker says he is 4 times the arm's length of Ra, 4 times the width of the world, which is a mode of describing the 4 quarters or 4 sides of the earth, as represented by the Egyptians. There were 7 primary powers in the mythical and astronomical phases, 6 of whom are represented by zootypes, and the 7th is imaged in the likeness of a man. This is repeated in the eschatology, where the highest soul of 7 is the Ka-Edilon, with a human face and figure as the final type of spirit, which was human on earth and is to be eternal in the heavens. The Manes, who is being reconstituted, says, "The 7 Uraeus divinities are my body. My image is eternal." As it would be when the 7 souls were amalgamated into one that was imaged by the divine Ka. The 7 Uraeus divinities represented the 7 souls of life that were anterior to the one enduring soul. In the chapter of propitiating one's own Ka, the Manes says, "Hail to thee, my Ka. May I come to thee and be glorified and made manifest and ensouled." That is, in attaining the highest of the souls, the unifying one. These souls may be conceived as 7 ascending types of personality. The first is figured as the shade, the dark soul or shade of the Inuits, the Greenlanders, and other aboriginal races, which is portrayed personally in the ritual lying darkly on the ground. The shade was primary because of its being, as it were, a shadow of the old body projected on the ground in the new life. It is portrayed as a black figure stretched out in AMENTA. In this way, the earth shadow of the body in life served as the type of a soul that passed out of the body in death. This may explain the intimate relationship of the shade to the physical mummy, which it is sometimes said to cling to and remain within the womb. and to draw sustenance from the corpse so long as it exists. Thus, the shade that draws life from the dead body becomes the mythical prototype of the vampire and the legendary ghoul. It may be difficult to determine exactly what the Egyptians understood by the kabit, or shade, in its genesis as a soul, but the Inuit Aleutians describe it as a vapor emanating from the blood, and here's wisdom for those who comprehend it. The earliest human soul, derived from the mother when the blood was looked upon as the life, was a soul of blood. And the Inuit description answers perfectly to the shade in the Egyptian AMENTA. Amongst the most primitive races, the typical basis of a future personality is the shade. The Aleutians say that the soul at its departure divides into the shade and the spirit. The first dwells in the tomb, the other ascends to the firmament. These, wherever met, are with equivalent to the twin souls of Sut, the Dark One, and Horus, the soul of light. For we reckon the Egyptian seven to be the earliest and old enough to account for and explain the rest, which are to be found dispersed about the world. The soul, as shade or shadow, is known to the Makusi Indians as the man in the eyes, who does not die. This is another form of the shadow that was not cast upon the ground. Dr. Birch drew attention to the fact that whilst the deceased has but one Ba, one Sahu, and one Ka, he has two shades, his Kapti being in the plural. These two correspond to the dark and light shades of the Aborigines. They also conform to the two souls of darkness and light that were imaged by the black vulture and the golden hawk of Sut and Horus, the first two of the total septenary of powers or souls. The shade, however, is but 1/7 of the series. The other self, when perfected, consists of 7 amalgamated souls. Some of the manis in AMENTA do not get beyond the state of the shade or kabit. They are arrested in this condition of mummied immobility. They do not acquire the new heart or soul of breath. They remain in the egg unhatched, and do not become the Ba soul or the glorified Ku. These are the souls that are said to be eaten by certain of the gods or infernal powers. Eater of the Shades is the title of the 4th and 42 executioners. The 10th of the mystical books in AMENTA is the place of the monstrous arms that capture and carry away the manis, who have not attained a condition beyond that of the shade or empty shell. The shells of the Theosophist may be met with in the ritual. The manis who is fortified with his divine soul can pass this place in safety. He says, "Let no one take possession of my shade. Let no one take possession of my shell or envelope. I am the divine hawk." He has issued from the shell of the egg and been established beyond the status of the shade as a Ba soul. With this may be compared the superstition that in eating eggs one should always break up the empty shell, lest it should be made evil, used of by the witches. There are wretched shades condemned to immobility in the 5th of the mystical abodes. They suffer their final arrest in that place and position, and are then devoured by the giants who live as eaters of the shades. These monsters are described as having high bones 7 cubits long. No mere shade has power enough to pass by these personifications of devouring might. They are the ogres of legendary lore, who may be found at home with the ghoul and the vampire in the dark caverns of the Egyptian underworld. These were the dead whose development in spirit world was arrested at the status of the shade, and who were supposed to seek the life they lacked by haunting and preying upon human souls, particularly on the soul of blood. In its next stage, the soul is called Ba, and is represented as a hawk with a human head, to show that the nature of the soul is human still. This is more than a soul of shade, but it was not imaged nor believed that the human soul as such inhabited the body of a bird. In one of the hells the shades are seen burning, but these were able to resist the fire, and it is consequently said, "The shades live, they have raised their powers, they are raised in status by assimilating higher powers." Following his taking possession of the soul of shade and the soul of light, the Osiris is given a new heart, his whole or twofold heart. With some of the primitive folk, as with the Basutos, It is the heart that goes out in death as the soul that never dies. Bobadilla learned from the Indians of Nicaragua that there are two different hearts, that one of these went away with the deceased in death, and that it was the heart that went away which made them live hereafter. This other breathing heart, the basis of the future being, is one with the Egyptian heart, by which the reconstituted person lives again. The heart that was weighed in the hall of judgment could not have been the organ of life on earth. This was a second heart, the heart of another life. The Manes makes appeal for this heart not to bear evidence against him in the presence of the God, who is at the balance. The second is the heart that was fashioned anew according to the life lived in the body. It is said to be the heart of the great god Tahuti, who personated intelligence. Therefore, it would seem to typify the soul of intelligence. Hence it is said to be young and keen of insight among the gods, or among the seven souls. The physical representation comes first, but it is said in the text of Panchamises, the conscience or heart of a man is his own god, or divine judge. The new heart represents rebirth, and is therefore called the mother. And when the deceased recovers the basis of future being in his whole heart, he says, although he is buried in the deep, deep grave and bowed down to the region of annihilation, he is glorified, even there. Now, if we take the shade to image a soul of blood, the Bahak to image a soul of light, and the Hati heart to represent a soul of breath, we can perceive a raison d'etre for the offering of blood, of lights, and of incense as sacrifices to the Manes in three different phases or states. Blood was generally offered to the shades, as we see in survival among the Greeks and Romans. The shade was in the first stage of the past existence, the most needing in AMENTA, the blood which was the life on earth and held to be of first necessity for the revivifying of the dead as manes or shades. The Sekim was one of the souls or powers. It is difficult to identify this with a type and place in the seven. Pro tem, we call it fourth of the series. It is more important to know what force it represents. The name is derived from the word chem, for potency. Chem in physics signifies erectile power. The man of 30 years as typical adult is kempt. Sekem denotes having the power or potency of the erectile force. In the eschatological phase, it is the reproducing, formative power of chem or amsu. To re-erect, the power of erection being applied to the spirit in fashioning and vitalizing the new and glorious body for the future resurrection from AMENTA. The Ku is the soul in which the person has attained the status of the pure in spirit called the glorified. Represented in the likeness of a beautiful white bird, the Ka is a type of eternal duration in which the sevenfold personality is unified at last for permanent or everlasting life. It is the Ku that is thus addressed in the tomb as the glorified one. Thou shalt not be imprisoned by those who are attached to the person of Osiris, that is the mummy, and who have custody of souls and spirits, and who shut up the shades of the dead. It is heaven only that shall hold thee. The shade of itself could never leave the tomb. For this reason it was commonly held that the shade remained with the corpse or mummy on the earth. But here the tomb, the mummy, and the shade are not on earth. They are in AMENTA. Without the Ba soul, the shade remains unvivified. Without the Sekem, it lacks essential form or power of re-arising. Without the Ku spirit, the person does not ascend from the sepulchre or prison house of the netherworld. But when this has been attained, the deceased is glorified. If chapter 91 is known, he taketh the form of a fully equipped Ku spirit in the netherworld, and does not suffer imprisonment at any door in AMENTA, either in coming in or going out. It is only when the Manes is invested as a Ku that he ascends to the Father as a Son of God. So we gather from the following words addressed to Horus by the person who is now a Ku. O mighty one, who seest thy Father, and who has charge of the books of Tot, here I am. I come, and am glorified and filled with soul and power. and am provided with the scriptures of Tot, his copy of the Book of Life, his light in the darkness of AMENTA. He now ascends to Ra, his father, who is in the bark, and exclaims again and again, I am a powerful Khu. Let thy soundness be my soundness. When the deceased has been made perfect as a Khu, he is free to enter the great house of 7 halls. Likewise the house of him who is upon the hill, and who is ruler in the divine hall. The great house is the heaven of Osiris, based upon the 36 gates or duodecans of the zodiac. The other is the house of Anup at the summit of the mountain Anu. Behold me, he exclaims, behold me. I am come to you and have carried off and put together my forms, or constituent parts of the permanent soul, which were 7 altogether. These are 1. The Kabit, or dark shade, 2. The Ba, or light shade, 3. The breathing heart, 4. The Sekhem, 5. The Sahu, 6. The Khu, and 7. The Ka. When the Manes has become a Khu, the Ka is still a typical ideal ahead of him, so far ahead or aloof that he propitiates it with offerings. In fact, he presents himself as the sacrificial victim that would die to attain conjunction with his Ka, his image of eternal duration, his type of totality, in which the 7 souls were permanently unified in one at last. The Ka has been called the double of the dead, as if it simply represented the doppelganger. But it is not merely a phantom of the living or personal image of the departed. It serves also for the apparition or revenant. It is a type rather than a portrait. It is a type that was prenatal. It images a soul which came into existence with the child, a soul which is food and sustenance to the body all through life, a soul of existence here and of duration for the life hereafter. Hence, it is absorbed at last in the perfected personality. It is depicted in the Temple of Luxor, where the birth of Amenhotep III is portrayed as coming from the hand of God. The Ka of the royal infant is shown in the pictures being formed by Khnum, the molder on the potter's wheel. It is in attendance on the person all life through, as the genius or guardian angel, and the fulfillment of the personality is affected by a final reunion with the Ka. As already shown, when divine honors were paid to the pharaoh, the offerings were made to his Ka, not to his mortal self. Thus, the Manes in AMENTA makes an offering of incense to purify himself in propitiation of his Ka. There is a chapter of providing food for the Ka. Also, the mortuary meal was eaten in the chamber of the Ka, the resurrection chamber of the sepulchre. Food was offered to the Ka Edelon as the representative of the departed, instead of directly to the spirits of the ancestors. It was set up there as a receiver general of the offerings. Also, the food was presented to it as a type of the divine food which sustained the human soul. Thus, when the divine sustenance is offered by the god or goddess to the soul of the mortal on the earth, or to the Manes in AMENTA, it is presented by the giver to the Ka. Certain priests were appointed to the ministers to the Ka, and these made the offerings to the Ka of the deceased on behalf of the living relatives. This is because the Ka was the type of personality, 7th of the 7 souls attained as the highest, in which the others were to be included and absorbed. In the vignettes to chapter 25 on the ritual, the deceased is shown his Ka, which is with him in the passage of AMENTA, not left behind him in the tomb, that he may not forget himself, as we might say, or, as he says, that he may not suffer loss on identity by forgetting his name. Showing the Ka to him enables the Manes to recall his name in the great house, and especially in the crucible of the house of flame. When the deceased is far advanced on his journey through AMENTA, his Ka is still accompanying him, and it is described as being the food of his life in spirit world, even as it had been his spiritual food in the human life. Thou art come, Osiris, thy Ka is with thee. Thou feedest thyself under the name of Ka. When the Osiris has passed from the state of a shade to the stage of the Ka, he will become what the ritual designates a fully equipped Manes, who has completed his investiture. As a Sahu, he was reincorporated in a spiritual body. As a Khu, he was invested with a robe of glory, As a sacred hawk with the head of a Bennu, he was endowed with the soul of Horus. It was here he exclaimed, "Behold me, I am come to you, the gods and the glorified, and have carried off my forms and united them." But in chapter 92 he was anxiously looking forward to the day of reckoning, when he said, "Let the way be opened to my soul in my shade, that I may see the great God within his sanctuary on the day of the soul's reckoning, when all hearts and words are weighed." He is not yet one of the spirits made perfect, neither being judged nor justified. He has to pass his last examination, and is now approaching the great hall of judgment for his trial. He says, "I am come that I may secure my suite in Abydos," the mythical rebirth place of Osiris. This is the final trial of the long series through which he has hitherto successfully passed. He has now arrived at the judgment hall. It has been asserted that the deeds which the deceased had done here on earth in no wise influenced the fate that awaited the man after death. But how so, when the new heart which was given to the deceased in AMENTA, where he or she was reconstituted, is said to be fashioned in accordance with what he has done in his human life? And the speaker pleads that his new heart may not be fashioned according to all the evil things that may be said against him. He is anxious that the ministrants of Osiris in the Nitarkar, who deal with a man according to the course of his life, may not give a bad odor to his name. And again he pleads, "Let me be glorified through my attributes. Let me be estimated according to my merits." It is plainly apparent that the future fate of the soul was dependent on the deeds that were done in the body, and the character of the deceased was accredited according to his conduct in the life on earth. The jury sitting in the judgment hall consisted of 42 masters of truth. Their duty was to discover the truth with fierce interrogation and the instinct of sleuth hounds on their track. Was this Manes a true man? Had he lived a true life? Was he true at heart when this was tested in the scales? His viscera were present for inspection, and these keen scrutinizers in their animal-headed forms were very terrible, not only in visage, for they had vested interest in securing a verdict of guilty against the Manes, inasmuch as the viscera of the condemned were flung to them as prerequisites and prey. Therefore they searched with the zeal of hunger for the evidence of evil living that might be found written on this record of the inner man. Piecemeal the Manes were examined, to be passed if true, to be sent back if not, in the shape of swine or goats or other Typhonian animals, and driven down into the fiery lake of outer darkness, where Baba, the devourer of hearts, the Egyptian raw head and bloody bones, was lying in wait for them. The highest verdict rendered by the great judge in this most awful judgment hall was a testimony to the truth and purity of character established for the Manes on evidence that was unimpeachable. At this post-mortem, the sins done in the body through violating the law of nature were probed for most profoundly. Not only was the deceased present in spirit to be judged at the dread tribunal, the book of the body was opened and its record read. The vital organs, such as the heart, liver, and lungs, were brought into judgment as witness to the life lived on earth. Any part, too, vitiated for the rottenness, to be cut off or scraped away, was condemned and flung as offal to the powers who are called the eaters of filth, the devourers of hearts, and drinkers of the blood of the wicked. And if the heart, for example, should be condemned to be devoured because very bad, the individual could not be reconstructed for a future life. In order that the Osiris may pass the great assize as one of the justified, he must have made the word of Osiris truth on earth against his enemies. He must have lived a righteous life and been just, truthful, merciful, charitable, humane. In coming to the hall of judgment or justice to look on the divine countenance and be cleansed from all the sins he may have committed, he says, "I have come to thee, O my Lord. I know thee, Lord of righteousness is thy name. I bring to thee right. I have put a stop to wrong." His plea is that he has done his best to fulfill the character of Horus Macaru. Some of his pleas are very touching. He has not exacted from the laborer, as the first fruits of each day, more work than was justly due to him. He has not snatched the milk from the mouths of babes and sucklings. He has not been a land grabber. He has not dammed the running water. He has caused no famine, no weeping, no suffering to men, and has not been a robber of food. He has not tampered with the tongue of the balance, not been fraudulent, mean, or sordid of soul. There is a goodly list of pre-Christian virtues besides all the theoretical Christian ones. Amongst others, he says, I have propitiated the God with that which he loveth. This was especially by the offering of mat, viz., justice, truth, and righteousness. I have given bread to the hungry, water to the thirsty, clothes to the naked, and a boat to the shipwrecked. Yet we have been told that charity and mercy were totally unknown to the pagan world. He asks the 42 assessors for the great judge not to go against him. For he did the right thing in Tamaret, the land of Egypt. His heart is weighed in the scales of justice. His past is pure, as one of those who are welcomed by Horus for his own faithful followers, the blessed of his father, to whom it is said, Come, come, in peace. Horus, the intercessor, advocate, or paraclete, now takes him by the hand and leads him into the presence of Osiris in the sanctuary. The Manes in the judgment hall is black-haired, as seen in the pictures of Ani. But when he kneels before Osiris on the throne, his hair is white. He has passed as one of the purified and is on his way to join the ranks of the just spirits made perfect, who are called the glorified. The attendants say to him, We put an end to thy ills, and we remove that which is disorderly in thee through thy being smitten to the earth in death. These were the ills of mortality from which he has now been freed in spirit. Here occurs the resurrection of the Osiris in the person of Horus, and it is said, Ha, Osiris, thou hast come, and thy Ka with thee, which uniteth with thee in thy name of Ka-hetep. An ordinary rendering of Ka-hetep would be image of peace, equals type of attainment. But as the word hetep or hepti also means number 7, that coincides with the Ka being an image of the septenary of souls, complete at last to be united in the hawk-headed Horus. In the book or papyrus roll for invoking the gods of the Kerti, or boundaries, we find the speaker has now reached the limit of AMENTA. He says, I am the soul of Osiris and rest in him. He is hailed as one who has attained his Ka and received his insignia of the resurrection. It is now said to the Osiris, Ha, Osiris, thou hast received thy scepter, thy pedestal, and the flight of stairs beneath thee. The scepter was the hair-headed symbol of the resurrection first carried by Ta the Opener. The pedestal is the papyrus of Horus, and the stairs denote the means of ascent from AMENTA to the summit of the Mount of Glory. He is now prepared and empowered to enter the bark of Ra, which voyages from east to west by day, from west to east by night. Before entering the bark, the Osiris has attained to every one of his stations in AMENTA, previously to sailing for the circumpolar paradise upon the stellar Mount of Glory. Chapter 130 is the book by which the soul is made to live forever on the day of entering the bark of Ra, which means that it contains the gnosis of the subject. It was made for the birthday or rebirthday of Osiris. Osiris is reborn in Horus as the type of an eternal soul. Hence, the speaker says in this character, I am coffined in an ark like Horus, to whom his cradle, or nest of reeds, is brought. He is reborn as Horus on his papyrus, an earlier figure on the water than the bark of Ra. He prays, Let not the Osiris be shipwrecked on the great voyage. Keep the steering tackle free from misadventure. When he entered AMENTA, the deceased in Osiris bore the likeness of the god in mummy form. Before he comes forth from the lower Aru garden, he can say, At the end of a certain transformations in type and personality, I am the soul of Osiris, and I rest in him. This is in the character of Horus. I am Horus on the auspicious day, at the beautiful coming forth from AMENTA. He has reached the boundary and now invokes the god who is in his solar disk, otherwise in the bark of Ra. He died in Osiris to live again in Horus, son of God, or in his likeness. Chapters 141 and 142 begin the book of making the Osiris perfect. And this, as the ritual shows, was in the likeness of Horus, the beloved soul-begotten son of Ra. the God in spirit. Now, when the Manes has included his Ka in the name of Ka-Hetep, it is said to the deceased, Horus hath brought to pass that his Ka, which is in thee, should unite with thee in thy name of Ka-Hetep, which shows the Ka within him was the image of Horus divinized. This corroborates the suggestion that the Ka type was derived from Ka, later Sa, the son of Atum-Ra, who was earlier than Horus as the son of Osiris. Thus, the divine sonship of humanity was personified in Horus, or Ayu, or Sa, was also typified in the Ka image of the higher spiritual self. And when the Manes had attained the status of a spirit perfected, it was in the form of the divine Son, who was the express image of the Father God. He was Horus the Beloved in all reality, through perfecting the ideal type in his own personality. He now enters the divine presence of Osiris-Ra to relate what he has done in the character of human Horus, Har-Tima, and Har-Makheru on behalf of his father, which constitutes him the veritable Son of God. When the Manes had attained the solar bark, he has put on the divine body of Ra, and is hailed by the ministrants with cries of welcome and acclamations from the Mount of Glory. In traveling through the underworld, he has passed from the western horizon of earth to the east of heaven, where he joins the solar boat to voyage the celestial waters. There is a change of boat for the night, hence the speaker says he is coming in the two barks of the Lord of Sao. There may be some difficulty about the exact position of the chapter numbered 110 in the ritual, but there is no difficulty in identifying the fields of peace upon the summit of Mount Hetep as the lower paradise of Tu, which was the land of promise attainable in AMENTA. This was the subterrestrial or earthly paradise of the legends. When the Manes comes to these Elysian fields, he is still in the earth of eternity, and has to prove himself an equal as the worker with the mighty Kus, Kuti, who are 9 cubits high, in cultivating his allotment of arable land. The arrival at Mount Hetep in his lower paradise, or heaven of the solar mythos, precedes the entrance to the judgment hall, which is in the domain of the Osiris below, and the voyage from east to west in the Matit and the Sektit bark of the sun. Therefore it is not in the ultimate heaven, or the upper paradise of eternity upon Mount Hetep. We see from the pyramid texts that there were 2 stages of ascent to the upper paradise that were represented by 2 ladders. One is the ladder of Sut, as the ascent from the land of darkness. The other is the ladder of Horus, reaching to the land of light. King Pepi salutes the 2. Homage to thee, O ladder of Sut. Set thyself up, O ladder of God. Set thyself up, O ladder of Sut. Set thyself up, O ladder of Horus. Whereby Osiris appeared in heaven when he wrought protection for Ra. Pepi likewise enters heaven in his name of the ladder. The Manes also says in chapter 149, I raise my ladder up to the sky, that I may behold the gods. But having traced the reconstruction of the deceased for future life, we now return to follow him once more from the entrance to AMENTA on his journey through the underworld. His mortal personality having been made as permanent as possible in the mummy left on earth, the Manes rising in AMENTA now sets out to attain the personality that is to last forever. He pleads with all his dumbness that his mouth may be opened, or in other words, that his memory, which he has lost a while, may be given back to him so that he may utter the words of power with which he is equipped. The ceremony of opening the mouth after the silence of death was one of the profoundest secrets. The great type of power by means of which the mouth is opened was the leg of the hippopotamus goddess, the symbol of her mightiness as primum mobile in the great bear, having been adopted for this purpose in the eschatology. The ceremony was performed at the tomb as well as in AMENTA by the opener Ta as a mystery of the resurrection. And amongst the many other survivals, this rite of opening the mouth is still performed in Rome. It was announced in a daily paper not long since that after the death of Pope Leo XIII and the coronation of Pius X, consistory would be held to close and open the lips of the cardinals newly created, or newly born into the purple. The Osiris also prays that when his mouth is opened, Tot may come to him equipped with the words of power. So soon as the mouth of the Manes is freed from the fetters of dumbness and darkness, or muzzles of Sut, and restored to him, he collects the words of power from all quarters, more persistently than any sleuth hound and more swiftly than the flash of light. These words of power are magical in their effect. They paralyze all opposition. They open every door. The power is at once applied. The speaker says, "Back in retreat. Back, crocodile Sui. Come not against me who live by the words of power." This is spoken to the crocodiles or dragons who come to rob the Manes and carry off the words of power that protect the deceased in death. The magical mode of employing the words of power and the mysteries of Tot is by the deceased being assimilated to the character and assuming the superhuman type as a means of protection against the powers of evil. The speaker in the ritual does not make himself for the deity. He is the deity pro tem, in acted sign language, and by such means is master of the magical power. It is the god who is the power, and the magician employs the words and signs which express that power. But instead of praying to the god, he makes use of the divine words attributed to the god, and personates the god as Horus or Ra, Tot or Osiris, in character. He puts on the mask of a crocodile, an ibis, a lion, or other zootype of the primary powers, and says to his adversaries, "I am the crocodile," equals Sebek, or "I am the lion," equals Atum, or "I am Ra, the sun, protecting himself with the Uraeus serpent, and consequently no evil thing can overthrow me." Repeating chapter 42 was a magical way of escaping from the slaughter which was wrought in Suten Ken. And the mode of magic was for the deceased in his rebirth to become or to be assimilated to the divine child in his rebirth. He tells the serpent Aber that he is the divine babe, the mighty one. Not a limb of him is without a god. He is not to be grasped by arms or seized by hands. Not men or gods, the glorified ones or the damned. Not generations past, present, or to come, can inflict any injury on him who cometh forth and proceedeth as the eternal child, the everlasting one. Or as Horus, the son of Isis. These divine characters are assumed by the Manes when he commands his enemies to do his bidding. According to the magical prescriptions in fighting the devil or the evil Apap, a figure of the monster was to be molded in wax with the name inscribed upon it in green. This was to be spat upon many times, spurned with the foot, and then flung into the fire, as a magical mode of casting out the devil. When the Apap reptile is first encountered and expressed in the ritual, it is said, "O one of wax, who takest captive and seizest with violence and livest upon those who are motionless, let me not become motionless before thee." This is because the presence of the devouring monster is made tangible by the image of wax which represents the power addressed that is otherwise invisible. The ideal becomes concrete in the figure that is thus magically employed. It is in this magical sense that the opening chapters of the ritual are declared to contain the words of power that bring about the resurrection and the glory of the Manes in AMENTA. This mode of magic is likewise a mode of hypnotism or human magnetism which was universally common with the primitive races, especially the African, but which is now only being timidly touched by modern science. The power of paralyzing and of arresting motion was looked upon as magical potency indeed. Hypnotic power is magical power. This is described as being taken from the serpent as its strength. In one passage, the serpent is described as he who paralyzes with his eyes. And previously, in the same chapter, the speaker says to the serpent, "I am the man who covers thy head with darkness, and I am the great magician. Thine eyes have been given to me, and I am glorified through them. Thy strength or power is in my grasp." This might be termed a lesson in hypnotism. The speaker becomes a great magician by taking possession of the paralyzing power in the eyes of the serpent. The description seems to imply that there had been a contest betwixt the serpent charmer and the serpent, and that the man had conquered by wresting the magical power from the reptile. The Manes had much to say about the adversary of souls, whom he meets in AMENTA. This is the apap of darkness, of drought and dearth, disease and death. It is the representative of evil and physical phenomena, which was translated as a figure from the mythology into the domain of eschatology. In chapter 32, the Osiris standeth up upon his feet, to face and defy the crocodiles of darkness, who devour the dead and carry off the words of power from the glorified in the underworld. They are stopped and turned back when the speaker says, I am Atum. All things which exist are in my grasp, and those depend on me which are not yet in being. I have received increase of length and depth and fullness of breathing within the domain of my Father, the Great One. He hath given me the beautiful AMENTA, through which the living pass from death to life. Thus the Osiris appears, speaks, and acts in the characters of a drama previously extant in the mythology. He comes forth as the bull of Osiris, as the god in lion form, Atum, as the jackal, Ap-Uat, of Sothis or Polaris, as the divine hawk, Horus, as the sacred hawk, as the lotus of earth, as the Bennu bird or phoenix soul of Ra, as the Shen-Chen or Hern-Shah, as the soul that is an image of the eternal, as the dove or swallow, as the crocodile Sebek, as the Ku or glorified spirit, and many more. But the individual is shown to persist in a human form. He comes forth by day and is living after death in the figure, but not as the mummy that he wore on earth. He is portrayed staff in hand, prepared for his journey through the underworld. Also the Ka image of man, the immortal, is portrayed in the likeness of man the mortal. The human figure is never lost to view, through all the phantasmagoria of transformation. From the beginning to end of the ritual, we see it as being once human, man or woman, who is the traveler through the netherworld, up to the mount of rebirth in heaven, at the summit of the stellar paradise, where the effigy of the earthly personality was ultimately merged in the divine image of the Ka, and the mortal puts on immortality in the likeness of the dear old humanity, changed and glorified. This shows the ghost was founded on a human basis, and that it continued the human likeness in proof of its human origin. Resurrection and the ritual is the coming forth today. Peri M. Hru, whether from the life on earth or to the life attainable in the heaven of eternity. The first resurrection is, as it were, an ascension from the tomb in the nether earth by means of the secret doorway. But this coming forth is in, not from, AMENTA, after burial in the upper earth. The deceased had passed through the sepulchre, emerging in the lower earth. He issues from the valley of darkness and the shadow of death. Osiris had been cut to pieces in the lunar and other phenomena by the evil Sut, and the limbs were gathered up and put together by his son and by the mother in AMENTA, where he rose again as Horus from the dead. And whatsoever had been postulated of Osiris the mummy in the mythology was repeated on behalf of the Osiris in the eschatology. Osiris had originated as a god in matter when the powers were elemental. But in the later theology, the supreme soul in nature was configurated in a human form. Matter as human was then considered higher than matter unhumanized. And the body as human mummy was superior to matter in external nature. Also, the spirit in human form was something beyond an elemental spirit. Hence, the god as supreme spirit was based, as already shown, upon the human ghost, with matter as the mummy. Osiris as a mummy in AMENTA is what we might call the dead body of matter invested with the limbs and features of the human form, as the type to which the elemental powers had attained in Ta, in Atum, and in the human-featured Horus, which succeeded the earlier representation by means of zootypes. Osiris is a figure of inanimate nature, personalized as the mummy with a human form and face, whilst being also an image of matter as the physical body of the god. The process applied to the human body first in death was afterwards applied to the god in matter, and the elements, or in the inert condition at the time of the winter solstice, awaiting corpse-like for his transformation or transubstantiation into the young and glorious body of the sun, or spirit of vegetation in the spring. The solar god as the son of evening or of autumn was the suffering, dying sun or the dead sun buried in the nether earth. To show this, it was made a mummy of, bound up in the linen vesture without a seam, and thus imaged in a likeness of the dead who bore the mummy forth on earth, the unknown being represented by the known. The sun god, when descending to AMENTA, may be said to mummify, or caress his own body in becoming earthed, or, as it were, fleshed in the earth of Ta. Hence the mummy type of Ta, of Atum, and Osiris, each of whom at different stages was the solar god in mummied form when buried in AMENTA. It is now to be shown how it was brought about that the final and supreme one god of the Egyptian religion was represented as a mummy in the earth of eternity, and why the mystery of the mummy is the profoundest of all the mysteries of AMENTA. An essential element in Egyptian religion was human sympathy with the suffering god, or the power in nature which gave itself, whether as herself or himself, as a living sacrifice, to bring the elements of life to men in light, in water, air, vegetation, fruit, roots, grain, and all things edible, whence the type was eaten sacramentally at the Thanksgiving meal. This feeling was pathetically expressed at the Festival of the Staves, when crutches were offered as supports for the suffering autumn sun, otherwise the crippled deity Horus dying down into AMENTA and pitifully needing help which the human sympathizers tried to give. Can anything be more pathetic than this address to the sufferer as the sun god in AMENTA? Decree this, O Atum, that if I see thy face in glory, I shall not be pained by the signs of thy sufferings. Atum decrees. He also decrees that the god will look on the suppliant as his second self. The legend of the voluntary victim who, in a passion of divinest pity, became incarnate and was clothed in human form and feature for the good salvation of the world, did not originate in a belief that God had manifested once for all as a historic personage. It has its roots in the remotest part. The same legend was repeated in many lands with a change of name, and at times of sex for the sufferer. But none of the initiated in the esoteric wisdom ever looked upon the Kamite Usa, or Gnostic Horus, Jesus, Tammuz, Krishna, Buddha, Witoba, or any other of the many saviors as historic in personality, for the simple reason that they had been more truly taught. Mythology was earlier than eschatology, and the human victim was preceded by the zootype. The phenomena first rendered mythically were not manifested in the human sphere. The natural genesis was in another category altogether. The earliest Horus was not incorporated in a human form. He represented that soul of life which came by water to a dried-up, withering world upon the verge of perishing with hunger and with thirst. Here the fish, or the first fruit of the earth, was the sign of his incorporation in matter. Hence the typical shoot, the green ear, or the branch that were imaged in child Horus. The Savior who came by water was Ichthys, the fish. The Savior who came in fruit as product of the tree was the Natsir. The Savior who came by spirit was the soul of the sun. This was the earliest rendering of the incorporation of Horus as the primary life and light of the world, made manifest in external nature, before the doctrine was applied to biology in the human domain, where Horus came by blood as the mode of incarnation in the human form. In the later myth, Osiris is the deity who suffered as the winter sun, assailed by all the powers of darkness. He also suffered from the drought as imaged in the fire-breathing Apap reptile, and in other ways as lord of life in water, vegetation, and in various forms of food. This suffering deity or provider was the god in matter. Ra is the god in spirit, Osiris in matter. Not only in the matter of earth, but also in the human form, the form assumed by Horus as the child of earth, or Seb. Osiris, the great sufferer in the dead of winter, was not simply the sun, nor was Osiris dead, however inert in matter, lying dumb in darkness, with non-beating heart. He was the buried life of earth, and hence the god in matter imaged in the likeness of a mummy waiting for the resurrection in AMENTA. Such was the physical basis in the mythos of the mystery that is spiritual in the eschatology. Mummy-making in Egypt was far older than the Osirian cult. It was at least as old as Anup, the divine embalmer of the dead. Preserving the human mummy perfectly intact was a mode of holding on to the individual form and features as a means of preserving the earthly likeness for identifying the personality hereafter in spirit. The mummy was made on purpose to preserve the physical likeness of the mortal. The risen dead are spoken of in the ritual as those who have found their faces. The mummy was a primitive form of the African effigy in which the body was preserved as its own portrait, whereas the ka was intended for a likeness of the spirit or immortal. The likeness in which the just spirit made perfect was to see Osiris in his glory. Both the mummy and the ka were represented in the Egyptian tomb, each with a chamber to itself. From the beginning there had been a visible endeavor to preserve some likeness or memento of the earthly body, even when the bones alone could be preserved. Mummy-making in the ritual begins with collecting the bones and piecing them together, if only in a likeness of the skeleton. It is at this stage that Horus is said to collect the bones of his father Osiris for the resurrection in a future life by means of transubstantiation. The same primitive mode of preparing the mummy is implied when it is said to the solar god on entering the underworld, "Reckon thou thy bones and set thy limbs and turn thy face to the beautiful AMENTA." Teta, decreased, is thus addressed, "O Teta, thou hast raised up thy head for thy bones, and thou hast raised up thy bones for thy head." Also, the hand of Teta is said to be like a wall, a support of Horus in giving stability to his bones. Thus the foundation was laid for building the mummy type as a present image of the person who had passed. Amongst other types, the Eucantes made little statues of their fathers. The head was left hollow so that the ashes of the cremated body might be placed in the skull, as in an urn. This, says Landa, was then covered with the skin of the occiput, taken from the corpse. The custom is akin to that which has been unearthed in the European bone caves, where the skulls of the adult dead are found to have been trepanned, and the bones of little children inserted instead of human ashes. In sign language, the bones of the child were typical of rebirth in a future life. The desire to live and the longing for a life after death in earlier times are inexpressible, and the efforts made to give some kind of expression to the feeling are ineffably pathetic. Dacogna relates that it was a custom with the South American Indians to preserve and keep the dead bodies of relatives in their homes as long as was possible, so as to have their friends continually before their eyes. For these they made feasts and set out viands before the dead bodies. Here in passing we would suggest that in the Egyptian custom as described by both Herodotus and Plutarch, it was not the dead mummy that was brought to table as a type of immortality, but the image of the ka, which denoted what the guests would be like after death, and was therefore a cause for rejoicing. Carrying the ka image around the festive board was just a Kamite prototype of the elevation and carrying around of the host for adoration in the Church of Rome. Indeed, the total paraphernalia of the Christian mysteries had been made use of in Egyptian temples. For instance, in one of the many titles of Osiris, in all his forms and places, he is called Osiris in the monstrance. In the Roman ritual, the monstrance is a transparent vessel in which the host or victim is exhibited. In the Egyptian cult, Osiris was the victim. The elevation of the host signifies the resurrection of the crucified God, who rose again in spirit from the corpus of the victim, now represented by the host. Osiris in the monstrance should of itself suffice to show that the Egyptian Karast is the original Christ, and that the Egyptian mysteries were continued by the Gnostics and Christianized in Rome. The mode of conveying the oral wisdom to the initiate in the mysteries of young man-making was continued in the mystery of mummy-making. Whilst the mummy was being prepared for burial, chapters of the ritual read to it, or to the conscious ka, by an official who was known as the man of the roll. Every Egyptian was supposed to be acquainted with the formula, from having learned them during his lifetime, by which he was to have the use of his limbs and possession of his soul restored to him in death, and to be protected from the dangers of the netherworld. These were repeated to the dead person, however, for greater security during the process of embalming, and the son of the deceased or the master of the ceremonies took care to whisper to the mummy the most mysterious parts, which no living ear might hear with impunity. But it is an error to suppose with some Egyptologists, like M. de Horak, that the new existence of the deceased was begun in the old earthly body. The resurrection of the dead in mummy form may look at first sight as if the old dead corpse had risen from the sepulchre. But the risen is not the dead mummy. It is a type of personality in the shape of the mummy. It is what the ritual describes as the mummy form of a god. The Manas prays, "May I too arise and assume the mummied form as a god." That is, as the mummy of Osiris, the form in which Amsu Horus rose, a type of permanent preservation, but not yet one of the spirits made perfect by possession of the Ka. It was this mistake which led to a false idea that the Egyptian held the dogma of a corporeal resurrection of the dead, which became one of the doctrines that were fostered into fixity by the agnostic Christians. The Osiris as mortal Manes, or Amsu Horus as divinity, does rise in the mummy form, but this is in another life and in another world, not as a human being on our earth. It has the look of a physical resurrection in the old body, and so the ignorant misinterpreters mistook it and founded on it a corporeal basis for the future life. In the Christian scheme, the buried dead were to rise again in the old physical corpus for the last judgment in time at the literal ending of the world. This was another delusion based on the misrendering of the Egyptian wisdom. The dead who rose again in AMENTA, which was the ground floor of a future state of existence, also rose again for the judgment. But this took place in the earth of eternity, which was mistaken by the Christians for the earth of time, just as they had mistaken the form of the risen Sahu for the old body of matter that never was supposed to rise again by those who knew. The earthly mummy of the deceased does not go to heaven, nor does it enter the solar boat. Yet the Osiris is told to enter the boat, his reward being the seat which receives his Sahu or spirit mummy. Clearly this can only refer to the spiritual body, as the earthly mummy was left on the earth outside the gates of AMENTA. Not only is the corporeal mummy not placed on board the boat of souls, the deceased was to be represented by a statue of cedarwood anointed with oil, or, as we might say, Christified. There is no possible question of a corporeal resurrection. The object, aim, and end of all the spiritualizing processes is to become non-corporeal in the earthly sense. That is, as the ritual represents it, to defecate into pure spirit. The word Sahu, or the mummy, is employed to express the future form as well as the old. But it is a spiritual Sahu, the divine mummy. Even the bones and flesh of souls are mentioned, but these are the bones of Osiris, the backbone of the universal frame, and the flesh of Ra. The terms used for the purpose of divinizing are antipodal to any idea of return to corporeality as a material mummy. The mummy of the Manes is a Sahu of the glorified spirit. The state of being is attained by the deceased in chapter 73. I am the beloved son of his father. I come to the state of a Sahu of the well-furnished Manes. He is said to be mummified in the shape of a divine hawk when he takes form of Horus, not as the earthly mummy in a resurrection on our earth. The resurrection of Osiris was not corporeal. The mummy of the god in matter or mortality rises from the tomb transubstantiated into spirit. So complete is the transformation that he is Osiris bodily changed into Horus as a Sahu or spirit. The Egyptians had no doctrine of a physical resurrection of the dead. Though they retained the mummy as a type of personality, it was a changed and glorified form of the earthly body, the mummy that had attained its feet in the resurrection. It was the Karast mummy, or word for word and thing for thing Amsu Horus, was the Kamite Christ who rose up from the mummy as a spirit. Also, it is entirely false to represent the Egyptians as making the mummy and preserving it for the return of the soul into the old earthly body. That is but a shadow of the true idea cast backwards by Christianity. Millions of cats were made into mummies and sacredly preserved around the city of Bubastis, but not with the notion of a bodily resurrection. They were the totems of the great cat clan or its metropolis, the Egyptian clan Chatan, which had become symbols or fetishes of religious significance to later times, when the totemic mother is the cat, the seer by night, was divinized in the lunar goddess Pasht, and the worshippers embalmed her zootype. Not because they adored the cat, but because the Dis herself was the great mother typified by the cat. Both the mother and the moon were recognized beyond the cat, which was their totemic zootype and venerated symbol. Osiris was the mummy of AMENTA in two characters. In one, he is the cat mummy lying laid out with corpse-like face upon the funeral couch. In the other, he is the mummy risen to his feet and incorporated into the glorious body. These two characters were continued as the Corpus Christi and the risen Christ in Rome. Hence, in the iconography of the catacombs, the Egyptian mummy as Osiris Sahu and as Horus, the newborn solar child, are the demonstrators of the resurrection of the Christian faith, where there is no testimony whatever to a historical event. Any time during the last 10,000 years, the mummy made for burial in the tomb was imaged in the likeness of Osiris and AMENTA, who, though periodically buried, rose again forever as the type of life eternal. In making the mummy of Osiris, the Egyptians were also making an image of the god who rose again in spirit as Osiris Sahu, or as Horus divinized, the risen Christ of the Osirian cult. When the lustrations were performed with water and tattoo and the anointings with oil and abydos, it was what may be termed a mode of Christifying or making Horus the child of earth into Horus the son of God, who became so in his baptism and anointing that were represented in the mysteries. The first Horus was born of the Virgin, not begotten. The second Horus was begotten of the Father, and the child was made a man of in his baptismal regeneration with the water and with the unction, with the oil of a tree or the fat of a bull. We have now to show that in making the mummy, the Egyptians were also making the typical Christ, which is the anointed. The word karas, keres, or keris in Egyptian signifies embalmment, to embalm, to anoint, to make the mummy. Krias, kres, or kros in Greek denotes the human body, the person or carcass, more expressly the flesh of it. Kras, Gaelic and Irish, the body. Latin, corpus, for a dead body. These are all preceded by the word karas or karast in Egyptian, with the risen mummy for determinative of the meaning. Each body that had been embalmed was karast, so to say, and made into a type of immortality in the likeness of Osiris, Sahu, or Horus, the prototypical Christ. It will be made apparent by degrees that the religion of the Crestoi began first at Memphis with the cultist of the mummy and its two characters, which represented body and spirit, of Ta and matter, and Keper, Amenhotep in spirit. Hence the hawk as bird of spirit issuing from the Karast mummy was an image of the resurrection. The origin of the Christ, as mentioned, or Karast, will explain the connection of the Christ name and that of the Christian with unction and anointing. Horus, the Camite Christ, was the anointed son. The oil upon his face was the sign of his divinity. This supplied a figure of the Christ to Paul when he says that for those who put on Christ, there can be no male and female, for ye are one, man or mummy, in Jesus Christ. The Christ was put on metaphorically in the process of anointing which originated with the making of the mummy, whether the dead were represented by the bones invested with a coating of blood, of flesh-colored earth, or by the eviscerated and desiccated body that was bandaged in the cloth of 1,000 folds. The object was to preserve and perpetuate that deceased in some permanent form of personality. The Egyptians aimed at making the mummy imperishable and incorruptible, as an image of durability and continuity, a type of the eternal, or of Osiris Karast in the likeness of a mummy. Hence the swathe without a seam and of incredible length in which the mummy was enfolded to represent unending duration. Some of these have been unwound to the extent of 700 or 800 yards, and one of them is described as being 1,000 yards in length. But however long, it was made without a seam. The vesture is alluded to in the chapter of the Golden Vulture. The chapter is to be inscribed for the protection of the deceased on the day of his burial in the cloth of 1,000 folds. This cloth was the seamless swathe of the Egyptian karast, which became the vesture or coat without a seam woven from the top throughout. For the Christ, even the poorest Egyptian, whose body was steeped in salt and natron, and anointed with a little cedar oil, was wrapped in a single piece of linen equally with the mummy, whose swathe was hundreds of yards in length. Because the funeral vesture of Osiris, his body of matter, was without a seam. The dead are often called the bandaged ones. On rising from the tomb, the deceased exclaims triumphantly, "O my father, my sister, my mother Isis! I am freed from my bandages. I can see. I am one of these who are freed from their bandages to see Seb." Seb denotes the earth, and the man is free to visit the earth again, this time as the ghost or double of his former self. Covering the corpse with a transparent ton or golden gum was one way of turning the dead body into a type of the spiritual body, which was imaged as the glorified. One cannot doubt that this was a mode of showing the transformation of the Osirian dead mummy into the luminous body called the Sahu of Osiris, when he was transfigured but still retained the mummy form of Ab-Su Horus, that is, rising from the sepulchre. Mummies buried in the tomb at Medum had been thus enveloped. This was one form of investiture, alluded to in the ritual as distinguished from the mummy bandages. One of these mummies is now to be seen in the Royal College of Surgeons. The mode of embalming, says Professor Petrie, was very singular. The body was shrunk, wrapped up in a linen cloth, then mottled all over with resin, or tan, into the natural shape and plumpness of the living figure, completely restoring all the fullness of the form, and this was wrapped round with a few turns of the finest gauze. There was no coffin present in the tomb. The mummy thus invested with the tan had been buried in his primitive kind of glass case, in which the form and features could be seen either directly or by means of the modeling. The tan, gum or resin, as a natural product from the tree, preceded glass and would be fashioned for the earlier monstrance. Remodeling the dead in the likeness of the living form by means of the pellucid tan is a mode of making the glorified body on earth. It was imaged by the Sahu and AMENTA, and thus the mummy here attains the twofold type of the Osiris Kat, or corpse, and the Osiris Sahu, or the glorified in spirit. In the Christian agglomerate of Egyptian doctrines and dogmas, rites and symbols, the pellucid tan may, we think, be recognized in the sacred monstrance of the Roman ritual. This is a showcase in which the host or Corpus Christi is placed to be uplifted and exhibited. The eye of Horus is yet visible in the lanula, or crescent-shaped crystal of the monstrance which holds the consecrated bread. The name of this showcase is derived from the Latin monstrare, to show, and this has been the object of the mummy makers in employing the transparent tan. In the eschatological or final phase of the doctrine, to make the mummy was to make the typical anointed, also called the Mesu, the Messiah, and the Christ. Mes or mas in the hieroglyphics signifies to anoint and to steep, as in making the mummy, and Mesu in Egyptian means the anointed. Whence Aya, the Mesu, becomes Messiah in Hebrew. There was a previous form of the anointed in the totemic mysteries of young man making. When the boy attained the age of puberty, he was made into the anointed one at the time of his initiation into the way of a man with a woman. It was a custom with certain inner African tribes to slit the urethra of the boy and lubricate the member with palm oil. This was a primitive way of making the anointed at puberty. Australian Aborigines are also known to slit the prepuce cover for the same purpose. At this stage of the mystery, the anointed one is the adult youth who has attained the rank of begetter full of grace and favor, or is kempt, as it was rendered in Egyptian. Tertullian claims that the name of the Christians came from the unction received by Jesus Christ. This is in perfect keeping with the derivation of the typical Christ from the mummy which was anointed so abundantly with oil in its embalmment. It is said of the woman who anointed Jesus in Bethany, in that she poured the ointment upon my body. She did it to prepare me for my burial. She was preparing the mummy after the manner of Anup, the embalmer, who prepared Osiris for his burial and resurrection. But it was only as a dead mummy and not a living man that the Gnostic Jesus could have been embalmed for burial. We now proceed to show that Christ the Anointed is none other than the Osiris Karast, and that the Karast mummy, risen to its feet as Osiris Sahu, was the prototypical Christ. Unhappily, these demonstrations cannot be made without a wearisome mass of detail, and we are bound for the bottom this time. Dr. Budge, in his book on the mummy, tells his readers that the Egyptian word for mummy is gas, which signifies to wrap up in bandages. But he does not point out that gas or kes, to embalm the corpse or make the mummy, is a reduced or braided form of an earlier word, karas, whence cursed for the mummy. The original word written in hieroglyphics is cursed, whence kas, to embalm, to bandage, to knot, to make the mummy or karast. The word kurs, KRS, denotes the embalmment of the mummy, and the KRST, cursed, as the mummy, was made in the process of preparation by purifying, anointing, and embalming. To karast the dead body was to embalm it, to bandage it, to make the mummy. The mummy was the Osirian Corpus Christi, prepared for burial as the laid-out dead, the karast by name. When raised to its feet, it was the risen mummy, or Sahu. The place of embalmment was likewise the KRS. Thus, the process of making the mummy was to karas. The place in which it was laid is the karas, and the product was the cursed, whose image is the upright mummy, equals the risen Christ. Hence the name of Christ, Christos in Greek, Christus in Latin, for the anointed, was derived, as the present writer previously suggested, from the Egyptian word Christ. Karas also signifies the burial place, and the word modifies into kas or kaz. Kasu, the burial place, was the name of the 14th nome in Upper Egypt. A good cause is mentioned 3 or 4 times in the Book of the Dead. The good cause, who is in the Tuat. This was the title of the mummy Osiris in the funerary dwelling. In one passage, Kos is described as the deliverer or savior from all mortal needs. In the chapter of raising the body, it is said of the deceased that he had been hungry and thirsty on earth, but he will never hunger or thirst any more, for Kos delivers him and does away with wants like these. That is, in the resurrection. Here the name of the god Osiris Kos, written at full, is Osiris the Karast, the Egyptian Christ. Not only is the risen mummy or Sahu called the Karast, Osiris, as Lord of the Bier, is the Neb Karast, equivalent to the later Christ, the Lord. And the Lord of the Bier is God of the resurrection from the house of death. The Karast is literally the god or person who had been mummified, embalmed, and anointed, or Christified. Anup, the baptizer and embalmer of the dead for the new life, was the preparer of the Karast mummy. As John the Baptist is the founder of the Christ in baptism, so Anup was the Christifier of the moral Horus. He on whom the Holy Ghost descended as a bird when the Osiris made his transformation in the marriage mystery of Tatu. We read in the funeral text of Anup being Suten, Tu Hetep, Anup, Neb, Tsur, Kent, Neter, Takrastef, Emset, Suten, Hept, Tu Anup, Tep Tuf, Kent, Neter, Ha-Am, Utneb, Tesser, Krast, F-M, Aser, and Carnetum, Set AMENTA. Anup gives embalmment. Krast, he is the Lord over the place of embalmment. The Kras, the Lord of embalming. Krast, who so to say makes the Krast, the process of embalmment is to make the mummy. This was a type of immortality or rising again. Osiris is Krast, or embalmed and mummified for the resurrection. Passage into life and light is made for the Krast, dead through the embalmment of the good Osiris. That is, through his being Krast as the mummy type. Thus, the Egyptian Krast was the pre-Christian Christ, and the pictures in the Roman catacombs preserve the proof. The passing of the Krast into the Christ is depicted in the Gnostic iconography. It is in the form of a child bound up in the swathings of a diminutive Egyptian mummy, with the halo and cross of the four quarters round its head, which show its solar origin. It is the divine infant which has the head of Ra in the ritual who says, "I am the babe. I renew myself and I grow young again." The Krast mummy is the type of resurrection in the Roman catacombs because the Krast was the prototypical Christ. It is the Egyptian Krast as thing and word that supplied and will explain the Greek Christ, Christos, Christos, or Latin Christus, and account for the Corpus Christi, the anointed, the Savior, doctrinally, typically, actually, in every way except historically, and of that the Krast, Christos, or Christ is entirely independent. Henceforth, said a dignitary of the Church of England the other day, Christianity has done with the metaphysical Christ. But there is no physical Christ except the Krast mummy, which was Osiris when laid out and lying down in death, and Horus of the resurrection standing up as Amsu risen from the sepulchre, having the whip hand over all the powers of darkness and the adversaries of his father. Say what you will or believe what you may, there is no other origin for Christ, the anointed, than for Horus, the Krast, or anointed son of God the Father. There is no other origin for a Messiah, as the anointed than the Masu, or anointed. Finally, then, the mystery of the mummy is the mystery of the Christ. As Christian, it is allowed to be forever inexplicable. As Osirian, the mystery can be explained. It is one of the mysteries of AMENTA, with a more primitive origin in the rites of totemism. We now claim sufficient warrant for affirming that Christ, the Anointed, is a mystical figure which originated as the Egyptian mummy in the twofold character of Osiris in his death and in his resurrection. As Osiris, or mortal Horus, the Krast, and Osiris Sahu, or Horus divinized as the Anointed Son. The Christ, or Krast, still continues to be made when the sacrament of extreme unction is administered to the dying as a Roman Catholic rite. Though but a shadow of the primitive reality, it perpetuates the sacred mystery of converting the corpse into the Sahu, the transubstantiation of the inert Osiris by descent of Ra, the mortal Horus, child of the mother, into Horus the anointed son of God the Father. Extreme unction, the seventh of the holy sacraments, is indeed a Christian rite. It will now be necessary to give an account of certain other mysteries of AMENTA and doctrines of the ritual. The Egyptians celebrated 10 great mysteries on 10 different nights of the year. The first was the night of the evening meal, literally the Last Supper, and the laying of offerings on the altar. It is the night of provisioning, the Lord's table. Osiris had become overcome by Sut and the Sabau, who had once more renewed their assault upon Un-Nefer, when they were defeated and exterminated by his faithful followers. Therefore, this was also the night of the great battle when the moon god Tat and the children of light annihilated the rebellious powers of darkness. On the second night, the overthrown Tat cross, with Osiris in it, or on it, was erected again by Horus, Prince of Sekhem, in the region of Tatu, where the Holy Spirit Ra descends upon the mummy, and the twain become united for the resurrection. On the third night, the scene is in Sekhem. The mystery is that of the blind Horus, or of Horus in the dark, who here receives his sight. It is also the mystery of dawn upon the coffin of Osiris. We might call it the mystery of Horus, the mortal transfiguring into Horus the immortal. On the fourth night, the four pillars are erected, with which the future kingdom of God the Father is to be founded. It is called the night of erecting the flagstaffs of Horus, and establishing him as the heir of his father's property. The fifth scene is in the region of Reket, and the mystery is that of the two sisters, with Isis watching in tears over her brother Osiris, and brooding above the dead body to give it the warmth of new life. On the sixth night, the glorious ones are judged, the evil dead are parted off, and joy goeth its round and thinnest. This is the night of the great festival named Hakira, or Come Thou to Me, in which the blending of the two souls was solemnized, as a glorious mystery by a festival at which there was much eating and drinking. The mystery of the seventh night was that of the great judgment on the highway of the damned, when the suit was closed against the rebels who had failed once more and were ignominiously defeated. After the verdict comes the avengement. The eighth is the night of the great hoeing in tattoo, when the associates of Sut are massacred and the fields are manured with their blood. The ninth is called the night of hiding the body of him who is supreme in attributes. The mystery is that of collecting the remains of Osiris, whose body was mutilated and scattered piecemeal by Sut, and of hiding it. The mystery on the 10th night presents a picture of Anup, the embalmer, the anointer, or Christifier of the mummy. This is in Rusta, the place of resurrection from AMENTA. It may be the series is not in exact order, but that does not interfere with the nature of the mysteries. In each of the 10 acts of the drama, the suffering Osiris and the triumph over all his adversaries are portrayed as mysteries in the prototypical miracle play or drama that was held to be divine. The chapter of these 10 mysteries was recited penitentially for the purification of the manes and the coming forth after death. With this, we may compare the fact that the Jewish New Year is ushered in with 10 days of penitence. The altar or communion table that provisioned was the coffin lid. This also was continued in the ritual of Rome, for it is a fact that the earliest Christian altar was a coffin. According to Blunt's Dictionary of Doctrinal and Historical Theology, this was a hollow chest, on the lid or mensa of which the Eucharist was celebrated. This, as Egyptian, was the coffin of Osiris, that constituted the altar on which the provisions were laid in Sekhem for the Eucharistic meal. Hence the resurrection is described as dawn upon the coffin of Osiris. Therefore he rose in spirit from the mummy in the coffin, beneath the lid which constituted the table. This was the body supposed to be eaten as the Eucharist, which was represented by the provisions that were laid upon the altar for the sacramental meal. The first of the 10 great mysteries is the mystery of the Eucharist, and we find that the primitive Christian liturgies are all and wholly restricted to the Eucharist as the one primordial sacrament of the Christian Church. The first of the Osirian mysteries is the primary Christian sacrament. Provisioning the altar was continued by the Church of Rome. The mysteries laid upon the altar, which preceded the communion of the body and blood of Christ, were then eaten in the Eucharistic meal. Thus we see in the Camera Obscura that the provisions laid on the altar or table represented the flesh and blood of the victim about to be eaten sacramentally. The night of the things that were laid upon the altar is the night of the great sacrifice, with Osiris as the victim. The things laid on the altar for the evening meal represented the body and blood of the Lord. These, as the bread and wine, or flesh and beer, were translamented or transubstantiated by the descent of Ra, the Holy Spirit, which quickened and transformed the mummy Osiris into the risen Sahu, the unleavened bread into the leavened, the water into wine. Osiris, the sacrifice, was the giver of himself as the food which never perishes. The Christian liturgies are reckoned to be the most pure sources of Eucharistical doctrine. and liturgy appears to have been the groundwork of the Egyptian ritual. It is said by one of the priests, "I am he who receiveth the liturgies of the soul who is Lord of Tatu." That is, of Osiris, who establishes a soul forever in conjunction with Ra, the Holy Spirit, in the mysteries of AMENTA. In one character, Osiris was eaten as the bull of eternity, who gave his flesh and blood as sustenance for humanity, and who was the divine providence as the provider of food. The eating of the mother was also continued in the Eucharist, Osiris being of both sexes. This was typically fulfilled in one way by converting the bull into an ox. The duality was also imaged in the bread and beer or wine, which is the mother blood in a commuted guise. It is said of the body that was eaten in the Roman mysteries that it is the body which bestows on us, out of its wounds, immortality and life, and the beatific vision with the angels, and food and drink, and life and light, the very bread of life, the true light, eternal life, Christ Jesus. Wherefore this entrance symbolizes at the same time both the second advent of Christ and his sepulchre. For it is he who will be our beatific vision in the life to come, as Horus of the second sight, all of which was portrayed of Osiris and fulfilled. Blood sacrificed from the beginning was an offering of life, hence the life offering. When the mother was the victim, her blood was offered as life to the ancestral spirits. It was also life to the brotherhood, and partaking of it in communion constituted the sacrament. So in the Christian Eucharist, the blood is taken to be the life, and is partaken of as the life of the world, the divine life that is the life everlasting, the new life that is forever. The bread broken in the Christian sacrament represents a body that was broken, immolated, and divided. This does not apply to the body of Jesus, according to the history, but it does apply to the body of Osiris, which was broken, immolated, and divided by Sut, who tore it into 14 fragments. The altar table or coffin lid was provisioned with these parts of the broken body to be typically eaten as the Eucharist on the night where there are at the coffin the thigh, the head, the heel, and the leg of un nefer. Moreover, when the mother was eaten at the sacrifice, the flesh and blood were warm with life. She was not eaten in cold blood. It was the same with the Moriah of the Colerians, and also with the totemic animal. The efficacy lay in the flesh being eaten alive, and the blood being drunk whilst it was warm with life, which constituted the living sacrifice. This type of sacrifice was also continued in the Christian Eucharist. Hot water was at one time poured into the chalice with the wine at the consecration of the elements, to give it the warmth of life. Even the act of tearing the flesh of the victim's body piecemeal is piously perpetuated by the breaking instead of cutting the bread for the Christian sacrament. The lights upon the coffin of Osiris are represented in the Roman ritual by a double taper. The Dikirion, reputed to signify the advent of the Holy Spirit, which corresponds to the descent of Ra, the Holy Spirit, on the inert body of Osiris in Tatu, where the two souls are blended to become one in Horus of the Resurrection. The flabellum or fan is a mystical emblem in the Egyptian mysteries. For one thing, it signified the shade or spirit. Fans are frequently portrayed for souls of a primitive type. Souls burning in the hells are imaged by flabella. These fans were brought on in the Oriental Church. In the Clementine liturgy, they are ordered to be made of peacock's feathers. They are called fans of the Holy Spirit and were carried in procession with the veil that was wrapped around the body of the Lord Jesus, like the folds of gauze that were wrapped round the mummy at Medim. But the fan or shade equals spirit had been reduced in status, and was then used as a flapper for whisking the flies away from the sacrifice. It is not pretended that the second advent is historical, nevertheless it is portrayed in the mystery of the Eucharist by the descent of the Holy Spirit. The second advent is the coming forth of Horus in spirit from the mummy or corpse, which was his image in the human form. The first is in being made flesh and putting on the likeness of mortality, The second is in making his transformation into a spirit as the type of immortality. The marriage of Cupid and Psyche is a fable that was founded on this union of the two souls, which we have traced in the ritual as the soul in matter, or the human soul, and the soul in spirit. Cupid under another name is Eros, whilst Eros and Anteros are a form of the double Horus, Eros in spirit, Anteros in matter. And the blending of the two in the mysteries was the marriage of Cupid and Psyche in the mystery of tattoo. Now here's another of those many mysteries which have no origin in historic Christianity. The agape was celebrated in connection with the Eucharist. This was not founded at the time of the Last Supper. Nevertheless, it was held to be a Christian sacrament. Paul, in speaking of the love feast at Corinth as a scene of drunken revelry, recognizes the celebration of two suppers, which he is desirous of having kept apart, one for the church and one for the house. These two are the Eucharist and the agape. Ecclesiastical writers differ as to which of the two ought to be solemnized first, but there's no question that the two were celebrated in connection with each other. In his attack on the licentiousness of the Christian agape, Tertullian asks the wives, "Will not your husbands know what it is you secretly take before other food? And again, who will without anxiety endure her absence all night long at the paschal solemnities? Who will without some suspicion of his own let her go to attend that Lord's banquet which they defame?" As Egyptian, we can identify the two and thus infer the order in which they stood to each other. Whether both were called suppers or not, the Egyptians celebrated the Last Supper of Osiris on the last night of the old year, and the Misu, or the evening meal, on the first night of the new year. And this duality was maintained by the Gnostics and continued by the Christians. These are two of the Osirian mysteries, and in the list of the 10 great mysteries there are 2 nights of provisioning the altar. That is, 2 nights of a feast or memorial supper. One is held in Anu, the other in Sekhem, with the resurrection and tattoo. Coming between the two, in Sekhem the blind Horus receives his sight, or his beatific vision of the divine glory, which was seen when he had pierced the veil hawk-headed in the image of Ra. Provisioning the altar in Sekhem is designated dawn upon the coffin of Osiris. The Eucharist was a form of the mortuary meal, in which the death of Osiris was commemorated by the eating of the body and the drinking of the blood. The agape or phallic feast was a mode of the celebrating and re-arising of Horus, Prince of Sekhem, as portrayed by the re-erection of the Tat. This accounts for the sexual orgy of the agape, a primitive form of which was acted by the Eskimo in the festival of reproduction. In their mysteries, this was the reproduction of food. In the Egyptian, it was the regeneration and resurrection of the soul that was celebrated at the agape. The death, of course, came first. This was on the night of the great sacrifice, and the Eucharist was eaten in commemoration. Then followed the triumph in tattoo and the regenesis of the soul, which was acted by the holy kiss, or blending of the sexes in the feast of love, as a dramatic rendering of this union betwixt the human nature and divine, or of the brother and sister, Shu and Tefnut. In the totemic mysteries of young man-May, King Begettel was included in the modus operandi, and in this the woman invoked the spirit of the male for the new birth. The phallic festival of promiscuous intercourse still survived when the mysteries became religious, whether in Egypt, Greece, or Rome. In these Osiris was resuscitated as Horus, the only begotten son, the women being the begetters or regenerators. In the evocations of Isis and Nephthys, we hear them calling on the lost Osiris to come back to them in the person of the sun. They plead that the lamp of life may be relighted, or more literally that the womb may be replenished. "Come to thine abode, God An," they cry, "beloved of the Aditum. Come to Ka," a name of phallic significance, "O fructifying bull." This is in the beneficent formula that were made by the 2 divine sisters, Isis and Nephthys. to effect the resurrection of Osiris, which are said to have been composed by them on the 25th day of the month Kolyak, December 22nd. They are magical evocations of the god addressed to the inert Osiris, who was caused to rise again by Isis in his Iphthalic form. Most pathetic in its primitiveness is the picture of the two divine sisters, or mothers, Isis and Nephthys, watching by the dead or inert brother, who is Osiris in death and Horus in his resurrection, crooning their incantations, brooding bird-like over the germ of life in the egg, and breathing out the very soul of their own life in yearning for him, until the first token of returning consciousness is given. The earliest sign of the resurrection is made in response to the vitalizing warmth of their affection. These evocations follow the night of the Last Supper and the battle with Sut and the Sebao. "O come to thine abode," the two dear sisters cry. "Come to thy sister. Come to thy wife. Come to thy spouse." They plead whilst stretching out their longing arms for his embrace. "O excellent sovereign, come to thine abode. Rejoice, all thine enemies are annihilated. Thy two sisters are near to thee, protecting thy funeral couch, calling thee and weeping, thou who art prostrate on thy funeral bed. Thou seest our tender solicitude. Speak to us, supreme ruler, our Lord. Chase away all the anguish which is in our hearts." These in the funeral scenes are the two women watching in the tomb. Then was the only son of begotten God of the Holy Spirit Ra. The pair of souls were blended in the Horus of a soul that was to live forever, or to taste eternal life. The marriage rite was acted, and the marriage feast was celebrated in this prototypical ceremony that was continued in the agape of the Osirian and the Christian cult. The Christian dogma of a physical resurrection founded on the historical fact of a dead corpse rising from the grave can be explained as one of the Kamite mysteries, which were reproduced as miracles in the Gospels. If we take the original representation in the solar mythos, the sun in the underworld, the diminished, unvirile, impotent, or suffering sun was imaged as Ans-Ra, the solar god bound up in linen as the mummified Osiris. The type remained for permanent use, but when the transformation had been effected, the mummy vanished. The sepulchre was empty. The sun of winter or of night did not remain in Hades. Neither did it come forth as the dead body or unbreathing mummy of Osiris. Osiris, the hidden god in the earth of AMENTA, does not come forth at all except in the person of the risen Horus, who is the manifester for the ever-hidden Father. To issue thus, he makes his transfiguration which constitutes the mystery, not the miracle of the resurrection. Osiris defecates and spiritualizes. The mummy as corpus is transubstantiated into the Sahu, the mortal Horus into the immortal, and the physical mummy disappears. But it did not disappear because the living Horus rose up and walked off with the dead body of Osiris. When the transformation took place, the type was changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. The mummy, Osiris, transubstantiates and makes his transformation into Osiris Sahu. As the ritual expresses it, he is renewed in an instant, in the second birth. The place was empty where the mummy had lain upon the bier, and the body was not found. This change is described when it is said in the Litany of Ra, he raises his soul and hides his body. Thus the body was hidden in the resurrection of the soul. Hiding his body is consequently a name of Horus, emanating from Hes, as a babe in the renewal of Osiris. Concealing the body of dead matter was one way of describing the transubstantiation in texture and the transfiguration in form. This was one of the greater mysteries. When Horus rent the veil of the tabernacle, he had become hawk-headed, and consequently was a spirit in the divine likeness of Ra, the Holy Ghost. Therefore the tabernacle was the body, or mummy, the veil of flesh, from which he had emerged. The speaker in the ritual says, "I am the hawk in the tabernacle, and I pierce through the veil." That is, when he is invested with the soul of Horus and disrobes himself of the mummy, or the veil, which represented the flesh, as did the veil of gauze when folded round the mummy in the pyramid of Medum. The holy veil was carried on in the Christian mysteries, together with the holy gifts and fans of the Spirit, and this is said to represent the veil that was wrapped around the body of the Lord Jesus. This, in the liturgy of St. James, is the veil of the flesh of Christ. Therefore, the veil of the body or temple of the Spirit that was rent in the resurrection by Horus when he pierced through the veil. He rends or pierces through the veil, saying, I am the hawk in the tabernacle, and I pierce through the veil. Here is Horus, who comes forth to the day as a hawk. In the form of a divine hawk, the risen one is revealed and goes forth as a spirit. In the gospel, the loud cry is immediately followed by the going forth as a spirit. And behold, the veil of the sanctuary was rent in twain from the top to the bottom. And the earth did quake, and the rocks were rent, and the tombs were opened, and many bodies of the saints that had fallen asleep were raised. Horus now takes his seat at the table of his father Osiris, with those who eat bread in Anu. He gives breath to the faithful dead who are raised by him, he who is the resurrection and the life. The same scene is apparently reproduced by John. Jesus makes his apparition to the disciples at what looks like the evening meal, although the meal is not mentioned. Jesus is the breather. He breathed on them and said, Receive ye the Holy Spirit, which in the ritual is the breath of Atum-Ra, the Father, imparted by Au, the Son, or by Horus to the faithful dead. The scene has now been changed from AMENTA to the earth of Seb by those who made historic mockery of the Egyptian ritual and sank the meaning out of sight where it has been so long submerged. More of this hereafter. Enough at present to indicate the way that things are tending. In this divine drama, natural realities are represented with no perniciously destructive attempt to conceal the characters under a mask of history. Majestically moving in their own might of pathetic appeal to human sympathy, they are simply represented for what they may be worth when rightly apprehended. But so tremendous was this tragedy in the Osirian mysteries, so heart-melting the legend of divinest pity that lived on with its rootage in AMENTA and its flowerage in the human mind, that an historic travesty has kept the stage and held the tearful gaze of generation after generation for 1900 years. AMENTA, the earth of eternity, is the land of the mysteries where Tat, the moon god, and the nether night was the great teacher of the sacred secrets, together with the 7 wise masters. The passage through AMENTA is a series of initiations for the Osiris deceased. He is inducted into the mysteries of Rusta, the mysteries of the Tuat, the mysteries of Akar. He knows the mysteries of Neken. Deceased invokes the God who dwells in all the mysteries. Deceased learns the mystery of the father god Atum, who becomes his own son. He is the mysterious of form and the mysterious of face, like Osiris. I shine in the egg, says the deceased, in the land of the mysteries. Chapter 162 contains the most secret, most sacred, the greatest of all mysteries. Its name is the Book of the Hidden Dwelling, that is, the Book of AMENTA, or the Ritual of the Resurrection. Obscure as these mysteries may seem on account of the form, that of dramatic monologue and soliloquy, of the brevity of statement, we can recognize enough to know that these are the originals of all the other mysteries, Gnostic, Kabbalistic, Masonic, or Christian. The dogma of the Incarnation was an Egyptian mystery. Baptismal regeneration, transfiguration, transubstantiation, and resurrection and ascension were all Egyptian mysteries. The mystery of an ever-virgin mother, the mystery of a boy at 12 years of age transforming suddenly into an adult of 30 years, and then becoming one with the Father, as it had been earlier in the mysteries of totemism. The mystery in which the dead body of Osiris is transubstantiated into the living Horus by descent of the bird-headed Holy Spirit. the mystery of a divine being in 3 persons, one of which takes flesh on earth as the human Horus, to become a mummy as Osiris and AMENTA, and to rise up from the dead in spirit as Ra in heaven. These and other miracles of the Christian faith were already extant among the mysteries of AMENTA. But the meaning of the mysteries could only be known whilst the genuine gnosis was authentically taught. This had ceased when the Christian Sarcolatri took possession of the Word made flesh and literalized the mystical drama as a more tangible-looking human history that was set forth in the very latest of the Gospels as a brand new revelation sent from God and personally conducted in Palestine by the historic Jesus. When Bendigo, the pugilist, became converted, he proposed to take up preaching as his new profession. And when it was objected that he didn't know anything and couldn't read or write, he replied that he expected to pick up a good deal by listening round. So was it with the early Christians. They could neither read nor write the ancient language, but they picked up a good deal by listening round. "You have your man upon the cross," said one of them to the Romans. "Why do you object to ours?" Their man upon the cross being identical with Osiris Tat, or the ass-headed Au. It is said of Tat as a teacher of the mysteries, "And now behold Tat in the secret of his mysteries. He maketh purifications and endless reckonings, piercing the firmament and dissipating the storms around him, and so it cometh to pass that the Osiris hath reached every station." And, we may add, attained his immortality through the teachings communicated in the mysteries of Tat. The 148th chapter of the ritual recounts some of the most secret mysteries. It was written to furnish the gnosis or knowledge necessary for the manes to get rid of his impurities and acquire perfection in the bosom of Ra, the Holy Spirit. At the entrance to the mysterious valley of the Tuat, there is a walled-up doorway, the first door of 12 in the passage of AMENTA. These 12 are described in the Book of Hades as 12 divisions corresponding to the 12 hours of darkness during the nocturnal journey of the sun. The first division has no visible door or entrance. The rest have open doors, and the 12th has double doors. It is hard to enter, but made easy for the exit into the land of eternal life. Here is the mystery: how to enter where there is no door and the way is all unknown. It is explained to the manes how divine assistance is to be obtained. When the stains of life on earth are effaced, the strength is given for forcing the entrance where there is no door. And in that power the manes penetrates with, or as, the god. Thus Horus was the door in the darkness, the way where no entrance was seen, the life portrayed for the manes in death. The secret entrance was one of the mysteries of AMENTA. It was known as the Door of the Stone, which name was given to their necropolis by the people of Siut. The stone that revolved when the magical word or open sesame was spoken. The entrance to the Great Pyramid was concealed by means of a movable flagstone that turned on a pivot, which none but the initiated could detect. This, when tilted up, revealed a passage 4 feet in breadth and 3.5 feet in height into the interior of the building. This was a mode of entrance applied to AMENTA as the blind doorway that was represented by the secret portal and movable stone of later legends. The means of entrance through what appeared to be a blank wall was by knowing the secret of the nicely adjusted stone. And this secret was communicated to the initiates with the password and the mysteries. Horus begins his work by carrying out the divine plans of his father Osiris on earth. He makes firm the battlements to protect Osiris against the assaults of all the powers of darkness. He makes the word of Osiris truth against his enemies. He opposes Sut, his father's adversary, to the death. He makes war upon the evil Apap, that old serpent, and overthrows the powers that rise up in rebellion, which are called the rebels in the ritual, who are ever doomed to failure in the fight betwixt them and the Father, who is now represented by Horus, his beloved son. Horus of the resurrection, who is himself the door in death as the means of entrance to AMENTA. He covers the naked body of the breathless one. He opens the fountains of refreshment for the god of the non-beating heart. He wages battle on the eater of the arm, and the black boar Sut, the two types of power of death, and darkness. He protects his father from the devouring crocodiles, from the serpents Rerik, Seksek, and Hayu, also from the Asphate, an insect that preys upon the buried mummy. He says, I have come myself and delivered the god in his dismembered condition. I have healed the trunk and fastened the shoulder and made firm the leg, i.e., in reconstructing the mummy. He restores to Osiris his scepter, his pedestal, and his staircase from the tomb. He says, I've done according to the command that I should come forth in tattoo to see Osiris. He has kept the commandment that was given him by the Father. The Manes in AMENTA tell of the fortunes of that great Son whom the Father loveth, and how he had pierced Sut to the heart, and how they had seen the death. They also tell of the divine plans which were carried out by Horus in the absence of his father, when he represented Osiris on the earth. With his work accomplished both on earth and in AMENTA, Horus of the resurrection goes to see his father, and they embrace each other. Horus addresses his father, here called Ra-Unefer Osiris Ra. He exclaims, Hail, Osiris! I am thy son Horus. I have come. I have avenged thee. I have struck down thy enemies. I have destroyed all that was wrong in thee. I have killed him who assailed thee. I stretched forth my hand for thee against thy adversaries. I have brought thee the companions of Sut with chains upon them. I have plowed for thee the fields. I have irrigated for thee thy land. I have hoed for thee the ground. I have built up for thee the lakes of water. I have turned up the soil of thy possessions. I have made sacrifices for thee of thy adversaries. I have made sacrifices for thee of thy cattle and thy victims. I have bound thy enemies in their chains. I have sowed for thee wheat and barley in the field of Aru. I have mowed them for thee. I have glorified thee. I have anointed thee with the offering of holy oil. I have established for thee the offerings of food on the earth forever. All this and more he claims to have done. I have given thee Isis and Nephthys, the two divine sisters, the consorts of Osiris, the mothers and protectors of Horus, are thus brought back by him to the Father. They have been with him from the beginning on earth in the hall of Seb, and with him in his conception and incarnation by Isis and his nursing by Nephthys. They were his ministering angels, in attendance on him as protectors from the cut-throat Sut, or the monster Apap, who sought to slay the child or destroy it in the egg. With him in the agony of his blindness when torn and bleeding in the garden of Pa. With him as watchers in the tomb until he wakes. With him in his resurrection from AMENTA. They are with him when he ascends to the Father as conqueror of death, as ruler of the double earth and lord of the kingdom which he and his disciples or children have established forever. The work attributed to Horus, the divine exemplar, was to be fulfilled by his followers in the double earth of time and eternity. That was the object of the mysteries. It is in the character of the divine Horus that the human Nebseni says to Osiris, Thou one God, behold me, I am Horus thy son, I have fought for thee, I have fought on thy behalf for justice, truth, and righteousness. I have overcome thine adversaries. He also claims to have done the things that Horus did as set forth in the writings or represented in the drama, and thus fulfilled the ideal of self-sacrificing sonship in very reality, making the word of Osiris truth against his enemies. And it was but the word even when personified, which to be of any actual efficacy must be made truth in human life, in conduct, and in character. If there be any revelation or inspiration in a great ideal, dramatically portrayed, the Egyptians found it in their divine model set forth in Horus. Horus the Savior who was brought to birth, as light in heaven and sustenance on earth, Horus in spirit, verily divine, who came to turn the water into wine. Horus who gave his life and sowed the seed, for men to make the bread of life indeed. Horus the Comforter, who did descend in human fashion as the heavenly friend. Horus the Word, the founder in his youth, Horus fulfiller as the Word made truth. Horus the Lord and leader in the fight against the dark powers of the ancient night. Horus the Sufferer with his cross bowed down, who rose at Easter with his double crown. Horus the Pioneer who paved the way of resurrection to eternal day. Horus triumphant with the battle done, Lord of two worlds united and made one. It was the object of their loftiest desires to grow in his likeness whilst looking lovingly upon his features, listening to his word and fulfilling his character in their own personal lives. A mythical model may be no more than an air-blown bladder for learning to swim by. The reality lies in learning to swim. This was how the ideal Horus served the Egyptians. They did not expect him to swim for them and carry them and their belongings as well, but learned to swim for themselves. There is nothing in all poetry considered as the flower of human reality more pathetic than the figure of Horus in Sekhem. He has grappled with the Apap of evil and wrestled with Sut, the devil or Satan, and has been overthrown in the passage of absolute darkness. Blind and bleeding from many wounds, he continues to fight with death itself. He conquers, rises from the grave like a warrior with one arm. Not that he has lost an arm. He has only got one arm free from the bonds of death, the bandages of the money made for the burial. But he lives. He rises again triumphant, lifting the sign of the Dominator aloft. And in the next stage of transformation, he will be altogether free from the trammels of the mummy to become pure spirit, in the likeness of the Father as the express image of his person. It is a common Christian belief, continually iterated, that life and immortality was brought to light, and death, the last enemy, was destroyed by a personal Jesus only 19 centuries ago, whereas the same revelation had been accredited to Horus, the Anointed, and to Iusu, the coming Son, for thousands of years before, with Horus or Iusu as the impersonal and ideal revealer who was the Messiah in the astronomical mythology, and the Son of God in the eschatology. The doctrine of immortality is so ancient in Egypt that the book of the Vivifying the Soul Forever, said over a figure of the enlightened dead, was not only extant some 6,000 years ago in the time of Husapti, fifth king of the first dynasty. It was then so old that the true tradition of interpretation was at that time already lost. The Egyptian Christ, Jesus, or Horus, as revealer of immortality, was the ideal figure of a fact known to the ancient spiritualists, that the soul of man or the manes persisted beyond death and the dissolution of the present body, and the drama of the mysteries was their modus operandi for teaching the fact, with Horus, or Iusu, as typical manifester. In this character he was set forth as the first fruits of them that slept, the only one that came forth from the mummy on earth, as the Sahu mummy in AMENTA. The only one, however, as a type that prefigured potential continuity for all, the doctrine being founded on the ghost as the phenomenal apparition of an eternal reality. The Egyptians, who were the authors of the mysteries and mythical representation, did not pervert the meaning by an ignorant literalization of mystical matters, and had no fall of man to encounter in the fallacious Christian sense. Consequently, they had no need of a redeemer for the effects of that which had never occurred. They did not rejoice over the death of their suffering Savior because his agony and shame and bloody sweat were falsely supposed to rescue them from the consequences of broken laws. On the contrary, they taught that everyone created his own karma here, and that the past deeds made the future fate. The morality was 1,000-fold loftier and nobler than that of Christianity, with its delusive doctrine of vicarious atonement and propitiation by proxy. Horus did such or such things for the glory of his father, but not to save the souls of men from having to do them. There was no vicarious salvation or imputed righteousness. Horus was the justifier of the righteous, not of the wicked. He did not come to save sinners from taking the trouble to save themselves. He was an exemplar, a model of the divine sonship, but his followers must conform to his example, and do in life as he had done before they could claim any fellowship with him in death. Except ye do these things yourselves, there is no passage, no opening of the gate to the land of life everlasting. The Christian cult is often said to be founded on the mysteries of the Incarnation. But what teacher of the spurious mysteries has ever been able to tell us anything of their natural genesis? What has any bibliolater ever known about the Word that was in the beginning, the Word which issued out of silence, the Word of life that came by water, by blood, and in the Spirit? For him, such language has never been related to any phenomena extant in nature. The wisdom of old Egypt can only explain the typical word and its relationship to a so-called revelation. The doctrine of the Incarnation is Egyptian, and to the Egyptian wisdom we must appeal if we would understand it. No other word was ever made flesh in any other way than in Horus, who was the logos of the mother nature as the child Horus, the cart, or inarticulate logos, and the word that was made truth in the adult phase of his character as Horus Mat Keru, the second Horus, the paraclete and direct representative of the Father in heaven. The Incarnation, which is looked upon as a central mystery of the Christian cult, had no origin and can have no adequate or proper explanation in Christianity. Its real origin, like those of the other Egyptian dogmas and doctrines, was purely natural. It was prehistorical and non-personal, and as the mystery of Horus and his Virgin Mother, who were equally prehistorical and non-historical. It had been the central mystery of the Egyptian faith for ages, utilized by the ancient teachers for all it ever was or could be worth, and was continued by the teachers of historic Christianity in ignorance of its origin and only true significance, or with a criminally culpable suppression of the gnosis, by which alone the inexplicable latter-day mysteries could have been explained. The primitive mysteries were founded on the facts in nature, which are verifiable today, as from the first, whereas the mysteries of the Christian theology have been manufactured, shoddy-like, from the leavings of the past by the modus operandi of miracle. These remain today unverified because they are forever unverifiable. We know how Horus came by water on his papyrus. How then did he come by blood? The child had been incorporated in the fish, the shoot, the branch, the beetle, calf, or lamb as the representative type. And in his incarnation, Horus came by blood, but not by the blood shed on a tree or the tat cross. He came to earth by blood as representative of the human soul that came by blood. The ritual tells us that the gods issued out of silence. This was portrayed in the Osirian system when the infant Horus is depicted pointing with his finger to his mouth, making the sign of silence as it was understood in all the mysteries. Horus is not the ordinary child or cart of the hieroglyphics. He images the logos, the word of silence, the Virgin's word, that gave a dumb or inarticulate utterance to the mystery of the Incarnation. The doctrine of the Incarnation had been evolved and established in the Osirian religion at least 4,000 and possibly 10,000 years before it was purloined and perverted in Christianity. It was so ancient that the source of origin had been forgotten and the direct means of proof lost sight of or obliterated except amongst the Gnostics, who sacredly preserved their fragments of the ancient wisdom, their types and symbols, and no doubt, with here and there a copy of some chapters of the Book of the Dead, done into Greek or Aramaic by the Alexandrian scribes. The doctrine of salvation by the blood of Isis connoted the idea of coming into existence by means of the mother's blood, or mystically the blood of the Virgin Mother. In primitive biology, all birth and production of human life was first derived from the mother's blood, which was afterwards informed by the soul of the fatherhood. The lesson first taught by nature was that life came by blood. Procreation could not occur until the female was pubescent. Therefore, blood was the sign of source as the primary creative human element. Child Horus came by the blood of the Virgin Isis, in that and no other way. Jesus, the Gnostic Christ, also came by blood that way, not only according to the secret doctrine of John, for the Mussulmans have preserved a fragment of the true Gnosis. In the notes to chapter 96 of the Quran, Sale quotes the Arabic tradition that Jesus was not born like any other men from blood concreted into flesh, but came in the flow or in the flowing blood that was in the Virgin's blood first personalized in Horus, who was made flesh as the Virgin's child. The doctrine of the incarnation was dependent on the soul of life originating in the mother blood, the first that was held specifically and exclusively human on account of its incarnation. This was the soul derived from a mother who was the mystical virgin in biology, and who was afterwards mystified by theology as the mother of God, the eternal virgin typified in the likeness of the totemic. The blood mother had been cognized sociologically as the virgin. Thence came the doctrine of a virgin mother as a type. Blood was the mother of a soul now differentiated from the external souls as human. First, the white vulture of the Virgin Neith, next, the red heifer of the Virgin Isis. Then the human virginity supplied the type of an external virgin, she in whom the mystery of maternal source was divinized as the Virgin Mother in the eschatology. Thus, incarnation proper begins with the soul that came into being by means of the virgin blood. This was the child of the mother only, the unbegotten Horus, who was an imperfect first sketch of the soul and matter that assumed the form of human personality as Horus the mortal, who was blind and maimed, deaf and dumb and impotent, because it was a birth of matter or the mother only, according to the mythical representation. The mother being the source and sustenance of life with her own blood, this led to a doctrine of salvation by the blood of Isis, the divinized virgin. Thus, the mystical blood mother was the earliest savior, not the male. The elder Horus was her child who came by blood. He was her blood child in the eschatology. Hence the calf, as his type, was painted red upon the tablets. As the child Horus, he was an image of her suffering in the human form. Thence Horus, the child of blood, became a savior through suffering, in a mystery which had a natural origin. This origin can be followed in the Christian iconography when, as Didron shows, a figure of Jesus was portrayed upon the cross, as a little child of 2 years, naked and with its body painted red all over, as was the Horus calf upon the tablets. A curious instance of salvation by the blood of Isis is given in the ritual. In a vignette to chapter 93, the saving and protecting power of the red tet buckle, which is an image of the blood of Isis, is shown. A pair of human hands are outstretched from this amulet to grasp the arms of the Manes, and prevent him from going toward the east, as that way lies the tank of flame, or hell in modern phrase. In the Gospel account of the Incarnation, the Word was made flesh. But the blood basis of the doctrine has been omitted. Salvation through the blood of Isis was imaged by the red tet amulet. It was put on by her when she had conceived her blood child. This salvation was effected when the child was brought into existence. According to the ritual, the salvation of the Manes is in living on hereafter. He pleads that he may live and be saved after death. And he wore the tet buckle in his coffin as the sign of his salvation by the blood of Isis. Further, how did a purificatory power come to be associated with blood so that one of the horrible dogmas of later theology could be expressed in lines like these? There is a fountain filled with blood drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and sinners plunge beneath that flood, lose all their guilty stains. The natural genesis of such a monstrous doctrine can be traced on 2 lines of descent, One of these has its starting point in the theological victim being slain as a scapegoat in a sacrifice that was held to be piacular. The blood of the sin offering thus acquired the character of the atoning blood. According to the Christian doctrine, all things are cleansed with blood, and apart from the shedding of blood, there is no remission. On the other line of descent, the idea of purification by blood was derived from a human origin, and not merely from the blood of the animal that was slain as a sacrifice for sin. This is one of the origins that were unfolded to the initiated by the teachers of the secret wisdom and the mysteries. The earliest form of the purifying blood was female. It was first the blood of the Virgin Mother, the blood of Isis, the blood of the Incarnation, the flowing blood, the element in which Horus manifested when he came by blood, the blood on which the rite of purification was founded as a natural mode of cleansing. This is the one sole origin in the whole realm of nature for the blood which cleanseth. And it was in this feminine phase that a doctrine of purification by blood was established for the use of later theology, when the sacrificial victim had been made a male who was held to have shed the atoning, purifying, saving blood upon a tree. There was no other way by which a soul was ever saved by blood than this act of salvation effected by the Virgin Mother. There never was any other incarnation than this of Horus in the blood of Isis, and no other Savior by blood was possible in the whole domain of unperverted nature. Neither could the transaction be made historical, nor the Savior personal, not if every tree on earth were cut into the figure of a cross with the effigy of a bleeding human body hung on every bough. Purification by means of blood then originated in the blood of Isis, the Virgin Mother of the human Horus, who, as the red child, calf, or lamb, personated that purification by blood which became doctrinal in the eschatology. To substitute the blood of a Jew shed on a cross as a means of making the purification for sins and the mode of cleansing souls in the blood of the Lamb for the natural purification of the mother was the grossest form of profanity, inconceivably impious to those who knew the mystical nature of the doctrine, and its origin in human phenomena continued as a typical purification by blood that was practiced in the mysteries, either by baptism or sprinkling with blood or drinking blood or eating the bloody wafer of the Roman Eucharist. The natural blood sacrifice was feminine. The typical blood sacrifice was that of the red calf, the lamb, or the child. The lamb on the cross was the Christian victim until the 8th century AD, at which time the man was permanently substituted for the lamb, and the blood sacrifice was thenceforth portrayed as human and historical. The doctrine of voluntary sacrifice was founded from the time when the human mother gave herself to be eaten with honor by her children in the most primitive form of the mortuary meal. She offered her flesh to be eaten and her blood to be drunk. She gave herself as a natural blood sacrifice on which the typical was founded when the female totem, as a cow, a bear, or other animal, was made a substitute for the human mother. Also, when the earth was looked upon as the mythical mother of food and drink, who was a wet nurse in the water, and who gave herself bodily to her children for food. The sacrifice was typically continued in totemism, when the animal supplied the sacramental food. As before shown, the earliest form of voluntary sacrifice was female. The human mother as victim was repeated in the mythology as divine. The mother in elemental nature, she who gave her flesh and blood as life to her children, and then continued as a type in the more mystical phase. Hence came salvation by the blood of Isis, that is, by the virgin blood in which Horus was incarnated and made flesh, as the Savior who thus came by blood. A Spaniard, who was paying expensively to regain the lost favor of the Holy Virgin, on being told by his priest that Mary had not yet forgiven him, is said to have shaken his fist in the face of his fetish, and to have reminded her that she need not be so proud in her present position, as he had known her ever since she was only a bit of green plum tree. The ancient Egyptians knew the natural origins of their symbols and dogmas. Christians have mistaken the bit of green plum tree for an historical virgin. The earliest form of God the Father who became a voluntary sacrifice in Egypt was Ta in the character of Sakari, the silent sufferer, the confined one, the deity that opened up the netherworld for the resurrection in the solar mythos. As solar god, he went down into AMENTA. There he died and rose again, and thus became the resurrection and the way into the future life as founder of Egyptian eschatology. Atum, the son of Ta, likewise became the voluntary sacrifice as the source of life, but in another way and more apparent form. The mother human and divine had given life with her blood, and now the father, who was blended with the mother in Atum, is portrayed as creator of mankind by the shedding of his own blood. In the cult of Ta at Memphis and Utum, that's Un, there was a strenuous endeavor made to set creative source as male above the female. Hence it was said of the symbolic beetles that there was no female race among them. In cutting the member, Atum showed that he was the creator by the blood shed in a voluntary sacrifice. Male source is recognized, but according to what had preceded as the mother element, blood still remained a typical essence of creative life. And this is apparently illustrated by the rite of circumcision. A custom pertains world over to the swearing in of the youths when they join the ranks of the fathers or begetters and follow the example of Atum as the father, Ra, who was previously Horus the son. Atum, like Ta, was also the typical sacrifice in the earth of eternity, who gave his life as sun god and as the master of food that sprang up for the manas in AMENTA. Osiris follows. In him the human mother, who first gave herself to be eaten, and the great mother Isis, who was the savior by blood, were combined with God the Father in a more complete and perfect sacrifice as mother and father of the race in one. Lastly, the son as Horus or as Usa is made a vicarious sacrifice, not, however, as an atonement for sin, but as a voluntary sufferer instead of his mother or his father. For in the Kamite scheme, the mother never is omitted. Hence, when Horus comes in the character of the red god who orders the block of execution with the terrifying face of Har-Shefi, as the avenger of the afflictions suffered by his father, or by himself in his first advent, it is he who lifteth up his father and who lifteth up his mother with his staff. Egypt, however, had anticipated Rome in attaining the unbloody sacrifice that was represented by the wafer or loaf of Horus as the bread of heaven, which took the place of flesh meat in the Eucharistic meal, whilst retaining the beer or wine as substitute for blood and representing the female element. Thus Horus was eaten as the bread of life, and his blood was drunk in the red ale or wine, as the final form in Egypt of the sacrificial, voluntary, living victim that had been the human mother, the typical mother, the totemic animal, the cow of Hathor, the fish, the goose, the calf, the lamb, the victim in various forms, each one of which, down to the lentils and the corn, was figurative of the beneficent sacrifice that from the first was typical of a power in nature. Call it mother or son, father, goddess or god, that provided food and drink, accompanied with an idea of sacrifice and the giving of life when blood was looked on as the life. How many sacraments hath Christ ordained in his church? Is asked in a prayer book, and the answer is, 2 only as generally necessary to salvation, that is to say, baptism and the supper of the Lord. And both of these were Egyptian thousands of years earlier. The proof is preserved in that treasury of truth, the ritual of the resurrection. In the first chapter of the ritual, Turin Papyrus, it is said by the priest, I lustrate with water and tattoo and anoint with oil in Abydos. We might call the Egyptians very particular Baptists, for in the first 10 gates of Elysium, or entrances to the great dwelling of Osiris, the deceased is purified at least 10 times over in 10 separate baptisms, and 10 different waters in which the gods and goddesses had been washed to make the water holy. The inundation was the water of renewal to the life of Egypt, and this natural fact was the course and origin of a doctrine of baptismal regeneration. The salvation that came to Egypt and the Nile was continued in the Egyptian eschatology as salvation by water. I give thee the liquid or humidity which ensures salvation, is said to the soul of the deceased. They did not think that souls were saved from perdition by a wash of water or a bath of blood, but bodily baptism was continued as a symbol of purification for the spirit. The deceased explains that he has been steeped in the waters of natron and nitre, or salt, and made pure. Pure in heart, pure in his forepart, his posterior part, his middle, and pure all over, so that there is no part of him remaining soiled or stained. The pool of baptism is dual in AMENTA. In one part it is the pool of natron, in the other part the pool of salt. Both natron and salt were used in preparing the mummy of the deceased. And the same process is repeated in the purification of the soul to make it also permanent, which was a mode of salvation. The deceased says, "May I be fortified or protected by 70 purifications." Just as Christians at the present time speak of being fortified by the sacraments of the Church. I purify myself at the great stream, the galaxy, where all my ills are made to cease. That which is wrong in me is pardoned, and the spots which were upon my body, upon earth, are washed away. Lo, I come that I may purify the soul of mine in the most high degree. Let me be purified in the lake of propitiation and of equipoise. Let me plunge into the divine pool beneath the 2 divine sycamores of heaven and earth. The pool of purification and healing that was figured in the northern heaven at the pole, and also reproduced in the paradise of AMENTA, has been repeated in the Gospel according to John, as the pool of Bethesda. In the ritual, one of the 2 waters is called the pool or tank of righteousness. In this pool the glorified elect receive their final purification and are healed. They are thus made pure for the presence of Osiris. The healing process was timed to take place at certain hours of the day or night. The Turin text gives the 4th hour of the night and the 8th hour of the day. But there are other readings. The manas, as usual in the Gospel, are represented by the multitude of them that were sick, blind, halt, and withered, waiting to be healed. The elect or chosen ones are those who are first at the pool when the waters are troubled, hence the story of the man who was non-elect. It was a postulate of the Christians, maintained by Augustine and others, that infants who died unbaptized were damned eternally. This doctrine also had its rootage in the mysteries of AMENTA. The roots have hitherto been hidden in the earth of eternity, which has been mistaken for our earth of time. We are now enabled to exhibit them above ground and hold both root and product up to the light like the bulb of a hyacinth suspended in a glass water bottle. These can now be studied, roots and all. The flesh that is formed of the mother's blood was held to share in the impurity of the female nature. It was in this sense solely that woman was the author of evil. The child Horus, born of flesh and blood, was the prototype of the unbaptized child, that is, the child unpurified by baptism. Without baptismal regeneration in tattoo, there was no blending of the elder Horus with the soul or spirit of Horus divinized. According to the Egyptian doctrine, the development would be arrested and the soul from the earthly body might remain a wretched shade that was doomed to extinction, or in the Christian perversion, was damned eternally. It was in AMENTA that the dead were raised to inherit the second life. The resurrection had no other meaning for the Egyptians. And in the resurrection the Osiris is thus greeted. Hail, Osiris, thou art born twice. The gods say to thee, Come, come forth, come see what belongs to thee in thy house of eternity. It is then that he is changed and renewed in an instant, in blending the two halves of a soul that was dual in sex, dual also in matter and spirit into one, according to the mystery of tattoo. There was a return to the type beyond sex from which the two had bifurcated in the human creation. This one enduring soul was typical of the eternal soul, which included motherhood and fatherhood, and one personality like that of the multi-mammalian Osiris, which the child Horus could only represent in some form of duality that imaged both sexes in one, as do the deities who are figured with one female bosom as a mode of enone-ment. Female mummies have been exhumed that were made up wearing the beard of a male. This was another figure of the soul, completing by uniting the two halves of sex in one figure, the type affected by the Queen Hatshepsut, when she clothed herself in masculine attire and reigned as mistress at 10. It was the same with the pharaohs who wore the tail of the cow or lioness. They also included both halves of the perfect soul, as a likeness of the Bioun being divinized in heaven, which they represented on the earth. The doctrine was brought on in the iconography of the Gnostic artists, when Jesus is figured as a woman with a beard, who is designated the Christ as Saint Sophia or Charis, and also when Jesus is depicted in the book of the Revelation as a being of both sexes, a youth with female paps, in the likeness of Osiris, whose male body is half covered with feminine mammae, and who is Osiris in the upper and Isis in the lower part of the same mummy. Not only was it necessary to be regenerated and reborn in the likeness of God the Father, the manes could only enter the kingdom of heaven as being of both sexes, or of neither. The two halves of the soul that were established forever in Tatu were male and female. The soul of Shu was male, the soul of Tefnut female. When these were united in one to form a complete manas and a perfect spirit, the result was a typical creation from both sexes, in which there was neither male nor female. This oneness in the Horus who was divinized is the oneness in Christ described by Paul. As many of you, as were baptized into Christ, did put on Christ. There can be no male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus. One of the fragments preserved by Clement Alexander and Clement of Rome from the lost Gospel of the Egyptians, which is more than fully recoverable in the ritual, will show the continuity of the doctrine as Egyptian in a gospel that was designated Egyptian. The Lord, having been asked by Salome when his kingdom would come, replied, "When you shall have trampled underfoot the garment of shame, when two shall be one, when that which is without shall be like that which is within, and when the male with the female shall be neither male nor female. The garment of shame was feminine, being as it was of the flesh." On this the ritual has a word to say. The impurity of matter, which came to be ascribed to the mother of all flesh, or female nature, is symbolically shown in the chapters for arranging the funeral bed. This is exemplified by means of the feminine garment. The apron, which is here considered to be a sign of all that was wrong in the deceased, the wrong that was derived from the mother, as elsewhere described in the ritual, because it is the garb of impurity called the garment of shame in the Egyptian gospel, which was to be trampled underfoot when the male and female were to be made one in spirit or as spirit. In the ceremony of wrapping up the deceased in a pure garment, the impure one being now discarded is alluded to in chapter 172. When the deceased was stretched upon the funeral bed, the body was divested of the apron and clothed in the pure garment of the khus or spirits, the pure garment allotted to him forever. But the feminine garment is still worn without shame by the masquerading male as the bishop's apron, which can be traced back as feminine to the loincloth and apron first worn by the sex, for the most primitive and pitiful of human needs at the time of puberty. The bishop in his apron, like the priest in his petticoat, and the clergyman in his surplice, is the likeness of the Bioun being who united both sexes in one, the modern Protestant equivalent for the pharaoh with the cow's tail, and Venus with a beard, the mutilated eunuch, or any other dual type of hermaphroditical deity. Men who masquerade in women's clothing are commonly prosecuted, But the bishop carries on his mummery without even being suspected. He walks about as ignorant of his vestmental origins as any of the passers-by. Usually the custom of men dressing in women's clothing is limited to our Easter pastimes, but the bishops still carry it on all through the year. The Christians prattle about the divine sonship of humanity manifested in the historical Jesus, but they have no divine daughtership, no origin for the soul as female, and no female soul. The Jews did all they could to get rid of the female part of the divine nature, and the exigency of the Christian history has suppressed the feminine element altogether in the human type that represented both sexes in humanity, as it was set forth by the Egyptians in the mysteries. Finally, it has been frequently asserted that only through the gospel Jesus has a God of the poor man ever been revealed, a statement most profoundly false. The God of the poor and suffering was personified in Horus the Elder. But there is a corollary to the character. He is likewise an avenger of the sufferings. Horus at Edfu is said to protect the needy against the powerful. Also in the great judgment hall, the Osiris deceased upon his trial says, "I have not been a land grabber. I have not exacted more than should be done for me as the first fruits of each day's work." Various other statements tend to show that the unjust capitalists of those times had a mortal dread of facing Osiris, the divinized judge, who was likewise God of the poor and needy. In an Egyptian hymn, the one god, Atum, the maker of men, is described as lying awake while all men lie asleep, to seek out the good of his creatures, listening to the poor in their distress, gentle of heart when one cries to him, deliverer of the timid man from the violent Lord of mercy, most loving, judging the poor and the oppressed. Tot was the recorder in the judgment hall. At the weighing of hearts, he portrayed the character of the deceased. And in one of the texts, it is said that when he placed the heart in the scales against Mati, the goddess of justice, he leaned to the side of mercy, that the judgment might be favorably inclined, as though he exerted a little pressure on the human side of the balance. It has also been said that the historic Jesus came to glorify the lot of labor, which antiquity despised, whereas the Egyptian paradise was the reward of labor, and Horus, the husbandman in the harvest field of the Aru, is the worker personified. No one attained the Egyptian heaven but the worker, who reaped solely in proportion as he had sown. The portion of land allotted to the Manes for cultivation in AMENTA was enlarged only for those who had been good laborers on earth. The Shepti figures in the tombs are equipped for labor with the plow or hoe in their hands. As agriculturists, they put their hands to the plow. There was no unearned increment for loafers in the earth of eternity. A flash of revelation lightens from the cloud of Egypt's past when we learn from the ritual that a part of the work to be performed in the Aru paradise or field of harvest in AMENTA was to clear away the life-choking sand. These fighters and conquerors of the much-detested desert still retain that image of the earliest cultivators, the makers of the soil which they enclosed and first protected from the drifting, sterilizing sand. The Manes, addressing the Shepti figures, says to them, "O typical ones, if I should be judged worthy of doing the work that has to be done in AMENTA, bear witness for me that I am worthy to fertilize the fields, to flush the streams, and transport the sand from west to east." He became one of the glorified elect in being judged worthy of the work. This will show that in making the primeval paradise, they were still the cultivators who had conquered on earth by their long wrestle with the powers of dearth and the desert, when they made their passage through the wilderness of sand and held on to the skirts of Mother Nile, who led them to a land where she herself had made for them to turn into an oasis and a paradise of plenty, with her waters for assistance in the war against Apap or Sut or the Sabao, and the burning Sahara. It may also explain why the pharaohs from the time of the 11th dynasty were officially entitled Masters of the Oasis. The oasis, that is, which had been created in Egypt by human labor to be localized in AMENTA as the promised land that was to be attained at last among the never-setting stars in the oasis of eternity. The prototypes of hell and purgatory and the earthly paradise are all to be found in the Egyptian AMENTA. There is, says the Christian rhymer Dr. Watts, there is a dreadful hell and everlasting pains, where sinners must with devils dwell in darkness, fire, and chains. The darkness, fire, and chains, as well as the brimstone, which was the stone of Sut, and other paraphernalia of the Christian hell, are also Egyptian. But the chains were employed for the fettering of Sut, the Epop and the Sebau, the evil adversaries of Osiris, the good or perfect being, not for the torturing of souls that were once human. The Egyptian hell was not a place of everlasting pain, but of extinction for those who were wicked irretrievably. It must be admitted, to the honor and glory of the Christian deity, that a God of eternal torment is an ideal distinctly Christian, to which the Egyptians never did attain. Theirs was the all-parental God, father and mother, and one whose heart was thought to bleed in every wound of suffering humanity, and whose Son was represented in the character of the Comforter. Also the hellfire of Christian theology, the hellfire that is unquenchable, is a survival of the representation made in the Egyptian mysteries. The Osiris in AMENTA passes through this hell of fire, in which those who are condemned suffer their annihilation. He says, I enter in and I come forth from the tank, or lake, of flame on the day when the adversaries are annihilated at Sekhem. When the glorified deceased had made his voyage in heaven over the leg of Ptah, and reached the Mount of Glory, he exclaims, I have come from the lake of flame, from the lake of fire, and from the field of flame. He has made his escape from destruction, and attained the eternal city at the pole of heaven. This lake of fire that is never quenched was derived from the solar force in the mythology on which the eschatology was based. Hence the locality was in the east, at the place of sunrise. The wicked were consumed by fire at the place where the righteous entered the solar bark to sail the heavenly waters called the Kabu or the Cool and voyage westward toward the heaven of the setting stars. The lake of flame was in the east, the lake of outer darkness in the west. For when the bark of Ra or the boat of souls had reached the west at sunset, there was a great gulf fixed between the mount called Manu in the west and the starry vault of night, the Gulf of Putrata, where the dead fell into darkness unless supported by Apuat, the star god, by Horus and the moon, and by Ra, the solar deity, the visible representatives of superhuman powers in the astronomical mythology. At the Last Judgment, in the mysteries, those who had failed to make the word of Osiris truth against his enemies, as the formula runs, were doomed to die a second death. The first was in the body on the earth, the second in the spirit. The enemies of justice, law, truth, and right were doomed to be destroyed forever in the lake of fire or tank of flame. They were annihilated once and for all. The doctrine crops up in the Pauline epistles and the Revelation, where the end of all is with the destruction in the lake of fire. In the epistle to the Hebrews, the destruction of lost souls is compared with that of vegetable matter being consumed by fire. The doctrine, like so many others, was Egyptian, upon which the haze of ignorance settled down to cause confusion ever since. Take away the Camite devil, and the Christian world would suffer sad bereavement. The devil was of Egyptian origin, both as that old serpent, the Apap reptile, the devil with a long tail, and as Sut, who was Satan, in an anthropomorphic guise. Sut, the power of drought and darkness and physical phenomena, becomes the dark-hearted evil one, and is then described as causing storms and tempests going around the horizon of heaven like one whose heart is veiled, as the adversary of Osiris, the good being. The darkness, fire, and chains are all Egyptian. Darkness was mythically represented by the Apap dragon, also the domain of Sut in the later theology. Darkness in the netherworld is identical with the tunnels of Sut in AMENTA. The chains are likewise Egyptian, but not for human wear. Apap and the Sabao, Sut and the Samai are bound in chains. It is said to the pre-anthropomorphic devil, "Chains are cast upon thee by the scorpion goddess." Sut is also imprisoned with a chain upon his neck. As already explained, the Sabu and the Samai represent the physical forces in external nature that made for evil and were forever opposed to the good being and to the peace of the world. These were always rising in impotent revolt as the hosts of darkness and spawn of Apap, headed by the evil-hearted Sut. They had to be kept under, hence the necessity for prisons, bonds, and chains. The mythical imagery has been continued in the Christian eschatology, and the sinners put in the place of the Sabu. Whereas in the Egyptian teaching, the sinners, once human, who were irretrievably bad, were put an end to once and for all at the time of the second death, in the region of annihilation. Coming to an end forever was, to the Egyptian mind, a prospect worse than everlasting pains. So profound was their appreciation of life, so powerful their will to persist. They represented evil as negation. Apap is evil and a type of negation in the natural phenomena that were opposed to good. In the eschatology, Sut represents negation as non-existent. Evil culminated in annihilation and non-being for the Manis, and the negation of being, of life, of good, was the ultimate form of evil. The Egyptian purgatory, called the Meskat, is a place of purgation where the primitive mode of purifying may be compared with that of fulling. It is effected by beating, hence the Meskat is the place of scourging. The Manis pleads that he may not fall under the knives of the executioners in the place of extermination, as he has passed through the place of purification in the middle of the Meskat. In chapter 72, the Manis prays that he may not be stopped at the Meskat or in purgatory, but may pass on to the divine dwelling place prepared for him by Tum, above the earth, where he can join his two hands together and eat the bread and drink the beer upon the table of Osiris. The same plea, "Let me not be stopped at the Meskat or kept in purgatory," is also uttered by the speaker in the chapter 99. The enemies of the good being were likewise pilloried. Hence the Manis, "Deliver me from the gods of the pillory, who fasten the guilty to their posts." A late attempt has been made on behalf of the Roman Catholic religion to lure people into Hades by showing that it is only a mitigated mourning department, that the devil himself is not so black as hitherto painted, and that there really is a tolerable amount of happiness to be obtained in hell. But this is only looking a little closer into the traditions of AMENTA, which survived in Rome. They belong to the same original source as that from which the Church derived its doctrines of purgatory, the second death, and other dogmas not to be found in the Gospels. There is no everlasting bonfire of eternal torture in the Egyptian hells, of which there are 10, known as the 10 circles of the condemned, in the Inferno or divine nether region. The utterly worthless suffer a second death upon the highways of the damned, and are spoken of as those who are no more. The Roman Church continued the dogma of a second death, and then somewhat nullified it by adding punishment of an infinite duration, as being more coercive to all who did or did not zealously believe. There was no other identifiable source for the Christian eschatology than the Egyptian wisdom. The Roman Church was founded on the ritual. Possibly a version of the original may one day be found preserved in the secret archives of Rome, the text of which would explain numerous pictures in the catacombs and other works of the Gnostic artists, who were the actual authors of the Egypto-Christian iconography, not the few poor fishermen. The Roman Church will yet find that she is at root Egyptian, and then will seek to slough off the spurious history, which by that time will be looked upon as solely incremental. The Egyptians were the greatest realists that ever lived. For thousands and thousands of years, it was their obvious endeavor at a stretch to reach the ultimate reality of eternal truth. Their interrogation of nature was like the questioning of children, very much in earnest. But is it really true? The real was the quest of the unceasing inquiry. To be real was the end and aim. That was living in truth. The only one God was the real God. Horus and spirit was the real Horus. Reality was royalty. In the time of the 5th dynasty, a certain Tepen-Ankh claims to be the real judge and scribe, the real nearest friend of the king. For them, eternal life was the ultimate reality. The Egyptian was preeminently a manly religion and therefore calculated to develop manhood. In the hall of the Last Judgment, the deceased expects justice and equity. His God is a just and righteous judge. He does not pray for mercy or writhe in the dust to seek a sentimental forgiveness for sins or sue for clemency. He was not a creed of that nature. He knows it is the life, the character, the conduct that will count in the scales of Mati for the life hereafter. The human Horus put in no plea for sinners on account of his sufferings. Divine Horus throws no make-weight onto the scale. The deceased is judged by what he has done and by what he has not done in the life on earth. He must be sound at heart. He must have spoken and acted the truth. The word of God must have been made truth by him to be of any avail at the bar of judgment. That was the object of all the teaching and all the mysteries and writings which were held to be divine. The standard of law without and within was set up under the name of Mati or Mat, a name denoting the fixed, undeviating law and eternal rule of right. Hence the same word signifies law, truth, justice, rightfulness, and later righteousness. The foremost and the final article of the Egyptian creed was to fulfill Mati. This is the beginning, the middle, and the end of the moral law. The deity enthroned by them for worship was the god of Mati, the name which has the fourfold meaning of law, justice, truth, and right, which are one as well as synonymous. Judgment with justice was their aim, their alpha and omega, in administering the law which their religious sense had divinized for human use, and its supreme type erected at the pole, in the equinox, or the hall of judgment, was the pair of scales at perfect equipoise. For with them the equilibrium of the universe was dependent on eternal equity. It may look like taking a flying leap in the dark to pass from the Egyptian Book of the Dead to Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. But whensoever Bunyan derived the tradition, the Pilgrim's Progress contains an outline of the matter in the Egyptian ritual. Christian personates the Manes on his journey through the nether earth, with the roll in his hand containing the word of life. The escape from the city of destruction may be seen in the escape of the deceased from the destruction threatened in AMENTA, when he exclaims, "I come from the lake of flame, from the lake of fire, and from the field of flame." The wicket gate corresponds to the secret doorway of the mysteries, the slough of despond, to the marshes in the mythos, the hill of difficulty, to the mount of ascent, up which the Osiris climbs with his staff in his hand. The Manes forgets his name. Christian forgets his role, the role that was his guidebook for the journey and his passport to the celestial city. The prototypal valley of the shadow of death is the Arentet. In AMENTA, this is the valley of darkness and death. The ritual says, "Let not the Osiris advance into the valley of darkness, where the twice dead were buried forever by the great annihilator Seb." The monster of Pap is the original Apollyon. The equipment of Christian in his armor for his conflict with Apollyon in the valley of humiliation is one with the equipment of the Osiris, who enters the valley glorious and well equipped for the battle with his adversary, the dragon. The fight of Christian and Apollyon is identical with the contest between Ra and Apep. All the time of his struggle, Apollyon fought with yells and hideous roarings, Apep with the voice of strong bellowings. Christian passes by the mouth of hell. The Osiris passes by the 10 hells, with all of them, as it were, making mouths at him for their prey. There are 2 lions at the gate of the Palace Beautiful, and in the ritual the 2 lions crouch at the very beautiful gate of exit from AMENTA. The waters of the river of life, the green meadows, the delectable mountains, and the land of Beulah, the paradise of peace, the celestial city on the summit, all belong to the mythology of Hetep, or the Mount of Glory. A bare outline, the mere skeleton of which has been clothed at different times in various forms, including this of the Pilgrim's Progress. Possibly Bunyan the tinker derived the tradition from those traveling tinkers, the gypsies. However this may be, the Egyptian ritual is the verifiable source of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. Many illustrations might also be given to show that the mysteries of AMENTA, which were finally summed up as Osirian, have been carried to the other side of the world. In the mythology of the Aborigines of New Holland, Grigorigali, the divine son, is the active agent of his father, who immovably presides over all nature, like Osiris, the mummy god of the motionless heart. The son watches the actions of men and quickens the dead immediately upon their earthly interment. He acts as mediator for the souls to the great God, to whom the good and bad actions of all are known. His office is chiefly to bring at close of every day the spirits of the dead from all parts of the world to the judgment seat of his Father, where alone there is eternal light. There he acts as intercessor for those who have only spent some portion of their lives in wickedness. Bema, listening to the mediation of his son, allows Grigorigali to admit some such into Balima, or heaven. Grigorigali is one with the hawk-headed Horus, the paraclete or advocate who pleads for the Manes before the judgment seat of his father. Again, the Aborigines of the McDowell Ranges have a tradition that the sky was at one time inhabited by three persons. One of these was a woman, one was a child who always remained a child and never developed beyond childhood. The third was a man of gigantic stature called Forteana, that is, a spirit. He had an enormous foot shaped like that of an emu. When a native dies, he is said to ascend to the home of Forteana, the spirit. This is a far-off folk tale that may be traced back home to the Egyptian myth. In this child, Horus never developed beyond childhood, and so remained the eternal child. This was Horus of the Incarnation, who made his transformation into the Horus that rose again as the adult, the great man. Horus in spirit, the prototype of Forteana. The bird type is repeated. Horus has the head of the hawk, as a figure of the man in spirit. Forteana, as a spirit, has the foot of an enormous emu. The Arunta also have a kind of AMENTA, or world of spirits, underground. About 14 miles to the south of Alice Springs, there is a cave in a range of hills which rises to the north. This cave, like all others in the range, is supposed to be occupied by the Aruntarenia, or spirit individuals, each one of whom is in reality the double of one of the ancestors of the tribe who lived in the Altaringa. The individual spirits are supposed to live within the cave in perpetual sunshine and among streams of running water, as in the Egyptian meadows of Aru. Here, as in AMENTA, the reconstitution of the deceased takes place. Within the cave, the Aruntarenia remove all the internal organs and provide the man with a completely new set, after which operation has been successfully performed. He presently comes to life again, but in a condition of insanity. This, however, is of short duration, and the coming round is equivalent to the recovery of memory by the Manes in the ritual, when he remembers his name and who he is in the great house of the other world. There are bird souls also in this nether earth, which are favored with unlimited supplies of down or undafa, with which they are fond of decorating their bodies as spirits. The mysteries of AMENTA are more or less extant in the totemic ceremonies of the Central Australians at a more rudimentary stage of development, which means, according to the present reading of the data, that the same primitive wisdom was carried out from the same central birthplace in Africa to the islands of the Southern Sea, and there fossilized during long ages of isolation, which had been carried down the Nile to take living root and grow and flourish as the mythology and eschatology of ancient Egypt. In the mysteries of AMENTA, the deceased is reconstructed from 7 constituent parts, or souls in 7 stages of development, Corresponding to these in the Arunta mysteries, 7 status terms are applied to the initiate. 1. He is called Ambuquerque, up to the time of his being tossed in the air. 2. He is Upmerka, until taken to the circumcision ground. 3. He is the Wurta, during the time betwixt being painted for it and the actual performance of the ceremony. 4. He is Irakurta, betwixt the operations of circumcision and subincision. 5. He is Urtwa Kirkwa, after circumcision until passed through the ordeal by fire. And 6. Following this, he is called Ilpongwura. And 7. After passing through the Ngura, he is designated Uliria. In the mysteries of AMENTA, the mouth of the resuscitated spirit is opened and the silence of death is broken when the lips are touched by the sacred implement in the hands of Ta. It is said in the ceremony of opening the mouth, "Let my mouth be opened by Ta, with the instrument of Ba metal, with which he openeth the mouths of the gods." The Arunta also perform the ceremony of opening the mouth by touching it with a sacred object, when the initiates are released from the ban of silence. A mystery of the resurrection is acted by the Arunta in the Kabara, Ingwarninga, Inkinja, or corroboree of the arisen bones, which bones imaged the dead body, whilst the performers represented the Ulthana, or spirits of the dead. The bones were sacredly preserved by those who were yet unable to make the mummy as a type of permanence. Messrs. Spencer and Gillen tell us that every Australian native has to pass through certain ceremonies before he is admitted to the secrets of the tribe. The first takes place at about the age of 10 or 12 years, whilst the final and most impressive one is not passed through until probably the native has reached the age of at least 25. Or it may be 30 years. These 2 initiations correspond to those in the mysteries of the double Horus. At 12 years of age, the child Horus makes his transformation into the adult in his baptism or other kindred mysteries. Horus, as the man of 30 years, is initiated in the final mystery of the resurrection. So was it with the Gnostic Jesus. The long lock of Horus, the sign of childhood, was worn by him until he attained the age of 12 years, when he was changed into a man. With the southern Arunta tribe, the hair of the body is for the first time tied up at the commencement of the opening ceremony of the series by which he is made a man. His long hair is the equivalent of the Horus lock. The first act of initiation in the Arunta mysteries is that of throwing the boy up into the air, a ceremony that still survives with us in the tossing of the newcomer in a blanket. This was a primitive mode of dedication to the ancestral spirit of the totem or the tribe, whose voice is heard in the sound of the chiringa, or bull roar whirling round. It is said by the natives that the voice of the Great Spirit was heard when the resounding bull roarer spoke. The Great Spirit was supposed to descend and enter the body of the boy and make him a man, just as in the mystery of Tattoo, the soul of Horus, the adult, descends upon and unites with the soul of Horus, the child. Or the soul of Ra, the Holy Spirit descends upon Osiris to quicken and transform and re-erect the mummy. Where risen Horus becomes bird-headed and the adult in spirit, the Arunta youth is given the appearance of flight, to signify the change resulting from the descent of the spirit, as the cause of transformation. When one becomes a soul in the mysteries of the ritual by assuming the form or image of Ra, the initiate exclaims, "Let me wheel round in whirls, let me revolve like the Turning One." The Turning One is the sun god Shapera, Kepper, whose name is identical with that of an Australian tribe. Kepper is the soul of the self-originating force that was imaged under one type by the Bennu, a bird that ascends the air and flies to a great height whilst circling round and round in spiral wheels. Whether this be the chiringa, the bribon, tundrum, or whirler in a glorified form or not, the doctrine of soul-making at puberty is the same in the Australian as in the Egyptian mysteries. In the Egyptian mythology, Horus is the blind man, or rather, he is the child born blind, called Horus in the Dark. He is also described as the blind horse in the city of the blind. In his blindness, he is typical of the emasculated sun in winter and of the human soul in death. At the place of his resurrection or rebirth, there stands a tree up which he climbs to enter spirit life. And we are told that near the Charlotte Waters is the tree that rose to mark the spot where a blind man died. This tree is called the Apera Okilcha, that is, the blind man's tree, and the place where it stands was the camp of the blind, the city of the blind, the world of the dead, in which the tree of life, or dawn, was rooted. Should the tree be cut down, the men where it grows will become blind. They would be like Horus in the dark, this being the tree of light or the dawn of eternal day. In one of their ceremonies, the Arunta performed the mysteries of the Aruncha, which existed in the Altaringa. These were evil spirits or devil men, malevolent and murderous to human beings, especially to the women after dark. In this performance, they are portrayed as prowling around, crawling, peering about, and seeking whom they may devour. They run backwards and forwards on all fours as beasts of prey, growling and pretending to frighten each other. The Aruncha are the creatures of the dark, with horns like the medieval devil, and they correspond to the Sabao, fiends, or evil spirits of the Egyptian mythos, who are the enemies of the good Osiris and AMENTA. These devil men made war upon the lizard men, the men of the lizard totem. But there were two brothers who rushed upon them as avengers and slew the whole of the Aruncha. The evil powers were the creatures of chaos, the spawn of darkness, the devils of drought, with whom there was no law or order. The two brothers equals brotherhoods belonged to the lizard totem together with their wives. This was the earliest totem of the Arunta. In the last of the initiation ceremonies, the Arunta raise a special mound called the Para on the Ngwura ground, where the final rites are performed and full initiation is attained. Here the Nurtunga was raised, and the Para mound was, so to say, erected at the pole. Misters Spencer and Gillen tell us that they were unable to learn the meaning of the word Para. But as the comparison is not simply verbal, we note that Para is an ancient Egyptian name for Anu, the place of the column, the mount of the pole, and of the balance in the mat. The Chipara tribe of southern Queensland also throw up the circular mound for the greater mystery of the Keringal, in which may be identified the baptism and rebirth by fire. Amongst the initiatory rites of the Arunta mysteries is the purification by fire. When the initiate has passed through his trial, he becomes a perfectly developed member of the tribe and is called an Urliara, or one who has been proved by fire. The natives say that the ceremony has the effect of strengthening the character of all who pass through it. This is one of the most obvious survivals. The fire ceremony is described in the ritual as an exceeding great mystery and a type of the hidden things in the underworld. It is an application of the fires by means of which power and might are conferred upon the spirits, Ku, among the stars which never set. These fires, it is said in the rubric, shall make the spirit as vigorous as divine Osiris. It is a great ordeal, and so secret is the mystery that it is only to be seen by the males. Thou shalt not perform this ceremony before any human being, except thine own self, or thy father, or thy son. Amongst other things, the fire is good for destroying evil influences and for giving power to Horus in his war with darkness. It is of interest to note the part played by the females in the ordeals by fire. In one of these, the fire is prepared by the woman. And when the youth squats upon the fire, they place their hands on his shoulder and gently press him down upon the smoking fuel. Now, in the Egyptian mysteries of AMENTA, the punishers or purifiers in the hells or furnaces are women or goddesses, and it looks as if this character had survived in the mysteries of the Arunta. When the elders shout through the darkness to the woman across the river, "What are you doing?" the reply is, "We are making a fire." "What are you going to do with the fire?" is asked, and the women shout, "We are going to burn the men." This occurs during a pause by night in the ceremonies of initiation. which terminate with the ordeal by fire. The concluding ordeals by fire and the final washing in the Australian ceremonies can be paralleled in the ritual. Lo, I come, says the speaker, that I may purify the soul of mine in the most high degree. And again, I come from the lake of flame, from the lake of fire, and from the field of flame, and I live. He is now a spirit sufficiently advanced to join the ancient never-setting ones and become a fellow citizen with them in the eternal city. The initiate in the Australian mysteries, having passed through the initiatory ceremonies, joins the elders as a fully developed member of his tribe. The most sacred ceremonial object of the Arunta is called the Kawawa. This is erected at the close of the Ngura mysteries. A young gum tree, 20 feet in height, is cut down, stripped of its branches and its bark, to be erected in the middle of the sacred ground. The decoration at the top was just that of a human head. It was covered all over with human blood, unless red ochre had been substituted. The exact significance of the Kuwawa is not known to the natives, but, as the writers affirm, it has some relation to a human being, and is regarded as common to the members of all the totems. Its mystery is made known at the conclusion of the Ngora, a series of ceremonies, the last of the initiatory rites, through which the native must pass to become fully developed member who is admitted to all the secrets of the tribe, of which this is apparently final and supreme. All things considered, we think the sacred Kuwawa is a form of the Egyptian Ka statue, which is a type of eternal duration as an image of the highest soul. To make the Kuwawa, so to say, the pole is humanized. It is painted with human blood and ornamented like the human head. It has but one form and is common to all the totems. So is it with the Egyptian Ka, the eidolon of the enduring soul. The name of the Kuwawa answers to a long drawn-out form of the word Ka as Ka-a-a. The mysteries of the Arunta, which sometimes take 4 months together for a complete performance, constitute their religious ceremonies, their means of instruction, their books, their arts of statuary, painting, and sign language, their modes of preserving the past, whether lived on earth or, as they have it, in the Altaringa, during the times of the mythical ancestors beyond which tradition does not penetrate. The main difference betwixt the Australian and the Egyptian mysteries is that the one are performed on this earth in the totemic stage of sociology, the other in the earth of AMENTA in the phase of eschatology. Also, the Egyptians continued growing all the time that the Australians were standing still or retrograding. Lastly, we may be sure that such mysteries as these did not spring from 100 different origins and come together by fortuitous concourse from the ends of the earth, to be finally formulated as the Egyptian mysteries of AMENTA. The End. This has been an audio recording of Ancient Egypt, the Light of the World, Book 4, Egyptian Book of the Dead and the Mysteries of AMENTA. Written by Gerald Massey. Narrated by Graham Dunlop. Audio editing by Darren Grimes. Ancient Egypt, the Light of the World, Books 5 and 6. The Sign Language of Astronomical Mythology, Parts 1 and 2. By Gerald Massey. Read by Graham Dunlop. Edited by Darren Grimes. The Sign Language of Astronomical Mythology, Book 5. The Primitive African Paradise. It may be said that the dawn of African civilization came full circle in Egypt, but that the earliest glimmer of the light, which turned the darkness into day for all the earth, first issued from the inner land. The veriest beginning must have been coeval with the creature that first developed a thumb to wield a weapon or to shape an implement for human use. When in the far-off past, but little difference could have been detected twixt the monkey and the pygmy race of human aborigines. It is improbable that we shall get back any nearer to a beginning for the human being among the types extant than with those forest dwarfs, of whom a recent traveler says, They have no records or traditions of the past, no regard for time, nor any fetish rites. They do not seek to know the future by occult means, as do their neighbors. In short, they are, to my thinking, the closest link with the original Darwinian anthropoid apes extant. These little folk of the forest are still upon the lowest step in the ascent of man, not because they have retrograded, but because they have never grown. So far as is known, the pygmies have no verbal language of their own, whatsoever words they may have gathered from outsiders. Otherwise, language with them is the same as it was in the beginning, with a few animal sounds and gesture signs. They have no totems, no signs of tattoo scored upon their bodies, no rites of puberty, no eating of the parent in honor for their primitive sacrament. Judging from specimens of the pygmies that have been brought to England from the Ituri forest, the foundation of the negroid features, the thick lips and large spreading nostrils, was laid in the pygmean phase of development. But up to the present time, the pygmy has only reached the peppercorn stage of hair and has not yet attained the kinky locks of the full-blooded Negro. A German traveler lately claimed to have discovered a people in the forests of Borneo who show some vestige of the ancestral tail. He saw the tail on a child about 6 years old belonging to the Honan tribe. There was the appendage, sure enough, not very long, but plainly visible, hairless, and about the thickness of man's little finger. Also, the persistent rumor that some remains of a semi-simian race are yet extant among the hidden secrets of the old dark land is not incredible to the evolutionist. According to the Lady Luggard, there is a tribe in Nigeria who are reputed not to have lost their tails. The African pygmies, however, have not publicly proclaimed the tale. The sole race that can be traced among the aborigines all over the earth, above ground or below, is the dark race of a dwarf Negrito type, and the only one possible motherland on earth of these preliminary people is Africa. No other country possesses the necessary background as a basis for the human beginnings, and so closely were the facts of nature observed and registered by the Egyptians that the earliest divine men in their mythology are portrayed as pygmies. Following the zootypes, the primitive human form of Elder Horus was that of Bis, the dancing dwarf. Bis is a figure of child Horus in the likeness of a negroid pygmy. He comes capering into Egypt along with the Great Mother, Apt, from Puanta, in the far-off south. In reality, Bis Horus is the earliest form of the pygmy Ta. In both, the dwarf is the type of man in his most primitive shape. The 7 powers that cooperate with Ta are also represented as 7 pygmies. Thus, the anthropomorphic type comes into view as a pygmy. Moreover, Ta, the divine dwarf, is the imperfect progenitor of the perfect man in his son Atum. In this way, the Egyptian wisdom registers the fact that the pygmy was the earliest human figure known, and that this was brought into Egypt from the forests of Inner Africa and the record made in the mythology. In this mode of registering the natural fact, the Egyptians trace their descent from the folk who were the first in human form, that is, from the pygmies. We have now to summarize a few of the pre-Egyptian evidences for the Inner African beginnings. In one of the later chapters of the Book of the Dead, number 164, later that is in position, there are some ancient mystical names which are said to have been uttered in the language of the Nasi, the Negroes, the Anti, and the people of Takenset, or Nubia. Dr. Birch thought this and other chapters were modern because of the presence of Amun-Ra. But the later insertion of a divine name or title does not prove the fundamental matter of the chapter to be late. In this, the Great Mother is saluted as the Supreme Being, the only one, by the name of Sekhet Bast, the goddess of sexual passion and strong drink, who is the mistress of the gods, not as wife, but as the promiscuous concubine, she who was uncreated by the gods, and who is mightier than the gods. To her the 8 gods offer words of adoration. Therefore they were not then merged in the Put circle of the 9. It is noticeable, too, that Sekhet is not saluted as the consort of Ta. Sekhet was undoubtedly far more ancient than Ta. But the point is that the outlandish names applied to her in this chapter are quoted from the language of the Negroes. Therefore, parts of the ritual had been composed in those languages, and if in the languages, then in the lands where these languages were spoken, including the country of Nasi, who were so despised by the dynastic Egyptians. This we claim as a partial recognition of the southern origin of the Egyptian mythology. In agreement with this, the Great Mother may be identified in chapter 143 as Apt of Nubia, who had a shrine at Napata on her way to Egypt, kept. In a text upon a stele among the Egyptian monuments at Dorpat, it is said to the worshipper, "Make adoration to Apt of the dumb palms, to the Lady of the Two Lands." In this text, the old First Mother Apt appears as goddess of the mama tree, that is the dumb palm, which in Egypt is a native of the south. This points to the farther south as the primeval home and habitat of the most ancient hippopotamus goddess, she who thus preceded Hathor in the southern sycamore as the Mother Earth or Lady of the Tree, and who in the dumb palm was the mama or mother of the inner Africans. The king of Egypt as the Suten dates from Sut. The dignity is so ancient that the insignia of the pharaohs evidently belonged to a time when the Egyptians were nothing but the girdle of the Negro, and when it was considered a special distinction that the king should complete this girdle with a piece of skin in front and adorn it with the tail of a lioness behind. The oldest and most primitive form of the sacred house in Egypt, known from inscriptions of the ancient empire, is a hovel dedicated to Sut for a temple. It looks like a hut of wattle work without daub, and it is prehistoric type of building in the Nile Valley, belonging to a civilization immeasurably lower than that of Egypt. Sut, the son of Apt, was the deity of the first Egyptian nome. Sut is synonymous with the south, from which he came with Horus Behutit, who halted by the way as deity of the second nome. Milne Edwards has shown the African origin of the ass, and this was preserved by the Egyptians in its pristine purity of form. The serpents of equatorial Africa have their likeness in the huge reptiles portrayed in pictures of the Egyptian underworld. The sycamore fig of Hathor and the palm tree of Tat were imported into Egypt from Central Africa. The burying places of Abydos, especially the most ancient, have furnished millions of shells, pierced and threaded as necklaces, all of which belong to the species of cowries, used as money in Africa at the present day. The hose and wooden stands for headrests used by the Egyptians have their prototypes among the East Central African tribes. Dr. Peters found various customs among the Wakintu in Uganda, which made him think the people were connected with the ancient Egyptians. One of these was the practice of embalming the dead and of excavating the rocks. Also, their burial mounds are conical, he says, and look like pyramids. One might fill a volume with figures from Inner Africa that were developed and made permanent in the symbolism in Egypt. My Lord the Lion is an African expression used by the Kafirs and others in speaking of the lordly animal, also of the chief as Lion Lord. So likewise in Egypt, Osiris as king of the gods was my Lord the Crocodile, and King Asa is also called my Lord the King as a crocodile. Again, the lion of Motoko is a totem with the Kafirs in the neighborhood of Fort Salisbury, Mashonaland. They have a priest of the lion god called the Mondoro, who is venerated as a sort of spirit in lion shape. Sacrifices are offered annually to the lion god at the Zimbabwe of Mashonaland, and it is held by the natives that all the true men pass into the lion form at death, precisely the same as it was with the Manis in the Egyptian ritual, who exclaims on living a second time, "I am the Lord in lion form," and who rises again when divinized in that image of superhuman power. Such types were Inner African when totemic, and as the lion of Mutoko shows, they were also venerated as representatives of spiritual or superhuman powers, which were deified in Egypt as the crocodile divinities Apt, Neith, and Sebek, and the lion gods Shu, Tefnut, Sekhet, Horus, and Atum-Ra. In the Egyptian judgment scenes, the baboon or Cynocephalus sits upon the scales as the tongue of the balance and a primitive determinative or even-handed justice. This was an inner African type, now continued in Egypt as an image of the judge. In a Namakaland fable, the baboon sits in judgment on the other animals. The mouse had torn the tailor's clothes and laid it to the cat. The cat lays it to the dog to the wood to the fire to the water to the elephant, and the elephant to the ant. Whereupon the wise judge orders the ant to bite the elephant to drink the water to quench the fire to burn the wood to beat the dog to bite the cat, and the cat to bite the mouse. And thus the tailor gets satisfaction from the judgment of the wise baboon, whose name is Yan in Namakwa, whilst that of the Cynocephalus is An in Egyptian. This, in the European folktales, is the well-known nursery legend of the pig that wouldn't go. How then did this Bushman or Hottentot fable get into the lowermost stratum of the folktales in England? We answer the same way that Tom Thumb did, and Jack the Giant Killer, and the house that Jack built, and many more which are the poor relations reduced from the mythology of Egypt to become the Marchen of the world. Again, the youthful hero here is Horus in Egypt, Hetzi Ibib among the Hottentots, and the redoubtable Little Jack in Britain is also an inner African figure under the name of Kalikalang. The missionary MacDonald says, "We know a boy who assumed, much at his own instance, the name of Kalikalang, the hero about whom there are so many native tales, reminding one of the class of tales to which Jack the Giant Killer belongs. This is the hero who slays the giant or dragon of drought and darkness, or cuts open the monster that swallowed him, who rescues the lunar lady from her imprisonment, and who makes the ascent to heaven by means of a tree, a stalk, or, as in the case of Child Horus, a papyrus reed." In his Uganda Protectorate, Sir H. Johnston has reproduced a local legend of creation, derived from the natives, which contains certain constituent elements of the nursery tale of Jack the Giant Killer. Kintu was the first man. When he came from the unknown, he found nothing in Uganda. No food, no water, no animals, nothing but a blank. He had a cow with him, and on this he lived. The cow represented the earth as giver of food. Kintu is a form of the universal hero, the hero to whom the tests are applied for discovering whether or no he is the real heir. Kintu eats or disposes of 10,000 carcasses of roasted cows, and thus proves himself to be the man indeed, as does Jack, who outwits the giant in a similar manner. The story includes the beanstalk, or the bean, with other fragments found in the European Marchen, including the bringing of death into the world through the disobedience of Kintu, the first man, or by his violating the law of taboo. The Wakintu of Uganda or Rhodesia derived their name from Kintu, the first man of the Central African legends. In a Zulu legend, the underworld is the land of cannibals. Here dwells the devourer, from whom the youthful hero makes his escape, together with his sister, by climbing up a tree into the sky country, just as Horus climbs the tree of dawn in coming forth from the underworld. We read in the ritual of a golden god-headed ape, which is 3 palms in height, without legs or arms. The speaker in this character says, "My course is the course of the golden Cynocephalus, 3 palms in height, without legs or arms, in the temple of Ptah." What this means no mortal knows. It is known, however, that the dog-headed ape, as Ani the Saluter, was emblematic of the moon. Now, in the Kafir story of Simbukumbukwana, there is a child born without legs or arms, who obviously represents the moon in its changes. He began to speak on the day of his birth. The girl that was first born, who grew up in the valley and lived in the hole of an ant heap, is called his sister, She has the power to give him legs and arms by repeating his name and saying, "Have legs and arms," and to deprive him of them by saying, "Shrink legs and arms." This, as a figure of waning and waxing, helps us to understand the dog-headed ape of gold as an image of the moon in the waxing and waning halves of the lunation. In the story of the glutton, the conquerors of the swallower are the mother and her twins. These, in an Egyptian form of the mythos, are Sut and Horus, the twin brethren, who war against the monster as two lions, the Rehu on behalf of their mother, who is the Lady of Light in the moon. In this way, we can trace some of the oldest of the folk tales concerning the deluge and the lost paradise, the hero as the wonder-working child who climbs a tree or stalk and slays the monster of the dark, to Inner Africa, and follow these and others in the mythology of the Egyptians on their way to becoming the universal legends of the human race. The mythology, religious rites, totemic customs, and primitive symbolism of Egypt are crowded with survivals from identifiable inner African origins. The Egyptian Ka, or image of a spiritual self, was preceded by various rude but representative images of the dead. Livingstone tells us that the natives about Lake Moher make little idols of a deceased father and mother. To these they present beer, flour, and bhang. They light a fire for the spirits to sit round and smoke in concert with their living relatives. The Yu-speaking natives of the Gold Coast also have their Kra, or Eidolon, which existed from before the birth of a child and is exactly identical with the Egyptian Kra. It is a common practice with the Bantu tribes, described by the author of the Uganda Protectorate, for the relatives of deceased persons to carve crude little images as likenesses of the dead and set them up for worship or propitiation. Offerings are made to these in place of the later Ka of the Egyptians. The earlier type of the departed was a bodily portrait, hence the mummy. The Ka is a later spirit likeness, but both imply the same recognition of the ancestral spirits that live on after death. The spirit huts provided for the honored dead in the dense forests of Central Africa, as by the Wanyamwezi for their Musimo, by the Congo Pygmies, Gil, and by the Nilotic Negroes, which the Portuguese called devil houses, are prototypes of the Ka chambers in Egyptian tombs. Erecting a little hut for the spirits is a recognizable mode of propitiation. Lionel Deckel, as we have seen, describes his Wanyamwezi as making little huts of grass or of green boughs even when on the march, and offering them to the Musimo, or spirits of their ancestors. One of the funeral offerings found in Theban tombs is a loaf of bread in the shape of a cone, or pastille, or a model in burnt terracotta that images the loaf. Why the offering should be conical is admittedly unknown. This typical cone is inner African, and in a most peculiar way, the Yao people have the custom of making an offering to the dead in a conical form. They do not know how to make bread, but their offering to the spirits consists of little flour. This they let fall slowly from the fingers on the ground, so that it may form a pile in the shape of a sugar loaf. If the cone should shape perfectly, it is an omen that the offering is acceptable to the spirits. It may be suggested in passing that the conical shape of the pile and flour and the funerary loaf was derived from that of the grave mound of earth or stones dropped over the buried corpse as the still earlier tribute offered to the dead. British peasants give the name of fairy loaves to the fossil echini, or sea urchins, found in Neolithic graves. Obviously, these loaves were representative of funerary food that was likewise offered to the dead. The skeleton of a young woman clasping a child in her arms was discovered in a round barrow on Dunstable Downs, the burial mound being edged round with these fairy loaves. Again, in the mysteries of the Yao people, the young girls are initiated by a female who is called the cook of the mystery. This is the instructress who makes the mystery, or is the cook that prepares it, and who is mistress of the ceremony. She is the wise woman who initiates the girls and anoints their bodies with an oil containing various magical ingredients. She clothes them in their earliest garment, the primitive loincloth, that was first assumed at puberty with proud pleasure, and afterwards looked upon askance as the sign of civilized woman's shame. Now this primitive personage has been divinized as the cook in the Kamite pantheon. In Egyptian, Tate signifies to cook, and this is the name of a goddess Tate, who is the cook in paradise and the preparer of the deceased in the greater mysteries of the ritual, where she is the cook of the mystery more obviously than a cook as preparer of food. The deceased, in speaking of his investiture for the garden of Aru, cries, "Let my vesture be girt on me by Tate." That is, by the goddess, who is the divine cook by name, and who clothes the initiate in the garment or girdle that here takes the place of the loincloth in the more primitive mysteries of Inner Africa. The Egyptian record, when correctly read, will tell us plainly that the human birthplace was a land of the papyrus reed, the crocodile and hippopotamus, a land of the great lakes in Karua, the Chloe of Ptolemy, or in the Apta, at the horn point of the earth, that is, in Equatoria, from whence the sacred river ran to brim the valley of the Nile with plenty. The track of civilization with cities springing in its footprints is seaward from the south, not upward from Lower Egypt, which was a swamp when Upper Egypt was already the African home of civilization. The Egyptians always gave priority to the south over the delta in the north. Also, the south was and is the natural habitat of the oldest fauna and most peculiar of the sacred zootypes. It is in vain we judge of the race by the figures and faces of the rulers portrayed in monumental times. Primary data must be sought for against the fellahin and corroborated by the skulls. Captain Burton wrote to me in 1883 saying, "You are quite right about the African origin of the Egyptians, and I have sent home 100 skulls to prove it." Does anyone know what became of these skulls? The African legends tell us that the Egyptians, Zulus, and others looked backward to a land of the papyrus reed as the primeval country of the human race, and that on this, as we shall see, the Egyptians founded their circumpolar paradise in the astronomical mythology. There is a widespread African tradition, especially preserved by the Kafir tribes, that the primeval birthplace was a land of reeds. The Zulus told the missionary Calloway that men originally came out of the bed of reeds. This birthplace in the reeds was called Uthanga, named from the reed. No one knew where it was, but all insisted that the natal reed bed of the race was still extant. It was a sign of lofty lineage for the native aristocracy to claim descent from ancient Uthanga, the primeval land of birth. The Basutos identify Uthanga, the human birthplace, with a cavern in the earth that was surrounded by a morass of reeds. They also cling so affectionately to the typical reed that when a child is born they suspend a reed above the hut to announce the birth of the babe, thus showing in the language of signs that the papyrus reed is still a type of the primitive birthplace in which child Horus was cradled on the flower of the papyrus plant or reed. The Zulu birthplace in the bed of reeds was repeated and continued in the nest of reeds and the morass that were mythically represented as the birthplace of the child, which was constellated as the uranograph of Horus springing from the reed. What indeed is the typical reed of Egypt? First in the upper, next in the lower land, but a symbol of the birthplace in the African bed of reeds. Lower Egypt, called Uat in the hieroglyphics, has the same name as the papyrus reed. Also, Uwati is a title of the great mother Isis who brought forth child Horus on her lap of the papyrus flower. Uat in Egyptian is the name of Lower Egypt. Uat is the oasis. Uat is the water. Uat is wet, fresh, evergreen. Uat is the reed of Egypt, the papyrus reed, and the name of the most ancient mother in the Kamite mythology. Seb, the father of food, is clothed with papyrus reeds. The Mount of Earth was imaged as a papyrus plant in the water of space. Lastly, the Mount of AMENTA in the ritual rises from a bed of papyrus reeds. Hor Apollo says of the Egyptians, to denote ancient descent, they depict a roll of papyrus, and by this they signify primeval food. This is the same as with the Zulus. The papyrus reed Uat was turned into a symbol of most ancient descent precisely because it had been the primeval food of the most ancient people, a totem of the most ancient mother of the race when called Uati in Egypt, and a type of the African paradise. As the symbolism shows, people were sometimes derived from and represented by the food on which they lived. Thus, the papyrus reed that symbolizes ancient food and long descent would be the sign of the people who once lived on or who ate the shoots of the water plant. The Egyptians continued to be eaters of the lotus and papyrus shoots. Theirs was the land of the reed, and they, like the Zulus or the Japanese or the Pueblos, were the reed people in accordance with the primitive mode of heraldry. Just as with the Arunta tribes, the Wichita Grub people, or those who live on the Wichita Grub as their special totemic food. In later times, the papyrus plant was eaten by the Egyptians as a delicacy. Its shoots were gathered for that purpose annually. Bread made from the roots and the seed of the lotus was the gourmand's delight. Lily loaves are mentioned in the papyrus Anastasia. It is said in the hymn to the Nile that when food is abundant, the poor man disdains to eat the lotus or papyrus plant, which shows that it had been his diet when other food was scarce. The lotus and the papyrus are the two water plants worn as a headdress by the two figures that represent the Nile south and north, and who are often seen binding the flowers to the Sam symbol of the Upper and Lower Egypt, as if joining the two countries together as the one land of the reed. Uhlanga is not irrecoverable. We glean from other Zulu legends that this was the African birthplace, in the bed of reeds, where the two children, black and white, were born of dark and day, and where the race of the reed people broke off in the beginning. This cradle of creation is repeated mythically with child Horus in his nest of reeds or bed of the papyrus plant, when the field of reeds was figured in the heavens as the primitive paradise of food and drink. In the so-called cosmogony of the Japanese, it is set forth that the first thing in which life appeared on earth at the beginning was the reed, and the earliest land or country place stand, Kunitoko, Tachi, was the land of the reed. Japan was named as the central land of the reed expanse from the fields of reed, whether geographical on the earth or astronomical in the fields of heaven. The great reed of the Japanese mythos is identical with the papyrus reed that represented the Mount of Earth in Egypt or the lotus of Meru in India. Any country figured as being atop of the reed would be the midland of the world, as Japan is said to be, and the Kamite reed will explain why the land of the Kamai should be called Ashihara, the plain of reeds, when the reed is identified with the papyrus plant. Ashihara no Naka Tsukuni, the middle kingdom of the reed plain, which lies upon the summit of the globe, is an ancient name for Japan. This, if mundane, corresponds to the land of the papyrus reed in equatorial Africa, the summit of our earth, or, if only mythical, i.e. astronomical, to the reed field of the Eru paradise upon the summit of the mount in heaven. Again, the great reed standing up out of the water is identical with the typical mount of earth in the Navajo mythology. As the mount grew higher, higher grew the reed. At the time of the deluge, all that lived took refuge there, and were rescued from the drowning waters by the reed. This is the papyrus reed, which cradled Horus amid the waters, like the infant Moses in the Ark of Bulrush, applied in a folk tale on a larger scale. It is now proposed to seek for the birthplace of the beginnings in Central Africa, the land of the papyrus reed round the equatorial lakes, by the aid of the Egyptian astronomical mythology and the legendary lore. In the first place, the Kamai of Egypt, like the Kamai of Japan, identify themselves by name as the reed people. And the goddess Uati is the African Great Mother in the bed of reeds. For it was thence, in the region of the two lakes and in the land of the papyrus reed that souls in the germ first emanated as the soul of life from water. The Kafir tradition thus appears to preserve the natural fact which the Egyptians rendered mythically, by means of the reed plant as a symbol of the primeval birthplace on earth, with Horus issuing from the waters on the reed, which became the lap of life, the cradle and the ark of the eternal child, who is also called the shoot of the papyrus, the primitive Natzer. A spring of water welling from abysmal depths of earth that furnished food in the papyrus reed and other edible plants is the earliest form in which the source of life was figured by the Kamite mystery teachers. This is recorded in the ritual. It was in the birthplace of the reeds and the reed people in the region of the reeds that light first broke out of darkness in the beginning of the domain of Sut, and where the twin children of darkness and light were born. The Mother Earth, as womb of universal life, was the producer of food in various kinds, and the food was represented as her offspring. Horus, on his papyrus, imaged food in the water plant, as well as in the later lentils, the branch of the tree, or in general vegetation. The stands of the offerings presented to the gods in the ritual are commonly crowned with papyrus plants, which commemorate the food that was primeval. Thus, the doctrine of life issuing in and from the papyrus reed was Egyptian as well as Japanese. Naturally, the earliest life thus emanating from the water was not human life, but this would be included sooner or later in the mythical representation. Hence the legend of the first man or person who issued from a reed in the water of the deluge. In this American Indian version, the reed is a figure of the birthplace instead of the Zulu bed of reeds, or Uthanga, the land of reeds. But the typical origin is the same, and as Egyptian the mythos is to be explained. The origin of a savior in the guise of a little child is traceable to child Horus, who brought new life to Egypt every year as the Masu of the inundation. This was Horus in his pre-solar and pre-human characters of the fish, the shoot of the papyrus, or the branch of endless years. In a later stage, the image of Horus on his papyrus represented the young god as solar cause in creation. But in the primitive phase, it was a soul of life or of food ascending from the water and vegetation, as he who climbs the stalk, ranging from child Horus to the Polynesian hero, and to Jack ascending heavenward by means of his beanstalk. Now, of all the lands on earth, there is no reed land to be compared with the land of the reeds round the equatorial lakes, where the papyrus grows about the waters in jungles and forests, so dense that a charging herd of hippopotami could hardly penetrate the bush, which stands out of the water full 15 feet in height. And there, if anywhere upon this earth, Uthanga, the original reed land or birthland in the reeds, will yet be found. This is the natural fact which underlies the mythical representation when the Egyptians show us Horus on his papyrus, rising from his natal bed of the papyrus plant. Child Horus on his papyrus is the reed born in mythology who reflects the natural fact of the human birthplace in the field, the bed or nest of reeds on earth or in heaven. That is the African oasis of the beginning, whether the offspring represents food or other elemental force. Now the Egyptian Eru, or paradise, established by Ra, was a field of reeds in 7 divisions, and these were papyrus reeds which sprang up from the marshes. Thus, the Kamite paradise was a land of the papyrus plant, repeated on the summit of the mount in heaven at the north celestial pole. According to their way of registering a knowledge of the beginnings, the Egyptians were well acquainted with the equatorial regions, which they designated Apta, the uppermost point, the mount, or literally the horn point of the earth. This was afterwards reproduced at the highest point above, when the primeval birth land was repeated as the land of rebirth for spirits in heaven. It has now to be shown that much of the sign language of astronomy, which still survives on the celestial globe, is interpretable on the ground, and for the reason that the fundamental data of the underlying mythos was Egyptian, although the commencement in Africa, may have been indefinitely earlier than the fulfillment in Egypt. From the beginning, certain types evolved in the Egyptian mythology, have been configurated in the planisphere, many of which remain extant on the celestial globe today. As a concept of primitive thought, life came into the world by water. Hence, in the mysteries of Osiris, water is the throne of the eternal. Earth itself was the producer or the mother of the element, the wet nurse in mythology, and water was her child, by whom an ever-renewing source was imaged as the type in Child Horus, the eternal child. Water, we shall see, was self-delineated as very heaven. Drought was self-delineated as a huge black reptile coiling around the mount of earth, night after night, and drinking up the water of light day after day. Darkness and light were self-delineated as two immense wide-winged birds, one black and one white, which overspread the earth. The great squat-headed evil Apap in the Egyptian drawings is probably a water reptile and possibly represents the mysterious monster of the lakes in the legends of Central Africa. But wheresoever its habitat in nature, it supplied one of the types that were depicted in the astronomical ceiling of Kam, the types that have now to be followed by means of the mythography and the sign language of the starry sphere, amongst which Apap, the hellish snake of drought and dearth and darkness, still survives as our own constellation Hydra, the enormous reptile imaged in the celestial waters of the southern heaven. The hero of light that pierced the serpent of drought, or the dragon of darkness, was also represented as the golden hawk, later eagle, and at Hermopolis the Egyptians showed the figure of a hippopotamus upon which a hawk stood fighting with a serpent. Now, as the hippopotamus was a zootype of the Mother Earth and the water of space, the hawk and serpent fighting on her back portrayed the war of light and darkness, which had been fought from the beginning, the war that was a primary subject figured in the astronomical mythology. The hawk represented Horus, who was the bruiser of the serpent's head. Thus, the same conflict that was portrayed at Hermopolis may be seen in the constellation of Serpentarius as a uranograph depicted in the planisphere. The Egyptians called the equator Apta, as the highest land or summit of the earth. This, the earthly Apta in the equatorial regions, was then rendered mythically as the Apta, or highest point, of the northern heavens in the astronomical representation. And naturally, the chief facts of the earthly paradise were repeated for a purpose in the circumpolar highland. Hence the Aru paradise as a field of papyrus reeds, oozing with the water of life that supplied the world. From the two great lakes into which the element divided at the head of the celestial river, or the white Nile of the Milky Way. In coming down the Nile from Karua, the lake country, the migrants had to pass through parching desert sands, which made the south a synonym for Sut, as it is in Egyptian. Their future heaven was in the north, whence came the blessed breezes with the breath of healing from the very land of life. And all the time ahead of them was that fixed polar star in the north, fixed, that is, as a center of rest and peace amidst the starry revolutions of the heavens. Emerging from the wilderness, they saw in Egypt an oasis watered by the river Nile. Cooler breezes brought the breath of life to meet them on the way, and plenty of sweet, fresh water realized the heaven of the African. The Kamai found their old lost paradise in Uat, the name signifying green, fresh, well-watered. Uat was literally the land of wet as water. Here then was heaven in the north, heaven as the north, heaven in the water and the breezes of the north. And on this they founded a celestial garden or enclosure, which was configured by them in the northern heaven as the primitive paradise of edible plants and plenty of water. The river Nile was traced back by the Egyptians to a double source. This in later times was localized at Elephantine, but not originally. The Nile was known to issue from the two great lakes, which were the southern source of the river according to the ritual. A tablet discovered at Gebel Sisele refers to two of the ancient festivals of the Nile which had fallen into disuse in the time of Ramses II. In this it is said, "I know what is written in the bookstore kept in the library, that whenever the Nile cometh forth from the two fountains, the offerings of the gods are to be plenty. The river was timed to come forth from its double welling place on the 15th of Epiphi, and the inundation to reach Gebel Sisele, or Canut, on the 15th of Tat. The first of these dates corresponds to our May the 31st, the second to August the 4th. This allows 2 months and 3 days for the inundation to travel from its swollen and overflowing double-breasted source, wheresoever that was localized, to Gebel Sisele. The length of the river from the Victoria Nyanza to the sea is now estimated at 3,370 miles. It is less than 3,000 to Sisele, and the water flowing at the rate of only 2 miles an hour would make 3,120 miles in 65 days. This seems to afford good evidence that the two fountains were identified with the two lakes, and that the double source was afterwards repeated locally lower down at Elephantine. The Egyptians had tracked the river to its sources in the recesses called the Tuat of the south, and the inundation to the bursting forth and overflowing of the southern lakes at high flood. The mother of water in the northern heaven was imaged as the water cow. Another type of the birthplace was the thigh or haunch of the cow, and one of the two lakes at the head of the Milky Way in the region of the northern pole was called the Lake of the Thigh. The Osiris, on attaining the divine regions of water, air, and food, or as we say heaven, exultingly exclaims, "I alight at the thigh of the lake." This was the thigh of the cow that was constellated in heaven at least twice over as a sign of the birthplace, when the birth was water or Horus, the child of the inundation. Now the name of Tanganyika, from the African Tanga, for the thigh, the Nika, for the water, signifies the lake of the thigh or haunch. But the thigh is only a symbol which in sign language denotes the birthplace that was imaged more completely by the cow itself. The water cow of Apt in Apta, which represented Earth as the great mother and giver of the water that, according to the legend, burst forth from the abyss in the deluge of the inundation when the lake was formed at first. The lake of the thigh equals Tanga, Nika, was constellated in the northern heaven by the name of Uranograph, and this lake of the thigh or haunch was the lake of the water cow. Hence we find the cow and the haunch are blended together in one group of stars that is labeled the Meskin, as the womb or birthplace at the summit of the pole. And although this lake in Africa is a little over the line to the south, it is near enough to have been reckoned on it, and therefore to have been the earthly prototype of the Great Lake at the horn point of the northern pole, which the ritual denominates the Lake of Equipoise, as well as the Lake of the Thigh. Amongst the other signs that were configured at the summit of the northern heaven as object pictures of the old primeval homeland were the fields of the papyrus reed, the waters welling from unfathomable depths, the ancient mother as the water cow of Apt, who was the living image of Apta as the birthplace in the reeds. Thus, with the aid of their uranographs, the Egyptian mystery teachers showed the birthplace in the fields of the papyrus plant, the reed bed in Yuthanga, where the black and white twins of darkness and day were born, the birthplace of the water flowing from its secret source in the land of the two lakes called the Lake of Equipoise, and the Lake of the Thigh, or Tonga, whence the name Tanganyika. There was the water that forever flowed in fields forever fresh and green, which figured now the water of life that has no limit, and the food that is eternal in the Kamite eschatology. In the astronomy, Apta was the mount of Earth as a figure of the equator, whereas the summit of the circumpolar paradise was the mount of heaven as a figure of the pole. In the final picture of the ritual, the mount of AMENTA stands in a morass of the papyrus reed, The cow that represents the Great Mother is portrayed in the two forms of Apt, the water cow, and Hathor, the milch cow, as the typical mother amongst the reeds in the place of birth on earth, and thence of rebirth in heaven. Thus, as we interpret it, the imagery of Equatoria was commemorated in the uranographic representation or sign language of the astronomical mythology. Sir Harry Johnston sees traces of the Egyptian or Hamitic influence amongst the more primitive dwarfs and Negroes of the equatorial regions, but this he speaks of as a result of a returning wave from the Nilotic races. Assuredly, the Kamite race of migratory colonizers on the lower Nile did return in later times in search of the old home. Their voyages by water and travels by land had become the subject of popular tales. But this was as travelers, adventurers, naturalists, and miners who explored their hinterland, dug for metals or gems, imported strange animals, and transplanted precious trees to furnish incense for the goddesses and gods. It was not the grown-up, civilized Ruti of Egypt who called themselves the men, par excellence, that went back to beget the ape-like race of Negroid dwarfs in the central regions of Africa, or to people the impenetrable forest with non-civilized, ignorant, undeveloped mannequins. That was not the root of evolution. It is an ancient and world-traveling tradition that heaven and earth were close together in the beginning. Now the heaven signified in the oldest of all mythologies. The Kamite was the starry heaven of night, upraised by Shu, as he stood upon the mount of earth. This was the heaven in which the stars of our two bears revolved around the pole. The writer of the present work has seen in equatorial regions how the Southern Cross arises and the bears go down for those who are going south. The northern pole star dips and disappears, and with it sinks the primal paradise of mythology in general. It was configurated in the stars about the pole. On coming north again, the old lost paradise arose once more as paradise regained. At a certain point, in regions of no latitude, the pole star rests forever on the horizon in the north, or, as the Egyptians figured it, upon the mount of earth in Apta. The heaven of the ancient legends and of the equatorial astronomers was close to the earth, because the pole star rested on the summit of the mount like Anup on his mountain. Such traditions were deposited as the mythical motive representing natural fact, however much the fact may be obscured. Now, the ordinary heaven of night and day could not supply the natural fact. Heaven is no farther off from earth than ever. There is a starting point in the various mythologies that is equivalent to this beginning, at which time heaven rested on the earth, and was afterwards separated from it by the mythical uplifter of the sky. The name of heaven denotes the up heaven. Nut, or Nu, the Egyptian name for heaven, has the meaning and the sign of uplifted. And there was but one starting point at which the heaven could be said to rest upon the earth. This was in the regions of no latitude, where the pole stars were to be seen upon the two horizons. As the nomads traveled towards the north, this heaven of the pole, which touched the earth in Equatoria, naturally rose up from the mount, or, as mythically rendered, it was raised by Shu, who stood upon the steps of Kemen to reach the height and push the two apart with his huge staff that was the giant's figure of the north celestial pole. There was no solstices in Apta. Time, if any, was always equinoctial there. And on this equal measure of day and dark, the first division of the circle, the sep, or turnaround of the sphere, was founded. When Shu upraised the sky, it was equally divided between Sut and Horus, the portion of each being half of the water, half of the mount, or half of the 24 hours. And this was the time made permanent in AMENTA, where the later register for all such simple mysteries was kept. There are 12 hours light and 12 hours dark in this netherworld, the same as in the equatorial regions. It is the equinoctial time of Shu and Mati. The earth was not an upright pillar in Apta, with the starry sphere revolving around it on a horizontal plane. The risings and settings of the stars were vertical, and the two fixed centers of the poles were on the two horizons, or, in accordance with the Egyptian expression, on the northern and southern sides of the mount of earth. The sky, as the celestial water, was also divided into two great lakes, one to the north and one to the south of the mount. These survive in the ritual as the Lake of Karu and the Lake of Ru to the south and the north of the Baku hill on which heaven resteth. The system of dividing the celestial water was apparently founded on the two great equatorial lakes at the head of the Nile, which were repeated in the two lakes of AMENTA and in the other pictures of the double source of the great stream, now figured in heaven, at the head of the Milky Way as the stream without end. The Egyptians also preserved traditions of Tanuter, the holy land that was known by the name of Punt or Puanta. Maspero spells the name Puanit. The present writer has rendered it Puanta. One meaning of Anta in Egyptian is yellow or golden, hence Puanta the golden. The name is applied in the ritual to the land of dawn, or Anta as the golden, the land of gold. This was the mythical or divine Anta in AMENTA, where the tree of golden Hathor grew. In that case, Puanta or Punt is identical with the Orient in the mythos. But the land of Puanta is also geographical, and there was an Egyptian tradition that this divine country could be reached by ascending the river Nile. It was reported that in a remote region south you came to an unknown great water which bathed Puanta, or the Holy Land. Tanuter. This, we suggest, was the nearest and largest of all the African lakes, now called the Victoria Nyanza, from which the river Nile debouches on its journey north. We gather from the inscriptions of Deir el-Bahari that the inhabitants of that Puanta for which the expedition of Queen Hatshepsut sailed were lake dwellers. The houses, built on piles, were reached by means of ladders, and pile dwellings imply that the people of Puanta were dwellers on the lake. Further, it is recorded on the monuments that 2 naval expeditions were made by the Egyptians to the land of Puanta. The first occurred in the reign of Sankara, the last king of the 11th dynasty, long before the expedition to Puanta was made in the time of Queen Hatshepsut, 18th dynasty. The leader of this earlier expedition was a nobleman named Hanu, who described his passage inland through the desert and the cultivated land. On his return to Egypt from the Gold Land, he speaks of coming back from the land of Seba, and thus far identifies the one with the other. He says, "When I returned from Seba, or Seboa, I had executed the king's command, for I brought him back all kinds of presents, which I had met with in the ports of Puanta. And I came back by the road of Wak and of Hanu." Inscription Rohan. In the story of the shipwrecked sailor, the speaker says of his voyage, "I was going to the mines of Pharaoh in a ship that was 150 cubits long and 40 cubits wide, with 150 of the best sailors in Egypt. He was shipwrecked on an island, which turned out to be in the land of Puanta. The serpent ruler of the island says to the sailor, 'I am prince of the land of Puanta.' It is not said that this was the land of the mines, but he was sailing to the mines when he reached the land of Puanta. An inscription found in the tomb of Uana and Thua of the 18th dynasty, which tomb was rich in gold, informs us that the gold had been brought from the lands of the south. Also, the Maze tribes are known to have had relations with the people of Puanta. Puanta, as a geographical locality, is said to lie next to the spirit world, or the land of the shades, which is spoken of as being in the south, but as far away as sailors could go upstream. In fact, it was where the celestial waters came from heaven at the sources of the Nile. This surely means that Puanta, the gold land, was at the summit of this world, and therefore closest to the next, where there was nothing but the firmamental water betwixt them and the islands of the blessed. If Mashonaland should prove to be the gold land of Puanta, this would be the geographical Puanta, not Arabia, from which the golden Hathor and the hawk of gold originally came. The symbolism of the ruined cities of Mashonaland, discovered by the explorer Bent, suffices at least to show that the Egyptians of a very remote age had worked the gold mines in that country. Horus, on his pedestal or papyrus, is a figure not to be mistaken, whether the bird is a hawk or a vulture, for there was also a very ancient Horus of the vulture that was the bird of Neith. The hawk or vulture on the pedestal or papyrus, Uat, was indefinitely older than the human type of Horus, the child in Egypt. Horus as the hawk or vulture standing on the column within the necklace zone or cestus was the child of Hathor. And these two, Hathor and Horus, were the divine mother and child. The gold hawk of Horus is connected with the Egyptian mines, whilst precious metals and stones, especially the turquoise, were expressed sacred to the goddess Hathor. The Egyptian goddess Hathor, as a form of the Earth Mother, was the mistress of the mines and of precious stones and metals called Mafkat. It was here she gave birth to the blue-eyed golden Horus as her child, her golden calf or hawk of gold. The Egyptian laborers who worked the mines of the turquoise country in the Sinaitic Peninsula were worshippers of this golden Hathor and the golden Horus. These two are the divinities most frequently invoked in the religious worship of the Egyptian officers and miners residing in the neighborhood of the Mafkat mines. Also, the name for a mine in Egyptian is Ba or Bat, and Baba or Babait is a plural for mines, likewise for caverns, grottos, and layers underground. Moreover, this district of the Sinaitic mines was designated Baba or Babait by the Egyptian miners, and this name of Baba or Babait, with the plural terminal for the mines, would seem to have been preserved and repeated for the Zimbabwe mines in Rhodesia, the Egyptian word being left there by the Egyptian workers. Lastly, as Mafekt or Mafket is a title of Hathor, as Mafek is an Egyptian name for the turquoise, for copper, and other treasures of the mines, as well as of Hathor. One wonders whether the name of Mafking was also derived from the Egyptian word Mafek. The earliest Taniter or Holy Land of the Egyptians was then the Puanta in the south, which was sacred on account of its being the primeval home. But in the mythos, the place of coming forth has been given to the sun god in the east, and this became the Holy Land in the solar mythology, which has been too hastily identified by certain Egyptologists with Arabia as the eastern land. At present, we are more concerned with the original race and its primitive achievement than with the return wave from Egypt in the later ages of the pharaohs. The oasis in Africa was a heaven on earth, a paradise in nature, ready-made in the vast expanse of papyrus reed. Egypt from the beginning was based on the oasis, Uat. We might trace a form of the heptonymy with which Egypt began in the 7 oases. The great oasis of Abydos, called Uat, the great Theban oasis, the oasis of the Natron Lakes, the oasis of El Karga, the oasis of Sinai, the oasis of Dakel, and the oasis of Baniza. Maspero says the great oasis had been at first considered as a sort of mysterious paradise to which the dead went in their search of peace and happiness. It was called Uit or Uat. As late as the Persian epoch, the ancient tradition found its echo in the name of Isle of the Blessed, which was given to the great oasis. So soon as the deceased was properly equipped with his amulets and formulas, he set forth to seek the field of reeds. The field of reeds was the field of Uat, the papyrus reed, which had been repeated in the heavens from the Uat of Egypt, the Uat of the oasis, the Uat of the reed land that was in the beginning. For those who lived on the papyrus shoots when this was a primeval food, there was a world of plenty in the region of lakes, which would be looked back to as a very paradise by those who wandered forth into the waterless deserts and suffered cruelly from thirst and hunger amidst the arid wastes of burning sand. In seeking the fields of reeds, the deceased was going back in spirit to Uthanga, the cradle of the reeds, or to Karua, the land of the lakes, to Apta, the starting point, to Puanta, the ever-golden, to Murta, the land of the two eyes, or some other form of primitive paradise, where, as the ritual has it, he would drink the waters of the sacred river at the sources of the Nile. This was the land where food and water had been abundant enough to furnish a type of everlasting plenty for the land of promise in the astronomical mythology and the eschatology. It is necessary to postulate a commencement in equatorial regions, in order that we may explain certain primeval representations in the land of Egypt. We see a deluge legend originating in the woman's failing to keep the secret of the water source, which was followed by an overwhelming, devastating flood. We see that a legend of the first man, he who brought death into the world by disobeying the law of taboo, is indigenous to the natives of Uganda. A primitive picture of the beginning is also presented in an African story, which was told to Stanley by a native of the Bashko on the Iruwimi River, called The Creation of Man. It is related that in the old time all this land, and indeed the whole earth, was covered with sweet water. Then the water dried up or disappeared. No living thing was moving on the earth until one day a large toad squatted by one of the pools. How long it had lived or how it came into existence was not known, but it was suspected that the water must have brought it forth from some virtue of its own. On the whole earth there was but this one toad, which in relation to water was the frog. Then follows the legend of creation. The toad becomes the maker of the primal human pair, which came into being in the shape of twins, like Sut and Horus, or the Zulu black and white twins in their bed of reeds. And these are said to be the first like our kind that ever trod the earth. The legend we judge to be an African original relating to the primordial water, in which the earth was figured as a large toad or frog, at the time when no other living thing moved on the earth, and there was no human creature known. The frog floating on the water in the act of breathing out of it was an arresting object to primitive man, and this became a type of earth emerging from the water of space. The constellation of Pisces Australis was known to the Arab astronomers as the frog. Indeed, the two fish, the southern fish and the whale, were named by them as the two frogs. But whichever type was first, a monstrous frog or huge fish, a turtle or the water cow, it was a figure of the earth amidst the firmamental water, in the lower part of which was the abyss. And here the primal pair are also born as twins, like Sut and Horus. In Egypt, the north celestial pole was variously imaged as a mountain summit, an island in the deep, a mound of earth, a papyrus plant or lotus in the waters of immensity, a tree, a stake, a pole, a pillar, a pyramid, and other types of the apex in heaven. In Equatoria, there was neither pole nor pole star fixed on high in the celestial north. On the other hand, there were two pole stars visible upon the two horizons, north and south. These, according to the imagery, might be represented by two jackals, two lions, two giraffes, mountains, the mount and horizon being synonymous, two trees, two pillars of the firmament, or by the two eyes of two watchers. Heaven's Eye Mountain is a Chinese title for the mount of the pole. This would apply when only one pole star was visible, but in Equatoria, there were two poles or mountains with the eyes of two non-setting stars upon the summits, the only two fixed stars in all the firmament. These we hold to be the pair of eyes, or merti, that was also a pair of jackals in the Kamite astronomical mythology. But first of the two poles as pillars, Josephus has preserved the tradition concerning two pillars that were erected in the land of Siriad. He tells us that the children of Seth, Egyptian Set, were the inventors of astronomy, and in order that their inventions might not be lost, and acting upon Adam's prediction that the world was to be destroyed at one time by the force of fire, and at another time by the violence and quantity of waters, They made 2 pillars, the one of brick, the other of stone. They inscribed their discoveries upon them both, that in case the pillar of brick should be destroyed by the flood, the pillar of stone might remain and exhibit these discoveries to mankind, and also inform them that there was another pillar of brick erected by them. Now this remains in the land of Syriad to this day. Plato likewise speaks of these 2 columns in the opening of Timaeus. The place where the 2 pillars, or one of them, traditionally stood was in the land of Syriad. Where that is, no mortal knows, but Siri in Egyptian is a name for the south. Siri is also the mount that is figured as the 2-fold rock, which is equivalent to the pillars of the 2 horizons, south and north. Siri is also the name of the giraffe, a zootype of Sut, the overseer. Syriad, then, we take to be the land of the south where the pillar remains to this day. According to John Greaves, the old Oxford astronomer, these pillars of Seth were in the very same place where Manetho placed the pillars of Tot, called Syriad. It is possible to identify the missing pillar of the 2, the pillar of the Sut in the south. There was a southern Anu and a northern Anu in Egypt, and possibly a relic of the 2 poles may be recognized in the 2 Anus, viz. Hermophanes, the Anu of the south, and Heliopolis, the Anu of the north. The original meaning of Anu appears to have been the place of the pillar or stone that marked the foundation which preceded the circle with a cross sign of station or dwelling place. There was an Egyptian tradition which connected Sut, the inventor of astronomy, with Anu as the original founder of the pillar, which makes him the primary establisher of the pole. As an astronomical character, Sut was earlier than Shu. The Arabs also have a tradition that one of the pyramids was the burial place of Sut. The pillar of brick, being less permanent, went down as predicted in the deluge as a figure of the southern pole, whereas the pillar of stone remained forever as the image of the north celestial pole, or of Anu, the site of the pillar, in the astronomical mythology. It is reported by Diodorus that Anu, Heliopolis in the solar mythos, was accounted by its inhabitants to be the oldest city in Egypt, which may have been mystically meant, as Anu was also a city or station of the pole. The most ancient foundation in the northern heaven, described in the eschatology as the place of 1,000 fortresses provisioned for eternity. The 2 pillars of Sut and Horus were primal as pillars of the 2 poles, thus figured in the equatorial regions, as the 2 supports of heaven when it was first divided into 2 portions, south and north. And the pillar or mount of the south was given to Sut, the pillar or mount of the north to Horus. The typical 2 pillars are identified with and as Sut and Horus in the inscription of Shabaka from Memphis, in which it is said, "The 2 pillars of the gateway of the house of Ta are Horus and Sut." The present interpretation is that the typical 2 pillars or props originated as figures of the 2 poles, the single pillar being an ideograph of Sut, that these were established in the 2 domains of Sut and Horus, to the south and north of the land in which the veriest dawn of astronomy first occurred, and that the types were preserved and re-erected in the earth of eternity as the 2 supports of the heaven, suspended by Ta for the Manes and Amenta, even as the sky of earth had been uplifted and sustained by the 2 poles of the south and north in Equatoria. Sut and Horus, then, were the twin props of support twice over, once in Equatoria as the 2 poles, once in Amenta as the 2 tats of Ta. Further, 2 brothers, Sut and Horus, as the founders of the 2 poles in building the heavens for the ancient mother, may explain the American story of the 2 brothers who planted each a cane in the house of their grandmother, when they started on their perilous journey to the land of Kibalba. The old mother was to know how they fared by the flourishing or withering of the tree, or cane, and whether they were alive or dead. Grimm traced the same legend in the story of the 2 children, who wished to leave their home and go forth to see the world. At parting, they say, "We leave you the 2 golden lilies. From these you can see how we fare. If they are fresh, we are well. If they fade, we are ill. If they fall, we are dead." Now, the reason why this story is told in Central America, in India, and in Europe we hold to be because it was first told in Africa and rendered mythically in Egypt. It appears quite possible that a form of the two typical pillars, which were visible at the equator, also survives in the two sacred poles of the Arunta natives in Central Australia. These people down under have no northern pole or pole star of the north, but they carry two symbolic poles about with them, which they erect wherever they go as signs of locality or encampment, both of which are limited to the south and the north. One is called the Nurtunja. This, so to say, is the north pole of the two, and is never met within the south. The other, called the Waninga, is always limited to the south. The Nurtunja is typical of the northern and the Waninga of the southern part of the Arunta tribe. Each of these, like the Egyptian Tat pillar, is a sign of establishing or founding, as is shown from its use in the ceremony of young man making. In Greek myth, the temple of heaven was raised on high by two brothers, who in one version of Trophonius and Agamedes, the builders of the temple of Apollo, the sinking of Trophonios into the cave also corresponds to the engulfing of Sut and his going down south with the disappearing pole. One of the two legendary pillars of Seth disappeared, the other remained. And when the nomads of the equatorial regions had begun the movement northward on the way that led them down the Nile, they would gradually lose sight of the southern pole star, and whatsoever else had been configurated with it in the nightly heaven would sink below the horizon south, like a subsidence of land in the celestial waters. Thus, in astronomical mythology, a fall from heaven, a sinking down in the waters called a deluge, and a lost primeval home or natural occurrences, as certain stars or constellations disappeared from sight for those who traveled northward from the equatorial plane. And these celestial events would be told of as a mundane in the later legends of the fall and flood and man's lost paradise of everlasting peace and plenty. It is enough, however, for the present purpose that a star or constellation first assigned to Sut sank down into the dark abysm south and disappeared from the ken of the observers who were on their journey of 3,000 miles down into the valley of the Nile. It is certain that Sut went down south to some sort of netherworld, and so became the power of darkness in AMENTA, when our earth had been completely hollowed out by Ta, and AMENTA below became the south to the circumpolar paradise in the celestial north. The ancient Egyptians had no antipodes on the outside of the earth. AMENTA and the netherworld was their antipodes. Their two poles were celestial and subterrestrial. The North Pole was at the summit of the mount. The South Pole was in the root land of the earth below. The ritual describes the ways of darkness in the entrance to the Tuat as the tunnels of Sut, which tends to show that a way to the netherworld was made by Sut when his star and standing ground went under the abyss in the beginning of the south, where the Egyptians localized the Tuat or entrance to the underworld, which was the place of egress for the life that came into the world by water from the recesses of the south. Without doubt, the contention of Sut and Horus began with the conflict of darkness and light, or drought and water, when these were elemental powers, and the birthplace of the twin brothers, one black, one white, and was in the bed of reeds. This phase was continued by the twins that likewise struggled for supremacy in the dark and light halves of the moon, which imaged the light eye of Horus and the dark eye of Sut. But the war extended to the whole of nature that was divided in halves betwixt the Sut and Horus twins, who were the firstborn of the ancient mother and two of her several characters. In Central Africa, the year is divided into two seasons of rain and drought. These are equivalent to the two opposite domains of Horus and Sut as powers of good and evil. The wind from the north in the rainy season is warm and wet and beneficent. On the other hand, the wind that comes up from the South Pole is witheringly dry. The wind, therefore, of Sut, the power inimical to man and animal and physical nature. The desert drought, like darkness, was an element assigned to Sut. As this was the region of drought and sterility and Typhonian sands, and Sut, the tawny complexioned, was the force that dominated in the south under the same name. we may see how and where he first acquired his character in Egyptian mythology, as representative of the arid desert opposed to water, fertility, and food. Thus, Sut versus Horus imaged the south versus north. Sut was deadly as the drought, Horus was right as rain. This contention of the combatants and of the south versus the north was continued in the stellar mythos until their reconciliation was effected by some other god, such as Shu, Tot, or Seb. When Sut or his star went down from the horizon, mount or pole in the south, he gradually sank to the lowermost parts of the abyss, which in the eschatology was called the secret earth of Amenta. Here, his character as the opener of roads or ways in the astronomy was continued into the Egyptian eschatology by Ap-Uapt, or the jackal as the conductor of souls. He was the deity of the dark. In the oblong zodiac of Dendera, the two jackals of the south and north, continued in the solar mythos, are figured opposite to each other. These represent the two forms of Ap-Uapt, the opener of ways, who was imaged as a jackal, the seer in the dark. One jackal was known as guide of the southern ways, the other as opener of the northern ways. No Egyptologist has gone further than to suggest that this north and south may have been in Amenta, as they also were. But no one has dared to dream of a beginning with the primitive paradise in Equatoria. Egyptian wisdom. Deluded visionaries, lift your eyes, behold the truths from which your fables rise. These were realities of heavenly birth, and ye pursue their shadows on the earth. The wisdom of the Egyptians, said Augustine, what was it but astronomy? The answer is that it was not simply the science of astronomy in the modern sense, but astronomical mythology was the subject of subjects with the ancient mystery teachers of the heaven, as the Egyptian Urshi, or astronomers, were self-designated. The most puerile report of all which has played false with us so long is the exoteric tradition in the Hebrew Pentateuch. Professor Sayce has asserted that Babylonia was really the cradle of astronomical observation, to which one might reply with the wise Egyptian, do you really know that, or is it that you only pretend to know? The author of Researches into the Origin of the Constellations of the Greeks, Phoenicians, and Babylonians also claims a Euphrasian origin for these, whilst admitting that Egypt was not indebted to any foreign region for her original scheme of constellations, which are entirely or almost entirely distinct. But it is useless or puerile to discuss the genesis of astronomical mythology with the African origins omitted, and without allowing for the alterations that were made by Greeks and Euphratians in the course of transmitting a celestial chart. To omit the Kamite wisdom from the reckoning is to dispense with evolution, and leave no ground for a beginning, no gauge of time nor data of development. Moreover, the primary question of the origins is not astronomical but mythological. The types of this sign language have been founded in totemism. These were first employed for distinguishing the human motherhood and brotherhoods. They were reapplied to the elemental powers in mythology, and afterwards repeated in the constellation figures as a mode of record in the heavens, which can still be read by aid of the Egyptian wisdom, but not by means of the Semitic legendary lore. The primitive constellations might be described as Egyptian ideographs configured in groups of stars, with the view of determining time and season and of registering the prehistoric human past. The principle of representation was similar to that of the modern teachers who draw their diagrams upon the blackboard. In like manner, the mystery teachers of the heavens approximately shape the constellation figures on the background of the dark, to be seen at night and to be expounded in the mysteries. For example, if they were desirous of memorizing some likeness of the old primeval home in Apta, at the horn point of the earth, this would naturally be done by repeating the especial imagery of the equatorial regions at the highest point of beginning, in the northern heaven as seen in Egypt. Or if they wished to show that the river of the inundation issued from an abyss of water in the remotest south, this could be accomplished by constellating the course of the stream in heaven on its long and winding way from the star Atronar to the star Rigel at the foot of Orion. Hence the water of the inundation was depicted in and as the river Eridanus. The contest between Horus, the Lord of Light, and the Serpent of the Dark was made uranographic in the Serpent Holder. The conflict betwixt Horus, who came by water, and the Dragon of Drought was exhibited by the Apap reptile, being drowned in the inundation as the monster Hydra. The scene configurated in the southern heaven, where the conqueror Orion rose to bruise the serpent's head or crush the dragon underfoot, is also represented in the ritual, when Apap is once more put in bonds, cut up piecemeal, and submerged in the green lake of heaven. Other imagery in the planosphere bears witness to the drowning of the dragon Apap in the waters of the inundation. The monster imaged in Hydra is treated as carrion by the crow that is perched upon it, pecking at its dead body. Or if we suppose the mystery teachers of the heavens wish to constellate a figure of the mount of earth amidst the waters of surrounding space, and that this was in the time of the most primitive mound builders, when no conical pillar could as yet be carved in wood or stone, how would they figure the object picture forth as a uranograph? The earth was thought of as a mount amid the firmamental water, and to image this they would naturally raise a mound of earth. At the same time, the heap of earth had acquired a sacred character in relation to the dead, and had become a kind of altar mound piled up with offerings of food. And such a figure we find in Era, the southern altar or the altar mound. The earliest altar raised had been the mound of earth, and this was used to typify the mount of earth. Eratos, speaking of the southern altar's sacred seat, calls this constellation a mighty sign. Manilius says of this constellation, Ara mundi templum est. It is traditionally connected with the war of the earthborn giants, or elemental powers, which were succeeded by the glorious ones, or kuti, in the astral mythos. The Mesopotamian mound builders likewise show us that the most primitive type of foundation was the mound. That the earth mound passed into the foundation of brickwork as the pillar, and the pillar culminating in the ziggurat. So in Egypt, the earth mound led up to the pyramid with steps and culminated in the altar mound of the stone. The Chinese still call the altar a mound because of its being a figure of the earth amidst the Nun. The altar mound was raised immediately after the deluge in the Semitic mythos. In this way, the teachers who first glorified the storied window of the heavens, like some cathedral of immensity with their pictures of the past, are demonstrably Egyptian, because the sign language, the mythos, the legends, and the eschatology involved are wholly Egyptian, and entirely independent of all who came after them. The so-called wisdom of the ancients was Egyptian when the elemental powers were represented first as characters in mythology. It was Egyptian when that primeval mythology was rendered astronomically. It is also Egyptian in the phase of eschatology, speaking generally, and it would be difficult to speak too generally from the present standpoint. The Egyptian mythology is the source of the Marchen, the legends, and the folklore of the world, whilst the eschatology is the fountainhead of all the religious mysteries that lie betwixt the earliest totemic and the latest Osirian, that were ultimately continued in the religion of ancient Rome. The mysteries were a dramatic mode of communicating the secrets of primitive knowledge in sign language, when this had been extended to the astronomical mythology. Hence, we repeat the Egyptian Urshi, or astronomers, were known by the title of mystery teachers of the heavens, because they explain the mysteries of primitive astronomy. For one thing, a later theology has wrought havoc with the beginnings previously evolved and naturally rendered. And we have consequently been egregiously mizzled and systematically duped by the Semitic perversions of the ancient wisdom. There was indeed a fall from the foothold first attained by the Egyptians to the dismal swamp of the Assyrian and Hebrew legends. In Egyptian mythology, compared with the Babylonian, the same types that represent evil in the one had represented good in the other. The old great mother of evil, called the dragon horse in the Assyrian version, was neither the source nor the product of evil in the original. The serpent goddess Ranut, as renewer of the fruits of earth in the soil or in the tree, is not a representative of evil. We hold that moral evil in the mythical domain is an abortion of theology, which was mainly Semitic in its birth. The Kamite beginning with the Great Mother and the elemental powers, which are definite and identifiable enough in the Egyptian wisdom, became confused and chimerical in Babylonian and Hebrew versions of the same sign language. The dark of a benighted heaven followed day. Elemental evils were converted into moral evil. The types of good and ill were indiscriminately mixed, preeminently so in the reproduction of the old Great Mother as Tiamat. Original, she was a form of Mother Earth, the womb of life, the suckler, the universal mother in an elemental phase. But the types of good and evil were confounded in the later rendering. The creation of evil as a miscreation of theology is plainly traceable in the Akkadian, Babylonian, Assyrian, and Hebrew remains. The Great Mother, variously named Tiamat, Zikum, Ninkigal, or Nana, were not originally evil. She represented source in perfect correspondence to Apt, Ta'urt, or Ranut in the Egyptian representation of the Great Mother, who, howsoever hideous, was not bad or inimical to man, the mother and nurse of all, the mother of gods and men, who was the renewer and bringer forth of life in earth and water. Nor were the elemental offspring evil, although imaged in the shape of monsters or of zootypes. As Egyptian, the 7 Anunnaki were spirits of earth, born of the Earth Mother in the earth. They were not wicked spirits. The elements are not immoral. These are a primitive form of the 7 great gods who sit on golden thrones in Hades, as lords of life and masters of the underworld. Moreover, the 7 Nunu or Anunnaz can be traced to their Egyptian origin. In the Kuthian legend of creation, we are told that the great gods created warriors with the body of a bird, and men with the faces of ravens. Tiamat gave them Suck, their progeny, the mistress of the gods created. In the midst of the celestial mountains, they grew up and became heroes and increased in number. 7 kings, brethren, appeared as begetters, who are given names as the signs of personality. Now the 7 children of the Great Mother as Egyptian were produced as 2 plus 5. The Sut and Horus twins were born warriors or fighters. They are portrayed as 2 birds, the black vulture or raven of Sut and the gold hawk of Horus. These, the first 2 children, imaged as 2 birds, one of which was black, will or may account for the 2 bird races, one of which had the face of a raven and wore a black race, or were the black heads in Akkad. The Sut and Horus twins were succeeded by 5 other powers, so that there were 7 altogether, all brothers, all males or begetters, the 7 which constituted a primary order of gods as fellow males, who were the Nunu of Egypt, which became the Anunnaz or primordial male deities of ancient Babylonia. But the 7 nature powers evolved in Egyptian mythos were the offspring of the great Earth Mother, not the progeny of Apap. They were native to the nether earth, but were not wicked spirits. They are spoken of in the ritual as those 7 Uraeus deities who are born in AMENTA. The serpent type is employed to denote the power, but it is the good serpent, the Uraeus serpent of life and of renewal, not the evil reptile Apap. These the Euphratians changed into the 7 evil spirits or devils of their theology. The spawn of Apap in Egypt are the Sabal, which were numberless in physical phenomena and never were portrayed as 7 in number. The Euphratians turned the evil serpent Apap into Tiamat, the old Great Mother in the abyss of birth, where she has been supposed to have brought forth the 7 powers of evil, and to have been herself the old serpent with 7 heads. In Egypt, happily, we get beyond the rootage of mythology in Babylonia and Akkad. The goddess Ranut was a form of the earth goddess as the serpent mother. The serpent brood or dragon progeny of Ranut are mentioned in the ritual, where they have become a subject of ancient knowledge and the mysteries. Elsewhere, they are called the 7 divine Uri, or serpents of life. There are no 7 serpents of death, no 7 evil serpents in the Kamite representation. The 7 Uri, though elemental, born of matter and of earthy, like their mother, are not evil powers. Neither are they in the same category as the Sabao of Apap or the Sami fiends of Sut, whereas in the Euphratian version, these have become 7 wicked spirits as the evil brood of the great mother Tiamat. They are also portrayed as the 7 heads or potencies of an infernal snake, which had been Egyptian but without the 7 heads, the types of good and evil being mixed up together as Euphratian. The Kamite elemental powers were just the powers of the elements represented by zootypes. They might be sometimes fearsome, but they were not baneful. The inimical forces of external nature, the evil spawn of drought, plagues, dearth, and darkness, called the Sabao or the Sami, had preceded these, whereas in Babylonia the 2 categories are confused and the 7 have been reproduced as altogether evil. They are 7-fold in all things evil: 7 evil demons, 7 serpents of death, 7 evil winds, 7 wicked spirits, 7 in the hollows of the earth, 7 evil monsters in the watery abyss, 7 evil incubi, 7 plagues. But even these 7 baleful and injurious spirits of Babylonia originated as powers of the elements, no matter where. Hence the first is a scorpion of rain, the second is a monster with unbridled mouth, the third is the lightning flash, the fourth is a serpent, the fifth is a raging dog, the sixth is a tempest, the seventh is the evil wind. Here the whole scheme of evil is meteorological and is based upon bad northern weather. The theological perversion and the degradation of the type are traceable in Babylonia. The 7 serpent powers were originally the same. In Egypt, there are 7 spirits of the earth, and of the 7 in Babylonia, it is said in the magical text from Eridu, "Those 7 in the earth were born, those 7 in the earth grew up, those 7 from the earth have issued forth." Only in Babylonia, the Great Mother as the crocodile type of water has been confounded with the Apap reptile of evil, and made to spawn the evil powers in the darkness of later ignorance. We can watch the change in a Babylonian version of the mythos. The 7 nature forces have originated as 7 evil powers. They were rebellious spirits and workers of calamity that were born in the lower part of heaven, or the firmamental deep. They are called the forces of the deep, forever rising in rebellion. In short, they are one with the Sabao of the ritual, who were the progeny of Apap, which had been confounded with the 7 elemental spirits who were not originally evil. The beneficent Great Mother Earth, who had been imaged by the sloughing serpent as a type of renewal and rejuvenescence, was transmogrified into the serpent of theology, the very devil in a female guise, the author of evil that was ultimately represented as a woman who became the mother of the human race, and who doomed her offspring to eternal torment ere she gave them birth in time. The Hebrews followed the Babylonians in confusing the Uraeus serpent of life with the serpent of death. The primal curse was brought into the world by Apap, the reptile of drought, dearth, and darkness, plague, and disease. But the evil serpent began and ended in physical phenomena. Apap was never a spiritual type and was never divinized, not even as a devil. The beneficent serpent Ranut represents the mother of life, the giver of food and fruits of the earth or the tree. She is portrayed as the mother both in the form of a serpent and also as the human mother. But good and evil have been badly mixed together in the Hebrew version of the Babylonian perversion of the Egyptian wisdom. The way in which the Kamite mythos was converted into Semitic legendary lore and finally into biblical history is palpably apparent in the story of the fall. The woman offering fruit as temptress in the tree was previously represented in sign language as the serpent, which was the symbol of renewal in the tree. as is shown when the reptile offers the fruit to the man. Thence came the serpent woman, who was a compound of the zootype and the anthrotype, and who was damned as Mother Eve, as deified as Ranut, the giver of fruits of earth, conclusive evidence of the way that changes were made in the appropriation of the prototypes, and the readaptation to the change of fauna. And likewise of later theology can be shown in relation to the primordial Great Mother, who was Tiamat in Babylonia. One of her typical titles is the dragon horse, and as the Egyptians had no horse, it might be fancied at first sight that such a compound type as the dragon horse, which also figures in Chinese mythology, was not Egyptian. The ancient Egyptians had no horse, and their dragon was a crocodile. The hippopotamus was their first water horse as male, that is, the water bull. As female, it was the water cow. Now, the old first genetrix apt, kept, or ta'ert, when represented as a compound figure, is a hippopotamus, that is the water horse in front, and a crocodile, that is the dragon, behind. The dual type of Tiamat, the dragon horse, is based on the crocodile and hippopotamus, which are to be seen combined in the twofold character of the Great Mother Apt. And these two animals were unknown to the fauna of Akkad and Babylonia. Thus, as Babylonian, they are not derived directly from nature, but from the mythology and the zootypes that were already extant in Egypt as African. Horus and Sebek was the great fish of the inundation, typical of food and water. This great fish is the crocodile, which was applied to Horus as a figure of force in his capacity of solar god. The crocodile in Egypt being a prototype of the mythical dragon, not the evil dragon, but the solar dragon, which was known in relation to Sebek and to Saturn as the dragon of life. In one of the Greco-Egyptian planispheres, this dragon keeps its original form and remains a crocodile. It is portrayed as a constellation of enormous magnitude, and is truly the great fish of Horus Sebek. It was first of all a figure of inundation constellated in the stellar mythos, and reapplied to the power that crossed the waters as the solar Horus of the double horizon. The only form of evil to be found in the abyss was the dark and deadly power of drought, that, as feared, might drink up dry all the water. This was figured as the Apap reptile or some other form of the monster Hydra, the prototypal serpent of the sea. The mother of life in the abyss was the giver of water, as the wet nurse of the world, not the destroyer of the water. In Babylonia, the tree of life was changed into a tree of death. The serpent in the tree that offers fruit for food, as Ranut, the giver of food and representative of Mother Earth, was transformed into the evil serpent that brought death into the world and all our woe, but which had originated as a beneficent figure in the Kamite representation of external nature. The transmogrifying of Tiamat, the mother of all and suckler of the seven elemental powers, into the dragon of evil might be followed on other lines of descent, as in the conflict of Bel Merodach and the dragon. In the Egyptian representation, Apap the dragon of drought is drowned in the water by Horus of the inundation, whose weapon, therefore, is the water flood. Now, in warring with Tiamat, the deluge is the mighty weapon wielded by Bel. Bel launched the deluge, his mighty weapon, against Tiamat, inundating her covering, or drowning the dragon of drought. Thus Tiamat is destroyed by Bel with the deluge, where Apap was drowned by Horus in the inundation. This again shows that the great mother Tiamat, suckler as the giver of water, had been converted into the evil dragon of drought. The good crocodile had also been transmuted into the evil dragon and portrayed as falling down head foremost from the starry summit of heaven, to be trodden underfoot and crushed beneath the heel of Horus, who is Heracles in Greece, Krishna in India, Merodach in Assyria. It was the same with the other fauna. The pregnant hippopotamus was changed for the always female bear or the pregnant woman. The two dogs have been substituted for the two jackals of the south and north, the first two openers of the roads in heaven. The eagle of Zeus takes the place of the hawk of Ra, and the raven, the black Ne of Sut. The legend follows, and the conflict betwixt the eagle and the serpent is substituted for that of the warring hawk and serpent in the Egyptian mythos. The huge Apap reptile of drought and darkness has been supplanted by the chimerical monster that is slain by Gilgamesh, the solar god. And when the totemic matriarchate has been followed by the patriarchate, and the goddess of the living word in heaven has been changed in the Euphratian system for the Lord who is the voice of the firmament, when the waterman has replaced the multimammalian wateress, the cow or sow of an earlier system of signs, when the heroes or mighty ones have been superseded by simple shepherds of the heavenly flocks, it becomes a question of very minor import who made the changes and forged the counterfeits, or whether the originals were deliberately disguised by the Akkadians or Babylonians, Phoenicians or Greeks. In the course of the present inquiry, we shall learn that the creation exoterically described in the Semitic legends of the beginning was not cosmogonical. Neither was it what one writer has called it, the cosmography of appearances. It was uranography, not cosmography, and uranography is sign language constellated in the stars. That which has been called chaos in the legends of creation was a condition in which there was neither law nor order, time nor name, nor means of representing natural phenomena. But it does not mean there were no natural phenomena because there had been no mode of expression. Things existed even when they had no name or record in the Babylonian mythology. It was never pretended in the Egyptian wisdom that there was any creation of the elements. Ground to stand on, food to eat, water to drink, air to breathe had always been, and were in no wise dependent upon any mode of representation. Whereas the mythical representation did depend upon the elements or nature forces being already extant, to be named or to be constellated and become pictorial for the purpose of the mystery teachers. In no land or literature has the mythical mode of representation been perverted and reduced to driveling foolishness more fatally than in some of the Hebrew legends, such as that of Jonah and the great fish, which is connected with the origin of the fish-man in mythology, who was born of a fish mother, whom we shall identify with the constellation of the southern fish, and Horus of the inundation. The most ancient type of the fish was female, as a representative of the great Mother Earth in the water. This, as Egyptian, was the crocodile. She was the suckler of crocodiles in the inundation. She was the bringer forth as the great fish or crocodile in the astronomical mythology. One of her children was the crocodile-headed Sebek, who made the passage of the Nun by the night as sun god in the solar mythos. The fishman was at first the crocodile of Egypt, next the crocodile-headed figure of Horus, who is called the crocodile god in the form of a man. The deceased assumes this form to cross the waters in the netherworld, because it had been a figure of the solar god in the mythology. The conversion of the crocodile god in the Nun to the fishman of Babylonia is thus made plausible. Jonah is a form of the fishman in the biblical story, which is neither mythology nor eschatology, and therefore a figure of the solar god who made the passage of the waters as Horus the crocodile, or as Ea the fishman of Nineveh. As usual in later legend, the anthropomorphic rendering refaces and thus defaces the type. It was the fish itself that swam the waters of the inundation. It was the typical fish that swam the nocturnal waters, or the sun god represented by the mighty fish. Whereas this being history, Jonah is made mere man, and therefore needed the great fish to carry him across the Nun, or to land him at Nineveh. Birth or rebirth from the great fish in the lower Nun is one of the oldest traditions of the race. It was represented in the mysteries and constellated in the heavens as a means of memorial. The great fish that landed Jonah on dry ground may still be seen as Kitos, with its enormous mouth wide open at the point of emanation from the Nun, just where the landing place on Earth is represented in the equatorial regions on the celestial chart. Naturally, there would be some changes in the constellations with the change of fauna, as the primitive wisdom passed from land to land. But that is a different matter from working the oracle of the celestial orrery on behalf of false and therefore all the more virulent theology. It can be demonstrated that the astronomical mythology of Egypt passed into Akkad and Babylonia, with the race of the Cushite Blackets to become the wisdom of the Chaldees, and the Persian Magi in after ages, including such primary types as the abyss of the beginning in the lower firmament, the Great Mother as a fish or dragon, crocodile in the abyss, and the fish-man born of the fish mother from the abyss. According to the legend related by Berosus, a divine fishman, Oannes or Oan, who had his dwelling in the Persian Gulf or Erythraean Sea, came forth from thence to teach the Chaldeans all they ever knew, when, as it is said in the native tradition, the people wisely repeated his wisdom. In all probability, the instructor as a fishman in Babylonia was represented by Ye, whose consort was Davki or Davkina, the Earth Mother corresponding to the Egyptian Great Mother, one of whose names was Tef. Among the chief deities reverenced by the rulers of Tello was one whose name is expressed by the ideographs of a fish and an enclosure, which served in later days to denote the name of Ninna or Nineveh. The same sign, i.e. of a fish and enclosure in the Egyptian hieroglyphics, signifies An, to appeal, to show, to teach, as did the fishman. An is Egyptian in a name of the teacher, the scribe, the priest. An was the fish in Egypt. An was the fish for ideograph, is an ancient throne named that was found by Lepsius among the monumental titles on a tomb near the pyramids of Giza. This An, to show, to reveal, on the fish of the enclosure, on the teacher as the fish, is the likeliest original of the Wan, or Wanis, who issued from the waters to show the Babylonians how to live, as the mythos was reflected in the later legend. Horus Sebek was the earliest fishman known to mythology. He calls himself the fish in the form of a man. Yet he issued from the female fish as a fish, the crocodile as son from the crocodile, as Apt, the mother, and as not as a man ejected from the mouth of a fish, as the legend reads when ignorantly literalized. The fish mother also survived in the divine Lady Nina, who was represented by the ideograph of a fish enclosed in a basin of water, which has the same significance as the fish mother in the lake at Ascalon. But to reach the beginning, the bottom must be plumbed in the abyss or nether parts of the firmamental nun, upon the outside of the mount, by means of which the earth was imaged in the astronomical mythology. The abyss was known by various names in different versions of the mythos. In the Phoenician, Bav or deep, it is the bow of the Hebrew Genesis. It is the bow or Bahu as Egyptian. The word Bahu is also name for god of the inundation, called the power of the southern lakes. I am Bahu the Great is said 4 times over in the magic papyrus, at the breaking forth of the water power from its southern source in the abyss of the dragon, the crocodile, or the southern fish. The Egyptian also has an earlier form of the word Bahu in Bab, for the well or whirlpool as a welling source of water. Another term for this outrance from the nun is the Tepth, which signifies the abyss, the source, the outlet. The Tiavat, or Thavath, of Berosus, is a form of the Great Mother, as a type of the watery abyss, which is the Egyptian Tept. The abyss, the source, the well, the hole from whence the water issues, the dwelling underground where the dragon horse gave suck to her brood of monsters in the earth. Tepth or Tept is an Egyptian name for the old first Great Mother as a figure of source. The likewise has been applied to the place of emanation for the waters of the Nile, which issued from the well of source, the Bahu, Tept, or Tuat. But the Tept is source, the lair of the dragon, the hold of the snake, had been the outrance of the Nile from the abyss before there was a goddess Thavath, or Tiamat in Assyria. So it was with the Bahu or Bab. These names had been applied to the source of the inundation itself and localized in Egypt before they were repeated in the astronomical mythology to become a subject of Semitic legendary lore. The Bao, the Bahu, or Bab is Egyptian. The Teph, or Tuat, are likewise Egyptian, and these names had been already applied to the source of the inundation and to the facts of earth that formed the mold of the astronomical mythology. In the later Semitic legend, it was said the earth was founded on the flood, as if it were afloat upon the water of the abyss. But according to the primary expression, the earth stood on its own bottom in the water, at the fixed center, with the tree upon the summit as a figure of food and water and vegetation. The mythical abyss of the beginning was the welling place of water underground where life was brought to birth by the Great Mother from the womb of the abyss. In the ritual, this is described as the Tuat, a place of entrance to and egress from the lower earth of AMENTA. It is a secret deep that nobody can fathom, which sends out light in the dark, and its offerings are eatable plants. It is the birthplace of water and vegetation, and therefore more abstractly of life. The bottomless pit is a figure that was derived from this unplumbed deep inside the earth itself. From this abyss, the Mother Earth, as womb of life, had brought forth her elemental progeny as the perennial renewers of food to eat, water to drink, and air to breathe. The Tuat in the recesses of the south is likewise identifiable in the hymns as the secret source of the river Nile, which is thus traced to the abyss. Such was the birthplace of the beginning, the birthplace of water in the beginning, from which the papyrus plants arose as the primeval food, and as the fact is registered in the ritual. In the magic papyrus, the abyss is comprehensively spoken of as the water's well. It is the habitat of the dragon called the crocodile coming out of the abyss. It is also the lair of the Apap monster, of whom it is said by Shu, "If he who is in the water opens his mouth, I will let the earth fall into the water's well." Being the south made north or the earth turned upside down, here the two dragons can be identified together as the crocodile dragon of water and the Apap dragon of drought, that were at war from the beginning as antagonists in the abyss. The strife in the abyss was betwixt the crocodile of water and the fiery dragon of drought, the two dragons of good and evil, Sebek Horus and the dragon or reptile of Apap. Both were born of the abyss, hence the Scholia on chapter 17 of the ritual add, "The devourer comes from the lake of Puanta," or the water of the abyss, which the Egyptians traced to the recesses in the south. The beginning in heaven as on earth was with water. Water was the first thing rendered uranographically, not created in the southern hemisphere. This, when gathered into one place, was localized as the water. The Egyptians had a huge southern constellation dedicated to Manat, the wet nurse, called the Stars of the Water. The southern fish and Ketos are both depicted in this water of the south or the abyss. Aratos, speaking of the stars in the neighborhood of these great fishes or monsters of the deep, says, "They are all of them called the water. Earth, the great mother, was imaged as the breeder of life and the bringer forth from this abyssal water in the south. She was represented in two mythical characters. In one, she is the mother who brought forth on dry ground, as the hippopotamus, or its equivalent type. In the other, she was the mother of life in water who is figured as the southern fish, low down in the deep of the southern heaven. In mythology, that which has been called creation begins with duplicating by dividing. Darkness was divided from light, dry land as breathing place was divided from water, the north was divided from the south, and earth was divided from heaven, as in the Japanese creation. So the power of the two monsters in the Book of Enoch became separated on the same day, one being in the depths of the sea and one in the desert. That is, one in the water as Leviathan, the crocodile or dragon, and one as the hippopotamus on dry ground. Enoch asks the angel to show him the power of those monsters and how they become separated on the same day of creation, one in the depths of the sea, above the springs of waters, and one in the dry desert. It is said of the two monsters that they have been prepared by the people of God to become food. In this there is a broken ray of the refracted mythos. The two monsters had represented food and drink from the first. One as the mother of life in the earth, the other in the waters. These two monsters were prepared for food in the garden or enclosure at the beginning. The name of one is Behemoth, the name of the other Leviathan. Behemoth is the Egyptian Behemoth, the female hippopotamus, and Leviathan answers to the crocodile or dragon of the deep. The rabbis repeated a true tradition when they rendered the biblical behemoth not as a plural of majesty but as a pair of beasts. They were a pair of beasts in the mythology of Egypt. The female behemoth was the original Great Mother Kep, or Apt. The male was her son. The crocodile also, as zootype, was both male and female. For his purpose, however, Enoch makes Leviathan a male monster and Behemoth female. Of course, the type is or may be differentiated by the sex. The two monsters in the Egyptian starry scheme are both female as two forms of the Great Mother, who was the hippopotamus in her forepart and the crocodile behind, or the crocodile in the south and the hippopotamus in the north. Thus, the hippopotamus and crocodile, which were natural in the Nile, had become two huge, indefinite monsters of legendary lore in the Book of Enoch, and the two survived as the types of dry and wet for land and water. The suggestion now to be made is that the two monsters of dry and wet, or earth and water, were constellated as the southern fish and Ketos, or the whale, but that the whale had been substituted for the hippopotamus by the Euphratians or the Greeks. The southern fish on the celestial globe is portrayed in the act of emanating a stream of water from its mouth, whereas the monster Ketos is depicted as the breather out of the water, the two being representative of the earth as the mother of life and the water called the abyss. In the Sut and Horus mythos, the first two children of the ancient mother represent the conditions of dry and wet. They were born twins because the conditions were coextant on earth and water. In the course of time, everything that was dry, decissative, or of the desert was ascribed to Sut, whereas the products of water were assigned to Horus. Hence the two monsters were continued as types of the twins. The hippopotamus of earth, as male, was given to Sut. The crocodile of water was given to Horus to typify the fish as food of the inundation. The abyss of waters is described by Berosus as the habitat of most hideous beings, which had been produced by a twofold principle that was as yet undiscreted into wet and dry. The person who was said to have presided over them was a female named Omeroka. Then came Belos, and cut the woman asunder, and of one half formed the earth, and the other half the heaven, or firmament. This is a mode of discreting the twofold principle of the dry earth and the celestial water. The story told by Berosus is a later legendary form of the mythos. The duplication of the motherhood is the same, but with a change of type. The later woman has taken the place of the cow that was cut in two, divided or made twain as the water cow of earth, and the milch cow of heaven. Omeroka is the Great Mother, who was one as the representative of earth, and then was divided to become the representative of earth and water. The formation of earth and heaven out of the halves is identical with separating earth and water and distinguishing wet from dry. The creation with which we are now concerned is uranographic as a mode of fashioning and giving names to the earliest constellation figures, those that were truly primitive. Thus, in the beginning of the astronomical mythology, there is a figure of uncreated ground that stands in space or amidst the firmamental water. If we use the word creation, which has been so ignorantly abused, the first creation figured in the astronomical mythology was the birth of water, or, more abstractly, of life from the water, the source whence came the inundation with its blessings to the rainless land of Egypt. As Plutarch reports, the Egyptians held that water was the beginning and origin of all things. That was, as an element of life. Hence, in the Osirian mysteries, the throne of the eternal rested on the element of water. And Horus, the child savior, the Mesu or Messiah, came by water in the power of the southern lakes. So in the building of the heavens, the beginning was with water, or the firmament imaged in its aerial likeness. Thus it might be said the heaven was made from water, as it is said in the Babylonian legends of creation, the water based on being the abyss of source. According to the present reading of the data, water had been recognized as the first and most vital element of life, hence the beginning of all recorded human thought with water. Water in Africa was life indeed, where drought was very death. Horus, on his papyrus as Lord of Water, was the Lord of Life. One Egyptian name for heaven is Kabu, derived from water, or the inundation, as the cool, and that which makes cool. Paradise was where water was plenteous. Hence water was divinized as heaven, and heaven is figured in the hieroglyphics as water suspended overhead, the firmament being held aloft on 4 sustaining props as water lifted up. There was no such crying want of water in Babylonia, no such devouring dragon of drought in Akkad. Therefore no such raison d'etre for the origin from water as in Africa. The birth of water from the abyss of earth is figured in the southern fish. The star Fomalhaut at the mouth of the fish denotes the point of emergence, whence the stream is seen ascending from its source beneath the constellation Aquarius. A soul of life from the element of water was manifested by the fish as Horus the crocodile, also by Horus called on the water plant. Thus, the water element was fundamental in the making of the heavens. This was as the firmamental water. Earth, as the mother of life and giver of water, was portrayed in the abyss as a great fish, emanating water from its mouth, which represents the fact that the earth in the abyss had already been recognized as giver of life because it was the source of water, the primary wateress or the wet nurse of mythology. She, the great mother, as we read the heavenly storybook, was next constellated in the southern fish, as the producer of life and sustenance from water in the unfathomable abyss. In various legends there is a beginning with a world all water. This is one with the Egyptian Nu, or Nun. In the beginning was the Nun. Thus saith the primordial word. Not in the beginning of the heavens and earth, but in the beginning of the uranographic representation or entification in the astronomical mythology. The Nun is a name in Egyptian for the firmament when imaged in the similitude of water. The world that was all water at the intellectual starting point. There's a relic of the ancient wisdom on one of the Assyrian tablets, the gnosis of which we hold to be Egyptian, and that as such it can be unriddled and read. As it is said, the heaven was created from the waters. The earth was pre-existent. This is called the work of Ansar and Kissar, who created the earth, i.e., when creation had been rendered cosmogonically. But the heaven was created from the waters, which were firmamental and uranographic. The non-Semitic legend of Kutha describes the beginning with a condition of non-entity or pre-entity. It was nothing but an amorphous world of water. As it is said, the whole of the lands were sea. The abyss had not been made below, nor was there any seat of the gods above. There was no field of reeds, no tree of life had been planted in the midst of an enclosure. There flowed no stream from the abyss within the sea of the celestial water. This, when bottomed, means the configuration of the signs in the astronomical mythology has not yet begun. But as space, the firmamental water was extant, and dry earth itself had stood forever in the midst thereof. Earth and water were the uncreated substance which had no beginning, any more than they had in the Egyptian Nun. The monsters born of Tiamat had their home in the ground of earth. It was there she suckled them. Earth, as the natural fact, preceded the abyss and the astronomy. As Professor Sayce observes, somewhat naively, there was already an earth by the side of the deep. No, earth was the ground to go upon in the deep. And this was the Mother Earth which brought forth in and from the deep that was depicted as the abyss, or as the great fish in the water of the southern heaven. It was in the extreme south that the Babylonians also placed their entrance to the underworld or the abyss. That is where the Egyptians had already localized the outrance from this mysterious region whence the inundation came. Here was the Uninit, or place of springing up, that was first applied to water in the pre-solar mythos, the water that was pictured in its rising from the fish's mouth. The abyss, or great deep of the beginning, was represented in the mysteries as the lake of the great fish. It was related by Tisas of Knidos that the sacred lake was seen at Bamki, or Hierapolis. It was also said that in this lake, the life of Derkito, daughter of Aphrodite, was saved by the fish. And as this great fish of Cam was the crocodile, the likelihood is that the Lake Moeris, sacred to the crocodiles in Egypt, was also a form of the lake which represented the place of birth. It was commemorated in the mysteries and told of in the legends as the abyss of the beginning, the birthplace or frontal source of water life. A figure of the abyss or deep survives still in the basin. Large ewers filled with water were used for purificatory rites in the Babylonian temples. These were called apsu, for deeps or abysses. Tanks were used by the Egyptians for their baptistries. The baptismal font still images the fount of source. As a mythical or celestial locality, the Gulf of Eridu is a mundane form of the abyss that was in the beginning. This was the birthplace where the Earth Mother brought forth as a dragon or great fish, the mistress and the abode of the fish. Hence it was the place from whence not only the fishman Oannes, but the 7 fish-like men, or Anadoti, ascended before the time of the Assyrian deluge. The source of water underground most naturally suggested the idea of a primordial deep, an unfathomable gulf, a bottomless pit. This was then applied to the point of beginning in the lower nun, or firmamental water, where the abyss was figured in the uranographic representation. If, as we suggest, the story of the heavens was written by the race here generalized as the Egyptians, and if that race descended from the equatorial regions like the great river flowing from its source, it is to the southern hemisphere we must look for the imagery which first reflects the mythology. The southern constellations are comparatively few, but their character in relation to the Egyptian wisdom is unmistakable. Besides which, these uranographs of the beginning or the first time could not all have originated as Euphratian, because so many of the stars were too far south to be seen or constellated in Akkad or Babylonia. The southern fish is figured as the bringer forth of water, that is, of life, or of Horus, the fish from the abyss. Ketos, the monster, represented the mother and another character. This, as we suggest, is the mother in the water, emanating life upon dry land, as did the water cow. The head of the monster is half out of the deep, with jaws agape and gasping like a fish on dry ground, sufficient to show that these are a fish form of the dual motherhood that was imaged as a crocodile and water cow, as 2 cows, as 2 women, or as the woman Omoroka, who was cut in halves by Belos. If the sphere is carefully examined, it will be seen that a stream of water is gushing upwards from the fish's mouth, and apparently ascending towards the figure of Aquarius on the ecliptic. Hitherto, it has been assumed that water in heaven always ran downwards from the northern pole into the abyss of the south, that the water from the urn of Aquarius was being poured into the mouth of the southern fish, and the river Eridanus started from the star Regal, at the foot of Orion, and came to the end at the star Achernar, its course being from north to south or from right to left of the sphere. But this reckoning has now to be reversed. On the celestial globe, then, the life of the world that was born of water and imaged as Ichthus, the fish, is represented still as issuing from the mouth of the southern fish. The word that issued from the fish's mouth is mentioned by the writer of a hymn to Merodach, in which it is said, "The holy writing of the mouth of the deep is thine." If this is rightly rendered, the word of ichthys had then become the written word. Still it issued from the mouth of the deep, which was that of the fish mother, or the fish's mouth. Now the mystical emblem known by name as the Vesica Pisces is still a form of the fish's mouth, an outrance into life. The present writer once thought the vesica was uterine, and it is such as a cotype, but not in its origin, because the child first born of it was not the human child. It is the emanating mouth of that fish which gave birth to water, as the life of the world, and to the Savior who came to Egypt by water as the fish of the inundation. In the language of obstetrics, the outrance of birth is called the os tinco, or tench's mouth. That is the mouth of the fish, not because the origin in this instance was uterine, but because the fish's mouth was first, and this has been continued as a symbol of the birthplace, when that which was pre-human was reapplied to the human organ. In the course of doctrinal development, geometrical and anatomical figures are blended in the vesica as a symbol of the womb. It was not so when the great mother of life in water was imaged in the southern fish. It becomes so to all appearance when the door of life is figured in the shape of the vesica at the feminine, or western, end of a Christian church. The fish's mouth was figured in the heavens as the primordial door of outrance into life when the soul of life came to the world by water. And although the true meaning may have been suppressed by overlaying the doctrine, enough survives in the symbols to show that the child Christ in the Virgin's arms, encircled by the Vesica Pisces, has the same significance as had the figure in the planisphere, where the water of life is issuing from the fish's mouth. And the star of Annunciation is the star Fomalhaut. Only the water of life, still represented by Ichthys the fish, is personalized in later iconography by the human child as the type of eternal rejuvenescence. The oval being a co-type with the fish's mouth, the Virgin and her child are a later equivalent for the Divine Mother bringing forth her fish in the lake, piscina, basin, or other water type of the primordial abyss, as in the astronomical mythology. The Vesica survives in Freemasonry as well as in the Christian Church, which was founded on the fish and the font in Rome. It represented an archetypal and ineffable mystery as a geometrical symbol, not one that was simply anatomical. Speaking of the Vesica, Dr. Oliver says this mysterious figure, Vesica Pisces, possessed an unbounded influence on the details of sacred architecture, and it constituted the great and enduring secret of our ancient brethren. The plans of religious buildings are determined by its use, and the proportions of length and height were dependent on it alone. The springs of water issuing forth, as from the breast of the Mother Earth, made her the wet nurse to her children. As apt, she nursed her hippopotami; as Rerik, she gave milk to her young swine; as Neith, she was the suckler of her crocodiles; as Hathor, the cow-headed, she was the milch mother, who was said to give the white liquor that the glorified ones love. In each of these forms, she was a type of Mother Earth, as we learn from the mythology. The mundane source of water touches the origin of what has been designated the worship of wells and springs, which was at first a propitiation of the superhuman power of Mother Earth by those who needed water, and who, like the Egyptians, sought to be nursed at the dugs of the cow when reborn above as the glorified. In Ireland, there could be no religious place without a holy well. St. Columcille is said to have seined 300 well springs that were swift-running. Well worship, so-called, is propitiation of the power in the well. This was the spirit of running water, which as an element had the credit of giving life and the power of purifying. The doctrine is extant as Osirian in the ritual, where the water is a lake of healing, at which all defects are washed away and all stains obliterated. Well worship, so-called, is propitiation of the power in the well. This was the spirit of running water, which is an element had the credit of giving life and the power of purifying. The doctrine is extant as Osirian in the ritual, where the water is a lake of healing, at which all defects are washed away and all stains obliterated. The speaker says, I am purified at the two great lakes, the lake of natron and the lake of salt, which purify or sain the offerings that living men on earth present to the great God who is there, that is, Osiris, who had taken the place of the mother as the source of life in water. The point is that the water purified or sained the offerings that were made to the power in the lake or well of living spring. But the Great Mother was the first to be solicited for water, she who was the wateress in the abyss, the primary Great Mother in mythology, the water cow as Apt in Egypt, the water horse as Tiamat in Babylonia. The primordial abyss had originated as the source of water in the earth. The wellspring underground was the fact in nature upon which the fabled fount of immortality and the subterranean lake of the waters of life were founded in the divine nether earth. Water generated by the earth was that which came from every source itself, thus visualized as wet nurse of the world. Every spring or bubbling fount of liquid life that issued from this source below was suggestive of a deep without a bottom, the Tept, the Bab, or bow of source. It was afterwards represented in the astronomical mythology and constellated at the very foundation of the southern heaven as the mystical abyss. The first abyss was in the earth. The abyss of firmamental water is outside the earth. It is figurative because celestial. The nun was heaven, entified as water. But there had been two waters, actual and external nature, as the waters that rose up in the fountains, wells, and springs of earth, and the water that fell in dew and rain from heaven. This was portrayed as falling from the tree of wet, which is the Egyptian tree of nut, or the heaven as water. Thence water from the well was the water of earth, and water from the tree was the water of heaven. These two water sources in earth and heaven were figured as the abyss or well below, and the tree of rain above, with Apt or Hathor, the mother earth in the abyss, and Nut, the heavenly mother, in the tree of wet above. And these two types seen in the well and tree are universal signs of so-called water worship, with the oldest races in the world. The holy well or water hole is commonly found beneath the sacred moisture-dropping tree. The stone erected as an altar underneath the tree is almost as common. This was a place of propitiation and appeal to the elemental power. Libations of blood were poured out on the stone. Offerings were suspended on the tree. Gifts were cast into the well and magical invocations made. The well suffices to establish the fact that the primitive want was water, but the source was dual in the water of earth and the water of heaven. The source in earth was imaged in the well as a form of the abyss. The water that fell from heaven was imaged by the tree of Nut. The altar stone is representative of earth. This is the meeting point for the sycamore of Nut, the tree of celestial water as Egyptian, the altar of earth, and the abyss of water under the earth. The object of the rite is the spirit or power that sends the water from its double source in earth and heaven, with the stone as altar for the sacrificial offering. The Egyptian Old First Mother, who is a hippopotamus in front and crocodile behind, and who is repeated in the Babylonian dragon horse Tiamat, still survives in British tradition as the water horse or Kelpie, and also as the dragon. The river Yor, near Middleham, is held to be haunted by a water horse. The river Old Grant, that springs from Loch Gleish in Rossshire, is dreaded as the abode of the water horse. Sometimes the presiding power of the water in the well is indicated by the fish, sometimes by the frog. Once the dragon of drought left his co-type in a northern holy well. At the Devil's Causeway between Ruckley and Acton, there is a well in which the animal type is the frog, and the largest of these, which naturally enough appears but seldom, represents the devil Apap. In one instance, 2 old women are said to keep the secret of the water. These are equivalent to the 2 fish, the 2 cows, and the woman who was cut in 2. The double source of water having been identified as the water of earth and the water of heaven, the type of duality was applied to the firmamental water in the astronomical mythology, and heaven, as water, was divided into the 2 waters of the lower and upper firmament, the typical being founded as a figure of the actual. These 2 waters are also constellated in the 2 celestial rivers of Eridanus and the Milky Way. The one reflects the river of the inundation, therefore the water of earth below, emanating from the lower Nun or the mythical abyss. The other is the great stream of the Via Lactea. The inundation rose up in the south. Its ebullient superhuman forces in the ritual are called the powers of the south. These powers of the south are in attendance at the moment when the Lord of his flood is carried forth and brings to its fullness the force that is hidden within him. And when once we know which way the river runs in heaven, Atronar in Eridanus becomes our guide star from the south. From that, the river travels northward to Orion's foot, or rather to the point at which Orion rises up as Horus in the inundation. Otherwise, Horus is brought to birth on his papyrus, as depicted in the Egyptian drawings. The 2 waters of earth and heaven are both recognizable in the double source assigned to the river Nile. In some of the traditions, it is described as emanating from the abyss of earth, and others as falling from the skies. Both origins are mentioned in the hymn to the Nile. In the first stanza, the water is said to descend from heaven. In line between, we are told that the Nile has made its retreat in southern Egypt. Its name is not known beyond the Tuat. Thus, the retreat of the Nile in the south is identifiable with the abyss as the earthly source of the inundation, and its name is not known beyond the boundary of that other world whence it issues. In inner Africa, the rains came from the cool heaven, Kabu, of the north, and therefore in that quarter or half was the creatory and source of the celestial waters, as the fact was figured forever in the constellation of the water cow. In the hymns of adoration to the Nile, the river is addressed as coming forth and bringing all good things to Egypt from the north, whereas the geographical Nile came with the inundation from the south. The Nile that issued from the 2 lakes of a double source was celestial in the north. The Nile that made its retreats in southern Egypt was the mundane Nile, which came from the north to the south above, and from the south to the north below. As Hor Apollo shows, 2 of the Egyptian vases denoted water from a double source, one being the earth as generator of water, the other heaven when the rains fell in the southern parts of Ethiopia. The urn was a figure of the inundation. Aquarius was called the constellation of the urn by the Arab astronomers. We shall understand the sign of crater better if we take it as an extra zodiacal image of the urn, which not only represented the inundation and its bounty, but also the abyss of source from which the welling waters came. The 2 urns are followed by the 2 vases at a later stage. Howsoever poured out, water was the primary means of fertilization. When the goddess pours out a libation from her vase, or 2 divine personages from 2 vases, on the water plant or shoot of palm, the signification is the same as when the wet nurse Hathor suckles Horus as a child, or Neith, the crocodile, as a calf. According to the most primitive imagery in Egypt, the waters of the inundation issued from the Mother Earth as the water cow, the wateress in the primordial abyss or water source. But when the sky was looked to as a source of water, heaven was represented as the milch cow, and the river flowing from the highest source was imaged as the Milky Way. Thenceforth there were 2 cows. The cow of earth was the water cow, and the milch cow was the cow of heaven. The water cow of earth was constellated in the stars of the Great Bear, the milch cow of heaven in the group now known as Cassiopeia, or the Lady in the Chair, which was the earlier constellation of the Haunch, or Meshkin, as a figure of the birthplace when the birth was typical of life in water. The drowning of the dragon. The mystery of evil, about which theologians ignorantly prate, was very simple in its origin. Water, food, and light were naturally good. Their opposites, thirst, hunger, darkness, and disease, were as naturally bad. In this way, the origin of evil had its rootage in the conditions of external nature, for which man could no wise be held responsible. The rest is mainly the result of a primitive doctrine being developed in the domain of theology. For example, Sat, the anthropomorphic devil of the later Egyptian religion, was previously the pre-anthropomorphic representative of drought, dearth, and darkness, long before the type of evil had been personalized in the figure of a satanic Mephistopheles as the tempter of womankind. Thus, the representative of evil, that old serpent in mythology, became the author of evil in theology, and the devil was evolved in the moral domain according to the eschatology. At the commencement of mythical representation in Africa, we meet the adversary of man in the shape of a monstrous serpent or devouring dragon. This in Egypt is the Apap reptile, the dragon of drought, or the serpent of darkness. In one phase, Apap is the devourer of the moon in her eclipse. In another, it is the destroyer of vegetable life, and in a third, it drinks or dries up all the water, or there is a mortal fear lest the monster should do so. This was the primal adversary or prototypal Satan. There is a saying that the devil is known by his long tail, and the long tail of Satan may be seen as the appendage of Apap, the serpent of evil in the southern constellation Hydra. The Egyptians also have a class of evil beings called the Sabal. These were the spawn of the reptile Apap, born of darkness, drought, and other malefic influences and physical phenomena that were found to be inimical to man. The type of Apap, the flat-headed inner African snake, is universal. It is the Bushman all-devourer, Kwai Hem, who swallows the mantis deity at night and brings him forth again alive by day. It is the Norse dragon or worm, the Greek python, the throttling ahi or vrita of the Vedas. With the Indians of Brazil, it is still the great serpent who is the owner of night. It is the snake, toad, or frog in the legends that swallows all the water in the world. Possibly the Apap monster of Africa may be recognized even by name in Australia. In the center of the continent, whirlwinds occur that lift up columns of dust, 200 or 300 feet in height. The Arunta call them Apapa. The Warramunga say an unfriendly spirit, an Urancha, travels about in these on the lookout to kill blackfellows. Whether this be the old dragon of the desert or not, it is noticeable that the name of the Apap in Egyptian signifies to mount on high, become tall, vast, gigantic, like the swirling dust and darkness of the sandstorm. Here begins the war betwixt the evil serpent and the woman, who is the great mother in mythology. It was the Apap reptile who brought darkness, drought, and death into the world. The mother was the earliest slayer of the dragon, and the son of the woman followed as her helper. She may be seen as Isis, a form of the lunar goddess, spearing the head of Apap in the dark waters of night. She may also be heard in this character as the Lady of Light, who exclaims, "I lighten up the darkness and overthrow the devouring monster." In the Kafir folktales, we find the original mythos of the monster in 3 of its phases. In the story of the great chief of the animals, the victim swallowed by the terrible monster is the Moon Mother. She tears her way out of the monster as the deliverer of herself and sets free all her children, whom the devourer as dragon of darkness had previously swallowed. The bows and arrows with which the twin brothers kill the monster tend to identify their weapon with the lunar bow that was periodically drawn and nightly employed to overcome the power of darkness. There is perhaps a further hint that the mother represents the moon, inasmuch as the children of the woman had been left for safety in charge of the hare, which is a lunar zootype. In another Kafir tale, the woman is the mother of the twins who correspond to Sut and Horus as the twin powers of light and darkness, brought forth by the mother moon in her dual lunation. In a third, the swallower, called the Inyabulil, is slain by the hero Siculum, who answers to Horus as slayer of the Apap dragon. Propitiation of a superhuman nature power for food and drink was the most primitive form of the appeal that ultimately culminated, as we know, in worship. The gods of Egypt from the beginning represented food and drink, not only as givers of sustenance, they were the sustenance in food and liquid. The Great Mother was the suckler or wet nurse. Hathor offered food in the sycamore fig and Isis in the Persia tree of life. Child Horus was the shoot, the branch, the calf, lamb, or fish. Seb, god of earth, was the father of ailment. Plenty of food and water first made heaven palpable to primitive or archaic man on earth. Hence, the primitive paradise was imaged as a field of food. At one stage, 7 cows were configured as the type of plenty that was eternal in the heavens. The tree of life was planted in the midst of the celestial oasis. Upon this grew the fruit as food on which the gods and the glorified were fed. The mother of food in the oasis of the papyrus plant, Uat, was divinized in the goddess Uati as the mother of all things fresh, flourishing, and evergreen. The deity Atum-Ra, who first attained the status of Holy Spirit in the eschatology, says of himself, "I am the food which never perishes." Horus of the inundation was constellated on his papyrus as the ever-coming shoot, plan of Dendera. He was also the giver of food as the fish, the calf, and the lamb that were made celestial types in the astral mythology. An infinitude of water was an African ideal of the divine. A spring of water welling from the bosom of the earth made her mother of life, and life that came by water was then divinized in Horus on his papyrus plant as the food bringer. Thence came a savior to the land of Egypt as Horus of the inundation. Horus the shoot or Nazar, Horus as Ichthus the fish, Horus the mother's child who came by water. It is possible to show that Horus on his papyrus or lotus was the African original of Jack who climbed the beanstalk. It may be premised that the stalk up which the spirit of vegetation climbs to furnish food was an earlier type than the tree of life, and that the fact was preserved in the Egyptian mythos. Also, the tree of Tammuz and Eridu was a stalk. Now, the lotus in Egypt was literally a beanstalk. Its large seed was known as the bean of Egypt. Thus, when the lotus equals papyrus was employed for the figure of food, and Horus, as the elemental spirit of vegetation, ascended the stalk to take his seat upon the flower, he was the youth who climbed the beanstalk to slay the giant Apap, and first in nature, next in the mythos, and lastly in the legends. When water was the life and Mother Earth was the source, she was imaged as the great fish, and her young one was the Lord of Life as the food bringer in the inundation. Horus of the inundation was a real ever-coming savior of the world, as periodic bringer of water and the food of life, who came in several characters, in one of which he was the fish. In one he climbed the stalk of the papyrus plant as the soul of vegetation. As the young hero, it was he who fought and overcame the dragon of drought at one season and the serpent of darkness at another. The power of perennial renewal was perceived in nature. This was manifested by successive births. Hence, the child god of Egypt became a type of the eternal, ever coming by rebirth in time and season and the elements of life and light, which in the character of Horus was at first by food and water. This was the eternal, ever-coming, ever-renewing spirit of youth. In the illustration from a Theban tomb, the Great Mother, who in one form is a crocodile, has just given birth to her child. Horus, Har-ur, as the young crocodile poised on end in front of her. It is a picture of the young child that was brought forth annually from the water by the mother, who was constellated as the crocodile or hippopotamus at the northern center of the planisphere. The history of Horus is depicted in the heavens as if upon the walls and windows of some vast cathedral of immensity. This was the subject of subjects in the astronomical mythology. He was conceived of a virgin mother in the sign of Virgo. His birth or advent was announced by the star Pact in the constellation Columbia. The earliest mother who conceived as a virgin in mythology was represented by the sacred heifer of the Immaculate Isis, also by the white vulture in the cult of the Virgin Neith. She was the dove of Hathor in the worship of Iusas, the mother of Iusa. The human only comes in as a challenging element when the mythos is related as history. When the woman took the place of the heifer, the vulture, the dove, or other zootype of virginity, that is, when the type was humanized and Horus imaged as a child, the doctrine of incarnation, or the incorporation of a spirit of life and matter, had entered into the human sphere. Thus, the mystical virgin and child in human guise, whether in Egypt or in any other land, was a result of doctrinal development, and the doctrine itself could not be understood without a knowledge of the earlier phase. When the type of the Great Mother and her youngling had been changed from the totemic zootype to the anthrotype, and the goddess was imaged as a woman, a child came in the figure of a superhuman power that was ever coming, ever renewing, ever repeating, ever incorporating, or incarnating, ever manifesting in phenomena. Then the youthful god was naturally born as a child. This was Har-ur, a child of Isis, or the Virgin Neith. Horus, the child or shoot on the papyrus or on his mother's lap, is representative of the resurrection and renewal of life for another year. Horus came to Egypt as savior of the people from the dreaded drought. He came invested with the power of the southern lakes to drown the dragon and the inundation. In one phase, Horus is the savior as the bringer of the water. In another, he is the child of light. In both, he comes to wrestle with the enemy of man in various natural phenomena on earth, and likewise in the internecine struggle, which is represented by the astronomical mythology as the war in heaven, and which may be summed up as the war of Horus and the dragon. Horus brings the water of the inundation, which is the source of life, to Egypt. The little one is cradled on the Nile in his ark of the papyrus reed. He is assailed by Apap, the dragon of drought, who lies in wait to destroy the young deliverer when he is born. As bringer of the waters, Horus slays the dragon of drought, which would otherwise have drunk the inundation dry. He also treads the serpent of darkness underfoot as the renewer of light. Under the name of Amenhotep, Horus came as the proverbial Prince of Peace. The word Hetep denotes peace or rest, plenty of food, and also good luck. His coming in this character had a very tangible significance, for the inundation brought the season of rest to Egypt, which was celebrated by the Waka festival, when the prince came out of Ethiopia as the river of rest to the weary, bread to the hungry, water to the thirsty, and wine for the periodic wassail. In the solar mythos, Horus became the Lord of Light, but food and drink were first according to the human needs. The fabled war in heaven began with the contending elements that strove with each other for supremacy, whether as light and darkness, water and drought, or food and famine. Thus Horus of the inundation came by water as the deliverer when the land was suffering from the dragon of drought. The picture was then constellated in the southern heaven. Horus the victor was represented by Orion rising from the river and wielding the insignia of his sovereignty. His weapon is the club of Heracles in Greece. It was the whip of ruling power as the Egyptian coup. He rises from Arandanus as conqueror of the Hydra dragon that is overwhelmed beneath the waters when the drought was put an end to by the Lord of Life with the water for his weapon. Here is a motive for the war betwixt the dragon and the infant that was born to universal rule or predestined to be a king. Horus also came as conqueror of the dragon of darkness. But it is of more importance to know that the evil reptile Apap represented drought and famine, disease and death. This was the mortal enemy of man that drank up all the water in the world, hence the battle for the water. All the earth round the warfare of the hero with the monster is for water as well as for light, because the monster is representative of drought as well as darkness. At first it is the water reptile in the African lake, then the hellish snake Apap drinks up the water in the Nile. In Australia, it is the monstrous frog that drinks up all the water. It is also the chimerical, malignant wild beast that is slain by Gilgamesh. This struggle, as some of the drawings show, is literally over the water. Lastly, it becomes the sea monster of the Greek mythology, whereas the original conflict was for drinking water. When Horus came by water as Ichthys the fish, who gave himself for food, he swam the deluge of the inundation when there was no boat or ark to breast the waters. But when the bark was built, Argo is constellated as the Ark of Horus. This is figured in the planisphere with the child on board and the devouring Apap coiling round it, seeking to destroy the babe, the infant savior of the world who brings the food and water as the Lord of Life. Now Sothis in its heliacal rising was not the only star of annunciation at the birth of Horus the child. Farther south, the dove, or rather the star Pact, was also a harbinger of the inundation. Still farther was the glorious star Canopus, the pilot of the Argo, at the starting point of the journey by water, which was the river Nile as the terrestrial water imaged uranographically. The Egyptians commemorated the birthday of the world, that is, of the age, the cycle, the beginning of time, as the day when Horus rose up on the lotus or papyrus from the waters of the Nun. Otherwise stated, this was the natal day of Horus in the inundation, which was afterwards applied to Atum by priests of On, or Anu in the eschatology. Thus, the birthday of the inundation was the birthday of a primordial year, or the birthday of the world. The constellation Hydra represents the Apap reptile of the Egyptian mythos. This is a monster extending over some 100 degrees in the planisphere. From lack of better knowledge, this type of evil has been called the water serpent, which gives no clue to its character. It is figured in the water of the southern heaven, and is that fearsome monster which in various legends drinks up all the water. In the later solar mythos, Apap, the enemy of Ra, is the blind devourer darkness. But as the adversary of the elder Horus, he of the inundation, Apap or Hydra is the dragon of drought. Drought in the old dark land was veritably the curse, and the evil dragon as its deadly image was the primitive type of physical, not of moral evil. The inundation was the source of life to Egypt. It was her annual salvation, and Horus, or Sebek, the fishman, was her savior. The earliest savior ever known was the giver of food and drink to those who were famishing. This is the origin of a savior as the shoot of a water plant, the branch of a tree, or a great fish. The bigger, the better, as a sign of abundance. This was how a savior could be represented as Ichthys the fish. This was how a savior could come by water to the world. Hence the subject of subjects was the war of elements, of darkness in conflict with the light, of drought with the waters, of sterility with fertility, of dearth with plenty. The powers of good and evil represented in the mythos were also figured in the stars and portrayed in the religious drama as the eternal conflict of the twins Sut and Horus, of Shu and the impious rebels of Ra and the Apap reptile. In the earliest mythos, Horus precedes Ra as the eternal antagonist of the dragon or serpent. This is the first Horus, who was the seed of the Great Mother, whom the Semites call the woman. He bruised or pierced the serpent's head at one season and was bitten by the serpent in the heel at another. One was the season of renewal for the waters, for food, for the growing light, and for the breezes of the north. The other was the season of drought, of sterility, of darkness, and for the withering blast of the desert. In Upper Egypt, says Maspero, there is a widespread belief in the existence of a monstrous serpent that dwells at the bottom of the river Nile. This is the Apap dragon of evil, especially of drought. Hence the crumbling of the banks and the falls of earth in the dry season are attributed to the great serpent which lies at the bottom of the river, where it was drowned by the inundation with great rejoicings of the people every year. It is as the fiery dragon of drought that the Apap is spoken of in an inscription of the Amenhotep III. In this, vengeance is threatened on those royal secretaries who neglect their duties to the Theban god Amun-Ra, and it is said, "They shall become like the hellish snake Apap of the morning of the new year. They shall be overwhelmed in the great flood." The morning of the new year was at that time determined by the heliacal rising of Sothis, as announcer of the inundation in which the Apap dragon of drought was drowned. This picture is to be seen in the planisphere with the figure of the fiery Hydra, overwhelmed in the water of the inundation. It was represented in the mythology that when Horus had conquered Apap in one of his great battles, the reptile sank, pierced with wounds, into the depths of the waters. And this event was said to have occurred at the very moment of the new year. This is the exact position of Hydra in the waters of the south, as still shown on the celestial globe. Thus Hydra, as the drowned, dead reptile, forms a fellow picture in the planisphere to that of Apap, drowned in the lake of heaven, according to the description in the ritual. That Apap was cut up and drowned in the waters of the inundation is likewise shown by the constellation Corvus, or the crow. The bird stands on the body of the monster, and, as Aratos remarks, seems to peck the folds of its prey. Corvus thus plays its part as scavenger of the inundation, and at the same time demonstrates that Hydra is drowned and dead. Thus far, we see that certain natural facts were given a celestial setting as object pictures in the stars. The abyss of the beginning was constellated as the water, low down in the south. The birth of water from the Mother Earth was figured in the southern fish. Horus, the young deliverer who came by water periodically as the bringer of food, was shown in the shoot of the papyrus plant. He also figures as Ichthys, the fish. The river of the water of life was represented by Eridanus, which can be traced back to its birthplace in the abyss, with the inundation rushing from the southern lakes. Various herald stars of Horus and the waters like Fomalhaut, Achenar, Canopus, and Pact can also be identified according to their rising at different stages of the progress made by Horus down into the valley of the Nile. We will now take a turn round the zodiac with a view of briefly identifying its signs with the seasons of Egypt and the characters in the mythology, the first and foremost being that of Horus, the eternal, ever-coming child. As represented in the zodiac, Horus of the inundation was conceived by his virgin mother in the sign of Virgo. This was the promised Prince of Peace who came to rest the weary from their work and to labor for them while they rested, listening to the waters and the welcome word the inundation brought. Then was the message of good tidings sent, as if from heaven itself, which was made known by the mother of the babe. She first sang the song of invitation. "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." The mother of life was now descending with the waters, or with Horus in utero, as the most blessed among women, the virgin brooding over her conception and inwardly working out the mystery of fertilization and fulfillment. In the mythical rendering of natural fact, the child or youngling had been made prime mover of the universe. "I have set myself in motion," says child Horus. "I am the air, the primary power of motion and of rest." The doctrine is repeated when the Greeks maintained that Eros was the primal cause of all things. babe Horus, and this coming forth is compared with the lotus or papyrus issuing from the great stream. The birthplace of water and of food, in the abyss of source became the birthplace of Horus in the inundation. This was represented in the later mythos by the swamps and marshes in which Isis hid herself with her babe and suckled Horus in a secret place. The water in which Horus came to Egypt was the inundation of the Nile that burst up from the abyss, the bow, the depth of source, and the recesses of the south. And as we read the signs, the river Nile was constellated in Eridanus as the river of the inundation. The name of Eridanus, like the celestial river itself, is very sure to have an Egyptian origin. Eri, later Uri, was an Egyptian name of the inundation, meaning the great, the mighty, whilst Tun, or Tanu, signifies that which rises up in revolt, the bursting forth from the gulf or well of the south. Thus rendered, Eritana, or Iratuana, would be the mighty river rising up in the inundation and bursting forth from the birthplace in the abyss, as is depicted in the ritual. If we glance at the river constellated on the celestial globe, we see that Eridanus runs one way from the foot of Orion to the star Achernar, which has been called the end of the river. But if looked at the other way, the Achernar marks the point of departure from the south towards the north. And if this river represents the earthly Nile, the replica would naturally run the way of the original. That alone will explain the course of the water and its ending at the foot of Orion, who rises from the river as did Horus of the inundation coming out of Ethiopia, or Equatoria, or from the ancient south in which the depth of source was localized at first as the water, and afterwards configurated in the stars that indicate the river of the inundation winding on its northward way. Other stars announce the coming of the Nile or the birth of Horus in the water of the inundation. The star Pact, says Lockyer, so little familiar to us northerners, is one of the most conspicuous stars in the southern portion of the heavens, and its heliacal rising heralded the solstice and the rise of the Nile before the heliacal rising of Sirius was useful for the purpose. In Pact, we have seen the star symbolized by the ancient Egyptians under the name of the goddess Teki, whose figure leads the procession of the months. In the Arabic names of the star Pact is named from a word that signifies the thigh. And the thigh was an Egyptian type of the birthplace, as we shall find it also figured in Egypt as well as in the northern heaven. Here it denotes a place of birth and a goddess in the southern heaven. Now the so-called sacred year of the Egyptians opened at a certain starting point on the first of the month Tat, or Tahuti, equivalent to our 20th of July. But this month in an earlier star calendar is called the month of the goddess Teki. Tek or Teki is an Egyptian word for liquid to supply with drink, and Teki is the month of the inundation. But the month Teki or Tat was not named from the first beginning of the inundation. The previous month, the last of the 12 in the sacred year, was named Mesor or Mesuri, from Mes, for birth, and Uri, later Iri, the inundation. Thus, the actual birth of the river, in one place or other, is marked in the last month of the Egyptian year instead of the first. The question being, at what point of the course did the actual birth take place? The birth of water, of Horus, of Ichthys, has been indicated by the star Fomalhaut at the fish's mouth. The star Pact was a herald of Horus in the inundation. Canopus, the pilot of Argo Navis, showed that Horus was on board the ark, or the cradle of the papyrus plant. And the dog star Sothis was the later guide to the watchers of the heavens in Egypt. The arrival of the inundation at some particular point is dated by the heliacal rising of the dog star in the month of Teki or Tat, July. The name of the previous month shows the birth of the waters were reckoned to be earlier. This is the month Mesori or Mesuri, and Mesor answers roughly to the month of June. In the sacred year, the first of Mesori corresponds to our June 15th and to July 25th in the Alexandrian year. Obviously, the name of Mesori refers to the birth of the waters farther south, which was announced by the herald star Fomalhaut, Achenar, and Canopus or Pact, according to their position and to the stage of high water at the different times along the route. The seasons in Egypt have been previously compared with the imagery in the planisphere, but might have been more closely verified. There were but two in the beginning, with the Great Mother and her Sut and Horus twins. These were the seasons of the summer waters and the winter drought. The season of the waters and of rest is as plainly pictured in the southern heaven as ever it was actual in the valley of the Nile. That quarter on the celestial globe is full of the inundation and its signs, as it will be for all time. The inundation was not only pictured in the southern heaven rising from its most secret source in the abyss down south, which was figured with the mouth of the fish, and continued running northward in the river named Eridanus. It was also constellated in the zodiac and can be traced there in accordance with the seasons of the year. The earliest hint of the inundation is given zodiacally in the month Mesor. In the Greco-Egyptian planisphere, according to Kircher, Horus is figured in the decans of the twins, at death grips with the Apap reptile, which the inundation comes to drown. Thus the battle is portrayed twice over, once as the struggle of Horus, or Ra, and the serpent constellated in the depths of the Gemini, and once on the ecliptic, as the contest of the Sut and Horus twins. Amongst the harbingers of the inundation were the beetles that rolled up their seed in little balls of dung and buried them upon the riverbank for safety against the coming flood. The Nile beetle was figured where the crab is constellated now. Here begins the imagery of the inundation in the zodiac, with the month Mesor. The beetle, busy on the banks of the Nile, was set above as a uranograph, which showed the beginning or the birth of a new inundation at some well-known point in time and locality. The figure of the beetle rolling up its seed with its tentacles is apparently repeated in the Akkadian name of this same month, which is Sukolna, the Caesar of seed, with Cancer, or the beetle, for its zodiacal sign. An earlier type of Sirius the dog was the Bennu, or Nycterax. This was a beautiful water bird that came to Egypt as a herald of the inundation, and was given the most glorious of extra-zodiacal signs. This Bennu was the prototype of the mythical phoenix. The ibis, as a bird of passage, also came to fish the waters of the inundation. This, too, was constellated for a symbol. We find it figured in a zodiac attributed to the second Hermes, that is, Tat, the lunar deity. In this, the sign of Cancer is the ibis-headed god. The ibis, as a bird of passage, also came to fish the waters of the inundation. This, too, was constellated for a symbol. We find it figured in a zodiac attributed to the second Hermes, that is, Tat, the lunar deity. In this, the sign of Cancer is the ibis-headed god. The ibis was a typical fisher, and therefore a sign of coming plenty to the fishers waiting for the waters, and their wealth of food. The lion in the hieroglyphics is a figure of great force, and when the sun had reached the lion sign, the rushing waters had attained their fullest volume. As Hor Apollo tells us, the Egyptians portray a lion as a sign of the inundation, because when the sun is in Leo, it augments the rising of the Nile. Indeed, he says it happens at times that 1/2 of the new water is supplied to Egypt, while the sun remaineth in that sign. At the same time of year, the lion was a figure of the solar force at furnace heats, an image, therefore, of a double force. In the next sign, in the virgin who conceived the child, that represented the food, which was dependent on the waters of the inundation. This was indicated by the later ear of corn, the green wheat, ear of the mysteries, which is held in the hand of Neith or Isis in Virgo, and still survives in the star Spica of this constellation. The elder Horus came not only in the water, He was also the Camite prototype of Bacchus as the Lord of Wine. When Horus came, the grapes were ripe in Egypt and ready to be converted into wine. The season of grapes is dated July 13th in the Egyptian calendar. There is but little left upon the modern globe of the ancient constellation of the vine, but the star Epsilon, called Vindemiatrix, is still the sign of grape gathering. And as we read in the calendar, July the 9th, the Nile begins to rise abundantly. July 28th, abundance of grapes. Vindemiatrix, the sign of grapes being ripe, is described by Eratos as being so large in size and bright in splendor as to rival the stars in the Great Bear's tail, whereas at present it is but a star of the third magnitude. The grape gathering in Egypt is depicted in or near the signs of Virgo and the vine. It is said of Horus at Edfu, "Thou didst put grapes into the water which cometh forth from Edfu." From that day forth, the water of Edfu was called the water of grapes, that is, wine. So anciently was the metaphor of the gospel miracle founded on the natural fact. Waka is the name of the inundation, and also of the festival at which the deluge of drink was symbolically celebrated by the libation that was correspondingly colossal. The vine was not only set in heaven to denote the vendimia, or time for gathering the grapes, the overflow was also figured in the constellation Crater, or the goblet, as a sign of the waka that was held in Egypt when the land was full of water and the folks were full of wine. When the constellation Crater rose, it showed that the urn or vase, an artificial type of the inundation, was overflowing with the waters that restored the drooping life of Egypt. At that time, the Egyptians celebrated a feast in honor of Hathor, at which a deluge of drink flowed freely. It is frankly described in the inscriptions as the Festival of Intoxication, and was commemorated at Dendera in the month of Tat, the month of the year that opened with the inundation and the helical rising of Sothis. Various other fruits were ripe, including dates. Also watermelons were abundant. But Horus is the vine, whose advent was celebrated at the Uaka festival with prodigious rejoicings and a deluge of drink, of which the wine and cup, or mixing bowl, were constellated as celestial symbols. The juice of the grape was the blood of Horus or Osiris in the Kamite Eucharist. Hence the sacramental cup was figured in the constellation Crater, the goblet, or it may be the jar from the Egyptian Karu. A jar, the cup having two characters, one in the mythology and one in the eschatology. In an ancient planisphere reproduced by Dupuy, the swallow appears in close proximity to Isis, the Virgin of the Zodiac. In the Egyptian mythos, the swallow represented Isis in her character of the widow, when she was wandering like the bird of passage from one land to another seeking for her lost Osiris. Thus, Isis in her two characters of the Virgin and the widow was figured in the Zodiac and in the decans of Virgo, which two characters are only to be found in Egyptian mythology. Libra, or the scales, was at one time a figure of the equinox, but its more probable origin is in relation to the supremely important waters of the inundation. The 4 months of the water season, the first of the 3 tetramenes, began with the lion and ended with the scorpion. The inundation reached its point of equipoise coincidentally with the entrance of the sun into the sign that was figured as the balance of the scales. The tortoise, or Abtu, of the Nile had been an earlier zodiacal sign than that of the scales, by which it was superseded. When the Nile tortoise climbed the banks of the river to give itself for food, it naturally became a self-constituted sign of the inundation to be figured in a group of stars. Thus, the tortoise, Libra, would denote the point at which the earth was emerging like a tortoise or a turtle from the deluge of the waters which periodically overspread the land. The scorpion was not a type of evil in the zodiac. It represented Isis Circe, who fought for Horus when the birthplace was in Scorpio. The fragment of the myth survives in the ritual. It is the merest illusion, but suffices to show that in the wars of the solar god, Horus, or Ra, with the enemy of Apap, Isis Circe joined in the battle and was wounded. The passage is confused, but as rendered by Renouf, it runs, Apap falleth, Apap goeth down, and more grave for thee is the taste, tepet, than that sweet proof through the scorpion goddess, Isis Circe, which she practiced for thee in the pain that she suffered. When the summer solstice was in the sign of Leo, the autumn equinox occurred in Scorpio, and it would be then and there that the scorpion goddess gave proof of her sympathy and suffering on behalf of Horus, or of Ra in the later mythos. It is evident that Scorpio was the sign at one of the cardinal points, for it is said of Apap in this battle, Apap is in bonds. The gods of the south, the north, the west, and the east have bound him. These include the goddesses as helpers. Hence it is said to Apap, Thy whole heart is torn out by the lynx goddess. Chains are flung upon thee by the scorpion goddess. Slaughter is dealt upon thee by Mati. About the time of autumn equinox, the water of the inundation began to subside. At this point, the power of Horus and the light was on the wane, and both were represented now by him who was born to die down in the dwindling water and the lessening light. The word Sirku, which is the name of Isis as the scorpion goddess, signifies to breathe and to supply breath. Thus, Scorpio is the sign of a breathing space which followed the water season. Whilst the sun was in the constellation Libra, or the tortoise, the waters had attained their height and were resting at the equipoise. Then it entered the sign of Scorpio. The scorpion lived in dry earth and was only to be seen when the waters had subsided. In some Egyptian zodiacs, zodiac of Esne, the Sagittarius or archer is the compound figure of a centaur based on the lion instead of the horse, with the human face of Shu in front and the face of Tefnut, the lioness, behind. Shu was the elemental power of breathing force, and his twin sister represents moisture. Her name, Tefnut, signifies the dew of heaven, and the dew of heaven was now the water of earth in Egypt. The breath of Shu and moisture of Tefnut being imaged as the power of her twin brother and sister. Tefnut, the sister of Shu, was joined with him in his battles on behalf of Horus. She is like fire against the wicked ones, the Sami and the Sabau, thundering against those who are to be annihilated forever, as it is said in the magical texts. When the sun entered this sign, the Nile was failing, the day grew shorter than the night, and Horus needed all the help that he could be given. Hence, Shu, the fighting force, was configured as the archer. Shu, the power of the air, had been divinized as the warrior god who fought for Horus as leader of the war, against the rebel powers of darkness and of drought now mustering their forces in the netherworld for renewing the assault. Nowhere is it more necessary to compare the face of the underlying fact with the mask of the mythos, to see how closely the mold was fitted to the features of nature by the Egyptians. In Egypt, and in that country only, can the time of drought be absolutely identified with winter. Now the Apap dragon in Egyptian mythology is the dragon of drought, and the dragon of drought is the fiery dragon. Hence Apap in the form of Hydra is cut in pieces to be drowned in the water of the inundation. In Egypt only did the figure correspond to the fact as the image of drought and water caused by the dragon of darkness. And it is in this correspondence of natural fact to the symbolical figure which will account for the fire-breathing dragon of winter in Europe, which survives where it does not apply from lack of the necessary climactic conditions. The Norse mythology preserves the fiery dragon as a representative of winter in countries where it cannot be correlated with heat or drought. It survives with us in the pastime of snapdragon, sacred to the winter season at Christmas. Here the dragon keeps its character as a representative of drought in relation to the proper season of drought in Egypt as the fire-breathing dragon. Moreover, the dragon of drought and of darkness are one and the same in winter. On that account only did the dragon of darkness apply at wintertime in Europe, and not as the dragon of drought. Yet the drowning of the dragon of drought became a European pastime in many lands where there was seldom any lack of winter, and never any want of it in winter. According to the seasons of Egypt, at the time when the sun had reached the sign of the sea-goat, not only had the fresh water of the inundation ceased to flow, the water from the Mediterranean traveling upwards from the sea was now the stronger current, bitter and brackish and detestable. The sea-goat is a compound type of goat and fish. The fish signifies water. The water was now coming from the sea, and the sea-water was naturally imaged by the sea-goat. Further, it is possible that the salt nature of the water at this point was indicated by the goat, seeing that a young goat is an Egyptian ideograph of the word ab for thirst. Or it may be the offensiveness of the goat represented the repellent nature of salt, Typhon's foam. When the sun was in the sign of Aquarius, the moon at full had taken up the leadership by night in heaven, as the mother moon. This was she who fetched the water of life from the lower regions and gave rebirth to vegetation in the upper world. The great goddess that renewed the light above was also the renewer of the waters from the springs of source in the abyss below. In one legend, which, like several others, is common to Egypt and Babylonia, the Great Mother, as Isis, also as Ishtar, descends into the underworld in search of the water of life, otherwise represented as her child, who was Horus or Tammuz according to the cult. The descent of Ishtar is dated in the Aramaic Akkadian calendar by the month of King Gingerna, the errand of Ishtar, which was dedicated to the goddess with Virgo as its zodiacal sign. This descent in search of the vanished water, the lost light, the disappearing child, was obviously made by the goddess in her lunar character. It was as the moon that Ishtar passed through the 7 gates on her downward way when she was stripped of all her glory. This search for the water of life occurs some 5 months earlier in the Babylonian calendar than in the Egyptian year. Plutarch, in speaking of the mysteries, tells us that on the eve of winter solstice, the Egyptians carry the cow 7 times round the temple, which is called the seeking for Osiris. This, in the pre-Osirian mythos, was the elder Horus as the mother's child. Plutarch adds that the goddess who in one character is the Earth Mother was in great distress from want of water in the wintertime. The lost Osiris of the legend was not only signified by the loss of solar potency that Isis went to seek for, it was also the renewal of water that she sighed for and wept in the first drops of the new inundation. The disappearance of the water in Egypt was coincident with the shrinking of the sun in the winter solstice. Both were commemorated in the mourning of Isis. The journey of Isis in search of the water of life was about the time of the winter solstice, when the water disappeared from Egypt and the coming time of drought began. The season coincided with the sun in the sign of Aquarius, when the lost Osiris or child Horus was rediscovered by the weeping mother, seeking for the water in the netherworld. The same errand is ascribed to Ishtar in the Babylonian version of the mythos. But in the readjustment to the change of season in the Akkadian calendar, the search is given to the month Ki Gingerna, when the sun was in the sign of Virgo. The renewer of the water from the beginning was female. At first it was Apt, the water cow, then Hathor or Nut, the milch cow, then Isis as the weeping mother who had lost her child. In the legend of Lelet en Nukta, or Night of the Drop, a miraculous terror was supposed to fall from heaven on the Nile. And according to Pausanias, it was taught that the rise of the river was dependent on the drops that fell from the eyes of Isis. In the Coptic calendar, the Night of the Drop is dated Bauna, 11th, June 17th. By means of which the first drops of the inundation could be traced to the Great Mother weeping for the lost Osiris, or the earlier Horus of the inundation. Now, when the tail of the Great Bear pointed northward and the sun coincided with the sign of Aquarius, there was a rebirth of water from the abyss that issued forth from the mouth of Pisces Australis. The picture of Source in the abyss was now repeated, and the wet nurse or wateress was constellated in the zodiac as the multimammalian Menet, who was a later form of Apt, the water cow. The imagery shows the perennial source of water in the underworld, and that which proceeded from the mouth of the fish now emanates from the numerous mammae of the wet nurse in the ecliptic. Thus, the birth and rebirth of water are represented 6 months apart, with the Great Bear presiding over both. In other words, the water, or child Horus, that was lost to Egypt in the upper world, was now refound by the Great Mother seeking in the abyss of source from whence she drew the water of renewal for another year. The abyss was founded in the south. Aquarius is a southern sign, and it took 6 months altogether to bring the water from the abyss to its fulfillment in the inundation. The sun had reached its utat at the point of southing for the region where the urn of the waters was to be refilled. The Nile replenished from the abyss of source configured as the fish's mouth. When the winter sun was low down in the solstice, it was southing slowly through the deep outside the earth. The hidden source of water was the same when represented by the wet nurse in the zodiac as that from which the inundation issued in the south. There was but one abyss, whether this was indicated by the fish's mouth, the dugs of Apt, the female breast of Happy Mu, or the multi-mammae of the suckler Menat. At the time when the inundation had run dry in Egypt, the February rains were recommencing in the equatorial regions. The lakes began to swell, and the waters of the White Nile to rise and rush forth on their joyful journey towards the north. The new flood only reached the delta just in time to save the country from drought and sterility. Crater was the urn or water pot of the inundation. This in the south was brimming full. But when the sun had reached Aquarius, behold, the urn was empty, hence the reversal of the vessel in his hands. The inundation was poured out. The urn needed to be replenished anew from the well of secret source, or the mouth of the abyss. Hitherto, it has been conjectured that water from the urn was pouring downward toward the mouth of the abyss. But this would have no meaning in the mythos by which the imagery has to be interpreted. The water comes up from that welling source depicted low down in the south, now looked to for the future inundation. When the Uranograph of Aquarius is rightly read, we see the last of the inundation in Egypt. The water poured out from the urn has come to an end. The urn or bucket, being at times reversed, is consequently empty. Also, the mode of replenishment from the tet of source, or well of the deep, is indicated in the planisphere. On studying the figure of the southern fish, we see a stream of water springing up from its mouth in the direction of Aquarius. And this is met by Aquarius with its empty urn held in position to receive the water of the new inundation from the welling source in the abyss. In the Osirian mythos, Isis, or the cow-headed Hesi, had become the wateress or wet nurse to the world in place of Apt, the water cow, and Hathor, the milch cow. And now the new Nile was attributed to the tears which Isis shed for the lost Osiris, or the earlier child Horus, when he vanished with the sinking water in the underworld. It is possible to take one step further round the zodiac and thus include the sign of the fishes. But it has to be explained that Horus in the zodiac was not simply the Lord of life, as the bringer of food and water in the inundation. Horus in the zodiac was also the solar god, who was the child conceived in Virgo, as Horus of the inundation, who was Horus of the resurrection, Lord of the harvest in the sign of Pisces. In the Greco-Kamite zodiacs, the fish mother gives rebirth to her child as a fish in the constellation of the fishes. Also in other monuments, the mother, as Hathor Isis, bears the fish upon her head. Thus the fish man or fish god was reborn of the fish mother in the abode of the abyss, or the house of the fish. And the point of emergence for the sun god in the zodiac was indicated by the sign of the fish or fishes at the time when the crocodile was the fish of Neith, as Sebek Horus. No representation of the inundation or the drought is directly apparent in the sign of Aries and Taurus. But the drama was not limited to the zodiac. The rising Pleiades and the rainy Hyades have ever been the harbingers of water or of spring. One name of the Hyades in Greek is Hughes. The sows are Succuli, and in Egypt, Rerit. The sow was a figure of the Great Mother as the wet nurse or suckler. It was represented at one time by the 7 sows, at another by the 7 cows, at another by the many-breasted Menet as the typical provider of plenty. In certain old Egyptian calendars, the periodic triumph of Horus over the plagues of drought and darkness was commemorated by a festival called the Wounding of Sut. The event is referred to as occurring on the first of the month, Epiphi, May 16th in the sacred year, June 25th in the Alexandrian year. This was exactly 1 month previous to the birth of the new inundation, dated July 25th. And as the month Mesor agrees with the sun in the sign of Cancer or the Beetles, so the month Epiphi coincided with the sun in the sign of the Gemini, who were Sut and Horus as the twins contending for supremacy in the equinox or on the mount. At this point, Sut was mortally wounded, and the victory of Horus, the bringer of water and food and the renewer of light, was perfectly complete. Now the worst was over. The long holiday celebrated by the Waka festival had come at last with its relief. And here the Egyptian holiday was one with a holy day as the time of rest from labor. And the great feast of eating and drinking was a mode of giving thanks as well as of making merry. The fulfiller in the water and the grapes was welcomed, and the drink he brought, with the drinking and the eating at the festival of intoxication dedicated to the goddess Hathor. The history of Horus, the child hero, the eternal Masu, who became incarnate as the typical savior of the world, was thus portrayed and could be repeated by all who understood the mythos, which was depicted in the book above. His birth from the water was imaged by the figure of Horus on his papyrus, which is represented astronomically in a scene from the rectangular zodiac of Dendera. Horus in this is represented by the hawk on the papyrus plant emerging from the water. By means of this, we can identify the birth of the babe who was born from between the knees of Sothis, as Horus of the inundation. The walls and windows of the house on high have been emblazoned, like all Italy, with pictures of the Virgin Mother and her child. The Virgin Mother in one character who conceived, and the Great Mother as bringer forth in the character of gestator. The planisphere contains a whole pantheon of Egyptian deities. They are the gods and goddesses of Egypt, and mythical personages and zootypes that make up that vast procession which moves on forever round and round, according to the revolutions of the earth, or the apparent revolution of the sphere. Taking the same order in which the sayings on the ecliptic are read today, when Aries had become Princeps Zodiaci, we can identify at least a dozen deities of Egypt with the 12 signs. 1, the ram-headed Amen with the constellation Aries. 2, Osiris, the bull of eternity, with the sign of Taurus. 3, the Sut-Horus twins with the Gemini. And 4, the beetle-headed Kiperta with the sign of the beetle, later crab. And 5, the lion-faced Atum with the sign of Leo. And 6, the virgin Neith with the constellation Virgo. 7, Harmaku of the scales with the sign of Libra. Isis Cirque, the scorpion goddess with the sign of Scorpio. 9, Shu and Tefnut, figured as the archer with the sign of Sagittarius. 10, Num, the goat-headed who presided over the abyss with the sign of Capricornus. 11, Menet, the divine wet nurse with the sign of Aquarius. And 12, Horus of the 2 crocodiles with the sign of Pisces. Enough to show that the zodiac was a lower gallery in the pantheon of the Egyptian planisphere. And it is not humanly conceivable that all these gods and goddesses and nature powers of Egypt were constellated as figures in the starry vast by any other than the Egyptian mystery teachers of the heavens. There may have been some kind of stellar enclosure round the pole of Sut in the south before a circumpolar paradise could have been configured in the northern heaven by the astronomers in the land of Kamit. But even so, it is not necessary to assume a knowledge of precession to explain the sinking of the pole and its accompanying stars that went down in the southern deep. To those who traveled northward from the equatorial regions heading for the valley of the Nile, there was an actual subsidence and submergence of a human foreworld in the south. This was a matter of latitude determinable by the stars that sank into the abyss, the natural fact that preceded the figure in mythology. The abyss became the grave, as it were, of some lost world which had once been real on the earth. But the imagery of this far country had been preserved twice over, and is still extant, once in the constellation figures and once in the double earth of AMENTA. That foreworld of the south was reproduced by the Egyptians of the north when they raised their circumpolar paradise to picture for all time some features of the old primeval home. The southern pole star sank into the blind abyss together with the little bit of foothold that was first established. This, in later legend, would become a fall from heaven, or submergence in a deluge, as the fact was figured in the astronomical mythology. Hence we find the legends of the lost paradise, the primal pair as man and cow, the twin brothers, the fall from heaven, the deluge, and other stories as indigenous products at the center of the old dark land. But the grand scheme of uranographic representation was completed in the valley of the Nile, where the north celestial pole had become the central summit of the starry system. The south was the scene of so-called creation, the creation which as Egyptian literally signifies of the first time. And as we learn from the inscription of the Tatmis on the stele of the Sphinx, the first time goes back to the days and domain of Sut. Sut, who is traditionally the inventor of astronomy, and who as such had erected the pillar of the pole star. The domain of Sut was in the south. And it is shown by the ancient legends and the primitive constellations that the beginnings of the astral mythos were in Equatoria looking south. The abyss of water was figured in the south. The Earth Mother in the abyss is in the south. The monsters representative of her hugeness were constellated in the south. The tree first planted in the abyss was in the south. The foreworld that sank down beneath the waters of the deluge was in the south, and according to the legend lies today beneath the waters of Tanga, or the Thai, in the lake of the birthplace Tanganyika. Egypt was set in heaven as the upper land, and Lower Egypt was repeated in AMENTA. The name of Egypt is at root Egyptian. It is derivable from Kep, later Keb, whence kept, or Kepti, is a plural for the double land. Kep, another dual form, had been the name of Nubia. Kep, or Keb, signifies the chamber, the womb, the birthplace. It is likewise a name of the water cow that was configured as a type of Egypt in the planisphere. The hieroglyphic Kept is a symbol of the birthplace. This is the thigh, the haunch, or meshkin, of the mother kept, or apt. Thus the Egyptian nome of the haunch was the nome of the birthplace in Kept, or Egypt. When the anthrotype had succeeded the zootype, we find that Egypt was figured as a female lying on her back, with feet to the northward pointing in the direction of the Great Bear constellation. This was the motherland in the likeness of the human mother, who had taken the place and position of the African water cow, an image of the birthplace and abode being thus palpably continued. As a figure of Egypt thus identified by nature and by name as the birthplace and bringer forth, the haunch or thigh is an ideographic sign that was constellated in the northern heaven as a figure of the birthplace, and if so in the celestial chart. Assuredly it had the same significance for a birthplace on the Libyan bank of the river Nile. Hence its elevation to the sphere as a uranographic symbol of locality. The place of settlement is still called the seat, and the haunch in sign language was the seat. Primordially it was the natural seat of the squatters who sat with heel to haunch. And the same symbol was figured in the northern heaven to denote the astronome of the haunch as a seat or birthplace above, whatsoever the birth and whosoever was the divinized nomarch. We may be certain it was not without intention that the Great Pyramid of Giza was founded by King Khufu in the nome of the haunch, the seat of the Great Mother, Kept or Egypt. The inhabitants of Lower Egypt also remained faithful to the tree as a twofold sign, which is the sycamore of Hathor in the south and the sycamore of Nut in the north. There was a territory of the upper and lower oleander, also of the upper and lower terebinth tree. As Maspero remarks, the principality of the terebinth tree occupied the very heart of Egypt, a country well suited to the cradle of an infant civilization. The district of the White Wall marched with that of the haunch, alongside of each other on the Nile, as they were likewise constellated in the northern heaven. Am-Kemen, the paradise of the 8 great gods in the mythology, had its likeness in the nome of the hare, the chief town of which was Kemenu, the present Ashmunyen, the town of Tat, who was an 8th to the 7 gods in the lunar mythos. It was upon the steps of the mound in Kemenu that Shu stood as elevator of the cow of Nut, equals heaven of the 8 great gods, which shows the priority of the nome in Egypt as the prototype of the astronome that was constellated in the northern stars. Kenset is an Egyptian name for Nubia, and according to the pyramid texts, there was a celestial locality of the same name in the astronomical mythology, which holds the mirror aloft to reflect the Kenset that was prototypal on the earth, as it likewise reflected the nomes of the haunch, the tree, the pillar, or others localized at first below. Another Egyptian nome was called the Serpent Mountain, which was also repeated above with the great serpent winding round the tree or mountain of the north celestial pole. Thus the beginnings of the race and the environment were depicted for a purpose in the heaven of the north, and the field of the papyrus reed that furnished the primeval food in the southern birthplace was set in heaven, as the Aru field of peace and everlasting plenty on the summit of Mount Hetep at the pole. In the ritual, the paradise of plenty, first denoted by the water plants, had become the harvest field, which is surrounded and protected by a wall of steel. The wheat in this divine domain grew 7 cubits high and was 2 cubits long in the ear. The barley which from beer was brewed was 4 cubits in the ear, but the original paradise, the Aru or Alu, from which the Greeks derived their Elysian fields, was constellated as the land of the papyrus reed, the shoots of which were eaten as the primitive food that grew in the greatest abundance in the region of the 2 great lakes. The most primitive ideal of paradise was that of an evergreen oasis in the midst of an African desert, welling with life-giving water, and with the large-leaved sycamore, fig tree, or dome palm, or the papyrus plant at the center as a figure of food. Inner Africa contains the prototype of the Egyptian paradise in a land of welling waters where the food came of itself and was perpetually renewed, and there was little need for labor. And when the outward movements of the wandering nomads began, and thirst and hunger were to be faced in waterless wastes of rootless desert sand, there would be yearnings of regret for the old lost home and birthland left behind, now glorified by distance and the glamour of tradition. And so the universal legend grew, which was not absolutely baseless. The felicity enjoyed in this primeval land of legendary lore is such as was possessed at one time on the earth, the upper paradise being a sublimated replica of a lower or terrestrial paradise. Thus, the primitive paradise of the Egyptians, as a land from which the human race had come, was constellated in the northern heaven as the top of attainment in a world to which they were going for an everlasting home, and in a clime where food and air and water never failed. In the north, an Egypt of the heavens was figured first within the circle of the Greater Bear. This was the land of Kept, as a celestial locality. The circle was then divided into south and north as double Egypt, upper and lower, and the two halves were described as the domains of Sut and Horus, who were the first two children of the ancient Genetrix, the mother of 7 offspring altogether. Thus, according to the present reading of the astronomical mythology, the imagery configured in the stars was African in origin, and the teachers of its primitive mysteries were Egyptian. The 7 astronomes in the celestial heptonymy of the 7 Egyptian gnomes we hold to have been figured first on earth and subsequently imaged in the heavens. Following the totemic sept of the sevens, Egypt appears to have been mapped out first in 7 gnomes, and this heptonymy below to have been repeated in the planisphere. 7 gnomes are said to have been, according to a later transliteration of names, those of the Memphites, Heracleopolites, Crocodiliopolites, Aphroditeopolites, Oxrinchites, Sinopolites, and Hermopolites. The great and lesser oases were considered to be parts of the heptonymy. The goddess of the Great Bear, Kept or Apt, was mother of the fields of heaven when they consisted of the 7 astronomes. Those fields of the papyrus reed were figured within the circle made by the annual turn-round of the 7 stars about the north celestial pole. This, in the mythos, formed the enclosure of the typical tree, which was planted in the midst of a garden, the tree of life or food in the celestial waters, otherwise the tree of the pole in the astronomical mythology. The constellation of the female hippopotamus, or Great Bear, was the mother of the time circles. It was a cloak or horologe, on account of its wheeling round the pole once every 24 hours. This, or the haunch, is obscurely referred to in the text from the Temple of Dendera as the clock or instrument by which the moon god Tehuti measured the hours. Hence, the hippopotamus remained a hieroglyphic sign for the hour. The Great Bear was also a clock of the 4 quarters in the circle of the year, as is witnessed by the saying of the Chinese. When the tail of the Great Bear points to the east, it is spring. When it points to the south, it is summer. When it points to the west, it is autumn. When it points to the north, it is winter. In Egypt, when the Great Bear pointed to the south, or astronomically, when the constellation had attained its southernmost elongation, it was the time of the inundation, the birthday of the year, which was also called the birthday of the world. Now this is the particular point at which apparently the planisphere or orrery was set at starting, whether 2,000 or 28,000 years ago. As the celestial globe has come to us, it looks as if a starting point in time might still be made out in the year of the Great Bear, and the inundation with the tail stars of the bear as pointers to the birthplace of the waters, coming from the south with their salvation, and with Horus and the ark as the deliverer from the dragon of drought, and thence doctrinally as the savior of the world. It is a common assumption that the earliest Egyptian year was a year of 360 days based upon 12 moons of 30 days each. There was such a reckoning, and no doubt its origin was lunar. This would be attributed to the moon god Tehuti, Tat, who was the measurer, although not only as the reckoner of lunar time, hence he became the opener of the year, beginning with the first month assigned to Tat. But in an older table of the months found in the Ramesseum and at Edfu, the goddess Teki is the opener of the year, and not the moon god Tat. Here the first month has the name of Teki versus Tat. The word Teki signifies a supply of liquid, to supply with drink, and the goddess Teki is the opener of the year with the inundation. We regard this year of the Great Bear and the inundation, that of Apt, Menet, or Teki, as primary. Next comes the year of 360 days, to which the 5 days were added by Tat. This was lunar or lunistellar. The inundation was a primary factor in the establishment of time in Egypt and the foundation of the year. The fact is recognized in the hymn to the Nile, when it is said, "Stable are thy decrees for Egypt," that is, in the fixed periodic return of the waters. Also, as the teacher of time, the Nile is said to be the inspirer of Tat. who was the measurer of time by means of the Great Bear, the moon, and the inundation. Under the name of Teki, the old Great Mother was the giver of liquid and supplier of drink. As Apt or Kept, she was the water cow with a woman's breasts. As Neith, she was the suckler of crocodiles. As Raret, she was the suckler in the form of the many-teated sow. As Hesi, Greek Isis, she was the milch cow. And as Menet, she was the wet nurse. Under all these types, she was primordially the Mother Earth and fundamentally related to the water source, or in Egypt to the inundation. This is the old First Mother who was given the Great Bear as her constellation in the northern heaven, where she became the maker of the starry revolutions or cycles, and thence the mother of the earliest year in time. It was a year dependent on the inundation and determined by the birth of Horus as the crocodile-headed Sebek, who, like Arthur, was the son of the Great Bear, otherwise the crocodile of the inundation. The birth is represented in the astronomical fragment from a Theban tomb. In this, the old First Mother has just given birth to her young crocodile and dropped it in front of her. Thus we behold the birth of Sebek, which, according to the sign language, is equally the birth of another year. At the moment when the Great Bear's tail is pointing to the birthplace. One of the old Egyptian legends, briefly repeated by Plutarch, may afford us a hint concerning this beginning of the year with the annual revolution of the Great Mother in Ursa Major, as the hippopotamus or crocodile. According to this, the solar god discovered that the Great Mother, Re, had been cohabiting secretly with Saturn. He consequently laid a spell upon her that she should not bring forth a child in either a month or a year. Then Hermes, being likewise in love with the goddess, copulated with her, and afterwards, playing counters with the female moon, he won from her the 70th part of one of each of her lights. Out of the whole he composed 5 days, and added these to the 360, which days the Egyptians call the additional days. Who then were the Kamite originals of the Greek Re, Saturn and Hermes? Re, like Apt or Nut, was the mother of the gods. Saturn, the dragon, was a form of Sebek, the crocodile-headed Horus, the prototype of the good dragon, and Hermes is the Egyptian Tahuti, the moon god. The secret connection of the Great Mother with Saturn agrees with the connection between the goddess of the Great Bear and Sebek, who was married to his mother. This year of the Great Bear and the inundation, or of Apt and Sebek, was found to be wrong. And this was righted when taught Hermes, the measurer of time, by the Great Bear, and the moon had added the 5 additional days to the earlier year, and thus established the truer cycle of 365 days to the year by means of his cooperation with the moon. Thus the mother of the revolutions established the earliest cycle of time in the cycle of the year, which ended when the bear was pointing to the birthplace of the water in the south, and the festival of the tail was celebrated for the coming of the inundation. The tail of the Great Bear as pointer or indicator on the face of the celestial horologe was obviously still employed and reckoned with for the Set Heb festival, which was celebrated by the Egyptians every 30 years. This feast, or a section of it, was known by name as the Festival of the Tail. It was the anniversary of some very special year of years. There was a lord of the 30-year festival who was at one period Ta, at another Horus, the birthplace of the inundation. When the Great Bear pointed to it in the southern quarter was a point for ever fixed in the region of the waters, let us say, for the moment, coincident with the sign of Leo. That point did not retrocede. But when the place of birth, as solar, was shifted to the vernal equinox and the equinox receded, the birthplace went with it from zodiacal sign to sign. The time of the sun parted company with the time of the Great Bear and the inundation for a cycle of 26,000 years. A great change was made when the time of the inundation was supplemented by the time of the sun. The birthplace of Horus of the waters had been in the south at the season of the year when the tail of the bear denoted the birthplace in that quarter of the heavens, and the Great Mother presided over the birth of the child, the crocodile, or the papyrus shoot. The birthplace in the solar mythos was shifted, and the point was determined by the position of the vernal equinox as it traveled from sign to sign in the great circuit of precession, from Virgo to Leo, from Cancer to the Twins, from the Bull to the Ram, from the Fishes to the Waterer. Whether in the pre-solar or the solar mythos, whether as Apt, Teki, or Hathor, the old genetrix presided over the birth of Horus on this great birthday that was commemorated in Egypt as the birthday of creation. It was an unparalleled meeting point. The star pact in the constellation Columbia, far south, announced the inundation. Canopus showed the babe on board the bark, ascending from the south. Heralded by Sothis, his dog, Orion rose up from the river at the north end of Eridanus, the stellar representative of him who came as Horus of the inundation. This advent is depicted in the monuments. Thus, the Egyptian sacred year is that of the inundation and the bear. Its opening coincided roughly with the summer solstice, when the solstices had at length been recognized with the sun and the lion sign. And of course, when the solstice or the sun was in that sign, the vernal equinox was passing through the sign of Taurus. Now, the earliest year we read of in Babylonia is that which opened with the vernal equinox in the sign of the directing bull. This was the same year or cycle, sign for sign, as the Egyptian sacred year with the solstice in Leo, but with a different point of commencement, the Egyptian starting from the solstice, or rather from what had ever been the fixed point of the inundation, the Babylonian from the vernal equinox. Kept, the goddess of the Great Bear, was said to preside over the birth of the sun. In the stellar mythos, she had presided over the birth of Horus in the inundation, but when solar time was established, the child was solar too, and the sun god Horus, Har-Maku, superseded Sebek of the inundation. His place of birth was shifted to the vernal equinox, and the birth itself was thenceforth timed no longer to the inundation. Horus, the child or Mesu of the inundation on his papyrus, was now brought forth by Hathor, with Sothis as the star of Annunciation. The birth took place in Sothis, the birthday being determined by the heliacal rising of the star, as well as by the tail of Ursa Major. Kept, or Apt, the old First Mother, still presided as great correlator over all, as if she were the midwife or Meskenat in attendance at the birth when Hathor had become the mother. The goddess Hathor was termed the mistress of the beginning of the year in relation to the rising of Sothis, and Hathor was a form of the hippopotamus-headed mother of the beginnings in the Great Bear, with the milch cow substituted for the water cow, both being types of the wet nurse and giver of the precious liquid of life. And when the celestial figures of the astral mythology were constellated in the northern heaven, the ancient genetrix had been portrayed already in the three characters of Mother Earth, the Mother of Water, and the Mother of Breath. But before we have done with the Great Bear constellation in the northern heaven, we have to point out a primitive symbol of her, who was figured as the Mother of Beginnings by nature and by name. A magical implement commonly called the bull roarer is found in diverse parts of the world. It is one of the simplest things that ever acquired a primitive sacredness from being made use of as a means of invocation in the religious mysteries and totemic ceremonies of the past. An implement that is dying out in England today as a toy, now called the fun of the fair. The Arunta Chiringa shows that the whirler, roarer, or thunthuni originally represented the female. Hence it has the phallic emblem of the vulva figured on it as a device in the language of signs. Others of the Chiringa are womb-shaped. The ornament of others also indicates the human birthplace. Moreover, life is portrayed in the act of issuing from the wood, as tree frogs issued from the tree, enough to show the primitive nature of the symbol. It is used in the mysteries as a means of calling the initiates, who are about to be made into men. The special dance of the nude young women, their exhibition of the embellished organ and peculiar appeal to the youngsters, demonstrates that the call is made by female nature at the time for that fulfillment of the male, which was the object of the ceremony. These women were making the visible call that was audible in the sound of the bull roarer. In the course of time, the implements had changed hands as the mysteries became more and more masculine and the women were excluded from the ceremonies. But the Kurni have two kinds of roarer, one which represents the inspiring spirit as female. This was primary. At first, the whirler, used in the mysteries to call the initiates for young man making, was the voice of the female calling on the male to become a man, to be brave in fulfilling the laws of taboo and rules of personal conduct, to be true to the brotherhood, and not to eat the forbidden food. The forms of the magical instrument differ, but are all used for whirling around to make the call. Now Ket, the old first mother in Egyptian mythology, who was constellated in the Great Bear, is portrayed with the bull roarer held in front of her womb. The name of the Egyptian instrument is Mene, which literally signifies the whirler, from men to rotate, to whirl round. Thus, the symbol of the whirling round can be traced to the mother of the revolutions as a figure in the astronomical mythology of Egypt. The Great Bear goddess was portrayed in this position as the mother of the revolutions, and the maker of motion in a circle. Hers was the primary power that drew or turned, hurled or whirled the starry system round about the pole, as the mighty hippopotamus in the celestial waters. Her names of Rerit and Mene both indicate the character of rotator, which is signified by the Mene in her hands. The goddess of the Great Bear, hippopotamus, was adored at Ombos as the living word. She is configurated in the planisphere with huge jaws wide open in the act of uttering the word, or of roaring. The Egyptian wisdom implies that the Mene held in front of the first mother signified the female emblem, the original instrument of magical power. With the roar of Rerit, the water cow called to her young bulls, and her roar would be imitated by the bull roarer, Mene, or Turndon, in calling them, and as a voice of the female calling on the males, it was continued in the ceremony of young man making and the totemic mysteries. Thus we find the goddess Apt, or Ket, the roarer, as hippopotamus, the Great Bear, roaring or whirling sound, with the bull roarer as her sign and symbol at the center of the northern heaven. There is a remarkable survival of what may be tentatively termed the cult of the Great Bear amongst the Mandates or Sabians of Mesopotamia, who are worshippers of the living word. In the performance of their worship, the eyes are fixed upon the pointers of the Great Bear. They celebrate a kind of feast of tabernacles annually, for which they erect a tabernacle called the Mishkena or Meshkin. Lastly, the primordial star cult of the Great Bear is also British. In the ancient Welsh mythology, the Great Mother Arth is the goddess of the Great Bear, and Arthur equals Horus, and her solar son who makes his celestial voyage with the seven in the ark. Hitherto, Egyptologists have been inclined to regard the female hippopotamus, our Great Bear, and the haunch as one in the same constellation. This premature guess is erroneous. They were both signs of the Great Mother, but in two separate constellations, which represented two different characters. In the Egyptian planisphere, as at Dendera, the female hippopotamus answers to our Great Bear, whereas the sign of the haunch is on the far side of the Lesser Bear, in the position of Cassiopeia, the lady in the chair. If we take the tail star of the bear as guide, the constellation Cassiopeia is almost exactly opposite. Thus, when the tail of the bear is pointing north in winter, Cassiopeia is at its southern elongation. These are two different types of the Great Mother. It was Apt, the Earth Mother in one character as the water cow, and Nut, the Mother Heaven in the other as the milch cow. Also in the illustration on a Theban tomb, the constellation of the haunch is widely distinct from the hippopotamus. And it is this constellation that is distinguished by name as the Meshken, with the hieroglyphics written on it which read, Meshken, the womb, as place or chamber of birth depicted in the constellation of the haunch or thigh. It is noticeable that the head of the milch cow is portrayed upon the haunch. This distinguishes the one cow from the other, the milch cow or Nut from the water cow of Ket, or Apt, or our Great Bear. It also shows that the thigh or haunch belonged to the milch cow and represented the same celestial seat and place of origin as the later lady in the chair. But whether it is figured as the cow or meshken, the thigh, haunch, or leg of the cow, it signified the birthplace of the celestial waters in the mythos and the place of rebirth for souls in the heaven of eternity. Then follows the tampering and retouching process of the Euphratians, Greeks, or other modern claimants to the ancient wisdom. The place of the seat or thigh was given to a woman sitting in a chair, and the lady of the chair usurps the throne of Isis with her seat and the pre-anthropomorphic type that was constellated ages on ages earlier in Egypt as the cow of Nut or heaven. The thigh in sign language is a type of birth and thence of the birthplace, whence the birth was water, as we find it constellated in the northern heaven. The star pact in Arabic, the thigh, shows us that this birthplace had been constellated in the southern hemisphere as the sign of Teki, the giver of water in the inundation. Thus the thigh was figured both in the south and in the north to signify the birthplace and the birth of water. In the south the water was the river Nile, in the north it is the river of the Milky Way. These are the two waters of earth and heaven proceeding from the cow that was the water cow of Apt or Teki in the earth, and the milch cow of Nut in the heaven. As before said, one of the two great lakes at the celestial pole is the lake of the thigh or haunch, which is mentioned by the name in the ritual. It is also called the thigh of Karaba, at the head of the canal or Milky Way. The lake of the thigh was the birthplace of the waters above, where the milch cow or her haunch was a constellated figure of source whence flowed the great white river of the Via Lactea. The leg, thigh, seat, womb, or haunch of Nut, the celestial cow, once stood where the lady in the chair is seated now. Nut, or the milch cow, was the bringer to the rebirth in this region of the pole. The 7 powers brought to their rebirth in 7 great spirits were constellated as her children in the Lesser Bear, as 7 stars that were never set, but were fixtures for eternity. The 2 constellations of the hippopotamus and the haunch or meshkin are also found in the rectangular zodiac that was carved upon the ceiling of the great temple at Dendera. As may be observed, the 2 figures of the hippopotamus and the haunch or milch cow are yoked together by a chain, one end of which is held by Apt, the other is made fast to the haunch or cow. This is the position of the pole, which was the yoke or bond of heaven, and which was known in Babylonia as the yoke of the enclosure. The chain shows that the great bear was made fast to the pole for security in its swing round. It also shows that the pole was once imaged either in or by the constellation of the haunch, the seat, or the milch cow in that region. The leg or thigh was an Egyptian figure of the pole, as we find it in the leg of Ta, a constellation which has been identified with the lady of the seat. Hence, above the leg is equivalent to over the pole. Heaven as a source of liquid life that dropped in dew and rain upon the earth was likened to a cow, or in sign language was the cow. Apt is the cow of earth and Nut the cow of heaven. Apparently the cow of heaven, or Nut, supplied the earliest foundation for the pole which, as the figure of the cow dislimbed, was represented by the leg of Nut, otherwise called the thigh, the haunch, or seat. As the central figure of the support in heaven, the cow being primary, it follows that the leg of Nut was an earlier image of the pole than the leg of Ta. The staff of Anup, or the backbone of Osiris, which were also figures of fixity, whether at or as the pole of heaven. The leg or haunch of the cow was then left standing in the midst of the Milky Way. The speaker in the ritual thus addresses it, "O thou leg in the northern sky, and in that most conspicuous and inaccessible stream," which is elsewhere termed the canal. In the pyramid texts it is called the leg, right, of the Akemu Seku, the stars that never set, the Eternals as a type of stability. Cassiopeia, the lady in the chair, also sits in the midst of the Milky Way. Thus the seat remains, if only as a chair. The white river flows with nothing to account for it, and the lake of milk, the cow, the haunch, thigh, or leg of nut are all dislimbed or have passed away. The Great Bear made her circuit on the outside of the never-setting stars, whereas the leg or haunch was a constellation in the circle of perpetual apparition. It never set below the horizon, nor did any of its stars go down through all the period of the long great year. Thus the bit of foothold in the watery vast of space was figured as the seat, the meskin, womb, or rebirth place in the heaven of eternity. The deceased, when speaking of his going forth from the tomb, identifies this constellation with the place of rebirth above, saying, "I shall shine above the haunch as I come forth in heaven." That is, at the point where the leg was constellated to show the upward way upon the starry map, to him who lay looking heavenward with a corpse-like face. Deceased in AMENTA pleads for his rebirth above betwixt the thighs of the divine cow as a type of heaven. The old Great Mother, as the hippopotamus, we repeat, was not within the circle of the never-setting stars, in the circumpolar paradise. It was the milch cow, Hesed, not the water cow, that gave the white liquor which the glorified ones love. The milk that flowed from the cow, whether she was divinized as Nut or Meruet, the heaven, or Hathor or Isis, the cow-headed goddesses. The cow Hesed was designated the divine mother and fair nurse, as giver of the liquid of life when this was represented in heaven, by the milk of the celestial cow. The identification of the thigh as a totally different constellation from the greater bear will alter the reading of certain inscriptions in which the thigh and bear have been mixed up together. For example, when the alignment was made for the temple of Hathor to be rebuilt at Dendera, in the time of Augustus, the king tells us that he orientated the corners and established the temple as it took place before, whilst looking to the sky and directing his gaze to the Ak of the thigh constellation. Here the Ak denotes a central point, the axis or middle of the starry group. Also, when the temple at Edfu was refounded, about 257 to 37 BC, the king who stretches the measuring cord and lays the foundation stone is represented as saying that when doing this his eye was fixed upon the Mesket or Meshkin, which has been supposed to be in the Great Bear. This also was in the constellation of the haunch, as may be seen by the fragment from a Theban tomb, where the haunch is labeled the Meshkin, or chamber of birth, which the constellation indicated. The birth chamber of the cow above that was copied in the temple of the cow goddess below. The cow of heaven, as the milch cow, was portrayed standing or resting on the summit of the mount which was connected with the sky, as portrayed in the monuments. Thus, in the Persian rendering, was the cow upon the summit of Mount Alborz. In the Norse mythology, it is the cow Audumla. As the prose Edda describes it, immediately after the gelid vapors had been resolved into drops, there was formed out of them the cow named Audumla. 4 streams of milk ran from her teats, and thus she fed Ymir. Prose Edda 6, just as the cow of heaven suckled Horus. Heaven, as the cow, is called the spouse upon the mountain. She is the mother of the solar bull, and as goddess is described as suckling her child Horus, and as having drooping dugs. The Milky Way was pictured as a celestial water, now called milk, that flowed from the cow of heaven couched upon the summit of the mount, the apex of which was at the celestial pole. Whether the cow was called Nut or Hesed, the Arg, Rode, Audumla, or the good lady. Now, if we take the lady on the seat and the haunch or thigh as a figure of the cow, the position on the globe is this. The lady of heaven equals the cow, or the mistress of the mount, is constellated in the middle of the Milky Way, which runs in 2 directions downwards from the summit of the pole. If we restore the figure of the cow, or its co-type, the haunch, this is the exact spot at which the river of milk once issued from the cow of heaven, that gave her white liquid to Horus and the glorified, or water to the world in dew and rain. The Milky Way has been disfigured sadly by the Greeks, but still runs visibly as the river of the Nun or Great Deep, the white river that engirdles all the earth. The river Ganges, issued from the mouth of the cow, retains the primitive type of a celestial source for the water that fell from heaven. And it was seen by night descending in the river of the Milky Way, or in 4 streams that issued from the udder of the cow, which supplied a figure of 4 quarters to the mount. The cow of heaven, or Nut as a giver of liquid life, was the earliest mistress of the mountain, or divine lady of the mound. Then the type of the good nurse, the suckler, was made anthropomorphic, and the udder of the cow was superseded by the mammae of the human mother. But it was a long way from the African cow or sow as the suckler to the wet nurse divinized in the human form. Lastly, the cow of earth was the mother of salt water, as well as fresh, both fresh and salt water being found in the African lakes. The Albert Nyanza, for instance, is a saltwater lake, and one of the 2 lakes of the cow or haunch at the pole was evidently a saltwater lake, as the primitive lake of purifying and healing. One of these, repeated in AMENTA, is called the saltwater lake. The Zulu form of this celestial source is a young woman who makes the water. "Leave it to me," says Lu, the Samoan Nut, when there was no water, and she makes the water, which was salt. This may account for the origin of salt water in heaven. To the very primitive folk, urine was the first salt water used for cleansing, purifying, and healing. The earliest soap was made from the alkali in urine mixed with oil from the human skin. The Inuit, amongst others, still wash themselves with urine. The Banians of Momba wash in cow's urine because, as they say, the cow is their mother. An early type of the mother as wateress in heaven was the cow, and first of all it was the water cow. Urine was a very primitive form of holy water as a means of purifying. At the present time, holy water is yet saned and made sacred by adding the ingredient of salt to water that is fresh. Urine is also a means of purifying when the English schoolboy, about to bathe in the stream, will micture it down his left leg as a protective charm against the raw head and bloody bones, our form of the Apap monster lurking at the bottom of the water. Thus, as the pitiful human need was primitively reflected in the African heaven, the earliest water of purification, the salt water, the source of the lake of purification, was made by the cow. And so unbreakable is the chain with which the human race, its customs, its theology, and religious symbolism are bound together from the beginning that we may be absolutely certain that this is why salt is put into the baptismal font to make the water holy. This, we think, also touches the origin of the Salt Woman in the Navajo legend, who is described as resting at the top of the Reed Mountain, which rose up beyond the reach of the deluge. When the anthropomorphic type had been adopted by the woman that made the water on the summit of the mount took place of the cow. In such ways, the matter of mythology was continued in the heavens on the grand scale of uranographic representation. In this celestial sign language, the oldest book of wisdom in the world was written by the mystery teachers and can still be read upon the starry scroll of ancient night. The upliftings of Shu are spoken of and portrayed in the Egyptian ritual. The first of these is said in ancient legends to have taken place at Hermopolis, where Shu stood on the mound to raise the firmament. This was the mound by which the Mount of Earth was imaged in Egypt as the altar of the mound builders, constellated in Era. At least 2 of Shu's upliftings can be identified. In his role of Anhur, Shu was the uplifter of heaven, or Nut by name. He is portrayed upon the mount or mound in the act of raising up the cow of Nut with his 2 hands, or pushing up the heaven assisted by his support gods. And Kephius, standing on the mount with the rod in his uplifted hand, remains a representative of Shu, who stood upon the mound to raise the firmament of Am-Kamen. In his character of Anhur, he was the uplifter of the sky or firmament in the pre-solar mythos. In the solar mythos, he becomes auxiliary to Ra and is called his son, Shu-Si-Ra. He is now the supporter of the sun god who uplifts the solar orb upon the Mount of Dawn, or, as it is always phrased, he brings the eye of light to Ra. In doing this, he kneels upon the horizon as the uplifter. He is the helper of the solar god. Horus, or Ra, upon the horizon when the great battle was waged against the Apep of darkness, who fought so long and fiercely that the god came staggering upwards, fainting from his wounds. It has been said that all tradition respecting the personage known as the Kneeler has been lost. Eratos knew nothing of the character. But in the Egyptian astronomical mythology, the god Shu is the Kneeler personified. In this form, he is portrayed upon the horizon or Mount of Dawn, stooping on bended knee to uplift the solar disk, or to bear it on his head. He who had uplifted the starry firmament with his two hands, or with the forked stick called his rod, now represented the force that heaved up the sun in the position of the Kneeler. In the Phenomena, Eratos describes the Kneeler in an attitude of worship, with arms upraised from both his shoulders, each stretching on its side about a full arm's length. This is the attitude of Shu, but with the solar disk omitted. The Kneeler, then, who is Al-Jaffa in Arabic and Enganozin in Greek, we identify with Shu, the deity who kneels upon the horizon to support his father Ra, the solar god, in his battle with the hosts of darkness. He also passed into the eschatology as the typical Kneeler. Thence the keeper of the door in the Hall of Judgment is named after Shu, the Kneeler. The keeper says to the initiate in the mysteries, I open not to thee, I allow thee not to pass by me, unless thou tellest my name. The password given in reply is the knee of Shu, which he hath lent for the support of Osiris, is the name that is the supporter of the sun god in the character of the Kneeler. Shu-Enher, in his twofold role, may still be recognized on the celestial chart in the constellations of Cepheus and Leo, partly by means of the double Regulus. As Anhur in Cepheus, he stands upon the mount to lift up heaven with his rod or staff, and as Shu or Regulus in Leo, he is the supporter and uplifter of the solar orb on the horizon as the Kneeler. A picture in the constellation Lyra has survived to show us how the stories of the solar god were given in a starry setting on the background of the dark. If we refer to this group upon the celestial globe, we find a figure of the winged disk or hut, which still identifies the constellation with Horus of Edfu, who is now called Horus Behutet. What then was the story told of Horus and the stars by night, which could be read in Lyra when conjoined and illustrated with the winged solar disk? We are shown a picture of Horus with his lyre, the prototype of Apollo with his lyre, and Orpheus with his lute. Horus with the lyre or harp of 7 strings was the sevenfold one as a divine type of attainment, the octave and the height in music as well as in the building of the heavens. This Horus was the first form of the All-One, or Pan, in whom the 7 powers were unified in perfect harmony, or in the music of the spheres. It was Horus who tore out the sinews of Sut, and by depriving him of power turned the discord of the universe to harmony. He was consequently depicted in the constellation Lyra as the maker of music that was played on the harp, the lute, the lyre, or the 7-fold pipes of Pan as a figure of the All-One. The Serpentarius, or Ophiuchus Huge, was constellated in the Decans of Scorpio as a figure of Horus wrestling with the Serpent of Darkness. At this stage in the periodical display of the celestial pictures, the sun was about to descend into AMENTA from the point, say, of the autumn equinox in Scorpio, to grapple with the powers of darkness, decay, and dearth, now rising in rebellion and gathering together for the annual assault. The drama could not be rendered in imagery directly solar, hence the representation figured as an object, picture in the rising stars that showed the Lord of Light at death grips with the Serpent of the Dark, in that sign where Horus or Osiris received his mortal wound. Thus, all along, the gnosis was pictorially portrayed in heaven. Hence, when Osiris obtains command over the celestial water, he says, "Collector of souls is the name of my bark." The picture of it is the representation of my glorious journey upon the canal. The bark of salvation in which the souls of the glorified were gathered, we repeat, was solar, whilst the picture shown by night was stellar. The canal is the name of the Milky Way, and on this the glorious voyage was made by the Manes, to the abode of those who had found their faces as the glorified. In another illustration, the great ship of heaven in the solar mythos is the Ark of Ra. When seen by day, the solar orb is carried on board together with the solar god and the spirits perfected. But the literature on the subject, so to say, was represented, and the story was repeated nightly in the stars. The blind god hungering for the morn is a Greek figure of Orion, which explains nothing of itself. But Orion is the stellar representative by night of Horus, the solar god, in the darkness of AMENTA, who is An-Aref, the sightless Horus, or Horus as the blind god, whose sight was restored to him at dawn. Several constellations, Orion the hunter, Heracles, Serpentarius, Bootes, are portraits of Horus configurated in his various characters, both mythical and eschatological. Amsu Horus was the husbandman twice over as Egyptian, once in the mythology which sets forth the natural facts according to the seasons in Egypt, and once in the eschatology which figured the same facts typically in relation to the harvest in the afterlife. Amsu, we consider, was the original of Bootes. On the celestial globe, high over Spica, Bootes rises with the sickle in his right hand as a symbol of the husbandman. Amsu issues from the tomb as the divine harvester, with the flail in his right hand. He is also the good herdsman, as is shown by the crook, whether as goatherd or shepherd, and this character of the husbandman as guardian is repeated by Bootes in the character of bearward. Some Egyptologists have conjectured that the wars of Horus in the astronomical mythology were historical in Egypt. But this is to follow the will-o'-the-wisp of a popular delusion. The mass of primitive history in many lands has been derived from nursery legends, and as folk tale versions of the Egyptian wisdom. The lords of light and life that overcame the powers of drought and darkness were converted into ethnical personages and glorified as natural heroes. We are told by Diodorus of Sicily that the Egyptians looked upon the Greeks as impostors who reissued the ancient mythology as their own history. In this they were not alone. But the wars of Horus were fought in heaven and AMENTA against the Sabal, the dragon, the serpent, with Orion for one of his great stellar figures. If there is any one figure constellated in heaven as the hero par excellence, in various characters it is preeminently that of Orion. This, as Egyptian, is Horus, or Heru. The word Heru signifies the chief, the one who is the overlord, the ruler, the mighty one, the hero. This hero, as Horus, of the inundation, was pre-solar. He was the annual bringer of food and drink before there was a sun god, when the stars were the annunciators of the coming times and seasons to the waiting, watching world. Then the character was made solar and lastly eschatological. Horus, the mighty conqueror, the Nimrod, the slayer of the gigantic Apap, is the giant killer of all later lore, not only as the solar god, but also as the earlier elemental power. And the various legends are the reliquary remains of his several characters. They have to go a long way around to work who would understand the scientific grouping of the stars according to the principles of astromythology. For instance, Orion as the hunter and Lupus the hare are two southern constellations. But Orion does not mean that the scriptural character was taken out of the Bible and constellated as a typical sportsman and the mighty hunter of a miserable hare. It is an almost universal representation that the sun or solar god pursues the moon forever daily and nightly in a never-ceasing chase. This is how the story was configured by the mystery teachers of the heavens in the grouping of the stars. Such a chase implies the character of the hunter, and Orion, as representative of the solar Horus, is the hunter. The pursuit of the moon is signified by the stellar symbol of the hare. In sign language and in many lands, the hare has been a lunar zootype as the wide-eyed leper that was followed night by night, day after day, by the solar hunter in his perpetual round. Thus, the hare, known as a symbol of the moon over half the world, is shown to have been a totemic type of the gnome and a figure of the lunar deity in Egypt. The hare was imaged as a primitive constellation at the feet of Orion, who in one character was the mighty hunter. But he is not the hunter of so insignificant an animal as the hare. Neither was Orion the hunter only of a figure of the sun pursuing the moon, or the hare. He was the mythical hunter in other characters. In the stellar mythos, he was the hunter of the power of darkness with the dogs of Horus, Kion and Procyon. On coming forth from the darkness of AMENTA into the resurrection, the Osiris says, "I come forth as Bennu," a type of Sothis, at dawn. I urge on the hounds of Horus. He was the hunter of the powers of darkness on behalf of Horus in the solar mythos, and likewise in the phase of eschatology as Sahu Orion, or Orion as the Sahu, that is Horus in his glorious body. We may look on Horus, the original of Heracles, as the earliest child that ever strangled serpents. He is portrayed in this character as the child standing upon two crocodiles and crushing the serpents with both hands. In later legends told of Heracles, the Greeks have added the cradle as a further illustration of the child's story. But ages earlier, before the figures were humanized, Horus pierced the serpent of evil when he was represented in the form of a hawk, fighting with a serpent on the back of a hippopotamus at Hermopolis. He also fought the serpent as an ichneumon, or mongoose, and as a cat, each of which preceded the anthropomorphic type of an infant in the cradle. The wars of Apap and Horus, or Ra, also of Sut and Osiris in the eschatology, were thus dramatically rendered in the astronomical mythology. The grapple first began with Horus and the reptile Apap. This is repeated by Horus, the little hero, crushing the serpent in the constellation of Ophiuchus. That is by Horus in the character of conqueror, who triumphed over drought and darkness, decay, and finally of death. In a scene copied by Maspero from the zodiac of Dendera, Horus on his papyrus rises from the waters and is preceded by Orion in his papyrus bark. Orion was a figure of the stellar Horus, or Horus of the inundation, but Horus represented by the sparrowhawk has become the solar god now born of Hathor, the milch cow. All three appear together in this scene. Now, if we turn to the celestial globe, we find Orion standing club in hand as the mighty warrior with one foot on the waters of the river Eridanus, equals Horus of the inundation invested with the majesty and power of the solar god. In the Egyptian drawing, the two characters are distinct, but in the Greek compound, these are blended in the one hero known as Heracles, the slayer of serpents, as an infant in his cradle. In very old Egyptian traditions, Sahu Orion was represented as the wild hunter who traversed the netherworld by night and hunted there whilst it was day on earth. The power of darkness, the Sabal, and the Sami were the objects of pursuit. They are hunted for food, and the chase, the capture, killing, and cutting up of the carcasses are described in the terminology of cannibals. So ancient is the legend of the wild hunter, a form of whom may probably survive with us as Hern, equals Orion the hunter. In the solar mythos, the Lord of Light was Horus, or later Ra or Osiris, waging war upon the evil powers in the underworld, and hunting them to death by night and devouring them as the mode of destruction. The drama being represented in the stellar phase with the figure of Orion as the Lord of Light made visible by night. The cannibalism of the past becomes present in the language of the inscriptions. Eating and drinking were the primary modes of assimilating strength and sustenance. The idea still lives in partaking of the Eucharistic meal, in which the god is supposed to be assimilating by the eating and drinking of the elements. It is said in the Book of the Dead that the great spirits, the Kus, or glorious ones, live on, the shades of the motionless. They eat the souls of the undeveloped dead, eating being applied to spirit as well as matter. It is probable that the giant as the eater of shades, the as yet unquickened souls of the buried dead, was figured in heaven as the ghoul. The star Beta in the group of Perseus, the hero with Medusa's head, is called Al-Ghul, the ghoul, and the Arabic names of the stars. In AMENTA, the ghoul was the eater of the shades, and like many mythical characters, is the denizen of another earth than ours. "O eater of the manes," says the Osiris, "I am not a thief." This is one of those who prey upon the dead, one of the 42 types of terror which the guilty had to face in the great judgment hall. Thus, the ghoul or vampire of another earth that survives as eater of the dead in this world was also figured in the planisphere as a type of terror to evildoers. Indeed, AMENTA is a museum full of such prototypes, and the ghoul secured a starry setting with the rest, though the figure is not extant on our celestial globe. A striking instance of the use of the planisphere as conveying the teaching of the mysteries may be seen in the ritual. In some recensions of the first chapter, when the Manes enters the AMENTA, one of the first things he asks is to see the starry ship or the floating ark of the holy Sahus, making its voyage by night in heaven. He exclaims, "Let me see the Seket Nut of the holy Sahus," ship of heaven, traversing the sky. He was in the paths of darkness and desirous of seeing the nocturnal sky with its old familiar stars, by which he sought to make out his way to the place of rebirth and the region of Mati, upon the Mount of Glory, from this valley of the shadow of death. The constellation of Horus, as Orion, was the ship of the Sahu, the ark of salvation configurated in the celestial waters as a boat that saved the souls from an eternal shipwreck. This was the sign of spiritual resurrection for the completed manas. In another text, the speaker prays that his soul may shine as a Sahu in the stars of Orion or Horus. It is said of Horus in the hymn to Osiris, "The whole earth glorifies him. When his holiness proceeds on the vault of the sky, he is a Sahu illustrious among the Sahus." That is, among the spirits glorified. The Sahu is a glorified form in which the soul of the deceased is reincorporated for the life hereafter. This was represented by Orion, the conqueror of death and darkness in the phase of eschatology. Now, one frequently finds that this secondary stage had been attained by the Egyptian mythos before it went out of Egypt into other lands, as the lesser and the greater mysteries. For instance, there is a constellation called the Sa, or Sahu, in the Babylonian astronomy. This is identical by name with the Egyptian Orion. It is Horus in his resurrection as the Sahu, or glorified likeness of the risen god or soul. The Sahu in the planisphere, who represents the Manes rising from AMENTA to the enclosure on the summit, which was paradise above. The descent of Heracles into Hades to grapple with the triple-headed Kerberos was preceded by the descent of Horus into AMENTA, where the devourer is triple-bodied, if not three-headed. The speaker in this character says, "Grant that I may come and bring to Osiris the two jaws of Rusta, the outrance from AMENTA." Heracles in the lion's skin is identical with Horus in the lion sign, and his fight with the Lernaean Hydra of the Hesperides and the great wild boar is a repetition of the battles that were fought by Horus with the Apap Hydra and the black boar Sut. The same speaker at the same time says, "I have repulsed the Apap reptile and healed the wounds he made," which is equivalent to the struggle of Horus with the monster Hydra. The 12 legends of the solar hero Gilgamesh relating to the 12 signs and the 12 labors of Heracles are, of course, comparatively late, as they are based upon the zodiac of 12 signs, which belongs to the final formation of the heaven that was preceded by the heaven in 10 divisions, and earlier still by the heptonymy in 7. But the 12 labors of Heracles are zodiacal, and the first of these was at a point of commencement in the lion sign. The Greeks, with their accustomed indifference to the facts and their fondness for figures and fancies, played many pranks with the astronomical mythology. It was fabled by them that an enormous crab came to the assistance of Hydra and bit the foot of Heracles when he was doing battle with the dragon of drought. By retranslating Greek fable into astronomical fact, this statement can be read, "Only the Greeks have been placed the crab on the side of the evil power," which it was not, any more than the beetle. The retouching by the Greeks, like that of the Semites, tended to efface the figures or falsify the meaning of the mythos, and the astronomical facts are of 1,000-fold more important. than all the pretty embellishments of irresponsible fancy. The forms and pictures figured in the planisphere are not merely mythical. They are also celestial illustrations for the eschatology of the Egyptian ritual and the oldest religion in the world. Perhaps the worst perversion of the true mythos made by the Greeks was in their treatment of the polar dragon. This, as already shown, was founded on the crocodile, not on the Ap-Ap reptile. The crocodile was the good dragon, the solar dragon, the dragon of life, represented by the stellar Draconis. Ap-Ap is the dragon of evil, of negation, and of death. It is not easy to uncoil the dragon, or rather the two dragons, the dragon of light and the reptile of darkness, on Greek ground. The evil dragon was imaged once for all below the ecliptic in the constellation Hydra. But it was the good dragon, not Hydra, that coiled by night about the pole of heaven to protect the golden fruitage of the tree of life, the Chinese peach tree of the pole. So far from Hercules being called upon to make war upon the good dragon or crocodile, it was a starry image of Horus, Sebek himself, who was the prototype of Heracles. Naturally, there must have been some mutilation and disfigurement on the palimpsest of the starry heavens, but this has not effaced the African imagery of the celestial signs, which proves the ground plan of the structure to have been Egyptian. The present purpose is to trace the raison d'etre and meaning of the constellation figures as types of characters that were pre-existent in the mythology of Egypt. For, as herein maintained, it was Egypt that peopled the planisphere and forever occupies the celestial globe. The heavens are telling nightly of her glory and her workmanship on high, which is more marvelous even than any she had left upon the surface of the earth. The vast revolving sphere unfolds a panorama of her prehistorical past. The constellatos from a long procession of her seasons, her goddesses and gods forever circling round about a wondering world that sees but cannot read the primitive uranographic signs. Book 6. The Sign Language of Astronomical Mythology, Part 2. The ancient Apt, the first great mother who was the bringer forth in Apta, as the womb of life, was elevated to the planisphere as bringer forth in heaven. She was constellated in the hippopotamus, or greater bear, and called the mother of the fields of heaven, the mother of the beginnings, the mother of movement in a circle, the mother of the starry revolutions, or the cycles of time. As such, Apt was the builder of a heaven that was founded on the 7 pillars of the heptonymy. Now the most primitive Egyptian type of building is a figure of turning round, as might be in making pottery. The conical pillar, pile, or mound of earth was also a type of this turning round. Thus, the heptonymy was built on 7 pillars, and the mother of the revolutions was the founder of the heptonymy. How this was built has yet to be explained according to the mystery of the 7 stars. The heptonymy of the old great mother and her 7 sons was followed by the octenary of Am-Kemem, the park or paradise of the 8 great gods. This, as we have spoken, is the circumpolar enclosure which was founded when Anup, the power of Polaris North, was added to the primordial rulers, or nomarchs, and whose animal type, the jackal, remained as guide star in the lesser bear. Planisphere of Dendera, Plate, and Book of Beginnings. The octenary was one of the upliftings of Shu, which are alluded to in the ritual. The heaven, that is also called the mansion of his stars, which was again and again renewed. Shu had been one of the sustaining powers of the firmament, who were known as the 7 giants. He then became the elevator of the heaven that was imaged as the cow of Nut. And lastly, his was the sustaining power with Atum Horus in the double equinox. Apparently, this change from the heptonymy of the ancient mother and her 7 sons to the heaven of the great 8 gods upraised by Shu is indicated in the magic papyrus. In this, the giant of 7 cubits is addressed. A divine command is given to him. Get made for me a shrine of 8 cubits, and as thou hast been, or wast, a giant of 7 cubits, I have said to thee, thou cannot enter this shrine of 8 cubits. And as, or although, thou, Wast a giant of 7 cubits, thou hast entered and reposed in it. The giant of 7 cubits in the shrine of 7 cubits now gives place to one who has the face of a Kafi ape with the head of hair of a monkey, Ani. The type that is of the moon god, Tehuti Ani, is the shrine of 8 cubits, or the heaven of the 8 great gods in the enclosure of Kamem. The octenary of Tot, upraised by Shu. Ani, the Kafi ape, was Tot's own especial monkey of the moon, and is a sign that the shrine of 8 cubits was the octagonal heaven or octenary of Tot, the lunar god, which tends to identify this with the enclosure of Kamen, that was upraised by Shu. In all likelihood, the giant thus addressed is Shu, the lion of the uplifting force. It is related in very old Egyptian legends that when Shu Anur lifted up the paradise or park of Kamen, he was compelled to make use of a mound or staircase with steps to it in order that he might reach the height. This mound, says Maspero, was famous throughout all Egypt. The event, as supposed history, took place at Hermopolis, the city of which Tot was lord. Therefore we may look to the lunar deity for the origin of the step mound. A figure of this mound may be seen in vignettes to the ritual as a pyramid with 7 steps, called the ladder or staircase of Shu. How then did the steps or stairs of the mound originate as a lunar type of the ascent? And why should the steps be 7 in number? The answer is because they were lunar. The moon fulfilled its 4 quarters in 28 steps, 14 up and 14 down. For this reason, Osiris in the moon was represented by an eye at the top of 14 steps. The moon in its first quarter took 7 steps upward from the underworld to the summit, which in the annual reckoning was the equinoctial mount. In other words, Shu now made use of a lunar reckoning previously established by the moon god Tat, when the arc of 7 cubits was superseded by Kemen. There are 2 sets of names in the ritual given to the 7 primordial powers and 2 of their astronomical characters. The first 7 are called 1. Anaref, the Great, 2. Kat, 3. The Bull who liveth in his fire, 4. The red-eyed one in the house of Gaz, 5. Fiery face which turneth backwards, 6. Dark face in its hour, and 7. Seer in the night. The second 7 are 1. Amsta, 2. Happy, 3. Tuamutaf, 4. Kabsenef, 5. Matefef, 6. Karbakef, 7. Har Kent Anmati. The first 4 of the latter 7 are the gods of the 4 quarters, who stand on the papyrus of earth and who became the children of Horus in the later creation. In this new heaven, raised by Shu, another god was born as 8th one to the 7. This was Anup, the form of Sut, as a deity of the north celestial pole. The Egyptian 8 great gods consist of 7 plus 1. The Phoenician Kabiri were 7 plus 1. The Japanese Kamai are 7 plus 1. In the Vayu Purana, the group of rishis, who are usually reckoned as 7, are spoken of as 8 in number, and are therefore another group of the 7 plus 1. The company of the 8 British gods were 7, with Arthur as the 8th. The 7 powers plus 1 are also to be seen in the 7 sleepers of Phesis and their dog. Moreover, the dog can be identified with Anup as the golden dog or jackal at the pole. When the god of the pole star was appointed in the north, it was an 8th to the 7, and he who was the 8th became the supreme one, the head over all, like the occiput at the top of the 7 vertebral joints in the backbone of Anup, Ta, or Osiris, which was a figure of the pole. The head or headland in Egyptian is Ap, or Tep, and the same word signifies the chief, the first, and also the number 8, or the 8th. Anup was disguised from the 7 earthborn powers. He is expressly called the son of the cow. That is, the son of Nut, the cow of heaven. The heaven that was lifted up by Shu in the shape of the cow, which brought forth Anup at the pole. Apta-urt, the cow of earth, had been the mother of the 7, who were reproduced by Nut as the Kuti, or glorious ones, who are 8, with Anup added as the power of Polaris. Anup, the highest power at the pole, then becomes a ranger of the stars in this new heaven of the 8 great gods that was upraised by Shu the giant, who had been one of the primary 7 powers. Anup, the 8th, is said to fix the places of the 7 glorious ones, who follow after the coffin of Osiris on the day of Come Thou Hither, which was the first day of some new creation in the astronomical mythology. In the solar mythos, the sun god took the place of Sat Anup, who was the earlier maintainer of the equipoise and equilibrium in the revolving system of the heavens. The speaker in the ritual says, "I am God who keepeth opposition in equipoise, as the egg which circles round." The egg is the sun. But he continues, "For me there dawneth the moment of the most mighty one Sat, or Sat Anup, who was the most mighty one as prevailer on the side of order at the pole before the equilibrium of forces was known to depend upon the power of gravitation and the revolution of the sun. What the sun is at the center of the solar system, the pole star had been at the center of the stellar universe in the most ancient astronomy. In place of gravitation, the force that swung the system round was represented by a cord or chain attached to the pole as its symbol of controlling power. This 8th one, added to the 7 primary powers, came at times to be designated Father of the 7. Thus, the 8th was raised to the headship over the 7 Japanese kame. Anup, as representative of the polar star, is lord over the 7 Akamu, or non-setting stars. The Phoenician Siddiq is father to the 7 Kabiri, and he is the just, the righteous one, which means that he was also a representative of the pole, identical with Anup, who is the judge. The character is the same in relation to the 7 earlier powers now called the sons, as the just one or the judge, king of the 7 sons of earth as a title of Anu. Reference is also made to the king of the 7 Lu Massey. This was the god who, as 8th to the 7 and the highest of all, was the chief, or the Sutton, or king, that is, Sut Anup, chief to the Kamite 7 in the circumpolar heaven of the 8 great gods. The Assyrian 7 are likewise designated the sons of Bel, as the 7 Anunnaki, or earthly Anunas. Anup, the jackal-headed, was the primordial judge, but so anciently that he had been superseded by Atum and Osiris in that character. The pictures to the ritual show him in the judgment hall, reduced to the position of inspector of weights and measures in the presence of Osiris, who has now become the great judge in AMENTA. But allusions to the earlier status still remain. As it is said in the inscription of Kunamatep, all festivals on earth terminate on the hill, or over the hill of Anup. That is in the eternal feast upon Mount Atep, the Mount of Glory in the polar paradise. In the Rig Veda, the habitation of the one god is placed in the highest north, beyond the 7 rishis. These are often supposed to be represented by the 7 stars in the Great Bear, but erroneously so. The 7 rishis, Urshi, or divine watchers, were grouped in the Lesser Bear, the stars of which constellation never set. These were the chief of the Akamu under Anup, god of the pole star. The Subas, or Mandozo, the ancients of Mesopotamia, are what is called worshippers of the pole star. To this they turn their faces in prayer and in going to sleep. The reason assigned is that when Hivelzivo, the Suban creator, assumed the government of the worlds which he had formed, he placed himself at the limits of the 7 Matarathos, at the extreme point of the universe where the pole star was then created to cover him. The original Old Man of the Mountain was unquestionably the ancient deity of the pole star. Hence the group of 7 stars which accompany the head of the Old Man on the Gnostic stones, showing that he was the head over the 7 glorious ones. The Old Man of the Mountain, then, is Anup, who arranged the stations of the 7 on the day of Come Thou to Me. It is just possible that we may now discover the origin of the mythical 8-rayed star in that numerical symbol of the 8 great gods, who consisted of the 7 with Anup on his mountain as the eighth and highest in the stellar mythos. In this way, there is a Gnostic gem of lodestone figured in King's Book, on which Anup is portrayed like Horus, holding two monstrous scorpions in his hands. He is accompanied by the sun as a winged scarab, the crescent moon, and a star with 8 rays. This emblem was given to the solar god in Egypt, Assyria, India, and in Rome. But here it is assigned to Anup, the supreme one of the 8 great gods. And the first who was the 8th to the 7 in the octenary of Tat, or the ark of 8 measures that was lifted up by Shu in the paradise of Am-Kamen. As the pictures show, the zodiac was founded on the inundation. The mother of water figured in the southern fish, as the womb of source itself, was afterwards repeated on the ecliptic as the wateress, later Aquarius, with all her myriad mame streaming from the fount of liquid life in the abyss, the Tept, or Tuat. It was localized in the recesses of the south, from whence the inundation came, and from whence it was perennially renewed. When the zodiac was established, she who had been the mother of water in the south would naturally be given a foremost place. The waterer was now repeated as the multimammalian wet nurse in the sign of Aquarius, the same in character, whether as the southern fish, the water cow, or the suckler divinized. However represented, earth as the giver of water was the type, and in Egypt the water was the inundation. The first 2 children of the Great Mother came into existence as the twin brothers, who contended with each other in the opposite elements of drought and water, or darkness and light, and in other phenomena. These twin powers were constellated in the sign of the twins at the station where the 2 combatants were first reconciled. That was at the equinoctial level. These, then, we reckon, were amongst the earliest founders of the zodiac on some old common meeting ground of night and day, or drought and inundation, which is yet visible for us in the sign of the Gemini. Moreover, it is related in the ancient legends and folktales that once upon a time there was a pair of brothers who were twins, and these twin brethren were the builders of a city. A typical illustration may be cited in Romulus and Remus, as the mythical twins who were the reputed founders of the city of Rome. In Egypt, the brother builders are Sut and Horus twins. The city which they built was in the heavens, not on earth, and this, the Gemini remained to show, was in the circle of the ecliptic. Thus Sut and Horus, following their great mother, are also founders of the zodiac. The first pair of twins were male. These were followed by a pair in Shu and Tefnut that were male and female, called the brother and sister. These were twinned back to back, Shu in front, Tefnut behind, to form the figure of Sagittarius on the other side of the zodiac, exactly opposite the Gemini, oblong zodiac of Dendera. We reckon Shu, the lion, of breathing force and uplifter of the firmament, to be third of the elemental powers born of the ancient genetrics. Shu upraised the heaven of day in one character and the heaven of night in the other. He is a pillar of support to the firmament as founder of the double equinox. He sustains the heaven with his 2-pronged stick, his 2 arms, or with the 2 lions of force, which represent himself and his sister Tefnut, the lioness. It was at the equinoctial level that the quarrel of Sut and Horus was settled for the time being by Shu. Shu thus stands for the equinox as the link of connection betwixt Sut and Horus in the north and south. The heaven in 2 parts, south and north, as the dominions of Sut and Horus were now followed by the heaven in 3 divisions, that was upraised by Shu, as establisher of the equinox in the more northern latitudes. And this heaven in 3 divisions was the heaven of the triangle which preceded the one built on the square, by Ta. Horus and Sut had been the twin builders and the founders of north and south. She followed with the new foundation in the equinox, which was double east and west. Sut, Horus, and Shu then, aided by his sister Tefnut, founded the heaven of the triangle based upon the 2-fold horizon and the crossing. Shu, as the equinoctial powers, the third to Sut and Horus of the south and north. With him, a triad was completed, and the two pillars with a line across would form the figure of the triangle. Thus, the twins in Gemini and Shu in Sagittarius, being the first three of the 7 powers, point at least to the equinoctial line being laid in those 2 signs of the zodiac. More particularly, as his sister Tefnut, a form of the Great Mother, is joined with Shu in constituting the sign of Sagittarius. Thus, the 3 brothers, Sut, Horus, and Shu, with one female as the mother or sister, are found together in these 2 fundamental signs of the zodiac. A third power, born of the Great Mother in heaven, was now added to the other 2. Another of her 7 sons was born, or the lion of force, Shu, joined the crocodile, Sebekhoros, and the hippopotamus, Sut, in a trinity of powers that sustain the firmament. As elemental forces, Sut and Horus had been ever lawless combatants and claimants, always fighting for supremacy. When Shu had lifted up the heaven of Am-Kemen as the paradise of peace upon Mount Hetep, he reconciled the 2 warrior gods with each other, and with those who had charge of the beautiful creation when he raiseth up. Law and order were established by putting bounds to the contentions of the powers, and by dividing the whole universe from Zenith to Nadir into the 2 domains called the portion of Sut and the portion of Horus. The contention betwixt Sut and Horus had originated ages before the satanic character of the Evil One, in his anthropomorphic guise, had been assigned to Sut. The twin opponents had been on a footing of equality in the stellar, lunar, and solar mythos. But there always was a question of boundaries to be settled. Shu is the arbitrator in the stellar phase. In the lunar stage, Tot, the moon god, was the judge and reconciler of the warring twins. And in the solar mythos, Seb, the god of earth, adjudicates, as shown in the mythological text from Memphis. When Ta had built his mansion in the double earth, the 2 horizons were united, or, as it was said, the double earth became united. The union is in the house of Ta. And the 2 pillars of the gateway in the house of Ta are Horus and Sut. The united ones made peace. They fraternized completely. They made a treaty. Seb says to Horus and Sut, "There shall be an arbitration between you." Seb said to Horus, "Come from the place where thy father was submerged, that is in the north." Seb said to Sut, "Come from the place where thou wast born, that was in the south. A mountain in the midst of the earth unites the portion of Horus to the portion of Sut at the division of the earth." This, in the solar mythos, was the mount of the equinox. Now Horus and Sut each stood upon a hillock. They made peace, saying, "The 2 earths meet in Anu, for it is the march, border of the 2 earths." In this legend there is a shifting of boundaries from south and north to east and west in the union that is now contracted in the house of Ta. In the house of his 2 earths, in which is the boundary of south and north, that was drawn from east to west by the equinoctial line. Here the united ones fraternized completely. They made a treaty, which was sustained by Seb. And henceforth the twin powers, Sut and Horus, now called Horus and Sut, who had stood as the 2 pillars, south and north, for the 2 poles in Apta, are now the 2 pillars of the gateway to the house of Ta, which 2 pillars are afterwards portrayed as the double tat of eternal stability in the making of AMENTA. In this phase, the quarrel of Sut and Horus represents the difference betwixt darkness and light in the length of night and day, which went on round the year and was rectified at the point or on the mount of equinox. Before the solar god attained his supremacy as the determiner of time, Shu was the readjuster of the power of the equinox. Hence, Shu is said to have kept the contention of these warring powers within the bounds and brought about their reconcilement. Thus, the reckonings of Shu involved the readjustment of the equinoctial point and reestablishing the equilibrium of the equinoxes in the different reckonings of time. Tot, the lunar timekeeper, does the same thing when he balances the divine pair and puts a stop to their strife in the circuit of precession. All the year round except at this point of place, It was one scale up and the other down in the contention of Sut and Horus for the mastery. But at the vernal equinox, the scales were at the perfect level, and the twins were exactly equal in power for the time. With Horus, the fulfiller, about to rise in the ascendant. Horus was the bringer of the golden age to earth. This, in Egypt, was the time of the inundation. In other lands, in later days, it is the springtime of the year. The Saturnalia was a mode of celebrating this equality at the time of the equinoctial level, by means of various kinds of leveling customs. Slaves were equal with their masters and mistresses. Women were equal to men. The sexes changed clothing with each other on the natural ground of equality. This Saturnalia survived as a relic of the Golden Age, called Saturnian by the Greeks and Romans. In Egypt, Sut and Horus changed positions and were figured as Har-Suti, with the hawk of Horus in front, and the black Ne, or Typhonian animal of Sut, behind. This reversal represented the change of seasons in relation to the north and south. In Equatoria, the desert and the drought were given to the south, which was the domain of Sut. Refreshing rain and cooling breezes came from the domain of Horus in the life-giving north. In Egypt, the water and the food of life were brought by Horus of the inundation from the south, whereas the north in winter was the realm of darkness and of drought, and therefore the domain of Sut became that of the evil elemental power of the twins. The three powers of earth, water, and breath, or Sut, Horus, and Shu, were given stations in the zodiac. The twins, Sut and Horus, in the sign of Gemini, and Shu as the archer in the sign of Sagittarius. The heaven, founded on the south and north by Sut and Horus, the twin builders, was now followed by the heaven that Shu uplifted in the equinox as the lion of sustaining power, or rather as the dual lion of Shu and Tefnut, his sister, who is seen to be conjoined with him in Sagittarius. Thus far, the zodiac was founded on the Great Mother with the two pairs of twins, Sut and Horus as the Rihui lions, with Shu and Tefnut as the Ruti, or lions of the double horizon, one at each end of the equinoctial line or level, where the lost balance of the contending twins was periodically restored by the reconciler Shu. In one character, Horus is designated Horus of the Triangle, and a theory has been put forward in Germany to the effect that the figure represents the pillar or cone of the zodiacal light. But the unexplained peculiarity of Horus of the Triangle is that his triangle is figured in a reversed position, with the apex downwards and the base above, whereas the pillar of zodiacal light was never seen bottom upwards in that way, and never could have been so represented. On the other hand, the triangle which was constellated in Triangula is, we hold, the figure of a tripartite division of the ecliptic and the triple seasons of the Egyptian year. The water season being represented by Horus, the season of wind or breathing life, and of the equinoctial gales by Shu, and the season of dryness or drought by Sut. These were called the water season, the green season, and the dry season, the three signs of which are 1. Water, 2. Growing plants, and 3. A barn or storehouse, which showed the crops were harvested. 4 months for the water season gives the correct length of the inundation. The Egyptian harvest occurred in the 8th month of the year. Then followed a season of drought and dearth, which came to be assigned to the destroyer Sut. These 3 seasons can be traced as a basis for the zodiac that was afterwards extended to one of 4 quarters and 12 signs. Horus of the inundation was given the lion as a solar zootype. The archer, 4 signs further round, was assigned to Shu, the god of breathing force, and 4 signs are the correct measure of 1 season, or tetramine. The lion and archer, or Horus and Shu, represents the 2 seasons of the inundation and of breathing life. The name of the archer in the Hermian zodiac is Nephti, and Nepht signifies the soul or breath. Sut was continued in conflict with Horus in the constellation of the twins, the power of drought that was opposed to the water of life. Shu was the reconciler of these 2 continually warring powers, and in the zodiac he represents the green seasons of vegetation and breathing life that came betwixt the two seasons of water and of drought. This was fundamental. The rest is filling in. The 3 seasons of 4 months each would naturally lead to the circle of the ecliptic, being measured and divided into 3 parts, which tripartite division was followed at a distance by the Babylonians in their mapping out of the sphere, and continued by them in a far later calendar of 12 signs. The Egyptian month was divided into 3 weeks of 10 days each, which obviously corresponded to the heaven of the triangle, the tripartite ecliptic, and the 3 seasons in Egypt. Then followed a heaven of 4 quarters or sides, in which may be traced to the houses of Sut, Horus, Shu, and Tat. But the division of the month or moon and the ecliptic in 3 parts equated with 3 seasons in a circle or zodiac that was measured monthly by the lunar god with his 3 times 10 equals 30 days. The 2 roads of heaven had been divided between the twin brothers, Sut and Horus. The 3 roads were next divided between Sut, Horus, and Shu in the heaven of the triangle that stood, as it were, upon a tripod, equals 3 roads of the south, north, and equinox. Type after type, the mythical Great Mother and her children passed into the legendary lore of the whole world. The mother and her twins were followed by the mother in the character of sister, who is the companion of 3 brothers, are Sut, Horus, and Shu, in the triangular heaven or triple division, the uranographic symbol of which was constellated in triangula, composed of 3 stars held in the hand of Horus. 3 brothers, with 1 female then, as an Egyptian group, are representatives of the Great Mother and her first 3 sons, or elemental powers. The powers represented in her portrait by the water cow, the crocodile, and lioness, the mother being indicated by the pregnant womb. The same group is also Japanese, consisting of the 3 out of 7 or the 8 kami, with their sister Izanami. The 3 kami, called the all-alone-born kami, are stellar trinity, were gods of the beginning, and are connected with the sister in the raising up of heaven. And when the Christian divinity of a triune nature is portrayed with a triangular aureole upon its head, that figure relates the deity once more to the phenomena in which a god of the triangle had originated. The god of the triangle was of a 3-fold nature in the trinity of Sut, Horus, and Shu, which 3 were one with the mother in the heaven of the triangle, the mount with the triple peaks, the ecliptic in 3 divisions, the year in the 3 seasons, the month in 3 weeks. The triangle, like the oval, is a figure of the female, as it was on the goddess Nana in Babylonia. The trinity of 3 males associated with 1 female, who was originally the Great Mother, survives in 2 ways still, for whilst they are performing in church 4 more primitive representatives of the same dramatis personae still keep up with the pantomime, as in the dumb show of the more ancient mysteries, in the characters of Columbine, Clown, Harlequin, and Pantaloon. Harlequin is Har, or Horus, the transformer. We might say the double Horus, one with and one without the mask. The Clown is Sut, the sly and cunning one, whose zootype was the jackal. Pantaloon and his crutch are the remains of Shu and his celestial prop of the pole. Columbine corresponds to Tefnut, the sister of Shu, which explains her peculiar relationship to Pantaloon, whom she rejects in favor of Harlequin. Now these 4 appear upon Mount Hetep, when the later heaven is portrayed in the 10 divisions that preceded the final 12 as a trinity of primeval powers united with the Great Mother, who was the abode as triangle when the heaven was not yet builded on the square. The other 4 brothers who make up the group of 7 great gods, at least in one form, are Amsta, Hapi, Tuanamatef, and Kabsanuf, who stand on the lotus or papyrus, and are the 4 gods, paddles, or eyes of the 4 quarters. Thus the 7 are 1. Sebek-Horus, the crocodile, 2. Sut, the water bull, 3. Shu, the lion, 4. Hapi, the ape, 5. Tuanamatef, the jackal, and 6, Kabsanuf, the hawk, and 7, Amsta, the man, who together with the Great Mother were the founders of the zodiac, 3 in the triangle and 4 in the square. Whatsoever the 7 Kuti were as individual stars, they were also configurated as a group in Ursa Minor, and called the followers of the coffin of Osiris, which were imaged in the Greater Bear. The 7 in the stellar mythos had become the lords of rule, devoid of wrong, and living for eternity. This was as spirits perfected under the type of stars that never set. And here it may be explained that we have all been persistently wrong about the 7 glorious ones, the 7 Rishis, the 7 Lumasi, the 7 Elohim or the 7 Kabiri, the 7 sleepers being the 7 stars in the Great Bear. For this reason, in all the starry vast, there is but one group of 7 non-setting stars, and these are in the lesser, not in the Greater Bear. Polaris was at one time chief of all the heavenly host, on account of its being fixed at the center as the type of stability and uprightness. The characteristics and qualities assigned to the divinity were first seen in the steadfastness of the pole. The stars in Ursa Minor were circumpolar. These showed the 7 in a group who never could be drowned by the deluge of darkness. The waters did not reach them. Not so the 7 in the Greater Bear, the 7 that were not circumpolar stars. About 5,000 years before the present era, there was but one, the star Dubhe, and Ursa Major, that was circumpolar or non-setting. These, therefore, could not have been the 7 never-setting stars, who were the watchers and the rulers in the great year of the world, the starry type of the eternal powers. The typical 7 were grouped in the lesser bear as an object picture of something out of sight, with Anup as El Elyon at the pole. In all the mythologies, the pole star is an emblem of stability, the seat or throne of the power who is the highest god, pro tem, as was Anup in Egypt, Siddiq in Phoenicia, Anu in Babylonia, Taiyi, the arch first in China, Avathar or Zivo in Mesopotamia, and others. It was not the seat that was worshipped, but the power, the sustainer, and the judge that was enthroned upon the stellar mount of glory as the god. The pole star was a type of the eternal because apparently beyond the region of time and change. It was the earliest type of a supreme intelligence, which gave the law in heaven that was unerring, just and true, if only as the law of equipoise, or as we should now say, of gravitation. This was the sole point at which there seemed to be any certainty of foothold in that moving ocean of the starry infinite. And this became a standpoint in the heavens for the mind of man to rest on at the center and radiate to the circumference. The summit was well named the Mount of Glory. Around this island mount, the hosts of heaven appeared to wheel by night in one vast, glorious, never-ceasing march past, in the presence of the royal arch, or, more religiously regarded, the Most High God. The earliest law in heaven was given on the mount because the mount was an image of the pole. It was administered by the judge, whether as Anup in the north or Sut as Jackal of the south, because the jackal in Egypt was a zootype of the judge. It is not the mount, then, that was the divinity, but the power that dwelt upon it, as the deity called by the Japanese, the God eternal stand of the heavens. The power of stability fixed as the center of the universe was the typical eternal. This was represented by the jackal, which is to be seen at the center of the Dendera planisphere. The jackal also is a type, not a divinity, and a type may be variously applied. The jackal itself is Ap-Uat, the opener or guide of roads, probably as the seer and crier in the dark and leader of the pack. But it was the dog of Sut and of Sothis, as well as of Anup. Thus, the type in sign language may not always determine the nature of the deity. But as Hor Apollo rightly says, the jackal denotes the judge. The governor at an earlier period was the judge, with the jackal as his sign. There were several kinds of judges in Egypt, and the totem of each is the sab or sapient jackal. Hence the jackal, representative of Polaris, was placed above the seven as the judge of heaven because he had imaged the judge on earth. Naturally, the type was not always repeated. Other countries, other fauna, besides which the anthropomorphic succeeded the zoomorphic in an indefinitely later time, and the Semitic, Hindaic, Greek, and various other renderings are mainly anthropomorphic. But the judge qua judge, thus set in heaven by the Egyptians at the polar center, with his seat upon the summit underneath the tree, was repeated and continued in other mythologies upon the stellar mount. Anup became the great judge in heaven, and the seven are his ministers as executioners upon the judgment day. They are termed the seven arms of the balance on the night when the eye is fixed. That is the eye of the judge, who saw through the dark. The eye of heaven that judges the wicked is the name of a Chinese constellation, and the god Anup was the judge whose eye was the pole star in the north. He was the seer in the dark. Therefore the jackal was his zootype, and the jackal was followed by the later dog as a symbol of Polaris. The lunar mythos succeeded the stellar, but the moon god Tat was not reckoned as the ninth one. Neither was Horus. The eighth was the highest power until the time of Ta and the Put cycle of the nine. The group of seven remained intact. Anup, as the eighth, was the highest in the stellar mythos. Tat Kamen, later Smen, was highest in the lunar mythos, and Horus was the highest in the solar mythos, the highest being worshipped as the only one. Anup and Tahiti then became two witnesses to the supremacy of Horus. The one as the eighth, who in turn became the witness for his father, Ra Unafer. The deity of the pole star was known to the Chinese as the supreme god in nature, who has his abode on the great peak of perfect harmony. When Dr. Edkins asked the schoolmaster at Chapu, who was the Lord of heaven and earth, the reply of the Chinaman was that he knew of none but Chen Huang Tati, god of the pole star. Shang Ti, the supreme ruler, was of the highest object of worship. His heavenly abode, Tsewi, is a celestial space round the North Pole, and his throne was indicated by the polar star. This is the most sacred as well as most ancient form of Chinese worship. A round hillock is the altar on which sacrifice was offered to him. It is said in the archaic Chow ritual that when the sovereign worshipped Shang Ti, he offered up on a round hillock a firstborn male as a whole burnt sacrifice. Both the mount and the firstborn male are typical. Sut was the firstborn male, and as Sutanup, he was the first male ancestor. The hillock is an image of the mount. This deity was also known to the Chinese, to the divine prince of the great northern equilibrium, who promulgated the laws of the silent wheels of the heavens palace, or the cycles of time determined by the revolutions of the stars. One of the profoundest secrets in the Egyptian astronomical mythology was the mystery of the twofold horizon, or, more exactly, the mystery of the double equinox. And one of the earliest forms of the solar god in the zodiac was Horus of the double equinox. When this had been established by the sky uplifter Shu, with the aid of his sister Tefnut. Until the time of Har Maku, the fatherhood of God had not been individualized in Ra. Har Maku was the mother's child when she was a virgin, represented by the white vulture of Neith, or the sacred heifer of Isis. The child could be self-generated as the spirit of life in vegetation, or in light, the phenomena being pre-human from the first. Child Horus in the solar mythos was the little autumn sun conceived upon the western mount as the calf or child. Adultship was attained upon the horizon east with what was termed the double force. The cult was that of Hathor and Horus, the mother and the child, who was the calf on the one horizon and the bull of the cow upon the other. In these two characters he was the double Horus, or the double Harmachis, the solar god of both horizons, and fulfiller annually of the double equinox. The power of evolution was portrayed in Kepler, the transformer. Kepler showed the old beetle changing into the young, the tadpole transfiguring into the frog, the human embryo developing in utero, the enduring spirit emanating from the mortal mummy. Khepr was a form of Harmaku, as we learn from the inscription of the Sphinx. From Harmaku, the father god, Ra-Harmachis, was developed in the mythology which preceded the Egyptian eschatology. Atum was Ra in his primordial sovereignty. The divine fatherhood was developed from Harmaku, who became the great god Ra in his primordial sovereignty. Har-Ur, the elder, firstborn Horus in the mythos, was the child of the mother when she had no husband, and he had no father. Hence, she was the virgin mother who conceived but did not bring forth. There was nothing human in the transaction except the terminology. Horus in the eschatology was he who died and was buried, and who rose again in spirit at his second advent. This time he was imaged in the likeness of the Father, as the beloved only begotten Son of God, who manifested as the fulfiller of his word and doer of his will. Two types in this way were deposited and made permanent in Horus, the child of 12 years, and Amsu Horus, the man of 30 years. Both characters were united and made one as Solar and Horus of the double horizon. This character of Horus, as Ripa or heir apparent, may be traced historically at a later time as that assigned to a pharaoh of the 12th dynasty, who represents the double Harmachis, the sun god of the twofold horizon. He claims a divine origin as the virgin's child that was not begotten by God the Father. As an infant in the egg, he was exalted to be the lord of both parts, or both horizons, like Har Sam Taui. Speaking of the god, he says, "He anointed my forehead as lord of men, created me as chief of mortals. He placed me in the palace as a youth, not yet come forth from my mother's womb. He was born in the likeness of elder Horus to be king, or to become the royal Horus in the horizon of the vernal equinox, where the two parts were united as east and west in the solar mythos, which followed the stellar Paseshti, or two halves, that were the south and north of Sut and Horus. Without a fundamental knowledge of the mythology as framework, it is impossible to comprehend the doctrines of the Egyptian religion. Horus of the double horizon, or the double equinox, was the solar prototype of the double Horus in the eschatology. As sun god on the western horizon in the autumn equinox, Harmaku was born, conceived or incorporated as the virgin's child. It was at this point that Horus entered Earth, or the matrix of the mother in the mount, and thus became the child of Seb and Isis by adoption, though not by begettal. In the eastern equinox, he rose again as Horus of the double force and master of the double feather, or the later double crown. When the sun set at night, or in the autumn season, it sank down in the waters of the abyss below the horizon, which Horus Sebek swam as the fish. The crocodile then expressed the unparalleled power by which the sun god crossed the waters and rose again. The crossing was from equinox to equinox, from the western to the eastern side of the mount. Let us say from the sign of Virgo in the autumn to the sign of Pisces in the vernal equinox. Neith, the suckler of crocodiles, was an earlier form of the Virgin Mother than Isis, and by her aid we may obtain a foothold in the zodiac, like that of Horus resting on the mythical two crocodiles, which became the two fishes in the sign of Pisces. When the autumn equinox occurred in Virgo, that was the place of conception for Sebek, the fish of the inundation. 6 months later, the sun rose in the sign of Pisces, and in the eastern equinox, where the fish, as child and consort, or as the two crocodiles, became the two fishes with Neith as the mother on one horizon and Sekhet on the other. Thus, as we read the signs, the virgin Neith conceived her child as Sebek Horus, the fish of the inundation, which was duplicated to express the adultship, and there were two typical fishes. A well-known picture of child Horus shows the youthful sun god standing on two crocodiles, which we take to express the power of the double, or more exactly, the doubled Horus. In this representation, Har-Ur is described as the old child who becomes young, that is, the elder who transforms into the younger Horus on the Mount of Glory in the vernal equinox. Standing on the two crocodiles, Har-Ur has now acquired the double power. The power, for example, to take up serpents and other poisonous reptiles in his hands without receiving any hurt. Thus, the crocodile-headed Sebek, as the child attributed to Neith and Virgo, crosses the gulf of darkness or the abyss of waters to rise up in the east as Horus of the twofold horizon, which he had united in the double equinox as Horus of the doubled power. The doubled power of the sun or god in symbolism was expressed by duplication of the type. For example, it was in the autumn equinox, or, as more primitively imaged, on the western mount, the mount of the cow, which was covered with crosses, indicating the equinox. That child Horus was conceived in the mythology or incarnated in the eschatology. In the first, he was the little suffering son of the crossing or the cross, who went down into the underworld to die and be buried, to transform and to rise again. In the zodiac of Dendera, the sign of the scales contains a portrait of Har Pikart, or Horus the child, who was conceived or incorporated in that sign as Horus of the double equinox, called Har Maku. The name identifies child Horus with the sign. The word for the scales or balance in Egyptian is Maku. Further, the scales denote the equinox as the point of equipoise. The Greek name of Harmachis is derived from the Egyptian word Maku for the balance or scales, and thence for the level of the equinox, where the balance was erected on the day of weighing words and of reckoning the years. The Horus of the double equinox was also termed the double Harmaku. And this duality was also imaged in the twofoldness of the Sphinx, with its tail to the west and its head to the east, pointing to the equinox each way. But how was the crossing from west to east affected at the time when no AMENTA had as yet been opened in the underworld? The passage of the sun god through the mountain had been imaged as a passage through the cow of earth. We have a perfect survival of the mythos in the Marchen of Tom Thumb, or Little Tom, whom we claim as a British form of the solar Tum, or Nefer Atum. In the Egyptian mythos, Tum makes his passage through the mount by means of the cow, and is reborn as Little Tum, Tom Thumb, from the Kepsh of the cow Meher. It is said of him in setting from the western horizon, Earth stretches her arms to receive thee. He is embraced by the mother, whose womb is the Meshkin of rebirth. And again, at his going forth to the eastern horizon, it is said, Thou hast rested in the cow. Thou hast been immersed in the cow Meher. Sebek Horus swam the water as a crocodile. The eel of Atum made the crossing through the mud of the morass. Keeper, the beetle, bored his passage through the earth. Behetit rode upon the vulture's wings. Horus made the aerial voyage as a hawk. And Harmaku crossed from one horizon to the other through the hollow body of the Sphinx. These were modes of making a passage when the nether earth had not been opened up by Ta, and the Sekru sledge, which had preceded the boat, had not been laid upon the stalks as the means of traveling by land which was illustrated in the mysteries of Memphis. But however represented, the Horus who crossed the abyss was named Harmaku, the god of the double horizon, or the double equinox. The principle of this duplication on the horizon of the east can be established by means of the two lions, which express the double glory of the double Horus, who was lord of the solar force that was double in the vernal equinox. Horus of the double horizon was also Horus of the two lions. In the ritual, Horus rises again, saying, I am the twin lions, the heir of Ra. He is Horus rising in the strength of the two lions as the lion of the luminous course. Again, he says, I am the twin lions. I am the double lion. I go out from the dwelling of the two lions to the house of Isis, the divine, which was in Sothis. I complete the greatness of Shu the lion. In a vignette to the ritual, the sun of today rises betwixt two lions, which represent Saphra, the sun of yesterday, and Tua, the sun of tomorrow. This is the Horus sun, and the two lions image the double strength or glory of Horus in the sign of Leo. One title of Harmaku, or Horus of the double horizon, is Harkuti Kapera, the Horus who made his transformation as the beetle-headed Khepera. The astronomical locality for this particular transformation would naturally be in the sign of Cancer, which the Egyptians sometimes represented by two beetles, at other times by one. Either way, the beetle was the sign of Khepera, as Horus of the two horizons. Thus, two beetles mark another station in which the Horus of the double horizon manifests, as the solar deity with reduplicated power, just as he emerges on the double horizon from betwixt the two lions, or Kerufu, in the sign of Leo, as the lion of the double force. Under one of his zootypes, child Horus was the lamb, son of sheep, and the lamb on the western horizon or mount attained the double power of the adult, as a ram in the opposite sign of Aries on the eastern mount. Indeed, Pisces is the first of 6 signs, in all of which this duplication of the solar power was represented in the zodiac. In the sign of Aries, Horus was the lamb upon the western mount, who became a ram upon the horizon east, as the adult figure of reduplicated power. In the sign of Taurus, he was the calf, which became a bull. A vignette to chapter 109 of the Ritual shows the Horus of the solar mount, as the calf in presence of the god, and of the morning star upon the western mount. Hathor, the divine cow, is also present with the calf upon the mount. This is the calf that is to become a bull, the bull of the mother, on the Mount of Glory in the double equinox, where Horus, the fulfiller, attained the double power. Now, if we suppose the autumn equinox to coincide at the time with the sign of Scorpio, the vernal equinox would then occur in Taurus, and in that sign the Horus calf would become a bull, as symbol of the solar power that was doubled in the vernal equinox. When the autumn equinox coincided with the sign of Virgo, the place of double glory was in the sign of Pisces on the opposite horizon. The god was conceived as the child, calf, or youngling in the west. As Sebek, his image was the crocodile of Neith, the virgin in the sign of Virgo. The crocodile in the Ritual is the Kamite great fish. 2 crocodiles are therefore the 2 fishes. They are exactly opposite the sign of Virgo, and the 2 fishes, 2 crocodiles, are the dual sign of Horus and his double glory, as the expression of his double power in Pisces, like the 2 lions in the sign of Leo. This principle of duplication may be traced in 6 of the solar signs. There are 2 lions as supporters of the sun god in the sign of Leo, 2 beetles in the sign of Cancer, 2 twins in the sign of Gemini. Further, Horus was the calf on the western horizon, who became the bull on the horizon east. Also the lamb on one side and the ram upon the other. Thus, the duplication extends from the sign of Leo to the sign of Pisces inclusive, which represents the sun god as Horus, the child, and Horus, the adult, whose double power or glory was expressed by 2 lions, 2 crocodiles, and other types of twinship, in addition to the twins, or Gemini, who were figured in the human form. Or if we read the signs the forward way, the 2 fishes correspond to the 2 crocodiles of Horus. The sun in Aries answers for the ram and lamb, and Taurus for the bull and calf. In the sign of the Gemini, there is a pair of twins. The sign of Cancer, or the crab, was represented by 2 beetles in Egyptian planispheres. In the lion sign, 2 lions, called the Kerufu, supported the young solar god in his resurrection on the horizon in Leo. Thus, when Horus of the double horizon was conceived with the autumn equinox in the sign of Virgo, he was twinned and brought forth with the vernal equinox in Pisces, where 2 fishes equals 2 crocodiles mark the birthplace. The lamb and ram are twinned in Aries, and calf and bull in Taurus. If we take these 6 signs in the circle of precession, the 2 lions correspond to the duality of Atum Horus, the 2 beetles to Keper Ta, the 2 Gemini to Sut and Horus, the bull and calf to Osiris and Horus, the ram and lamb to Amun-Ra and Khonsu, and the 2 fishes to the twin crocodiles, as 6 different illustrations of the sun, of the 2 horizons at 6 different landing stages on the other side of the celestial deep. Thus, the double harmaki includes 2 characters corresponding to the 2 equinoxes on the double horizon. In one he is the concept of a virgin, in the other he is brought forth by the parturient mother. In one he was the calf in time, in the other he is the bull of eternity. In the one he is Horus in matter, in the other he is Horus in spirit. In the one he is the child of 12 years, in the other he is the adult of 30 years. The first was the founder, the second is the fulfiller. The first was Horus of the incarnation, the second is Horus of the resurrection. Horus of the resurrection in the solar mythos was the prototype of Amsu in the eschatology, who rose up in spirit from the inert condition of the mummy, as conqueror of death and all the banded powers of evil. In both phases of character, this is Horus of the double force, the double crown, the double feather, the double uri, the double life, or other types of duplication, including the double equinox. Thus, the doctrine of a twofold advent for an ever-coming child, born of a virgin mother, can be traced in the solar mythos to a beginning with Horus of the double horizon. Whatsoever the point in procession, the horizon of the resurrection or the mount of glory coincided with the vernal equinox. The little son, the calf, or the child Horus entered the mount at the beautiful gate of entrance in the west, for breeding purposes, and rose again as the great son, the bull, the lion, the adult Horus, that went forth at the beautiful gate of exit in the east to become the bull of the mother, when the Godhead consisted of the mother, the child, and the divine adult. The mystery of the double horizon was indeed a riddle of the Sphinx. The Great Sphinx of Giza is traditionally reputed to symbolize the river Nile at its rising, when the sun coincided with the signs of Leo or Virgo in the water season of the year. It is now known, however, to be a representative image of the god Harmaku. The Sphinx itself has spoken once. On the stele of Thutmose IV, it is called the Sphinx of Khepera, the very mighty, the greatest of the spirits, and the most august. Now Khepera, the son of Ta, is, as already said, a form of Tum Harmaki, who was not simply a solar god of the double horizon. In the eschatology, he became the God in spirit, the one God living in truth, the sole power that was worshipped as eternal. This is the greatest of spirits, represented by the Sphinx of Khepera. There had been a sort of hollow underworld made out before AMENTA was established as the Earth of Eternity by the opener Ta. This was the Akar, Kar, over which the Sphinx presided, brooding inner mysteries of birth, the birth of light, of water, of food, of the young solar god, and lastly of an ever-living soul. We learn from the ritual that the mystery of the Sphinx originated with the Mount of Earth as the place of passage, of burial and rebirth for the solar god. An ancient Egyptian name for the Sphinx is Akar. This also was the name for the hollow of the underworld. The speaker, in the character of the newly risen solar god, exclaims, "I am the offspring of yesterday. The tunnels of the earth have given me birth, and I am revealed at my appointed time. In the coming forth today, it is said that the very bones of the deities quake as the stars go on their triumphant courses through the tunnels of the Akar. It is demonstrable that the passage through the Mount of Earth, the same that was made through the cow, was followed by the passage through Akar, the Sphinx, which was built for the god Harmaku, the Horus sun that was immeasurably earlier than Ra. The speaker is an Ankar, which is represented by the goddess Akeret, because it was the place of burial and rebirth. The tunnel through the Mount of the Sphinx is oblong, and it is noticeable that the oldest known pyramid in Egypt, that of Medum, is neither conical nor quadrangular, but oblong. To understand the nature of the Akar, says Renouf, we have to imagine a tunnel starting from the spot where the sun sets and extending through the earth as far as where the sun rises. Each end of the tunnel has a sphinx-like form. A human-headed lion couches at the entrance and also at the end. It is through the pause of this double sphinx that the galley of the sun god enters on the western horizon and comes out on the eastern mount. In the picture, plate 14, taken from the tomb of Ramses IV, fair entrance, aka Nefer, is written at one end of the tunnel, fair exit, par Nefer, at the other. These two gates of entrance and exit on the horizon were called the gates of Akkar, and sometimes the gates of Seb, the god of earth. They were the two gates of earth for the sun in the mythology and the two gates of Akkar for the names in the eschatology. Thus, the twofold horizon was imaged for Harmaku in the figure of the double sphinx. The traditions lead one to think that profound secrets were buried in the building of the sphinx, as was the way with these builders who put all they knew into all they did. We gather from the stele of Thutmose that the monument was built to commemorate the sacred place of creation, or literally of the first time, an Egyptian expression generally used for the creation or in the beginning. This sacred site is said to go back to the days of the masters of Ker or Kar, which as a divine locality was the Nitarkar of the underworld or the abyss. Ker is likewise an ancient name of the Egyptian Babylon, Old Cairo. Like Babylon, this was the gate or pathway of the gods, the place of exit, as we read it, for the seven elemental powers who issued from AMENTA, as the Uraeus deities or seven spirits of the earth. In the beginning was the Mother Earth, as the womb of universal life, vegetable, animal, reptile, fish, bird, and human life. The uterine figure was repeated in the making of AMENTA as the Tuat, or the birthplace of water and for edible plants, or more generally, the elements of life. Thirdly, this type was imaged as the abyss of the beginning in the uranographic representation of the southern heaven. Earth was the womb of life when life was born of water. The birthplace was imaged by the abyss of the Tuat, the well, the gorge, or other type of utterance, from the secret source in the sacred place of creation. The creatory of the Mother Earth. The water of life became a type of the eternal, the fabled fount of immortality that was so preciously preserved in the divine underworld, the living water that was sought for by the mother when she periodically lost her child, who was the same to her as the water of life, and who was found in the abyss, which was indeed the place of its rebirth. The generation of life by water, the birth of Horus by water and in food, was the profoundest of mysteries. This was the way that life actually came into the world, before the subject was made doctrinal. This was a life which did save the world when Horus and Mesu was the savior who naturally gave fulfillment periodically to the promise that he made. In various legends, the secret of this water of life that wells up in the subterranean region is jealously guarded by dragons and crocodiles, or other monsters of the deep. In the Chaldean version, the seven Anunnaki, or spirits of earth, are the guardians appointed to keep the secret of the waters of life in this underworld, to which the dead descended and from which the elemental powers first descended to the surface of the upper earth. There is a warrant for assuming that the mystery of the beginning from the abyss was also one of the great secrets that was guarded by the Sphinx at Giza. The final fact is that the Sphinx was carved out of the rock at the exact center of the earth to commemorate that sacred place of the creation, or beginning which goes back to the domain of Sut and to the days of the masters of Ker. That is the beginning and in which the primordial mundane abyss, from which life emanated and from which the elemental powers or seven Uraeus deities were born of Mother Earth. The Sphinx then, like the cow of earth or the hollow mount, was a means of crossing the abyss in which human handiwork had succeeded to the natural type as the figure of a passage. It was made as the means of crossing for Horus, of the two horizons, or the double equinox. Thus, the Sphinx is a monument that commemorates the founding of the equinox in the double horizon, and as this was assigned to Atum Hermachis, it may account for the Hebrew tradition which associated Adam with the equinox, Adam being a Jewish form of the Egyptian Atum. Hermachis entered the Sphinx at sunset in the west or hinder part, and was reborn in the east as Horus of the forepart, lion-faced. The means of crossing the dark gulf in the solar mythos was now the bridge in death and the mode of uniting the two worlds in one, when the re-arising of the sun was succeeded by the resurrection of the soul, the lion having been adopted for the Sphinx upon the horizon east as an emblem of the double power, which made the passage for the sun god or the soul. The Sphinx is male in front and female in the hinder part. It is a compound image of the Mother Earth and the young god, whom she brought forth upon the horizon of the resurrection. Without the mother, there was no rebirth. Where the earth opens for the sunrise, it was called the Unu, or outrance of Neith. As the Sphinx appears to us, it has the human face. But the god Tum Harmachis was the lion of the solar glory, and his bringer forth as Sekhet was the lioness. The perfect type was dual as the lion and the lioness combined. Only the forepart has been rendered anthropomorphically in the likeness of the pharaoh, who was the lion ruler at the time. The great Sphinx, as keeper of these secrets, was couched in monumentous repose upon the horizon in the eastern equinox, when the gate of fair exit was in the lion sign, and the gate of fair entrance was in Aquarius, the water sign that is figured over the abyss of source on the celestial globe. The Sphinx, then, is a figure of the double horizon and the duality of Harmaku, when the place of conjunction was at the point of precession in the lion sign. And if, as in the Egyptian way, the fact was registered forthwith, we may date the Sphinx as a monument which was reared by these great builders and thinkers, who lived so largely out of themselves some 13,000 years ago. The Aten of the so-called disk worship was an ancient form of Harmaku, god of the double horizon. This, however, was not a worship of the solar disk. The disk was but an emblem of the circle made by Aten as the god of both horizons. His was a compound type of godhood, in which the mother was dual with the son who was her child on one horizon and her bull or fecundator on the other. The word Aten, from At, was an ancient name for the child. Horus Bahutat, god of the hut or winged disk, we take to have been the earliest form of Aten. This is the solar god who crossed from the horizon west to the horizon east upon the vulture's wings, which were an emblem of the motherhood. The hut was a dual emblem of the divine infant and the mother as bearer of the child. As the bird, she carried him over the intervening void of darkness where the Apap lay in wait. Thus the godhood of Aten consisted of the mother, her child, and the adult male, or bull, of the mother, in a cult which preceded that of the fatherhood of Atum Ra. The glory of Aten, as the power that is doubled on the horizon of the resurrection, was the object of regard in this religion, not the disk. This cult of the mother and the child who was worshipped in Egypt as Harmaku, the child commonly called Horus on the horizon, had an unsuspected development amongst the Mediterranean races. The Mycenaean tree and pillar cult is the title of a somewhat recent work by Arthur J. Evans. The title implies the common notion that trees and pillars, stocks and stones, were directly worshipped instead of the power that was represented by them in sign language. But a volume of evidence might be collected showing that the supreme object of worship in this cult was the deity of the double equinox, the youthful solar god who in Egypt was called the double Harmaku. Both tree and pillar had been figures of the pole before they were erected in the equinox. The tree was planted in the abyss as a figure of the southern pole, the tall sycamore of Sut, or tree of the south. The column of stone was raised in Anu, as the pillar of the northern pole. When the equinoxes were established, tree and pillar both were continued and often blended at the point of equipoise as figures of the birthplace that was shifted to the zodiac in the solar mythos. The Mithraic monuments show us that the tree was a figure of the equinox, and that the two trees represented the double equinox, when this was resting in the signs of Scorpio and Taurus. Both tree and pillar had been types of Hathor as the abode of Horus. In the Egyptian ritual, the tree marks the place of coming forth and point of emergence from AMENTA in the equinox. I am the babe, says Horus 4 times. I am the god within the ash tree. I am the link which connecteth the solar orb with yesterday, and also with tomorrow, as is shown by the 2 lions. This connecting link is Horus of the 2 horizons, who is here brought forth from the ash tree. When columns could be carved, the raising of the stone pillar took the place of planting the tree, or was added to it as a co-type of station. In the 12th dynasty, the foundation of a solar temple is described. Amenemma and his son Usertsen I were on the throne conjointly as representatives of the solar god in both horizons. The king says, "Henceforth I will make monuments and erect carved columns to the double Hermakchis." That is, to the sun god of the two horizons, or the double equinox, who was here represented by the pharaoh and his son. The Mycenaean symbolism of the two lions with the central tree or pillar can be read if followed as Egyptian, but not otherwise. The tree, the pillar, or the mount was female as a figure of the birthplace, the place of exit for the babe born from the mount, the meshkin, or its equivalent in wood or stone. For example, a birthplace in the stellar mythos was in Sothis, the star that showed the birthplace of the babe. Both child and mother met in Sothis as Hathor and her infant Horus. She was the house of Horus. The house was imaged as a cone or a tree. This will explain why the Mycenaean figure accompanying the tree pillar is at times a woman and at other times a child. They are the goddess and her babe, identical with Hathor and child Horus in the place of birth. In the gold shrine found at Mycenae, the figures on each side are two doves. Now the dove in Egypt was the very ancient bird of Hathor, and the two doves are a figure equivalent to the mother and the child that was born within her shrine, her house, her pillar, or her tree, as her dove of the generative spirit, or the later Holy Spirit. The cult of the mother and child is also illustrated on the impression of a gem from Knossos. A sheep represents the mother as suckler of the child beneath her, that is, her lamb, as Horus was called when this type had taken the place of the calf. In two of the Mycenaean pictures, the goddess in person is placed betwixt the two lions. This is she who was the tree or pillar, shrine or birthplace, whether as Hathor, Sothis, or as bringer forth of the deity of the double horizon and the vernal equinox. Hathor was continued as the Venus of the Mediterranean races. What then was the object of the supposed worship? Was it the tree, the pillar, or both? Or was it the goddess who was represented by the tree and pillar? Or was it the child who was reborn from the birthplace in the tree, or rock, or shrine? The solar birthplace on the horizon had been long represented by the tree. The mount, the cone, shrine, gate, portal, the unu, or other forms of the opening, which was always female, and a figure of childbirth in the mythos, when the mother was the earth. As Egyptian, the goddess herself is sometimes portrayed, sometimes the child, and sometimes both the mother and the child are imaged inside the pillar or cone which stands for the place of birth. The cult, then, whether as Egyptian or Mycenaean, was a worship of the mother and child, the divine duad that was so prevalent amongst the Mediterranean races, and not a tree and pillar cult, not a worship of stocks and stones. The double axe of what has been called the Mycenaean tree and pillar cult is an emblem of the doubled power, and the so-called god of the double axe is consequently a god of the double equinox, who was Harmaku, the Horus who passed into Atum-Ra as the Egyptian Zeus. The sun that made its way through the earth or the abyss was known as the divider or the cleaver. This was the solar power which clove its way from west to east and from horizon to horizon as Harmaku, god of the double horizon or double equinox in the annual round. He was the cleaver of the earth, who was represented by the cleaver as an axe, which we take it was a sign of Horus, the cleaver of the way. The god of the double equinox, who completed the course from horizon to horizon, was Horus of the double force, which doubled force was variously imaged by the double crown, the double uri, the double feather, the two lions, the two crocodiles, and other dual types. Hence the god himself is called the double Harmachi. He was cleaver of the way, whose double power was likewise imaged by the two-headed weapon, which had been termed the divine double axe of the Mycenaean cult. The type itself may be derived from the Egyptian neuter sign of divinity, or power divinized, which was the stone axe of the Paleolithic age, and a double axe would be the visible symbol of the power that was double in the vernal equinox. On a Mycenaean vase from Old Salome, the double axe is figured between two bull's heads, each of which supports a double axe. If we take the double axe as a sign of the power that was doubled in the equinox, it seems to follow that this representation indicates an equinox in the sign of Taurus. And as the bull's head and the axe are both dual, this will be the equinox that was double at the time of celebration. Therefore, the double equinox determined by the two bulls' heads and the double axe as signs of the solar power that was doubled in the vernal equinox. The reader has but to take up Count Dalviela's book on the migration of symbols to see how widely spread this equinoctial imagery became. In this we find Figure 58, the tree standing betwixt two lions from the Cathedral of Torcello. Figure H, PL4, the tree betwixt two lions from a bas-relief of Barhut. Figure 35, Gilgamesh flanked by two lions which he holds at arm's length. Figure 65, the tree between two goats, a Syrian cylinder. Figure A, PL4, tree between two cherubs, Chaldean art. Tree betwixt two winged unicorns, bas-relief of Nineveh. Figure B, PL4, tree between two cherubs from a Phoenician bull. Figure D, PL4, the tree between two rams from a bull. Figure 67, tree betwixt two giraffes, vase from Curium. And Figure 71, tree or stalk and winged solar disk betwixt two hare-headed looking animals, Khitan cylinder. Two figures guarding the tree upon a Syrian amulet. The tree here is shaped like the Ankh cross, thus showing it to be the tree of life upon Egyptian ground. The Assyrian combination of the sacred tree and winged solar disk unites the tree of dawn with the rising sun, and the symbol has the same significance no matter whether the sun god climbs the tree or the disk is borne on wings above its branches. The tree of dawn stands in the solar birthplace. This is in the vernal equinox as birthplace of the annual sun. That which brings forth is the female, and the female nature of the type explains the fecundation of the tree by the two acolytes or genii who take the place of the two lions, crocodiles, dragons, beetles, cherubs, birds, and other types of the supporting pair. Amongst the co-types of the tree may be reckoned the figure of a god or child, a cone or a cross, a pillar, papyrus reed, a lotus or a vase, the unu or opening, the meshkin or birthplace, whence issued the youthful solar deity now fulfilled of its duplicated power. The two confronted lions are common on the Mycenaean gems as two heraldic supports of the central figure. This in one instance is the radiating solar orb itself. In another, a male divinity stands betwixt the two lions. In others, the figure standing or seated between the two lions is the Divine Mother who brought forth in the equinox. On the two different glass plaques from Mycenae, the supports on either side of the tree pillar are two lions. Amongst other figures may be seen two lions with the sun rising from between them, the same as in the Egyptian representation. Two lions supporting a tat or tree pillar. Two lions back to back with the tree pillar between. Two lions with the tree pillar. Two lions pouring out libations on the pillar. Two lions with the god in person between them in the place of the tree or pillar. Two lions with the goddess in person between them in place of the symbols. This is she who was the tree, the shrine, pillar, or birthplace. Two lions with the goddess seated between them. Other pictures show the mount of the equinox, the tree at the meeting point of sun and moon in the equinox as mount betwixt two bulls. In another scene, two bulls support a tree pillar. In one instance, two sphinxes support the tree pillar. The solution now to be pronounced is that the mount or pillar, the shrine or the tree, determines the point of equinox. That the dual nature of the symbol shows it to be the double equinox as place of rebirth for the god of the double horizon. and that the 2 lions, 2 sphinxes, 2 beetles, 2 bulls, rams, or goats denote the particular sign of the zodiac in which the vernal equinox and the rebirth of Harmaku occurred at the time that this is thus visibly portrayed. The mystery of Harmaku and the double equinox was known to Paul, who was a master of the secret wisdom. The doctrine concerning Tom Harmactes is well stated by him, only it is being rendered Hebraistically. The 2 Atums, or Atum and Nefer Atum, are replaced by the first and second Adam as the man of earth and the man from heaven. The second Atum was He Who Is Our Peace, with the title of AMENTA. This, as the second Horus, was He Who Made Both One, and broke down the middle wall of partition, that he might create in himself of the twain one new man. The middle wall of partition is a figure in the eschatology of that which was a fact in the equinoctial mythos. Whatsoever the type, the double equinox was indicated by the twofold figure. Thus, if a tree were the symbol, then 2 trees were the sign of the double equinox. And when Horus of the resurrection rises, let us say, as the good shepherd betwixt 2 races, it is, as now suggested, a portrait of Harmaku, the connecting link between the 2 horizons or 2 lives. Now, one of the commonest scenes in the Roman catacombs is this of the 2 trees betwixt which rises the so-called Good Shepherd, who is sometimes a goatherd. There is a scene from the Roman catacombs in which the Good Shepherd is the central figure betwixt the 2 trees, 2 birds, and also the lamb and ram, by which the resurrection is to be identified with the vernal equinox in the sign of Aries. In another of the pictures from the catacombs, the Good Shepherd is accompanied by both the lamb and the ram, which are at least equivalent to the dual type of the equinox in Aries. He carries the lamb upon his shoulders, whilst the ram is resting at his feet. Horus was the lamb upon the western and the ram upon the eastern horizon, both being united in a figure of the double power. A kindred representation is portrayed upon the Gnostic stone now in the British Museum. This is Horus, the Gnostic Jesus, as Ichthus, the fish. That the scene occurs in the sign of Pisces is shown by the 2 fishes, one of which is over the head of Horus, the other under his feet. The latter also repeats the ancient type of the crocodile on which the divine child was supported in the Cipi of Horus. There is also an image of the Palmyrene at Rome, which has the image of the solar god on one side, and on the other a conical cypress tree, the foliage of which exhibits a child carrying a ram upon its shoulder, which shows a singular reversal in the position of the child and adult. But it was the child equals the lamb that issued from the maternal tree, to be followed by the adult as the ram. When Horus rises from the dead in the Egyptian tombs, it is as the Good Shepherd. The crook and whip, or flail, of rule are the insignia of his sovereignty. According to the ritual, he rises up between 2 trees called the 2 sycamores of emerald. Thus he is the perfect prototype of the Good Shepherd in the Roman catacombs. The god who rises in this character is Horus of the double equinox in the mythology, and Horus in the spirit in the eschatology, who by his resurrection join the 2 lives together and the 2 worlds in one. The Good Shepherd in the catacombs is self-identified by the cloak he wears, which is the cloak of royalty, as a figure of the royal Horus, the child who was born and predestined to be king. The doctrines of the Incarnation and the Resurrection had already been established in the cult of Harmaku, the Horus of the double equinox, Horus the child in one equinox, who was Horus the adult in the other, constituted the double Harmachi, one as the founder and one as the fulfiller, one as Horus of the Incarnation, the other as Horus of the Resurrection. The doctrine was at first solar and next eschatological. In both phases, it was earlier than the fatherhood of Ra. The Incarnation was at least as ancient as the Virgin in the zodiac, who conceived in Virgo, and the mother who brought forth in Pisces, which we calculate may have been some 26,000 years ago. The solar god who united the 2 horizons was the fulfiller of the annual circle, and came to reign as the king of 1 year, first in the inundation, then in the zodiac. He also came in the charak of the great judge to see that justice should be periodically administered. In the stellar mythos, Anup had been the judge, the seat of judgment at the place of equipoise, which was then at the celestial pole. In the solar mythos, this was shifted to the vernal equinox and the Mount of Glory to the east. An ideal of justice, truth, and righteousness imaged by the balance or scales was postulated as established and central in the heavens as the reign of law, and there was an annual attempt to make that justice visible and veritable on earth. Harmaku came as the great judge, accompanied by the 7 great spirits, who were his executioners, called the 7 arms of the balance. The balance was erected as a figure of the equinoctial level, for the weighing of hearts and of words. The unjust were punished, wrongs were righted, restitution was enforced. The judgment day in the Easter equinox was similar in point of time to what we in Europe call the March, Azizes. This was represented as the judgment in AMENTA.